Welcome, exalted viewers, to the third day of competition here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy, a celebration of Age of Empires spanning 3 games that we all love, Age of Empires 1, 2 and 4. Today, the quarterfinals of the Age of Empires 2 event, $200,000 on the line shared between the players that you see behind me and those who have already fallen in battle. Only 8 remain, and only 4 will continue on to next week's semi-finals. Who will it be? The fierce and cutthroat competition will determine who advances and who falls. And you're going to see it all live here from Heidelberg Castle as coverage of the quarterfinals of the Age of Empires 2 event begins right now.
Out of Stone Dave from Viper, and he's out of...
In the middle, Lierey's castle goes down.
It's his turn to raid Lierey's economy.
And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC.
Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Liereyy will have nothing.
Welcome back to the casting chamber here for the third day of competition. Red Bull Wololo Legacy continues. Riley Knight, your hosts across the entire 2 weekends, and joined here by Mem and Nilly. My goodness me, we are really ramping things up today. Nilly, we are looking at not just elimination matches here, but berths in next week's semi-final and ultimately grand final. A lot on the line today.
Yeah, absolutely. And the chance to play in front of a live audience, something we didn't have in years, and players have to be so excited. And obviously, the matchups are absolutely crazy. We're
going to talk a little bit about this, Mem. I mean, we've got players here who are, of course, amongst the best in the world, but we've got some absolutely iconic matchups today.
Today, my heart is breathing. I mean, I'm dying already. Tatoh versus Jordan, the first GL battle. Then we have the revenge from the last year with well, the third series is going to be with Hera and BL. Mr. Yo versus Villese. Mr. Yo seems to be going up and up during the tournament. And the last series of the day, TheViper versus Liereyy. On quarterfinals, what is this?
Yeah, we would have thought that. I mean, that would be the final, we thought, but they are meeting as early as the quarters, and that's really going to shake things up. Before we get into these matches, Nearly, let's remind ourselves of what we're playing here. We're playing Age of Empires 2, but we're playing a slight variant of the rules, Empire Wars. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what the viewers are going to see when it comes to Empire Wars?
Yeah, typically Age of Empires, if we play it, we are starting in the Dark Age, 3 villagers, a scout trying to build up our base, but Red Bull was already speeding that up. We are going to Feudal Age, 28 villagers, and, well, the action basically starts at minute 1.
Exactly right. People aren't going to want to miss a moment because it really they come out swinging. It is a very proactive game mode, and we're going to see some excitement today. Let's have a look at how much is on the line here when it comes to our Age of Empires portion, Age of Empires 2 portion of this this festivity. Of course, over $500,000 in prize money total across the 2 weekends, but $200,000 of that is for Age of Empires 2. You can see there, $60,000 go to the winner. 30,000 for second, all the paying out all the way down to 16th as well. A lot of clams on the table for these players here. And even as we head into the quarters, thousands of dollars on the line, even in these best of 5. So very excited to get underway with that. But what are the players that we're going to be seeing? What does the bracket look like? Let's have a quick look and see how things are going to shake out. Again, we are in the quarters here, Mem. And we can see already at the top there. Now, this isn't the order they'll be playing, and we'll come to the schedule in just a second, but that Viper-Liereyy matchup, that's going to be absolutely huge.
Absolutely huge. I mean, who's the favorite here? Who's the favorite today in every match? According to what we are watching, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anything can happen. We saw yesterday crazy games. Dowd is not here. Capoj that was Dogao almost doing this in the quarterfinals. I mean, anything can happen, and this is what makes this even more and more exciting.
Exactly right, and of course that that matchup you can see down the bottom. We've got Hera versus MBL. I would say probably the biggest match that we saw in Red Bull Wololo history was played between these two players last year, nearly, when we had the reverse sweep from MBL.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Hera looked so dominant, 2-0 ahead, looking good in game 3, and suddenly MBL switched it around and took back the set, and I'm so happy to see a rematch now. It feels like a redemption trip for Hera. 14 months in the progress.
Yeah, an opportunity for him to perhaps make up some lost ground against MBL. The other matchup, of course, we've got Villese versus Mr. Yo, and can I just tell you, Villese has looked unstoppable. Mr. Yo's been really impressive as well, but there is something about Villese. I think he's found his edge. He's finally found his a sweet spot here. Last year, by his own admission, there was a level of discomfort under the bright lights of the stage and that sort of stuff. So we'll get to that. But first, as you can see there on your screen, Jordan facing off against Tatoh. And Mem, this is probably not a matchup that these two guys were hoping for this early in the top 8 bracket. The two GL boys going head-to-head straight away.
Yeah, and all the series we have seen with them, I was checking with T90 and Dave. Mm-hmm. In big tournaments, always going for the last game. Always going for the last game. And recently, for Jordan. But I think this is the time for Tatoh to get into the top 4. If you are me as a prediction, I'm going for Tatoh.
He's looked really impressive, and Nearly, I'm not sure what your take on it is as well, but Tatoh looked just unstoppable in the group stage.
Yeah, I think so as well. Jordan a bit shaky there. Obviously, I already voiced my concerns about his draft against MBL multiple times. It is easier for Tatoh to predict what he gets with Jordan than for Jordan to predict what he gets with Tatoh.
Very true. We'll have a look at some of those other matches as well. You can see Mr. Yo versus Villese and MBL Hera, that iconic matchup that we've already mentioned a couple of times today. And then, of course, closing things out with the headline act, Liereyy versus TheViper, a rematch of last year's final. So, must watch Age of Empires coming at you from all angles today. Live, of course, from Heidelberg Castle. Let's not forget where we are. We are in a literal, actual castle. Hundreds of years of history ensconced within the walls that have stood for so many centuries, and today there's going to be a bit more history made here, although without quite as much blood and guts and horrible well, we hope. We've got contingency plans in place. I don't know if the armory door has been properly locked up, but maybe the suit of armor behind us might be a bit more relevant for us than we perhaps were anticipating. Anyway, my friends, thank you so much for choosing to join us today. We cannot wait to get into the action with you, and we do hope you'll stick around as we get underway with our quarterfinals. I'm told that Dave and T90 are standing by, ready to go over at the caster desk, and not too long after that, we are going to jump into the draft between Jordan and Tatoh. Let's get underway, my friends. It is time to kick things off with quarterfinal coverage here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. It's over to you, Dave and T90.
Welcome, viewers. Welcome, fans. Welcome to the quarterfinals of Red Bull Wololo Legacy, and we start this off with an absolute banger. Like Mem said, we were checking Wikipedia beforehand, and Jordan and Tatoh, man, they have had some close sets in some big tournaments. Recently, Jordan has been taking that final game, but it always goes to the final.
Always goes down to the wire, and they spent 2 weeks together training. I think the point that Nilly brought up is really interesting here. It's a lot harder to predict Tatoh than it is Jordan, and Jordan even made that pretty clear. He said to me, and he said in the interviews, like, if I don't know what's coming, sometimes I can struggle a little bit. It's going to be a spicy matchup, because if Tatoh prepared all these strategies with his team, he might not want to use any of them against Jordan.
If I know Tatoh, though, he was preparing strategies with his team, and he was preparing some strategies outside of his team. That guy is constantly thinking about new ways to innovate the game, especially with a mode like Empire Wars, especially with some new maps, let's say like the Bull. I could see some innovative strategies from Tatoh. Now, Tatoh sometimes overthinks things. We've been talking about his strategy. We've been talking about the innovation, everything like that. Sometimes you can tell he's just overthinking what he needs to do.
Yeah, I mean, he's a player who is known for his innovation, but sometimes doesn't even need to use that because he's got so much skill. So we'll really have to look at the draft. I think if there's anything that stands out to us, it will be on that draft. And I believe we have that draft ready for you now. We have best of 5s today, ladies and gentlemen, which means we will probably see civilizations we have not seen all tournament.
Ah, I want that. Do you think they'd like make a replica for me?
I just want a banner. I just want a banner. That's all I want.
They probably put a controller on it or something for me.
I want a farmer. That's all I want on mine. But okay, we've got Atacama here banned by Jordan. And so again, keep an eye on things here, guys, because this changes things massively. We've got Jordan banning out, or excuse me, Tatoh banning out the Bull.
Yeah, the bull being banned out there, and that's interesting that Tatoh chooses to ban that. I identified that as maybe a map that he would prefer with a wild strategy, but we have been talking to the players, or I've been talking to the players, and a lot of them don't like that map simply because there is so many strategies you can go for, and it feels like if you go for a certain strategy and your opponent accidentally counters that, you're just completely out to lunch. Like, you're completely screwed.
Yeah, I agree. Now look at this. So we've got the ban into the picks. We have Shoal now for Tatoh. He goes for Northern Isles afterwards. So this is different than the previous days now that we have more maps. And what that means is it is a lot more likely you're going to get that one map that you want, even if there's bans on there. And now I don't know what Jordan just said, but he's like, it's like he banned something or actually, I'm going to stop speculating.
And now it's Jordan's? Okay, there's the ban of Kawasan from Jordan. Atacama and Kawasan banned, Acclivity and Outcrop. Two very similar maps, Acclivity and Outcrop. And I think those play out in Jordan's favor. It's more of a macro-oriented game. He gets later in the game. He gets all stabilized, right? Tatoh is comfortable with both the late game, the mid game, and the early game. He's just a really well-balanced player. And he's gone for Shoals and Northern Isles.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Now, they will ban out until there's just one map remaining. That will still be our first game here. So that's all we're going to see.
Arabia ban from Tatoh. I like that.
Yeah,
I think that's nice. I mean, Jordan's Arabia pick for his MBL was very questionable.
Yep.
Very, very questionable. But banning it versus Jordan, I think, falls in Tatoh's favor. And Morass now being banned. So that means Enclosed is going to be our final map.
This is an awesome map pool, and this is an awesome pool for this particular set. Enclosed, let's call it 50-50 in terms of how closed and open it is. Outcrop, also quite closed with areas to fight. Acclivity, very open, very aggressive. And then you've got Shoals and Northern Isles, and there's a good mix of water.
These are like Shoals, Northern Isles, Acclivity, and Outcrop will result in the longest games out of these maps.
That's true.
And like we said, this matchup usually goes to the final game. So I think we're in it for a couple hours here, folks, as these guys are going to absolutely battle it out. I would not be surprised. And the Civ selections will be coming up shortly here. Tatoh just noting everything down. It's quite different in a live draft for the players to keep track of everything. So they're going to have to be really methodical on the way that they track these maps in the best of fives and the way they track their civs too.
Yeah, so I was talking to some of the players, right? And if you know how they typically draft, you've got an alphabetical list of civilizations on your screen in front of you with a bit of a countdown. And now they're going to have already written down civilizations they favor for every map. I'm sure they have like 8 different pages or for however many maps there are. But it is very different, and it can be very uncomfortable. And Dogao, he was willing to say it was also an excuse, but he did say yesterday that he couldn't. It was a different environment for him, so he didn't really know where to select his civilizations. But we're going to have the Gurjara ban here to start it all off here for Jordan.
Yeah, Gurjara ban. Jordan just wants to get that out of the way. It's a civilization that can be very annoying, especially with the Shirvamsha riders. As we see the Aztecs ban here from Tatoh. No surprise there. Basically, all the players here share the opinion that Aztecs are the strongest, if not one of the strongest civs in the pool. So it's unlikely we're going to see that. But I believe there's only one civilization ban for this best of 5, and now we see the Mayans pick from Jordan.
Yeah, so I mean, just shows you how strong they believe the Gurjaras and Aztecs can be. It should be 2 picks now for Tatoh, if I'm not mistaken. He goes Ethiopians.
I don't know how to...
I know you love the Ethiopians.
Yep, and I know a lot of the players around here love the Ethiopians. I believe there's only 2 players that can fully capitalize on them that we've seen so far in Red Bull Wololo. Now, this is a Civ pick that I absolutely adore. The Byzantines, I think they're viable on so many maps. I mean, Shoals, Northern Isles, they might just be the best Civ that you can select. And you can play them on land maps as well as water, as Saracens now come in for Tatoh. Saracens generally considered the Tatoh special.
Yep, exactly.
I think if we had a menu in front of us, the Tatoh's dish would be the Saracens.
Yeah, and that is a pick that is solid for Jordan. I'm sure he knows how to play it, but how much of that is because he doesn't want to play against it? It's got to be some of it. When you only have one ban, that's almost like a roundabout way of banning that civilization.
Jordan's really focused here. He'll give us a smile in a second, though. It's hard to go a couple minutes with Jordan without getting a smile. Berber's now seeing a lot of play, especially from MBL. We've seen it twice, and Jordan has selected them. Great Civ for both Acclivity and Outcrop, I think.
Yep. Dravidians. Now, this is funny, but I want to have a full conversation with you about this.
Do you think this is like a prevent Jordan from picking?
It's the GL special,
Yeah.
right? Like the GL team clearly based a lot of their practice around Dravidians, and I feel like maybe Bulgarians on
He's
more
getting,
so.
oh, he's getting Italians too. So he's got Byzantines, Dravidians, Italians. And I think if you talk to most of the players here, they would say those are the 3 best civs on Northern Isles. And he's effectively denied them from his opponent.
In the past, people went Portuguese a lot on Northern Isles, so I'm curious if we'll see Portuguese. Actually,
Or
Bengalis is one that people
yeah,
have been
Bengalis
picking.
is great too. I think in the Byzantine versus Bengali though, the fire ships from Byzantines do win that battle, whereas Bengali fire galleys will win against any other civ.
That'd be interesting, actually. I mean, I don't think we've seen an example of it yet, but it would make sense. One's firing faster, one's healing, I guess.
Vietnamese now from Tatoh, or from Jordan, sorry.
Okay.
And we only have 2 civilizations left to pick for Tatoh. He's going to pick them both here, and then 1 civilization left from Jordan. Hindustanis for Tatoh, also another civ that is pretty good. I believe on Outcrop. I think that should be the pick. Outcrop or potentially Enclosed. Acclivity, we saw them struggle in the hands of Liereyy.
Yeah, it's just, and some maps you need knights, right? And
Incas.
Hindustanis don't have that. But Incas from
Great for
Tatoh,
Enclosed, I think.
I love that choice. I mean, Aztecs are going to be banned out every single time. Mayans are picked so frequently. And then Jordan's going to finish it off here with Sicilians.
Sicilians. I have to credit this villager too. Completely level. All of those.
That's true. Wow.
He managed to fit them all in there too.
I didn't
Maybe
even
he's
realize
got.
that.
He's
That is
pretty.
impressive.
He's pretty particular, I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, the villager's been very stoic
Mm-hmm.
out there. And, well, 2 teammates, 2 friends who've known each other for a very long time are about to face off here in a best-of-5. I feel like the draft was fairly even there. It's hard
Yeah.
to say. We don't know how some of these things are going to be played, but I liked what I saw from both.
I think Tatoh has the advantage on the water maps, and he's picked 2 of them. And Jordan has a slight advantage on the land maps, and he's picked 2 of them. So I believe if it comes down to Enclosed, I really like that Incas pick from Tatoh. I think an Eagle civilization on Enclosed, where you can just focus everything in on aggression, make that transition into Eagles for maybe the archers that you open in, and have that gold in front of your base completely saturated, can be very, very strong.
Yeah, and I mean, in the event that you are scared of an Eagle all-in versus someone like the Mayans, the Incas, of course, have those slingers. Our players are going to walk past us here.
Difference in mindset, maybe. I mean,
Yeah, I
Jordan
think so.
walks by,
They're
gives
also-
me a wink, gives me a smile, and Tatoh is just pure focus.
Okay, so I'm glad you brought that up. So
Yeah.
I don't know what viewers think, and I don't want to portray any of the players out here who've made it to the top 8 as people who don't want to win, of course, right? But, you know, there's this happiness, this cheerfulness, this, I love life about Jordan, which is awesome, right?
Yeah.
I'm not saying you shouldn't have that, but, you know, when I saw Jordan lose to MBL, you know, I went up to him and smile on his face. He goes, he's like, I'm happy with it. He's like, I just simply went up against things I'd never seen before and left it at that, right? I feel like Tatoh is locked in at the moment.
Yeah.
And Tatoh, as we see that wonderful smiling face, Tato's not going to let anything slip. And I feel like I guess my point is there's a little bit more seriousness, a little bit more I've got to prove something to myself and the world to Tatoh than possibly this man right here. But look at him go.
I mean, look
at him go.
Look at Jordan. He is enjoying the moment, and I think Jordan is a player that knows himself well, and he knows how he operates.
Sure.
He knows his mental makeup, I guess, and he just embraces the moment. He's enjoying himself. He's enjoying being around all his friends, playing the game that he loves. And you just see him whistling, like he's whistling there. He's smiling, and he's having a good time. And I think that helps him. As soon as you see him without a smile on his face, I think his gameplay is going to suffer.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's just, you know, a very unique individual. Such a nice guy. So happy to have him here. But let's look at the difference between these two. We know Tatoh would be a cheerful guy. Oh, he is ready.
He's ready.
He is ready, and he has been thinking about this. I saw him 30 minutes ago. They were both actually at their computers that they're walking to right now, just going through the motions. And Tatoh, he was staring that computer down, man. I mean, the whole world is blocked out for him right now. There he is. He waves.
But it's all focused now. It's all focused now as the GL head-to-head is about to begin. And these guys are best of friends, too. I sat beside both of them at breakfast, and I was asking them how they feel. And both of them said, like, it's going to be, we really want to win, but at least when we lose, one of our friends is going to advance. But they had no mercy for each other. They're like, I want to beat you. I want to beat you in this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, It's a very special team. It's a very special group of guys. You know, through the years, obviously, they've had different teams. They've been Gamer Legion for a while now, but it's all still the same crew. And they've been through a lot together. And I don't know. It's as sad as it is to see two teammates up against each other like this. It's beautiful this storyline exists.
Yep.
And we could have been talking about the same thing if there were lands like this in 2018, because these guys have been in that conversation for a very long time.
And I know there's some GL crew in the back that...
Oh, they're not. They're so torn. Yeah, they're so torn.
They look nervous for both of the players. I know they get so close with their team. GL, such a supportive organization in Age of Empires 2. We're so lucky to have them. We're so lucky to have this guy. I mean, look at this. Every single shot is a smile. And then Tatoh, he's got some fight in him. He's all business until he gives you that little wink and the smile, you know?
Gotta love it. Well, here are the ratings, the rankings, you could say, that myself, Dave, many others in this castle contributed to, and you can see it's pretty close. You know, it comes to micro, Tatoh has the edge. When you look at everything else, there's just not a lot of difference between them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that the Tatoh strategy meter isn't one more up. I mean, he's got the advantage over Jordan right now, who kind of plays what he knows. Well, and of course, Viper is a well-known 7 out of 10 strategist. Macro for Jordan, a little bit better than Tatoh, and I think that's how he wins games. You know, he gets set, he gets his walls up, and then he plays into the late game, and his transitions are so smooth. I mean, and his economy, we were talking about his builds the other day against MBL, even when he lost, incredible timings on his Castle Age and his Imperial Age after that, with all the harassment. As he continues looking at his Civ draft, you can see all the writing there. It's very complicated when you're doing it live. Doing it online is kind of like a crutch, and these guys are they're not really all that comfortable with this method yet, but that's part of the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's part of it. I mean, and you have to, I think what the drafting room does is it actually means you have to have the civilizations and your plans burned into your mind even more.
Yeah. Because
it's not quite as upfront and in your face. That's a lot. I don't think I've seen anyone else write that much within one of their books.
Nilly's got a book where he writes dumb jokes, and
he's got a lot of dumb jokes. So that book, does he have multiple books?
I came up with this one 4 months ago. Simply waiting for an opportunity.
Yeah. That does not surprise me at all. But as far as the competitors are concerned, Jordan has certainly written down a lot there. And I think it's matchups. You might do one of those things you did as a kid where you try and connect certain cities to their country, with the lines diagonal. Might do some of that and think, gonna do this with this map. He might do this, and it's all about matchups. But that face from Jordan just basically said, this is good. I can work with this.
Tatoh deep in focus. I hope he doesn't overthink it. He's got some... Oh, we have an interview with Jordan ready.
All right.
So that's fantastic. We'll hear what Jordan has to say.
Hello everyone, my name is Marco Bloch, aka Jordan. I'm from Germany and I play for the team Gamer Legion and I'm 30 years old. The qualifier was pretty rough, I would say, because there were 2 qualifiers, and the first qualifier I lost in the 2nd or 3rd round, and therefore I was very upset about that one. And then I went full try-hard for the 2nd qualifier, and there I was also shaky in the final round, so to say. I won 4-2 against Sebastian. Our team, Gamer Legion, we played in the Berlin gaming house. We had a boot camp there, and we played a lot, practiced a lot, and strategized a lot, so it was very intense preparation. So the most feared opponent would be either Liereyy or Viper. It has to be one of those 2. Viper because I feel like counters my playstyle really well, and Liereyy because he's a very aggressive player. Confident I would feel against players like, for example, Daud. He's my teammate, and the reason for that is because I know him from very early on, right? So I know his playstyle very good, and my playstyle is very good against his. Always a dream opponent for me.
Well, he's confident against Doubt. Is he that confident against Tatoh? He has known him a long time, but Tatoh, despite being a top player for many, many years now, always manages to surprise us, and Jordan admitted after his set with MBL, he's like, I don't do well with things I haven't seen.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that would have been
Sicilians.
something that we could have said as well. That's an awesome looking
I thought the
sergeant.
Sicilian, I thought the sergeant always had a sword. I didn't realize it had an axe. I've never looked that closely.
It definitely has a sword, but that looks really
looks
cool.
even, I wish they had
Hey,
an axe.
maybe this unit would actually be useful in Feudal Age and Castle
Dude,
Age.
that might be my favorite one. That one's awesome.
I want the helmet.
I
The
love
helmet
these
looks
3D,
awesome.
these virtual reality or augmented reality, I suppose it is, figures. They just add so much here as we're identifying the
apparently they
sets
do
that the
have an
players are
axe.
going for.
Okay.
They do
All right.
have an axe, okay.
I don't know if I can trust the people who are getting information.
Well,
from, but-
my eyesight is quite bad.
Yeah, it's all the same anyways. But that looks awesome. So what are you thinking? Obviously, it's game 1, so it's a lot harder to do this process of elimination game, especially in these best of 5s. And let's see what Tatoh wants to go for. Remember, he doesn't have Saracens. That's like the #1 Tatoh thing you think of. They should be getting started shortly.
I haven't been super impressed with Saracens in Empire Wars, though. I think it might actually be better that Tatoh doesn't have that. But he did pick Ethiopians first, which I also
Well,
have been super
actually,
impressed with. Incas! Incas for enclosed. That's what I was thinking
that
when we
guy
first saw that map.
is jacked.
Well, wouldn't you? I mean, how much do you think that spear weighs?
That weighs a lot.
That's a tree.
Yeah, that is. You're not wrong there.
You could see why they have the extra range.
Yeah, that's more than one tile, though.
Yeah,
that's like
true.
3 tiles. Wow, this is a first for me, I think, that we've seen Incas. And you had mentioned we might see Incas here for Tatoh on this map, Dave. You called it correctly.
Yeah, and
Jordan
I think
playing as the Sicilians.
I think Incas are a really strong option here. We've got the archer opening, maybe archers and skirmishers. Maybe you add an extra eagle early, some spearmen, and then you start the transition into eagles. You'll have a faster castle age time. You'll likely get the market first and sell your stone. However, Jordan picking Sicilians, if he wants to get up to Castle Age at around the same time, has more stone to sell with that market. Also, if he gets up to Castle Age and the Eagles are coming in, he can drop a TC in a second for defense.
And normally people are going to see the dungeon as like a disadvantage, not being able to make a tower defensively on your gold. But if you place one, you still have 125 stone remaining.
Yep.
And you can still drop a second town center later on. So I'll be curious to see. Now, Jordan scouted that archer range really early, and he had looped his spearman around the other way.
Yeah, and you can see Tatoh sending a unit to the south and a unit to the north just to find Jordan as quickly as possible, as Tatoh now goes for that market, like I said, and he is going to sell and he's going to try and get up to the next stage. Now, the eagle play is good because it's just so easy to do. It's so consistent, right? You send everything onto the gold, and you just go all in eagles, and Jordan's going to be a little bit later to that market, and that might actually matter here.
I really like this from Jordan. I feel like the things that where he has had problems is when he's too defensive. And so he knows there's going to be a ranged army coming, and yet he's moving out anyways to the north. And that's not something that's typical for Jordan. And I think that if he does that slightly more frequently, the rest of his gameplay is going to carry him home.
We see Jordan selling 200 of that stone, so he keeps 100 stone in the bank, and Sicilian TCs go up incredibly quickly. If he gets a TC on that gold, there's not going to be a whole lot for Tatoh to pressure with the Eagles until he gets the siege involved.
This is going to be funny, though, because they're both going to have ranged units in defense and on offense, but the numbers might not necessarily match here. So let's see.
Look at that. Look at the resources for Tatoh. Just so consistent. I mean, he's taking the hunt with 6 villagers.
Also,
he really wants that food in quickly.
I'm shocked Jordan went for the farm upgrade, honestly. I know you're Sicilians, but Tato's going to pounce here. And Tatoh could, I mean, you could snowball this to victory faster than you might think. He takes one archer. He's close to taking the second archer. He could take everything that's here.
Jordan doesn't have enough stone for a dungeon.
He sold
He
it all.
sold the stone.
And he's also going to be able to counterattack, but Tatoh is ready for it.
Yeah, Jordan should have kept that stuff at home. Jordan should have kept that stuff at home. And if you get cut off, this might be a quick game, Tristan. If you get cut off of this gold here, could be problematic. Jordan does have double range at home, so he can make some skirmishers, but he's getting the armor and he's making skirmishers, delaying his castle age time. Look over at Tato's point of view. We've got castle age already coming in. Jordan is sitting there with 260 food.
This is the horse collar upgrade. It's just a bait in Empire Wars. Getting horse collar in feudal Feudal Age is just never worth it. I'm not seeing a lot of players research it for a reason. The eco balance is all over the place for Jordan.
And now what's he going to do against Eagles? He's not up.
Problems.
He's trying to get up right now. You can see him selling his wood, buying food. He's desperately trying to do it, and he's keeping that 100 stone in the bank, even though it might help him a little bit, get there a little bit faster. He really wants that TC in defense, and he manages to click up. Excellent job from Jordan. Excellent recognition to cancel those 2 skirmishers that he had in the queue just to get up a little bit faster. It's still going to be incredibly difficult.
I think Tatoh almost waited there. Like, he intentionally didn't send his Eagles forward for a moment, just so he could have the skirmishers further out in harm's way. Obviously, he knows that his Eagles are quite weak there, but he should be able to, with proper micro, to clear these things up without even losing an archer. As you can see here, he's going to lose 1 day, but he clears up the skirms. And now, again, just way more army for Tatoh, and Jordan's so late to castle.
And I like the fact that Tatoh still has 6 archers left over. It gives you an option to switch into crossbow if the Eagles aren't exactly working. And there's the barracks right there. No surprise from Tatoh. He's going to go triple barracks. He's going to have a lot on gold. We can see 14 on gold for Tatoh. That's what you need to do with Eagles. You can get by with 7 on food, 14 on gold.
Ooh, no way. Jordan's looking for that army. Will he come back here? If he comes back here, I think he could be fine.
Yeah, he's sensing it.
Yeah, he knows that Tatoh should be on the way.
And he's got an archer going that way too. Like he's like, where is this army? If that army comes in, I'm not aware of it. I don't have defensive forces at home. I'm basically dead. As Tatoh comes in here, and Jordan is going to see it, he's going to have that hill.
Tatoh knows he's been spotted now. But what he can do, and Tatoh's the best at this, is he could just let that army draw the other army away so these Eagles that are about to have full Castle Age army can hit the rest of it.
I mean, Sicilians, that TC will go up. If Jordan has the wood for it, that's the only question. That TC on the gold will go up, and this early Eagle pressure is going to be stalled out. That's why I would love to see a villager coming forward from Tatoh as soon as he sees the Castle Age from Jordan.
Yeah, I might do that, Dave. You're not wrong. There's the TC. TC will fly up like it's nothing, but that's going to be, what, the 3rd villager killed in this game so far? Tato's going to take that. And he should get at least 1 more, depending on... No, that villager... Actually, there was no room for him, but he's fine.
And there's crossbow upgrade. Bodkin. Jordan has managed to weather the storm. Also important to point out, Jordan has the has horse collar, like you were saying.
True, it's true.
So his farms are going to last a long time. I just wonder, is Tatoh coming with that villager shortly, or is he just banking on the Eagles? There it is.
You know, it's a little late, to be honest with you. Normally that villager comes forward earlier. We might even see him realize that and buy some stone so he could drop a 2nd town center as well. But right now, Jordan, he'll actually be able to catch up with the Vill count. This isn't going to help, but having 2 TCs will.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be so many Eagles, though, and Jordan just needs to kind of camp in this area and defend. He can't let the Eagles run under the TC, snipe the villagers or anything with that +2 armor.
This is so annoying, dude.
Yeah.
Tatoh just, he keeps coming in, coming out, and he's probably not going to kill anything there, but still, he's got some presence, and that does frustrate Jordan.
Siege Workshop is going to be so tough for Jordan. He can't leave that area with his crossbows. Even with double TC, he can't really leave that area, and that means the Siege Workshop is going to go up. The Eagles are just waiting for the crossbows to get out of position, and bye-bye archers.
There we go. Well, a lot of times players are going to play into crossbows and knights here, and I think that could have done Jordan well, or done well for Jordan. But here's the thing. He's kind of committed now, right? Like, he didn't have the food eco for knights, so I think it was correct not to add the stable. He did have a bunch of villagers on stone a second ago, so I thought he was going to go defensive castle, but
I think
Tatoh
needs to not be too active with those Eagles. This is the time to keep the Eagles back, make sure the crossbows are pinned in your enemy's base. Maybe send a few around to the north to raid when you know where the army is, but wait for that siege, because once the siege is there with your Eagles, those crossbows are going to be really, really under pressure.
Yeah, so Jordan's going to add a dungeon.
Okay.
So he knows siege will come in, and he's just waiting for it, and the dungeon will have Bodkin arrow, of course, because he researched that for his crossbows. That's an interesting choice. Great job from Tatoh not to attack the house with a right click there and do the attack round instead.
I think he did, though.
No. He didn't attack.
Okay.
But I could see what you mean, because those Eagles were weak there, so maybe you're right. But good defense from Jordan. I mean, Jordan has the Vill lead right now, despite the shaky start.
And 2nd Mangonel coming from Tatoh. Jordan can think about microing those Eagles in 1 Mangonel, but when you got Eagles in 2 Mangonel with the Eagles with +2 armor, it's going to be really, really tough. And I think Tatoh has a couple units in the north, but it's not enough to really come in and harass. Just Eagles patrolling, making sure the crossbows don't go around the other side. That's really good awareness from him.
Yeah, and I mean, of course the dungeon protects the new town centers, but this is an awkward position to be in at your main TC, right? Like this house foundation will go down, which will provide the space for Tatoh to go after the villagers.
Look at the eagle count, 27.
I think the dungeon will eventually go up. I honestly don't even know if dungeons are that good against the siege push right now. It's been a long time since I've seen this. And Jordan trying, this is necessary. He's trying to delay it, and well done from him there. He doesn't lose any crossbows, and it just bought a little bit of time for him to finish the dungeon.
Tatoh keeping that Mangonel alive. He's also got the villager there to repair. He's still producing eagles. He's got another Mangonel in the queue. 3 Mangonel is going to be really tough to stop here, and I think Tatoh should just keep adding them in. And now Tatoh even grabbing the relics behind that, going for a second town center, expanding his eco as Jordan continues to camp this area. Jordan is ahead in villagers, but I would definitely rather be in Tatoh's position in this game.
Yeah, especially on this map, because I feel like if you get pushed back, there's so much space between you and the enemy still, right? So I think you're still okay there. I'm trying to see, is Tatoh's TC actually building at the moment? Because there was a weird thing.
Look at this from Tatoh. He kept the eagles over here for a reason, because he knew once Jordan gets up to a certain amount of crossbows, he can kind of split them and send them around, and Tatoh's going to be fully aware of that.
I'm pretty certain that if you have repairs, 3 mangonels is fine against a dungeon.
I think so too.
Unless you have
maybe unless you have like full 10 crossbows inside of it.
Well, that's I guess you could send 10 villagers in too.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you could see that there's a lot of idle time here for Jordan. Tatoh's not that scared of it. He's definitely thinking about taking out the houses.
Look at the addition from Tatoh. He's adding slingers already, and Jordan is going for the infantry armor.
Yo!
So, oh my God, Tatoh is
that's cool.
Big braining this. Even before Jordan makes the transition, Tatoh's thinking that the sergeants might come out.
Jordan's villagers just wandered out into the middle of nowhere, I guess because they were on stone there and ran out. And there he drops a castle. That's not the castle you want to ever place.
No, you don't want to protect your farm eco on this map. You want to protect your gold eco, because your farm eco should be safe. It's called enclosed for a reason. You are enclosed by trees. And he will be safe there for the time being as he goes for a 4th TC behind. He's definitely planning on going for sergeants. But like I said, Tatoh is already kind of prepared for that tech switch.
Here's the thing, though. You know what you can't prepare for? As Tatoh kills his own eagles, you can't prepare for instant. And if he can get First Crusade...
It's incredibly expensive.
It is, but if he could get there, he could maybe save himself, but he's a long way away from that.
Yep.
And even though Jordan has all these town centers and he has all of these villagers, he's going to lose them all as he pops out there with the crossbows. Wisely goes for the repair villager. I really like that. But the dungeon's still going to go down.
And the other
army's going down. This
too.
is a massacre.
Yeah, and I mean, Jordan is forced to make sergeants out of his dungeons and out of his castle, and he's got them queued up here. The Eagles, though, have way more mobility. They come in and snipe those villagers and then snipe the crossbows. I mean, the dungeon defense is great as long as Tatoh doesn't feel comfortable running underneath it, and now he's realized that's probably a good idea. He'll likely do it again.
Yeah, I mean, now your boom is delayed even more if you're Jordan. I know he has the Vill lead, but his idle TC time will naturally go up because he's spending food on the infantry.
Yeah.
But your call out on the slingers was epic. He had those things waiting before we even saw Sergeant.
Yep.
What a great
Which
move
tells
from
me
Tatoh.
that they've probably had this matchup before.
Yeah, I mean, it just
in
confirms in everyone's mind how big of a nerd Tatoh is and how good his game sense is. It's just incredible.
All right, here comes more villagers forward. Tatoh behind this, Tristan, is adding the 4th TC.
I like that.
Really, really nice.
I would like to, and I know we talk about this all the time, if he can find the time, I understand 4 TCs in this pressure is tough, I'd like to see outposts on the northern side. Just a couple outposts. You don't need to wall it or anything, but if you have vision there for the rest of the game, you've then got like 80% of the map. It becomes very difficult for Jordan to move out.
Yeah, we see more farms from Jordan being placed. I mean, Jordan still has a villager lead here. It's only 10, so it's not that sizable. But he does have eco upgrade advantage over Tatoh as well. So he's just kind of biding his time.
Yeah.
And we're getting to the point with 23 on food, 15 on gold, where maybe he can start considering that First Crusade.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And the thing is, you can't really compete with the numbers if you have to produce them and to wait all that time. It's not just the resources, it's the time. Yeah, Jordan's going to drop another TC.
And I think
now,
Tato's tracking an army at the north there, too, as the Mangonels come around the south, and it's just going to be sergeants. I haven't seen the sergeant versus eagle matchup very often, but sergeants seem to be, with their axes, convincingly winning those. As Jordan now goes for a castle, and this is getting more doable for Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan's castle will likely go up. There's never really a doubt
With
with
Sicilians.
Sicilians. Yeah.
All crossbows get ejected, though, and the crossbows are in the line of fire, those mangonels. Not the most useful unit anymore, but it's nice to have them.
Tato's going to be feeling a little uneasy right now, right? He has a lot of military, but he can't really do anything with the military. And last he checked, he had eagles on the other side of the map, and those things disappeared. He does have slingers, but they're not even in the area of the map that he'll need it. And Jordan has 100 villagers and is pretty protected behind these castles. So more and more, I'm liking the Sicilian pick, to be honest with you. It's really hard to kill them.
I like the Sicilian pick. I like the strategy from Jordan. What I really like from Tatoh is he didn't go all in on this.
Yeah.
He went for the heavy pressure, to be fair with the Eagles. He's got 23 of them, slingers and mangonels and monks and whatnot. But he's got 4 TCs behind. So he's got a stable eco, comparable eco to Jordan. I'd just love to see him get some more eco upgrades like Jordan has. And figure out a long-term solution here. The slingers are nice, but like you said, they can't really compete with the numbers at First Crusade.
You got to remember who you're watching here, right? It is Jordan. Jordan doesn't strike me as a big First Crusade guy. He strikes me as a let's just go imp guy, right? He doesn't need First Crusade right now. He could always do it later on, but it doesn't seem like he's interested in that technology.
And
Tatoh, however, is on the way to the Imperial Age.
Tato's on the way to Imperial Age, and after all of this early pressure, looks like Jordan's about to click up to the Imperial Age at a very similar time.
Wow.
These guys are only 20 seconds difference to Imperial Age. The villager difference is 11 between the two of them as Tatoh continues to run in, and we're going to have ourselves a longer game here.
Yeah, I mean, we expected it, right? And these guys know each other so well, so there should be very few surprises. You know, Tato's still making slingers and eagles. I like the combination. Let's see where this castle goes for him, though, because, there it is. So he wants to Trebor the Sicilians. There are 2 castles there for Jordan. So normally, you have to give an edge to the defender here.
What late game Sicilians versus Incas? Do Sicilians really have anything to counter Kameyooks? I'm just starting to think about late game compositions here. The slingers are nice. Sure.
It would depend on the bonus damage that Kameyooks do because they resist some bonus damage, right? I honestly feel like the slingers are actually the biggest problem because sergeants have good, solid melee armor and solid pierce armor, which is great against eagles and archers. But slingers are so tough.
Well, he's getting cavalry armor, Jordan, and I would assume that he's thinking about going into Cavalier.
That's a good move.
Which would be good against the Eagles. It would be great against the Slingers.
Yeah.
The Slingers will do absolutely 1 damage, I think.
Yeah, they're really bad if it's not against
to
infantry.
the Cavalier, and that's why I'm thinking potentially Kameok switch here. Eventually for Tatoh, but he's only got 1 castle. Incas, of course, cheaper castles can add more.
You can get away with so much with this civilization. It's ridiculous. He had like no army there. I guess he is placing with 10 villagers now, but the castle's already up. It must be frustrating to play right now if you're Tatoh, because Tatoh hasn't done a lot wrong.
All right, another castle there for Tatoh. He's still got some slingers. He's kept those eagles alive for a very long time. He could get the upgrades for those and really start to raid Jordan's eco before Jordan gets the knight numbers or cavalier numbers to contest him. Jordan always has that panic switch he can click to give him some time in First Crusade, but it does cost a lot of resources.
Yeah, I mean, here's a problem for Jordan from my point of view. Tatoh will now have 2 castles. Tatoh will have the Trebs out first, but he's just now getting Castle Age armor. You want to click Imp armor the second you hit Imperial Age, and yes, Sicilians resist bonus damage, but it still feels like Tatoh has the momentum.
And Tato's going to Pike. So Tatoh, I think, is reading Jordan perfectly here. He's like, he's not going to go
just
sergeants.
like before.
I haven't seen that many sergeants yet. I know his tech switch is likely going to be into Cavalier. I'm just going to go Halberdier first, and then I am going to clear up all of his Cavalier, even with the bonus damage reduction.
Jordan does have 8 cav at the moment. It's about to be 14, but I'm worried that he's going to get pop-capped here in a second because he's going to lose these castles, it seems like. That should be an easy clear for Jordan.
Yeah, that's very easy.
Yeah, that army will do nothing here.
The slingers are literally doing
Well, they are, to be fair, they're also like not attacking at all, but yeah, I think all the knights will survive that attack.
Slingers only good against infantry. Literally nothing else in the game, so that is fantastic. Tatoh already with 3 Trebs with the double castle stack. He's getting the final armor upgrade. Will benefit both his Halberdier that are incoming and his Eagles as well, as Jordan struggles to hold on to that. Another castle in the north from Tatoh. He realizes Jordan's going to push up that way. He saw the Knights previously, and Jordan is just trying to hold. Once again, like it's been the entire game, he's just been trying to hold, and he's out of stone. Great call out there, Mapu. completely out of stone is Jordan. He buys 100 more, but that's not going to last.
I like the decision to use the Eagles here, but it doesn't feel great at the same time, right? Because you want those units long term, even though they're not so good against the Cavalier right now. And honestly, Tatoh doesn't have the help numbers. He has 6 help.
He's got the Eagles on
the
stand
way.
ground. He's got the Eagles on stand ground. He wasn't using them for so long. He forgot how to use them. Jordan does lose the castle. Tatoh is repairing his. I think Jordan's going to take at least one of these castles out.
This Cav are insane.
Cavalier go down. So did the Trebuchet, and Tatoh and Jordan kind of a reset button here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be extremely awkward for Tatoh to get the help numbers out if he loses that forward position, because that's where he's building his barracks. And it seems like he just can't take care of those Trebs from Jordan, so at least all of them anyways, as I see one go down. Let's see, Tatoh only has, the other Treb packs up from Jordan actually, so that's a misread on my part.
Look at the macro from Jordan. Look at the farm count from Jordan.
It's so high.
He's got 60 farms, and these are Sicilian farms with heavy plow. These things won't expire until well after this Red Bull and maybe the next Red Bull as well.
It's still like what Tato's doing now is help numbers getting a little higher. Would love to see him squeak out conscription out of his home castle, because Jordan's doing that now, which adds to the production
That's a great
speed.
Halbrade, to be honest. If he can kill the Cavalier, Sicilians, you can't.
Albs aren't attacking the Cavalier there. Treb did go down there, though, which means his position holds for Tatoh. And what a close game to start off what will probably be, well, I can't say it's the closest series of the day because all the other sets are going to be ridiculous as well. But we know this is going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, Tatoh just loses that Trebuchet. He manages to hold on to this castle. I think the Halb switch was great. I think he only had those initial 3 barracks when he tried to make it, though, and one of them was researching Halberdier, so he just didn't have them quickly enough. If he had Halbs with those Trebs, there's no way those Trebs die, and he keeps pushing forward.
Now, Jordan will realize that there's a little bit of a clock for him in terms of how much longer he can take these fights.
Yep.
You do resist bonus damage, but you're still spending a lot of gold up against a unit that doesn't cost gold and does bonus damage to you.
And a player with 4 relics.
Exactly. So, but look at this now. So Jordan didn't go for First Crusade earlier. He's getting infantry armor. He's going to do it. And the most ridiculous thing about this, personally, I don't think this should be possible, but you can go above 200 population.
Yep.
So you can go to full 200 pop and then get to 235. No one else can do that.
Yeah, and Tatoh, I think, is realizing this is coming. He adds 4 more slingers, but 4 slingers or 6 total aren't going to be enough to fight against the First Crusade, especially with the Cavalier in with that army, just tanking all that damage. Now, Tatoh, the castle is still alive for the moment. Looks like Jordan's finally going to take it down, and Tato's going to need a different answer than just Halb Slinger at the moment.
It's a really worrying sign for Tatoh because he does not have the mobility in the long run, but he has that corner locked down with military buildings still, so it's just going to be tough to push the castles.
Tatoh now getting Blast Furnace. He's got more slingers in the back. He's only got 1 castle on the field right now. He can afford another one. He's adding more forward production buildings. I think needs a castle near that gold there because that's going to be Jordan's next target.
I might be asking a lot, but when Jordan researches First Crusade, which he shouldn't be making sergeants right now. He's got 5 TCs. He should just be researching First Crusade. But when he does that, he needs to have like 3 or 4 Trebs and some villagers. Go forward, drop a castle where the sergeants take control, and then Treb down everything in front of it. Look
at the production buildings here from Tatoh. And the gates from Tatoh are absolutely sick. You might think that's not too dangerous. 3 Cavalier, but if they get into the eco, that's going to be a complete headache for Tatoh. And they get in anyway, but he manages to get some chip damage on them, so they won't be that hard to clear up. As Jordan now comes forward with a castle, and that is just the most Sicilian castle I've ever seen. Forward, 1 villager, it'll go up.
Tato's really behind on some important eco upgrades, I just realized. Doesn't have his Castle Age wood or farm upgrade. Farm being the most important, he's got the wood, and then handcart as well for the efficiency.
148 bills with Incas. I think if he had those upgrades, he wouldn't have 148 bills right now.
It's possible.
It's a bit of an overboom with Incas.
Dave, is Jordan going to research First Crusade? Does he know about it?
He definitely knows about it. I don't even know if does he have Elite Sergeant yet?
He doesn't.
Okay, so
maybe
probably waiting for Elite Sergeant. I think that would be more valuable.
Yeah, because you can only do it
for First Crusade,
There's no second Crusade.
I mean, they will upgrade. If you get First Crusade and then get Elite Sergeant, all your Sergeants will upgrade. But I think it's important to upgrade the units you have on the field right now because they're actively fighting.
Okay. I understand that. Yeah, he's going to raid in the north now, and he's adding stables there. Lycav, awesome addition to kill villagers. And here's Jordan. So Jordan's definitely going to want to focus.
And he's not going to
the
triple
northern
treb
area.
here. He's going to build up his trebs in the north there, and he's just going to, when he comes forward, he's going to pack a punch. Meanwhile, Tatoh building up his forces in the south, so each player with a different priority. There is Elite Sergeant for Jordan. He canceled. Never mind. There was Elite. Okay. Switches the castle. he wasn't confident.
That's funny. Well, Tato's got Trebs in the north as well. I don't think he can push both areas at the same time, right? That would be crazy if he can, but I think now that there's Elite Sergeants there
those
for Jordan,
halbs are going to melt.
yeah, the halbs are not going to
Just like those villagers Tatoh just deleted. He realized he's got an overboom going on right now.
What a great job to do that, though, Dave, at this time, because he needs more military in all areas. As we see the unique tech command. I believe that's Andy and Sling.
Andy and Sling, yeah.
Not the most helpful thing, because if units get in your minimum range of your slingers anyways, they're going to die, but it does help a little bit.
And, wow. I mean, Tatoh is adding more archer ranges there.
That's
He's going
First
for more
Crusade.
slingers at the north, and we got First Crusade coming in from Jordan. Hoardings coming in from both players. They know how important these castle fights are going to be.
Just a casual 235 population.
Yep.
Now you've got the eco lead. So he went for an overboom, which is normally bad, at 150 pop. And then he's still at 84 military.
Yep.
If Tatoh holds from this wave, he's going to be feeling great about things,
Well,
but I think Jordan could finish it.
Look at the priority from Tatoh. He's getting treadmill cranes so he can repair his castle faster.
Yep.
He got hoardings. He got masonry. He knows these castles are so important to keep alive. Jordan knows the same thing. He got hoarding as well. As the sergeants come in and the cavalier come in, it looks like Tatoh might be able to defend here with the slingers and the halbs. He does, but here comes
It's so
here
stupid,
comes
dude.
the crusade.
It's so stupid. Tatoh should be living the high life right now, okay? I mean, he's pushing in the south. He's held that attack in the north. But I guess the issue for Jordan is that he didn't have the units attacking all at once. If he would have waited and fought with that, imagine the damage it would have done.
Yeah, and I think even with all the tech upgrades, Tato's castle is going to go down. I mean, there's only 4 villagers repairing that. He will lose this part of the map, but he's pushing in the south there as the First Crusade comes into the north, and that's a lot of slingers. They're all stacked up together, throwing those rocks at the mining camp as the halbs come in, and Jordan, well, he needs to continue pushing. Tatoh needs to get something done in the south.
Jordan's population situation is actually bad for him now because he's back below 200 pop.
Ooh, and Tato's
And he
got 3
can't make any
trebs
more
there.
military. Yeah, like he needs to take engagements with the sergeants so he can get new army. And his new army is, for the most part, just going to be light cav.
This is an absolutely fascinating matchup. I don't think I've ever seen this matchup before as we see the first cameo coming onto the field, but it's only one, so maybe Tatoh just testing the waters there. Slinger's still doing work against these sergeants up at the top. That light cav's going to be fairly annoying, but I think the slingers are enough to defend against that. However, there are 3 trebs behind and more donjons coming out from Jordan. He's just securing the territory that he's already taken over. He's trying to push into the enclosed area. Tatoh trying to do the same thing on the other side, but there's sergeants there.
Yeah, look at the micro, though, from Tatoh. He's already taken out a castle. He's taken out a donjon. He's now taking the TCs. So both players are losing their middle TC, their starting TC areas, including the relics for Tatoh.
I really like that donjon.
This is
I really
awesome.
like that donjon to just kind of secure it. It'll absolutely roast those slingers if they come in too close.
Yeah.
Tatoh doesn't have anything to deal with the trebs currently. He is pushing on this side, but Jordan's push looks a whole lot more dangerous.
I also really like the the skirmisher choice, because skirmishers are fairly solid against halbs, and they're very good against slingers as well.
Yeah.
Skirmisher might actually be more valuable
And I mean,
than everything else he's making.
Man, look at the farm eco. As Tatoh loses control of those 4 relics, Jordan has 78 farms, or he had 78 on food.
Yeah, he
Tatoh
can't be
has
touched
27.
back there. Yeah, I mean, this has been the theme of the game, right? Tatoh was unable to stop that farming eco from expanding, and then he doesn't have the mobility, and there's no help.
This is awful. Well, slingers, I mean, rocks
it doesn't matter if you
against
can,
horses.
It doesn't matter if you can hit them with Andy and Sling. It doesn't matter. You still die in that situation. Jordan, you've got to focus the trebs, though, honestly. The trebs feel very valuable here, and he notices it, Dave, and Tato's falling apart a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Tatoh just needed to finish Jordan off early, but Jordan, with the resilience of the Sicilians, the only civ that can really defend like that, and he is going to hold on through that. And he's going to continue pushing, although he has lost his trebs in the north too. We had a base trade moment there for a second, and now both players stabilizing, and
Wow,
Tato's starting
dude.
to get that farm count up once again.
Yeah, and the good news for him, too, is he doesn't need to have, like, the 60, 70 farm eco either. It's really the gold that he relies on alongside about 30, 40 farmers. Now let's see if Jordan can push in the south. And at this point, if he had 4 trebs, it'd be amazing. He's just going to run under the castle. He doesn't even care.
And I wonder at what point in this game, if it keeps going like this, it looks like Jordan has a better position, more likely to win the game outright. But at what point do players start considering the score? Because we are still 342 years away. It's getting closer.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the next couple minutes. I think you're right. Jordan's in a position now where he can really go for it. The stables are on both sides. It's so much easier for him to do damage to Tatoh's economy. And just passing from Jordan, but he's going to use the Cavalier for the back of the eco, and the light cav are going to go back there too. But the gold villagers, you have to imagine, will be found at some point. There they are. Tatoh could dip below 100 villagers.
Tatoh's queue is awful. Like, he just doesn't have the resources. His farm count is catching up with him now. Or lack thereof, as Siege Engineers comes in for Jordan. Every tech he gets here just adds to his score. So if he can afford it without sacrificing his production queue, which is pretty good right now with Skirmishers, Cavalier, and Light Cav, he will be interested in getting all of the university techs, I believe.
It's a horrible feeling when you have the population lead, or you're at 190 pop and you have 4 relics and you feel like you're dead. And that's kind of where Tatoh's at the moment. He will have no security with castles on any of his flanks. That is a recipe for disaster. He will clear this up, obviously, but...
Score is getting closer, though. Tatoh's getting some good kills. Jordan's kind of sending them in one at a time. If we go there, I mean, we're still a ways away, 318 years left. Chemistry coming in now for Jordan as the Skirmishers come forward, and he's got 4 more trebs. Crop rotation. He knows the game won't last that long, so he's not getting crop rotation for his farms. He's probably getting it just because it would boost his score a little bit.
I don't think it's score. I think you're right that it probably isn't necessary, but he's got the resources.
No, it's literally not necessary because there is not enough time left
I know,
in the
but
game.
It's instinctual at this point. You forget how much food you get on your Castle Age farms with Sicilians, trust me. The time limit, by the way, for people asking, it's right next to the player scores, which is on your screens at the bottom right. That is like 1 hour, 5-minute game time. I think it's like 1 hour.
Elite Eagle coming from Tatoh. Maybe he thinks there's an opportunity now with Skirmisher on the field. He can push through into Jordan's eco. He can definitely do really well against the Skirmisher. This is such a fascinating Civ matchup, isn't it? They all have different tools, and it's just like who techs into what first.
Yeah. I mean... This should be an opportunity for Jordan to go back into the Sergeants,
on both
right?
sides, though.
No way he is. No way he is.
Okay, well, there's a Rohan's appeared. Gigantic army of cavalry. We don't know where that was, but it's coming.
Yeah, and you don't even need to take great trades if you're Jordan because your resources are incredible. But Tatoh's catching up on eco upgrades and probably kicking himself at the moment.
Yeah, Tatoh's going to lose. How many times have we seen this? Tatoh's going to lose the south. Jordan's going to get pushed back in the north. Tatoh's going to recuperate in the south. Jordan's going to recuperate in the north, and that castle will likely go down. It's tough to say. I mean, there's still skirms there and only a few slingers as the big ball of cavalry is coming. Elite Eagle is in. Halberdiers are being massed. Even some Kameyuks in there. Everyone's just retreating, though. Fall back.
Yeah, I don't know if the numbers are going to really be there for Tatoh because slingers are actually, they don't do any damage, or they do 1 damage to every unit that's out there, and he's got 25 slingers in that group.
Yep.
The skirmishers are still going to do pretty good there for Jordan, and I love how he spread out again there. He sends a couple light cav into the back of the eco. Skirmishers sit on the hill with the main group of light cav.
I do like the presence of mind there from Tatoh. When he saw that army coming, he didn't sacrifice anything to buy himself time. He just pulled it all back. Yep. Like all at the same time. He didn't even test the waters to see if he could stop that. And now under the TC, well, he's getting the light cav out of the way as the light cav now come in to snipe the trebs that are trying to take out that castle. Halberg on the way for Jordan as well, which is going to give his Cavalier resistance to the castle and TC fire.
Yeah, and Jordan should be able to take the trebs as well. Tatoh's population's at 165, and Tatoh has 1 villager on gold. 1 villager on gold. You need to rely on gold with this civilization. You don't need a ton of it, but you need more than what he has right now.
Once again, Jordan is retreating in the south, and Tatoh is retreating in the north. Like, it's just back and forth here as that treb keeps working away. Jordan has done a fantastic job to keep that castle alive. Tatoh has 1 eagle in the queue, folks. 1 eagle. That's the only... Now he's not producing anything.
Yeah, it's not good, man. It's not good. It hasn't looked good for a while. Again, Jordan's eco has been untouched. I think, and I could be wrong, But if this is the case, Jordan pulled an epic play. I think he deleted like 20-some bills because think about it. You don't need as many lumberjacks to reseed farms with this Civ because there's just so much food on your farm. So wouldn't surprise me if he actually had deleted them on the wood line near that TC. And we missed it, and that's why he went up to 80 military there.
Yeah, I mean, at one point he was at almost 100 military. It was crazy when he came in with the cavalry. I mean, Tatoh has managed to withstand that. Now Tatoh has 29 helms again, and he's got 12 eagles in the queue, but the light cav are coming in from the north. No pressure there from Tatoh as Jordan retreats his trebuchet, and the score difference is getting wider by the minute here.
Yeah, and I think the position, as Tatoh continues to prove me wrong, and I can't really explain it, but the position's still much better for Jordan. But again, Dave, Tato's back. He's not going to give up, and Jordan hasn't tracked that, and Jordan will actually go below 100 villagers. Yeah. Wow, what a crazy fight from the Spaniard.
I think the problem here is that these two civs, like the unit counters are so, there's no soft unit counters. The counters are so hard, right? Like, sergeants get hard countered by Slinger. Light cav get hard countered, even Sicilian light cav, by halberdiers. Skirms get hard countered by eagles. So it just results in these giant swings as each player keeps teching into something else. Guy techs into defense, and they
takes
just
the
can't
score
push.
lead.
Yeah.
Tatoh takes the score lead.
Insane,
we are
dude.
not finished.
Dude, we're at a position where Jordan deleting those 50 vills suddenly might become an issue.
Yeah, it might hurt him because he just lost 20, Dave.
Yeah.
Now, the best unit for him is out. Can Tatoh make the counter to it? It's the Sergeant. Sergeant's great against Halp. It's great against Eagle. It is also remarkably slow.
Yeah.
Like these guys, they are waddling around the battlefield right now. But if Tatoh can get 10, 15 more slingers out and hold from that, he might take this game.
Donjon. Tatoh splits the eagles. He distracts the sergeants with the halves, and he's going to deny the Donjon. And Jordan is losing more villagers, Tristan. Jordan has 3 vills in the queue. He suddenly queues up a bunch more. He does have 5 TCs, so he should be able to replicate them pretty quickly. But, man, Jordan's only got 11 on wood right now. He's still got 63 on farms, but Tatoh has his farm count up, and they're about to cut through.
Can you imagine? I mean, honestly, we are at a point where there's not even a lot of gold for these players to take, which is very rare on this map. Typically, there's like, since there's gold, 2 tiles everywhere, everyone's going to have gold unless you're in a really bad spot. But I think there's the 2 tiles in the south for Jordan. I think to the left of that, Tatoh just finished that gold. Yeah, so like the 4 relics are actually kicking in clutch right now for Tatoh as we see Sergeant on Sergeant there. But Tato's just not giving the Sergeants the fights they want. He just runs right through. And there's also Eagles. Halbs, excuse me, that are raiding there. Those eagles are still picking off villagers there. And those halbs will actually, some of them, should make it past the castle and into the back of the eco.
Right now, the key moment for me is that absolutely phenomenal hold against the horde of units that Jordan threw at him.
How?
Because Jordan deleted vills to get that pop space. They are equal population right now, folks, as Tatoh goes through another corner, or another castle in the corner. He's in the back of Jordan's base. He's getting the technologies. The score is flipping back and forth as we're at 59 minutes. We only have 189 years left in this game.
If Jordan loses those 50 sergeants, I believe the game could be over, right? Because like he doesn't have the golden come, and he has 1 relic, which is simply not enough. Tato's castle there is because of that gold. That's the only gold remaining. Can those 50 sergeants get value with the 5 trebuchets? Where are they, Jordan? They've got to get over here fast. You've got to take care of this castle and push Tatoh. Actually, oh God, they were in the north. Oh no.
They were in the south the last time we saw them too. They just turned around.
Can you imagine like being the driver and be like, oh, come on, I was just there last week.
No, the Treb in the back said, are we there yet? And then the one in the front's like, I'm turning this car around.
Oh my God. Well, supplies from Tatoh. So he's thinking about a good option, you know, with limited gold in the long run.
Yeah.
Or should I say supplies, sorry. And if he can get the champion tech in, I think they do fairly good against the sergeants, and could be the key unit.
Look at the military numbers, eco numbers, population numbers. KD is 5 kills apart.
Yeah.
That is absolutely insane.
Also, Tatoh has 77 farmers with a civ that can't make light cav. But he's got so much
fortified wall, guard tower, thumb ring, everything coming in for Tatoh.
Beast mode, dude.
And he's just climbing ahead and score. Tatoh is playing incredible here. It was an incredible hold from Jordan, and then an absolutely phenomenal hold from Tatoh. He's got that army ready. The sergeants are waiting in the wings. The Trebs are finally here.
But Dave, now there's slingers. Like
Yep.
those Trebs, when they were in the north, there was no slingers here. So it wasn't a mistake from Jordan, obviously. He needed the Trebs there. There's limited gold, but Tatoh is able to get the position. He's going to get what gold he can from here for now. The only thing for Tatoh I am concerned about is simply just the number difference here. 52 sergeants, 20 slingers. Are the slingers that good to save the castle? I'm not so sure.
With the castle there, it'll be good, but once those Trebs get unpacked, it's going to be a hard position to hold there from Tatoh. He can use hit and run a little bit against the sergeants, but I think at the moment, Tatoh is in the mindset that I don't want to throw away kills. I don't want to give Jordan a lot of kills. It's going to boost his score. And I'm just going to play this pretty defensively and try and survive. Jordan's going to realize that he needs to incentivize pushing in this position as he lost the score lead.
Onager from Tatoh, which tells me he might cut through the middle.
Or he just wants the tech.
Yeah,
Could be both. Could be a combination of both.
I really like the idea of cutting through the middle because the sergeants are the key to answering an Eagle raid, and the sergeants have to all be here right now. So if you could get a little Onager cut through, you just need to send through 2 or 3 Eagles. It must be so annoying.
Tatoh is falling back. Also, another thing we have to point out, Tatoh has all the infantry upgrades, which affects his villagers. It has been so, and that's a perfect example right there, it has been so hard for Jordan to kill these villas with the light cav raids if Tatoh is reacting properly. That light cav takes so long to kill a villager.
And it also just gives Tatoh a little bit more time, right? Like that might lead to 2 or 3 kills. But realistically, I think that, it would be 5 to 10 in a normal circumstance. And you are right, by the way. Tatoh is 100% getting technologies that'll boost score at this point, because if that gets to 0 years on the bottom right of your screens, it will go to a score lead. But the slingers, some of them distracted there by the light cap, which was very good work from Jordan. And actually a much better fight for Jordan here, as he says, I'm not going to the score lead, man. I'm going to try and kill you before it gets there.
Slinger's doing work now against the sergeants, though. Now that the light cav are gone, Jordan manages to save some sergeants, and the skirmishers are here, which means that Tatoh needs maybe a few more Eagles, and he's going elite skirm himself. He's got some Onagers in the queue.
Onager could be huge.
Oh boy, this could add to the army. 81 military for Tatoh, 87 military for Jordan, as Tatoh gets a big shot, and Jordan is warned that Tatoh did indeed tech into Onager. So he's gonna have to be very careful.
Yeah, and it just makes it that much more difficult to push into this area. And sergeants are relatively low HP compared to other units, and they're slow. So I'm not gonna say that Onager is like a counter necessarily to sergeants, but it is a huge help.
If anyone's wondering whether the matches today will live up to the hype from yesterday, I think we have a very definitive answer here from Tatoh and Jordan, as we have an extremely long game. Jordan trying to push in the north there with Siege. He's got Siege workshops. I presume that's Rams.
Yeah, it should be Rams. I mean, very late to capped Ram, right? Could have Siege Ram already with all that food. He's going to go Onager. He's going to, good idea. Good idea, Tatoh. I would have never thought of that.
He's going capped Ram from one Onager from the other.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. I mean, Onager cutting into Tato's woodline could be awesome.
One Onager from Tatoh is going into his enclosed base.
Is it?
One Onager just made its way through the gate, and the Halberdiers are as well. Tatoh potentially thinking about a counter raid in here. Jordan sees the keep. He doesn't see anything else, and I think Tatoh is about to cut through the middle as both players just kind of stabilize in the south.
I hope he just makes a gate, because I just don't want units to turn around and run right into his
I think
base.
once the Halbs go through, I think he probably makes a gate. He's got a villager waiting there.
That's so annoying.
3, 2, 1.
Well, he's got a million other things to work. Oh, hey, there you go.
I'm pretty good at this sort of thing. I'm really good at the countdowns. Speaking of countdown, less than 80 years now on our timer as Jordan continues to push in. Those Trebs have gotten some value this game.
Yeah, let's see though. Both players have Onager here now, and slingers are extremely vulnerable to Onager shots. Tatoh did restart Siege Engineers earlier. I don't think I ever saw that from Jordan.
Close. Score is so close.
This is insane.
Yeah.
I honestly, I thought Tatoh was dead 20 minutes ago. And now I think it's arguable he has the lead. Jordan knows going to get a big hit. They both micro away. They're both have weak Onagers here. Oh!
Doesn't get it, and the light cav snipes that. Great engagement there from Jordan, and now Tatoh is on the run, and Jordan is clearing up Tatoh's production buildings forward, so Tatoh is going to have problems reinforcing. He is killing villagers here with a little Halberdier raid, but Jordan is getting closer and closer, folks. They're in less than 600 score apart as Jordan pushes in. I think Jordan Needs to be careful here. This is a potentially
That's
good
so
fight
many
he can
sergeants.
take. Yeah, but he needs to be careful he doesn't go too deep with that castle in the rear.
The castle, falling back to the castle, I know it looked bad, but it was actually the best move for Tatoh here because he'll be able to kill a lot of slingers. And he also is just going to send these, or not slingers, excuse me, sergeants. He could maybe use some of the helps to go after the onager there.
Yep. Skirmisher's dying. Jordan's going to lose some military. Look at the populations here. Tatoh is down to 160. Jordan is down to 180. Both players with around 90 villagers. It's going to be hard for them to replace this army, especially Tatoh with no gold in the bank. Jordan with no gold income whatsoever, though, other than that one relic. And I guess he's killed the monastery again.
If he did, that's huge. Because it says he doesn't have the relics at the moment. There's also some light cap there, and yeah, he could go right into Tatoh's eco. Tatoh's falling apart here.
And Jordan takes the score lead with 45 years to go. Jordan reclaims the score lead. We got 140 population for Tatoh, 170 for Jordan. Holy.
Oh man, the Tatoh, he just lost so much military and he was so focused in the main fight. Finally, Jordan got like a really convincing side push off the back of a main fight.
Those trebs have been so good behind. They killed a monastery. They're killing all the production buildings. We see...
What? That's units. That doesn't show the buildings.
We don't see the raisings there, but I'm sure they have at least 20 or 30 to their name as Jordan is now onagering not only the villagers, but the woodlines as well for Tatoh. And Tatoh still at 130 population, Jordan at 180. I think Jordan's going to take this.
Yeah, I mean, do you play on here if you're Tatoh? You have to, right? You're so close to the score lead.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of helps in queue. I mean, there's not many sergeants now, so, and there's actually not too many skirmishers either. Okay, this is a potential in like the last 10 years to swing back if it's full help. It definitely does, even against Sicilians. 41 in queue, Dave.
41 helps in queue, and he's got enough barracks to produce them. He's got an onager coming forward. Let's look at the score difference here. I mean, Jordan is over 1,000 ahead at the moment, which is where Tatoh previously was. Tatoh doesn't have those relics. Onager's just still in the eco, I suppose, from Jordan. Gonna end up killing a villager over there, but Jordan is just keeping on the pressure. He's got the light cap constantly going in! And the slingers are dead as Tatoh realizes there's nothing to be done. He says, GG, well played.
What
Speaking of, like, oh my God. Slinging, like, the swings in that game were incredible.
Slinging, swinging.
Well, you didn't want to say that, but...
Oh, okay.
You're a little bit of a weird guy, as we see the sergeant pulling through for Jordan.
That was epic. Like, I really thought Jordan had it like 20, 25 minutes ago. Tatoh brought it back to a position I didn't expect at all, and, well, Jordan finishes it off. And I think that's a big one for him, Dave. That's a really big one. To take control and win a game like that, those real grindy games are not something I really attribute to Jordan. It's more so Tatoh. Sicilians look strong. I think we also saw every relevant bonus for the Sicilians.
Look at Jordan. He's like, oh my God. That was crazy.
He's like, I only got 9.5 hours of sleep last night. I didn't get my crucial 9:45.
No, he's on his schedule. I think he said he woke up at 5:30.
Okay.
Which is Jordan time.
Yeah, that's Jordan time.
All right, now he goes back to his notebook, and we have to look at what maps will follow up next. It's going to be Tatoh's pick, and wow, dude. I mean, how is Tatoh feeling after that?
Well, I mean, he's experienced enough to know how it feels to lose the long ones. He also is experienced enough to know what it's going to take to beat someone like Jordan. So I think, you know, you have to have a short memory. But I think it lingers. I think it lingers until you win this next game, and then game one's forgotten.
He had so many chances to win that, too. The early push he had a chance to win.
Yeah.
And then later on, when he held both sides, and then super late in the game with just the score, I think he might have been a little bit too defensive, though. I think he maybe was thinking about the score just a little bit too much as he pulled back all of his units to his castle, and Jordan just wiping up all the buildings with his trebuchet behind.
An amazing game to start it all off, Dave. It truly was. We'll have to see what the choice is going to be for Tatoh. All the other sets, yesterday, we had an idea of what was coming because there was only one home map, but here there's two home maps. And so with those two home maps, we will have a great idea soon once it pops up on our screens. But as we wait, there's a short little interview here with Liereyy and TheViper.
Yes, thanks, boys. Standing by here with Viper, and my goodness me, just give the players a chance to sort of reset and take a bit of a break. And I thought in the meantime we could talk to you about some of the stuff that we saw the longest game that we've had so far. Before we get into, obviously, you watching two of your teammates duke it out like that, tell us about the experience of these hugely long post-imp games, because I know you've played your fair share of them.
Yeah, obviously long games are like, I mean, this game is very special as well in Empire Wars because we have the time limit. So as the game starts dragging on, you have to start thinking about how do I artificially increase my score as much as I can.
Because that's the tiebreaker if it goes to time, yeah.
If it goes to time, you highest score win. And we saw Tatoh doing that. He started doing all these researches that he didn't really need them. But he was, yeah, exactly. they keep doing these researches to increase their score. And yeah, obviously it's a slugfest. Once you feel like it's getting towards the time limit, that's where you have to like really like reset and decide, do I actually want to keep pushing? Do I just want to sit back? Do I want to take it slow in order to not give your opponent a chance to take the score?
And I guess a lot of that comes down to civs as well. When you're wanting to have those trash wars, not in the sense that these units are bad, but in the sense they don't cost any gold. Because Tatoh was cut off from gold, he was using the market to try to, keep up production. And a lot of the time it will come down to the civ as to who has the upper hand. But there we saw these two players were going at it for a very long time.
Yeah, and also Sicilians, Incas are, like there's a lot of mind games going on, let's say, between these two players. And these two civs are not civs we see too often, right? And then we have both of them thrown in and they go to the post-Imperial Age. So I think both players didn't really know exactly how to play it, right? So we see them kind of juggling back and forth between compositions. And that's also where it's like, that's what's the beauty of RTS, right? You have to make the decisions on the spot and figure out what's the right composition here. And I think I would have liked to see Tatoh try full Kama Ukes, maybe, because Sicilians are really hard. Even if you have counter units, Sicilians they don't take the same amount of damage, so they have a lot of potential to kind of play around that. And Jordan did that phenomenally.
He did a great job. Ordinarily, this is the time in the interview that I'd ask you, who are you going for, who are you looking for? But of course, these are both GL boys. I'm not going to ask you to pick between them, but Viper, one thing's for certain, we're going to see incredible games in the rest of the series.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, Viper, thanks so much for your time. Looks like we're going to be able to head back to our feature match area for the next game, so strap yourselves in, my friends. We're just getting started.
All right, here we are. We've got Jordan just kind of laying back, and I think he's like mentally examining his performance of last game. He doesn't look too impressed.
Does his brain work at a higher capacity if his arms are above his head?
And that's his default position, I think.
Because after every game, he does that. But yeah, Tato's ready. Great interview there from Viper.
Yeah. We also saw the Bengalis there, by the way.
Yeah, we did. That's true.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't believe the map was shown here, but I have to imagine it's one of the water maps, so I'm thinking Northern Isles.
Northern Isles, yeah. I don't really see an advantage for Bengalis as much on shoals. I think it should be Northern Isles, and I think Tatoh is going to go for the Byzantines here.
Well, I think he also has Italians, correct?
He has Byzantines, Dravidians, and Italians, but we've seen Italians lose to Bengalis and Dravidians.
Okay.
And he's going for Dravidians, okay. So maybe Byzantines on a different map, or maybe not at all. I mean, he did draft them first, so it could have been a counter pick as well, just to deny from his opponent. And Dravidians did beat Italians yesterday. Yo gave Italians a second shot, and I asked him today, he's like, I wanted to try them twice, and I said, will you try them again? He's like, no.
Really? He said no. Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was really hard to say it was Civilizations with how good ACCM played yesterday, right? Obviously, Yo turned it around and will be playing later on. Actually, it'll be the series after this. Yo up against Villese, which is just another crazy, ridiculous Civilization, or not Civilization, but player matchup, Davis. We're here in game 2. Jordan, what a very long first game. Here he is as the Bengalis, and then we have Tatoh as the Dravidians. And is this the first time we have seen these two civilizations face off? Because they're from the same expansion.
I believe it is. I believe it is. It's almost like it's, an advertisement for our newest expansion. I think the Civs have factored in quite well here so far in this event. We've seen all of them, I believe. And both players opening this by walling up. Now, you do start with a transport ship in Northern Isles, so it's generally very smart to wall up because a couple archers can be absolutely devastating. I think Yo lost 2 villagers immediately to the archers from ACCM. And a forward dock from Jordan, so he's going to contest water, and we see, well, villagers going forward from Tatoh. No forward dock yet.
All right. Well, there is a difference between the approaches here because there's no archer production from Jordan whatsoever. I love the scout, though. He sent the scout across, and he knows exactly what his opponent's going to be up to. And honestly, the only way you counter that is to wall up Dave or deny the transport entirely with a ship.
And the wall's almost complete here as Tatoh goes for the market. The first player to put down the market, and that's no surprise. It's a very GL thing to do. I wouldn't be surprised to see Jordan get a market shortly as well, but he needs, I believe he needs the mill first before he can even go for that option.
Yeah, there's the mill. Yeah, smart thinking. That's always something you forget in Empire Wars, right? Not Empire Wars in general, I suppose, on this
Age of
map.
Empires.
Yeah, Age of Empires in general. The fact you have to build a mill before market is still the most confusing thing for me, but it is what it is. And man, oh man, where are those archers from Tatoh? They've got to be hopping into a transport. There they are. Archers and the scout from him.
Fletching in from Tatoh as well. So he's not just YOLOing into the Castle Age, and he might think that that's archers from Jordan as well, but that is a villager. That is a very different animal. That villager can make problems happen well into the Castle Age if left alive. There we go, Jordan now getting a market, and Tatoh using his to try and go up to the Castle Age. Jordan is fully walled, of course, but Jordan will arrive with the villager presumably shortly. Okay, he goes to the north side. There's 2 golds and a stone there.
It's a good spot.
It's a very valuable position.
What's funny is both of these civilizations can't make knights, right? So typically you'd have like a stable monastery. Can they make knights? I don't think they can make knights. So he's going to go stable. Could maybe see elephants from the Bengalis. And there's a little poke there from Tatoh. He might be a little bit suspicious about all this, but that's a nice spot to find with those archers.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, Jordan did wall, but you can't wall to the rocky terrain, which means that all of that gold is going to be within range of the archers, and he's going to have to run away. For now, he can take from the one side, but as soon as Tatoh gets some upgrades on the range, once he gets Castle Age, that's going to be problematic for Jordan as Jordan walls in his stable villager. Tatoh has no vision on this whatsoever.
Wow, what an interesting situation. Look how little they've committed to water. Tatoh has 3 fire galleys, and then you've got 3 fire galleys from Jordan as well, but that normally you see a lot more.
Yeah, fishing ship's not too efficient for Tatoh. He's not taking from the deep fish. Jordan is, but Tatoh now coming around the bottom with his fire galleys. Remember, Bengali fire galleys do heal over time, right? So they're going to win in even fights against the fire galleys from Tatoh.
There was a spearman from Jordan. He tried to snipe the scout. Did that work? No? Okay. I think having that scout's really important for Tatoh because if he gets crossbowman there and pushes Jordan off that gold, he needs to be able to make sure he knows about the other ones.
And now Jordan is on Tato's fish. So that's an annoyance for Tatoh. I think he's redocking in the center as he's still harassing that gold. And I think he's found the stable up in the north there, right?
Yeah, I think he did.
That's and monks now from our Bengalis player. Monks are, I mean, spearmen versus Bengali monks. The spearmen do literally nothing.
Yeah. Jordan's going to clear that up. And then we have Tatoh with a sneak.
Ooh.
And he's going to go siege. And then we have defensive siege from Jordan. So
this is going to get messy.
This is going to get super messy.
Yep.
I think the big difference or thing to compare between the situations as the spearman's getting killed by the elephant is that Tatoh doesn't, Jordan doesn't know about Tatoh sneak.
And we have an elephant now from Jordan as well in the north of Tato's island. He's going to have monks. He can heal up the elephant or the damage to the elephant with the monks. He can convert the units as the scout is now in. Dying though, and that fire galley or fire ship looks to be being repaired from Tatoh, so he'll save his fish for the time being.
Forward stable is not something I'm a fan of here. Elephants are very slow, they're very expensive, and they're just not as useful as a knight. So I think Tatoh just going like siege monk or whatever he's going to turn this into makes more sense, and it's so easy for Tatoh to just make a couple monks at home to defend from Jordan's push.
I like the monks from Jordan to accompany the elephant, though, because if your elephant gets converted, you can just convert it back as the TC now comes up.
What's it at? It's at 80%.
Jordan. I don't know if that Mangonel, if Tatoh can see this. He can't, but he does go for an outpost, and he sees the TC. Unfortunately, the Mangonel pops out, immediately attacks it. See you later, Ibex. As Jordan needs to abandon that, and that is at like 50%. That's a great find from Tatoh.
Should have saved Sicilians for this map, man. He would have been fine there, but he doesn't have that to bail him out anymore. As we look back to the water occasionally, and the elephant's in. Was there a hole? Oh my God. Okay, well, elephants are OP. Oh, it's going to be a zoo. Oh boy.
It's a zoo.
It's a...
No, it's a... It's a nothing. The wall wasn't down.
Okay.
And he's trying to maybe block the elephant with the villager as the TC gets some fire on it. I mean, that battle elephant still has 38 HP, so it's unlikely that Tatoh will be able to kill that with simply villagers. He'll need to make some form of defense on his own island, potentially a spearman, which we see right there.
Wow,
that thing is causing all sorts. You're like, I don't like elephants. I mean, it is. It's making things incredibly difficult.
Okay, well, all right. I mean, it's made it awkward. What I really like about Jordan, though, obviously the TC situation's awkward, but I like how much he has on water. And here, as I say that, Tatoh, he's always so good at this.
He's found.
He does more with less, Dave, and he's going to kill those fishing ships.
He's found the fishing ships, and he wasn't even really committing on water. Jordan committed a lot on water. We see 5 fire ships for him, only 2 for Tatoh, but both of those 2 fire ships are in the fishing economy from Jordan. So things are looking decent for Tatoh. We look at the villager count right now. We have 47 for Jordan, who should have more at this stage with Bengalis getting 2 villagers per TC per age up. And we have 50 for Tatoh.
Oh my God.
As there's another elephant.
Okay, another elephant's
where
here.
are the monks to heal? Where are the monks to heal this elephant?
Yeah, that would be funny.
Bring forth the monks.
They are
redemption.
They both have really bad economies right now. Like 6 on food versus 4 on food. Obviously, redemption's going to be needed here.
Redemption's huge for that defense. I mean, it's even better than having a Mangonel in defense.
Does he have Sanctity? I think he did get it. Oh, that's so smart.
Yep.
So Tato's going to use 2 Mangonels, but the Spearman's blocking.
I think he can get that monk. I think he can get it. No, not before that Mangonel goes down.
Wow.
And this is going to get really complicated here as the forward villager gets taken out from Tatoh. Tatoh needs to avoid losing all these Mangonels. Jordan manages to get 2, one with the conversion, one with the kill.
He can't even save that
and
one
he
from the
can't,
Spearman.
No, he can't kill that Spearman. He's going to have to bring the fires over to save the Mangonel.
Honestly, what a swing. To get Redemption and Sanctity that early was such a good decision.
Oh, he has the
from
crossbows there. He doesn't realize, though, just like us. And now they're dead. Oh, he didn't get that.
Scorpion. Micro. Here, Jordan. Come on. You got it. Micro. Oh, no. Wait. The monk's weak.
It's almost dead. It's almost dead, but it reset the conversion timer. So it looks like Tatoh will still be pressuring that TC in the north. We got 57 vills for Tatoh, 50 vills for Jordan, and now Tatoh is going for a defensive castle up in the north there. He knows the forward is there from Jordan. There's 3 monks, but 3 monks I don't think are going to be enough to deny that.
The value Tatoh just got really saved him some future headaches here. Like, that is so important. Yes, he's obviously going to lose all this control, but delaying that like he has,
and look, he's found the fish
fishing
again.
Ships is just huge.
He's found the fish again. It's just such great map awareness there from Tatoh as the Scorpion gets converted instead of the Mangonel, and no fishing ships left for Jordan at this time. The castle goes up, which means that the push from Jordan is basically nullified, but the push from Tatoh on Jordan's island is basically done as well. So we're going to reset, and we're going to start likely looking at water options now.
What an eventful game. I mean, this has been awkward at times, but they are both in similar positions. 64 eco for Tatoh, 55 for Jordan. And there's a castle for Tatoh, so he's pretty much cleared up this area. He can maybe snipe those monks that are sitting next to the siege workshop. And then, of course, Jordan has pretty much cleared up the buildings from Tatoh. In fact, he should probably convert them. And if that starts to happen, Tatoh should delete those buildings.
Yeah, the house is kind of annoying for Jordan, but the siege workshop definitely needs to be deleted. As a Mangonel is out from Jordan up there. Why Mangonel up there?
Well, I guess you feel like you don't have a lot else to do at the moment there. It gets deleted. Obviously, the houses will have to get deleted as well. Kind of annoying. I mean, I want to see a Yurumi swordsman is what I want to see.
I think
that'd be
we
really
have
cool.
seen one. We have seen one this tournament.
Yeah, it'd be cool. They've got. I found out when I saw the images that the production team is putting up. They have mustaches, so have to root for them.
Okay, it's really slowed down now. We're just focusing on the water, and this is how Northern Isles has played out so far in this tournament. This is how it's likely to continue to play out here, as demos are now being
that was
added
a nice
from
bait.
Jordan, and he deleted that, or
No,
was that?
it was a castle fire.
It was the castle fire. Okay.
The monks, however,
They have so much armor, man.
do not die.
Dude, they have so much armor. Look at crossbows versus monks here.
What?
It's crazy, especially if you don't have the full upgrades for the crossbows. Look at this monk being healed up behind with 3 crossbows attacking it. The monks are going to survive. It is dual healing here.
And Jordan, you might not think that's a big deal, but Jordan, it just won water in the middle. So Tatoh was focused on that, and he was probably staring at it like, what on earth was this? I got to go back and look at what the devs did to these things. And Jordan, if he makes it to the Imperial Age, is going to get +2 villagers from every single TC. There's the Arumi. You go, buddy. You go. Bam.
I don't think we can zoom in close enough to see the mustache.
Well, there's only one way to find out. No.
Well, yeah, not the right angle.
Okay, not the right time. All right, anyways, 77 eco for Jordan, 81 for Tatoh. I'm still keeping an eye on the food count and still looking much better for the German. And I'm liking Jordan's position more than Tato's right now, especially because he had that first win, which has to be building up his confidence.
Interesting how Tatoh chooses to add more fish now.
Yeah, right?
He's added 4 more fishing ships. He has another one in the queue, so I guess he's assuming that Jordan won't think about him having fishing ships, and he's just trying to use his wood. I mean, I like it, as an Arumi is going to be converted here, and that's the stronger one.
This monk is seeing it all,
These
dude.
monks are so annoying. I heard Doubt and Kapoj talking about their set.
Yeah.
And I guess Doubt had gone for a Bengali's, I think it was on Bull and Bengali's pick.
Yep.
And gone for he made like 60 monks that game. And
He made a lot of monks.
He was just fighting against range units with monks. He really believes in the armor, and apparently Jordan does too. I mean, it's an underrated civ, I believe, coming in here. It's definitely not one of the best ones we have, but for this map, it suits it well. We can't see the mustache.
He shaved.
Thank you, Mapu.
Thank you, Mapu. Very important, as always. Well, I think Jordan is playing this one perfectly. He's placing a castle in the north now, right before the Imperial Age. He has more control on water, though Tatoh actually has the higher number.
And his uptime is so much better.
And his uptime's perfect. Yeah, this is really sick.
We see Tatoh gathering stone for a 3rd castle, presumably this time on the middle. But he has to be worried about Jordan doing exactly what he's doing, getting a castle down. That's so much of his island that Jordan is going to control.
Man, if Tatoh sees this castle, he's going to know that Jordan's up to Imp. He needs to rush Imp. A lot of players are going to sell wood here, buy food. Yeah, he's going to even sell stone, Dave. That's how desperate he is. But he doesn't know about that. This is rough. Also, why is Jordan getting cav armor? Is he going to go elephants again?
Well, with Bengalis, I mean, they do have decent cavalry upgrades. You could just go light cav as well.
I guess you could.
Yeah.
But now maybe it was a misclick because he's adding ranges.
No, maybe.
Maybe. Okay, well, fletching is going to be useful, obviously, for the castle. Bengalis and Dravidians have pretty solid range units. And there's the university as well. So we can expect ballistics, possibly chemistry as well from him.
I really like Jordan's position here. I like it a lot more than Tato's. I mean, Tatoh has a really decent economy as he continues to add fish, but Jordan just seems to have the position, the map control that I would like. And the fact that there's the golds up there from Tatoh and that north side of his island is such a huge deal.
Yep.
Like, if you're in Jordan's position, as long as you take control of that area, you don't even need the middle.
Yeah,
you're denying those golds from your opponent, and you're grabbing them for yourself. So it's very, very impressive. Jordan also with 4 relics, so that's going to give him gold income. And Jordan, well, he's got some fires left on the water, but I think Tatoh fully shifting his focus over to that.
Yeah, Tatoh seems to know that he needs Bodkin and Elite Skirm, maybe expecting Arbalest. It's going to be Elephant Archers? I actually kind of like it because
very strong.
He's not going to have the time to mass that many units with a Treb push.
And what does Tatoh do against this? He goes Skirms. I mean, the faster firing Skirms for Dravidians are nice, but the Elephant Archers from Bengalis take less bonus damage from the Skirmishers. I think they take 12 total damage from the Skirmishers or something like that?
Yeah, I think for this level and this tournament, I think Elephant Archers are going to be useful in situations where you need to do a lot with the little, and that's all Jordan wants. He wants the Trebs. Great job with the conversions there as he just steals more army from Tatoh. How is Tatoh going to be able to deal with it? So if Treb's on his castle, and then there's going to be 2 castles for Jordan.
I don't know, because Jordan has the 2 castles in the north. Like, normally you can just go fast fire ship and take back water with a big swing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter if you take back water here. until you get the cannon galleons mixed in to start dealing with these castles. I mean, Jordan is just going to be trebbing down your castles, taking control of 2 of the golds on your main island.
Yeah, and what it does is it means that Tatoh has to defend from this. He has to. And then if Jordan ever senses that he's done enough, he can just take the water as well.
This is looking really, really good for Jordan. Tatoh, he didn't deal with that fast enough. The monks, I mean, even against the fires, the monks are crazy. The monks held that line.
Heretic.
They held that line, and it gave Jordan plenty of space in the north of Tatoh's island to get that first castle set up. He's got the second castle set up. He's got the trebs faster. He's got the elephant archers. He's dealing with some fire pressure in the middle here, but those aren't doing that much damage. And Tatoh, like you said, just needs to stop this land push.
Yeah, Tatoh does have a higher population because he has 17 skirmishers. There are also more on the way from him. We even have a siege elephant here from Jordan, so he understands how important it is to push this. Very low stone count at the moment for Tatoh. A positive for him, though, is that since this is happening at his base, he can repair with a lot.
I love that armored elephant, too, because it's kind of within range of the defensive castle there from Jordan.
Yeah.
So even if Tatoh comes forward to fight this with villagers, it feels like Jordan can kind of snipe that down, but the skirms in large numbers are still effective against the elephant archers. The castle does go down. The elephants are coming in.
Yeah, and also, Tatoh, I would avoid the shoreline there.
Tatoh knows all about demos. I don't think he's going to run into one.
Yeah.
But Jordan's ready. I like that demo just kind of sitting there.
Hey, Jordan, he did get cap armor.
Look at Tatoh blocking this elephant from going to his treads.
Yeah, nice block.
That is fantastic. Block time and time again. He's got the villagers chasing after it, and he manages to save the trebs. Excellent blocking with that skirmisher army as Jordan is just kind of massing up for another push, maybe?
I'm actually a little confused because he didn't produce anything on water over the last couple moments, and Tatoh did, and he also lost his trebuchet there and lost his castle. So yeah, Tatoh with an excellent hold. Don't tell me we're gonna go past
what
tower.
Is like Jordan saved up for shipwright, I guess, and the third wood upgrade. Like he completely stopped producing there for a second.
Also, as excited as we got about the elephant archers and the whole
they need
less with more.
They need full upgrades. They're just regular elephant archers.
I mean, he is without bracer at the moment.
Yeah,
so yeah, that is part of the problem here.
He doesn't
Jordan,
have the final armor upgrade.
Jordan, your trebuchets, man. He's tech switching into water, Dave, and he's going to lose everything here. It seems a little wasteful.
Yep, one treb goes down as Jordan is shooting at that bombard cannon, and the bombard cannon just simply micros around. The armored elephant trying to do work. The other elephant trying to make it through. Once again, the skirms are blocking, and that guy has 9 lives. Maybe not.
Well, yeah, he does. Wait, come on. You've got it. Get the treb. Get the treb. Get the treb.
Right back into it. Oh, he misses again, and the treb falls. Fast fire coming in. Tatoh will need to spend a lot of time clearing up this base in the north, so that's going to give an opportunity for Jordan, but feels like Jordan didn't take full advantage of his map position.
That's true. I agree with you. However, shipwright and that many docks is just incredible.
And he's probably going to go to the middle soon as well with that 1100 stone.
Okay, so shipwright. I think it affects 3 things. It affects the cost of docks. I believe it's the cost of ships and the production.
Production speed is like 30% faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing what shipwright does. So I love that. Now Tatoh, his score is high, his population's high, but he can't really use these skirmishers, these halberdiers, and these trebuchets on Jordan's island. So if he gets surrounded on water here, he might be a little late to the party. And actually, he's not adding many docks, Dave. I thought he'd have like 5 or 6 docks going up there. He only has 1 or 2.
I mean, Jordan has plenty of docks.
Yeah.
I don't know how many he has in the center there, but that is an insane amount of production with shipwright as well. We've got 9 docks producing there, and he's going to have the castle in the center, and we talk about this all the time. When you're contesting Navy in the middle, it's important to have a lot of ships, but also important to have the fortifications around that donut area.
We have the sighting, folks. We have the Therisidai. Therisidai?
Therisidai, I believe.
Okay, well, believe it or not, we have the Therisidai, and they are coming from somewhere. Capture Age tells me they're on the way, and they must be out there somewhere. They're really hard to miss, though. They're massive, chunky ships. It's like a mix of a, I guess you could say a longboat from the Vikings with a turtle ship from the Koreans.
It's just very tanky. Like, the damage output isn't that much, but it has, I believe, 250 HP.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. Also, the biggest unit sprite in the game. I mean, it takes up half the screen there. 250 HP. You can see that. Armor. 10 armor on that from ships and from projectiles. So really, really good unit there. I hadn't actually seen it in months until I got here, and in practice games, I've seen it probably 3 or 4 times already.
Yeah, now, the problem is...
Look at that. I mean, it's just taking so many hits.
Yeah, you need a meat shield for it, I think, though, right?
It is the meat shield. No, it is. Look at this. It is the meat shield. You don't need a. It is the meat shield. You don't need a meat shield.
Let me rephrase then. You need units to accompany it then.
Yes, you need something behind.
You need more. Yeah, exactly. Well, it is a ranged unit as well, so ideally maybe even some fire ships in front. But man, what a crazy game. Also, bit of a weird one here because the population's the same. Tato's score is insane, though. I mean, normally I wouldn't talk about that, but we did see game 1.
We're only at 35 minutes, and it feels like Jordan is just way faster that tech switch as Tatoh tries to avoid the Galleons with his bomber cannons. He gets one of those away. The skirmishers still under fire and not as valuable now as Tatoh is just slowly building this up.
Boy.
If you get a big ball of these, oh my goodness.
Oh boy.
They're crazy.
They've got to think that Gamer Legion tested this unit quite a bit, and remember, Tatoh is teammates with Jordan, so this shouldn't come as a surprise to Jordan, but I'm not sure what you make against fast fires and Teresa Day.
I'm not sure either. I think demos in a confined space like this could be good if you get enough of them, but Bengali's lacking heavy demo ships.
That's a problem. Yeah, like right there, you got a decent shot, but there's still so many fire ships out there. How much damage did it do to a fire? Can we just see the fight here with the HP? I want to see the difference. I mean, they just got so much HP, dude.
Yes, they do.
That's 13 of them over 3,000 HP.
And the fires, I mean, look at the fires do work on them. It's going to take a while for each of these to go down. They are expensive, though, and they are clunky, so it's hard to maneuver
That looks
in
so
big
awkward.
spaces like this. I mean, those sails are massive.
Oh, man. That's so funny. It actually looks so comical.
And heavy demo coming from Jordan as well. So the heavy demo is going to be able to take care of the fire ships if these guys won't. I don't even think a single one of those ships went down. It's going to be up to Jordan to just kind of hold against this pressure and try and get some land pressure of his own against Tatoh. I think he was loading up the trebuchets onto a transport ship to bring them over to Jordan's island, and he's going for another castle there, and he's just kind of flinging units against this wall of arrows and sails while he lands, I believe, in the middle of Jordan's island, or sorry, Tato's island coming up here.
Okay, so obviously we haven't seen a lot of this unit. To me, it seems like they are actually fairly weak against fires. But if you have heavy demo in this choke, how crazy it can be. And look, you almost couldn't see it coming. And there's an amazing demo. There will be plenty more. Jordan has to be so careful here, Dave.
Jordan's going for champion.
Huh, interesting choice.
So I think he's going to land. He's going to make a few barracks, and he's going to have those trebuchet ready to go.
Yeah.
And by the time Tatoh has retaken this position, Jordan is going to be pressuring him on land and distracting him at the same time.
Let's see. Now, does Tatoh have any cannon galleons? No. So he's not yet at a point where he feels like he can actually hold this little area and push the castle. But I feel like you've got to have cannon galleons.
He's got 34 of these things. I think he's at a point where he can just push under the castle.
Yeah, that's true.
Honestly. Especially if Jordan isn't paying attention.
I mean, I'm terrified for Jordan right now. Also, like, this is also one of the funny instances where, Age of Empires isn't that realistic. The sails are just bumping into each other. No one has capsized yet. Lots of gold there for Tatoh that he can't take because of Jordan's control.
I'm wondering where the 25 villagers on gold actually is. Oh, it's all saturated on that one pile there, and that's going to become an issue really, really soon. I love the fact that Jordan brought the trebs over, but I love the fact that Tatoh has been microing his bomber cannons, and he takes both of those trebs out, and suddenly Jordan will need to find a place to drop these barracks that he's been teching into. Champion on the way. Couple cannon galleons for Tatoh. So he's going to push forward, likely under the fire of the castles with the Therisidai, and behind that, he's going to have the cannon galleons working away. He'll take out that castle for free.
Yeah, is that castle on the minimap blinking in the south?
Yeah,
there?
no, it's being attacked by the cannon galleons.
Okay. Yep. Are those elite, or are they just regular cannon galleons?
Well, we'll check. As we see a landing in the north as well. The barracks are coming down, and Jordan has sent more than enough villagers up there, and he already has champion. I love the fact that he doesn't go over there, make the barracks, and then spends all the time teching the champion.
I agree.
He just has it right away. So Tatoh is
This is horrible,
unprepared.
though. I don't know what's happening here for Jordan. What is he going after? Where is he going?
He needs pop space for champions. That's the only explanation I can come up with. And Tatoh needs pop space too, hence why the fishing ships are going to dangerous waters, I think.
Well, Tatoh can't afford Elite Cannon Galleon, so this actually slows this push significantly.
I think that actually helps Jordan. I think that engagement helped Jordan to give him more pop space.
It's like a this
for
is fine
champions.
moment.
He was 200 out of 200. He's 200 again. You don't want 7 champions only.
Yeah. I can see it. Honestly, I can see it. I mean, if you have 20 champions with full upgrades, you can even take out the TC. I guess they do lack the final armor, but Tatoh has just been running out of resources. He still hasn't taken out a castle.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what Jordan was going after, those cannon galleons.
Yeah, he's trying to stall him. He doesn't want him to make it past this little crossroads here, so he's just going to throw some ships away while he does damage on land. Also repairing that castle. Everything for Jordan in these engagements is about building time. Cannon Galleon a little bit out of place. That unit probably does the most damage against the Therisidai, though. I mean, I can't imagine him missing.
Yeah. It's always
this
weird.
Cruise ship over
It's always
here.
weird how the hitboxes work, though, so you never really know. Yeah, Jordan has 1,100 stone. He's been in the middle taking it all game, so he's just happy to buy time, Dave. And as he buys time, Tatoh's eco is going to get wrecked. Tatoh does not have anything to do with champion.
Armored Elephant to deal with the TC, Champion to deal with everything else. And what does Tatoh go for? I think Tatoh's starting to realize that it's likely done, as he has 0 on gold right now, Tristan. Jordan has all the stone in the middle, all the gold, and some of Tatoh's gold as well. With Siege Elephant in the works, I mean, Jordan is going to take this game and he's going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, this unit, as cool as it looks, is just simply not good enough to break Jordan's position right now. And the beautiful thing about it is he only needs 20 pop to kill the guy.
Yep.
Just 20 pop of champions, and he is going to completely massacre
And
his
like
eco.
2 Siege Elephants.
Yep,
And
exactly.
everything dies behind. You can see the Siege Elephant going in there. It is a beautiful unit. And Siege Elephants, normal elephants you can take out with the villagers. Siege Elephants will do splash damage, so the villagers will die before it does.
Dude, but you brought up an excellent point. Jordan landed and was ready, right? He didn't give Tatoh any time.
Yep.
Did Jordan lose that castle yet, by the way? These are 4.
The castle in the south, he hasn't. No.
He's been repairing that for 5 minutes.
And like, this is perfect from Jordan. I mean, Tatoh has this army, or this navy, that if you fight it dead on, it's going to win. Look at that, 64 kills for this group of navy from Tatoh. If you fight it in a fair fight, you're going to lose. So don't fight fair.
Yeah.
Fight dirty. Land on his base with the champions, with the elephants. Repair your castles. Don't let Tatoh take any of your fortifications down for free. And Tatoh is in a really rough spot. He's finally pushed up to this spot here with the Therisidai. 70 kills on these ships. And his base is basically gone.
I mean, he's got 40-some skirms. I actually don't see them. Where are Tatoh's skirms? Anyone? Oh, they were there.
Oh.
I feel like they've been standing there forever.
Oh.
Like he forgot about them.
I think maybe he did.
Because he could have sent that, and at least that would have helped a little bit.
Been something, yeah.
That was a large portion of his population, but obviously the stress is on because of Jordan's position. However, Tatoh has the score lead. I feel like this is deja vu, but on water right now.
Well, he's only got the score lead because these things just massacre everything that comes against them. And Tatoh, once again, a little bit afraid to go near that castle. He's waiting for some cannon galleons to come up and support. He does have 6, so if he ever gets a good position, he can take that castle out right away. And the skirms, I mean, I'm so glad he brought them because...
Yeah, not the spot for him.
Yeah, they're doing great work out
But
there.
I have to say, that castle's still standing, man.
Yep.
That castle is still standing. It's the
6
same
cannon
villagers.
galleons now. Oh my goodness.
I wish we had stats on how much stone was put into that, but it has to be well over 1,000 now. And Tatoh still refuses
Jordan's
to
running
die.
Jordan's running out of stone, and he hasn't placed a new okay, there we go.
Okay.
There's the new castle.
Yeah, and that's the sign of
makes sense.
confidence. You can build it with 2
I was
villagers.
wondering. I think he might have soaked
2,000.
maybe 2,000 stone in that. I mean, there's not much stone left on the map.
Yeah, I wish we had stats on that, but I'm pretty sure it's a lot. He might need to buy stone, funnily enough, but I think he still bought enough time because Tatoh's eco
Those
has been a
cannon galleons
mess.
up there are so nice, and I think Tatoh is looping around a fire ship or something to deal with those. But that's great pressure from Jordan as he continues to wipe up the food eco. Tatoh somehow still at 84 villagers, now down to 79 and keeps on losing. But he still has his big
the
navy.
castle went down. Yeah,
Castle's
there you
down.
go.
Oh, Tatoh. Oh, it's just skirms.
No, but he can take resources here,
Maybe.
and it gets a little awkward if that's the case,
Maybe.
because the cannon galleons can move
And
on
now
to
the
the next
cannon galleons
castle.
are coming to the middle to take out that castle. So Jordan really needs to pay attention to this. It might even be worth sending the fires in past the Therisidai there to take out those cannon galleons.
Yeah, might be worth it. Obviously, one player is going to have the resources to make more, and that's going to be Jordan. But are the units good enough? He's still got the stack he probably wants here, Dave.
Yeah.
He's got the fires in front, the galleons behind, even the transport as a distraction because he doesn't need that anymore. The Tatoh's population, despite the positives over the last couple minutes,
These ships, dude.
130 population.
Yep, these ships and the cannon galleons behind. I was mentioning that to you a couple days ago, where it's good to have the Therisidai in front, and I think an ideal composition, even against units, not even just buildings, is having cannon galleons behind to get that extra chip damage from extra range.
The problem is the cannon galleons, when they hit ships, it feels like they have to be 100% accurate. For a ship being as big as it is, you would think that it'd be easy to hit. The way cannon galleons work is just a little awkward.
You just need a unit with lots of range to get over the big, massive boats. As we see a TC now from Jordan. Panic TC, what's the percentage on that? Trying to go up, and the TC will be denied by the skirmishers and the villagers. Tatoh attacking a TC foundation at 52 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, TC might actually go up in the end, but it's just such a weird situation as Tatoh still tries to push forward, but he's down to 16 of these things. He hasn't had gold. He barely has wood right now to make more of them.
Jordan's going to lose that castle in the middle, though.
He's going to lose his whole island to champions. His whole island is going to go down soon. But Jordan does lose the castle, and when I said Jordan's going to lose his whole island, obviously I didn't mean that. It's just villagers here. It's Tatoh who's losing everything.
Tatoh now selling food. Tatoh's buying wood. Tatoh is buying wood because he has one. He has one on wood, and he's got 13 in the bank here. But we look over at Jordan's resources, only 174. Jordan will be victorious, though, as Tatoh calls the GG. He managed to take out one castle, but he just couldn't keep up the production of the ships. They were very good. For 20 minutes that game, Tatoh had the better navy, and he couldn't win water because Jordan was delaying him.
Jordan's like, water, please. Thank you.
Water, please, yeah.
Have to say, Tatoh played amazing leading up to this best of 5, and Tatoh looked so good in these games, and Jordan's still just besting him. And, like, you know, we talked about possibly some creativity from Tatoh, but I still kind of felt like Tatoh was the hotter player coming into this because he had beaten Liereyy, and he had a little bit of a bye, you could say, to the quarterfinal. But Jordan, he's up 2-0 here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a tough fight back for Tatoh.
I like Jordan holding on to that position where he initially had his monastery, and the Bengali monks enabled him to do that. Those 3 monks go up against 5 crossbows, and they win.
Yeah.
Right? And that means that Tatoh can't comfortably push out that way. His first castle has to be defensive to clear that up. That means Jordan can get the castle on the land, and then while Tato's busy dealing with the early Imperial pressure, Jordan just full tech switches into water, and then he goes back to land again. The transitions were fantastic.
You know what I feel like the most important unit was for Jordan in this game? I think it's monks.
Yeah,
the conversions
at
home and the conversions on the front were so distracting there. But hey, we have a video for you, a little bit of conversation with Tatoh that he gave us prior to his quarterfinal today.
I'm here with Tatoh, who was one of the first players to make it through to the quarterfinals. Tatoh, I want to get your take on what that was like for you being, I mean, you put in a blistering performance. You were straight in there. That must have been exactly what you wanted out of day one.
Yeah, of course, like it's something that I didn't expect, but at the same time, like it's something I was really happy for, and also like it will help me in the quarterfinals.
Well, let's talk about that. Let's talk about maybe some of the advantages you've picked up because of that qualification. A day's rest. Obviously, you didn't have to play in the elimination or decider matches. What else did you use that day to do in terms of preparation?
Well, I used that day to help my teammates, like Dauda and Jordan, and also like to check what my potential opponents were going to play, what seeds, drafts, games, so everything that I could help me
Bit of scouting, bit of intel.
A bit of scouting. Everything that could help me in the quarterfinals.
Okay, and let's talk about your mindset, because you said it was maybe a bit of a surprise that you got through to the quarter straight away, not what you were expecting. Has that shifted your confidence levels?
Yeah, of course. I think it helped me like a bit realize that I can beat everyone, and it's not like I didn't think it, but it was harder, right? I think it was an upset as well, but at the same time, like it potentially had a like easier opponent. Like, it will help me having easier opponent.
For sure, and I think one of the really important things to note here is the fact that just that momentum that you gain, the fact that you get that extra day's rest, you're not stressed about thinking, oh, my tournament life is on the line. You know, in these quarterfinals, you're exactly where you need to be to succeed.
Yeah, for sure. Like I watched it yesterday, Jordan as well. Like he was on the decider, and he was like it has to be super scary moment, and we need to be nervous for sure.
Well, Tatoh, mate, best of luck to you. I hope the quarterfinals go your way, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
Wow. Well, exciting to hear from Tatoh there. There he is. He's going to need to turn it around. Now, many people might say, oh, man, these guys are so close, so competitive. They know each other so well. There's no way a reverse sweep could be possible in a quarterfinal.
Yep.
What do you have to say to those people?
Have you been watching the last two games? Because they haven't really been that convincing of wins. They've been awfully close. Even that last one, which was, I guess, more convincing than the first one. I don't know how you can have a more back and forth match than that. I mean, these players are so close. We can see Jordan taking the edge, and I believe last year at Red Bull, you looked it up, Jordan did get 3-0'd, didn't he?
Well, Jordan made it to the semifinals too, right? He got 3-0'd, but he got into the semifinals, and like, I'll be completely honest, last year, I would not have put Jordan in my top 4 for Empire Wars. This year, I would not have put Jordan in my top 4 for Empire Wars.
Yep.
He's now 1 win away from being top 4, and looks like you can see there, he's in game number 3. We'll be in a moment. Also remember, and we're going to see this rematch later on, I can't wait to cast it with you, there was a reverse sweep in the quarters last year.
Yep.
You had MBL up 2-0, and then, Hera up 2-0, and MBL came back to win 3 straight.
And there's our plumed archer.
It's possible for Tatoh, and yeah, that plume looking good, man.
He's looking buff. That's right, so we're going to have Mayans against Hindustanis, and in my opinion, this is one of the toughest Civ matchups in the game for Mayans. Now, I don't exactly know if that translates fully over to Empire Wars, as the game is paused here and they're just trying to figure things out at the start. And
everyone lost.
That is not accurate. That is not accurate. We are all winners here today. We've seen arguably one of the best games first, and then a great game second, and we're about to see another good one coming up here shortly. Was the map Arabia?
That was Acclivity, I believe.
Acclivity, okay.
Dave, you are a master of analysis, so let's break down that 30-second match for us. What happened there? What was the difference maker?
I really think that Jordan needs to work on his map generation, luck, RNG skills. I don't know. I'm assuming there might have been something wrong with the map generation. We do have our admin live on the scene, Grazini downstairs. I wish we had a cam on him. He would absolutely love that. But he does review all the maps live, so we want to make sure that the generations are fair for both players. Obviously, there's an element of randomness involved in that.
Well, you've got, yeah, okay, and it was just confirmed by production. A villager from Jordan was stuck in the tree.
Yeah, and Grazini finds that within like 20 seconds.
Yeah, and the villager just couldn't move. Yeah. So that would obviously not be so good. So it's like maybe happens 2 to 3% of the time.
Yep.
When you spawn so many buildings and villagers, it happens with Empire Wars.
And it's one amazing thing about Age of Empires. If you're not familiar with it, the random generation of maps.
Yeah.
I mean, it keeps the game, the meta, everything so fresh. We have to have a little bit of RNG in our competitive scene. The players are used to it. The fans are used to it. It makes it amazing. But we mitigate that a little bit with our admin team. Excellent work being done by them and our map scripting team as well.
Yeah, and I think Grazini actually does the majority, if not all, the scripting for these maps as well. So he kind of knows what to look for, being our admin here. But what they can't do is they can't change the map. So Tatoh can't select a different map than what was chosen, and they can't switch civs. So you can't see your opponent is Mayans, for example, and try and switch it up on your side. But like you said, Dave, Hindustanis, if they get to the Gulam, I think are possibly the better civilization.
Definitely the better civilization. I think it's gotten a little bit better now that the Golem has been slightly nerfed, right? Because before, when it was 65 HP, it's now 55 HP. You were the Mines player, and you're just thinking, what on earth do I do? The Golem has a bonus versus Eagles. It doesn't take any damage from Archers, and I don't really have any other options as the Mines. But here we are. We are on Outcrop, actually, not Acclivity.
Not Acclivity.
On Outcrop, and Jordan will be going for a second barracks opening, so he's potentially going to be going here for Eagles early.
I'm excited for this. There are some unique builds out there. You never really see it from the top 20, but even in RM, so standard start, you do see like a 2-barrack Eagle play. The downside is just that Eagles take 60 seconds to produce
in the feudal
age, which is really slow, but when you're so far away from the enemy, you feel like you're going to have that time possibly to prepare yourself for their attack.
This usually doesn't work in Empire Wars. From
Usually
what
doesn't.
We've seen, like,
Usually
it's
does
just,
not.
It's too slow, and we see the scouts coming out here from Tatoh, and the scouts are perfectly content to trade off against the Eagles, I believe. I mean, they're only a unit that costs food. They don't cost any gold.
Yep.
And Tatoh is simply going to wall up and try and go to the Castle Age. But you have to figure that Jordan has thought this through. So he's got some plan in mind. Maybe he just wants to continue massing the Eagles through the Feudal Age and then have a big mass of them in the Castle Age. I was talking about Golem versus Eagle, and I think Golem is a unit that Tatoh should be teching into here.
Yeah.
At the very full upgrades, I believe Mine Eagles win with El Dorado. But in big battles, Golems get the pass-through damage, and in Castle Age, Golems just shred Eagles.
Yep. I'm not sure I like the second barracks. Like, it's so easy to get the walls down. Maybe Jordan could have taken a bit more of a macro approach, but we might see a fun little bonus at play here. Hindustanis, they do more building damage with their stable units. So if they're trying to break through walls or houses, I don't think we'll see it, but it does have a bit more of an effect.
All right, we got scouts exploring the outside here for Tatoh. He's finding out where all the extra res is. We've got tons of gold, tons of stone on the outer area, as well as some cows that he's probably looking for. He conveniently missed the first 2 cows and some ibex out here. So there's a lot of resources you have to fight out.
Can we look at Tato's base for a moment here, Mappo? I just want to point something out. Archer range, but notice there's no stone in there, right? So getting to that Goulem's so difficult. He actually sold his stone, Dave.
Yep.
And he doesn't have a civilization that
I
can
think
go
he's
for
going to end up
knights.
buying it back.
Maybe.
Very GL sort of thing, right? You sell your stone, then you just buy it back.
Well, it tells me Cav Archers if he's adding the Archer range, and that could maybe surprise, could surprise Jordan.
And if you're fully walled, Cav Archers and a decent distance away, we saw Cav Archers versus Eagles yesterday. I think it was Jordan versus Dogao, right?
Yep.
And Jordan managed to get the swing on the Cav Archers there from Dogao. But if you're fully walled, if you have a decent mass of Cav Archers, they can actually do quite well against the Eagles. It's just if those Eagles ever get in, if they ever get siege behind, it's going to be problematic.
Yeah, I mean, the map gen just makes such a big difference here, and that extra space is so nice. Also, great job from Tatoh to use his scouts. Watch, here, I'm weak, come hit me. I'm weak, come hit me. Nope, can't get me, haha. It's beautiful. And can't get me, haha. Go back again, oh. That's beautiful. Because you want every scout you can. There's likely going to be monks out there later. And that stone hasn't been spotted so far by Jordan as Tatoh correctly walls in the villagers.
He's definitely thinking about getting a castle up sometime in the mid-Castle Age, but he's going to open, it looks like, with Archer ranges, and Jordan is still searching. Jordan is going to find that stone, and that's going to become an instant target for him. There's no military there to protect that. He's going to start idling the villagers. They're going to need to repair the walls that he's attacking with the Eagles, and
oh, wow.
There's no defense from Tatoh yet.
This is exciting. So Jordan was going to go 3 barracks, which I think is perfectly fine against Cav Archers, but he saw the stone, so he thinks, oh, my opponent's not going to have military yet. He's going to wait for a castle somewhere, so I don't need that much.
So he's only 2 barracks right now.
And so the 2-range Cav Archers could come as a big surprise.
Yep. But still, 2-range Cav Archers take a long time to build up. There's a reason we usually see players go for 3.
Yeah.
It's more of an early kind of all-in-ish strategy, and you want to really get that mass of Cav Archers. 2-range Cav Archers, going to take some time. At the first stages of Castle Age, the Eagles should be favored.
Yeah, Tatoh obviously needs this win. Otherwise, he is out of the event. We are in the quarterfinals here. This is one of 4 today. I think it's a TC.
It's a TC, okay.
Yeah. But you should be able to produce villagers out of 2 TCs with the Hindustanis. especially with that eco. Okay, Villagers heading out there for Jordan, but now Jordan will see the Cav Archers. And again, he's going to be a little shocked by this, I think. And now he starts to get upgrades, because he figured before, why would I get Eagle upgrades when I'm going to be up against a unit that shreds me?
Excellent play from Tatoh to hide those ranges behind his walls. And we see Jordan with just an absolutely beautiful TC there.
Yep.
I mean, on the gold, on the stone, on the wood line. And Tatoh now decides he needs to defend this location. He's still going to go back onto that stone, but he needs a TC.
Is that a Cav Archer on the way?
Safe.
There's the Scout. Is there a CA on the way?
I think it's, yep, it's just
there
showing.
is.
And 6+2 attack, more CA coming. Uh-oh, and Jordan is chasing after this with just 2 Eagles. This is going to be a problem for him.
Yeah, and it's the scouting from Tatoh, right? Those 3 scouts he added have gotten so much value.
Yep.
And let's see what Tato's micro is here, because if he just snipes the Vills and delays the TC another minute, man, what a lead he's brought.
And he's
for
got
himself.
that wood line to run around too.
Yeah.
This is going to be very, very annoying for these Eagles as he just targets the Villagers. Doesn't try and target those Eagles immediately. We'll see if he takes out these Vills. He's continuing to delay. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eagles chasing after the Cav Archers. And it looks like for the time being, Jordan will get that town center up, so he'll have a defensive position over there to keep his Villagers safe. But Tatoh is pushing back the Eagles on the left.
You remember that game you referenced between Jordan and Dogal was a very different game, right? Because Jordan was pressuring with the Eagles. He was all over Tatoh, or Dogal's economy, excuse me. That's not the case here. And the Cav Archers, I think, are the better unit because of the distance between the two of them, especially when Ballistics will come in later on. But there's a 3rd TC for Jordan. Good job from him, though. He could have had that whole thing denied if he didn't notice that he'd been spotted, and he gets it up.
I like Town Watch from Jordan a lot as well. I mean, Cav Archers, the thing, they just show up where you don't expect them. They have so much speed, and I think getting Town Watch so you could garrison the Vills that like half-second faster and avoid taking losses is really great. He's also trying to defend at the front here. Cav Archers will get through that gate fairly quickly, but I think Jordan's ready. He's got the Eagles coming behind. I think it would be a mistake from Tatoh to go in through that gate.
Tatoh he kind of knows, but he has to make his opponent respect him and respect that possibility that the Cav Archers could get in. Obviously, Jordan had the walls behind as well. Good hits there from Jordan, and then you have the same from Tatoh, some house walls behind.
So what's the gold? What's the stone count at? 215 for Tatoh right now. So he's still a ways away from that castle. We see more Cav Archers being built up. I think he's only lost 1 Cav Archer back there this entire game, although he does have some weak ones, so he has to be careful. Caster's Curse right there as he loses his 2nd one.
Normally you're going to have Ballistics. Normally you're going to want Husbandry, Bloodlines. But normally you're not banking on building a castle as well. So it was a sneaky move from Tatoh, but he's going to have to switch gears midway through the castle age. And it's making things a little awkward for him right now.
He is getting Ballistics right now.
That's a good upgrade.
He is getting Ballistics. That's going to help a lot against the Eagles. And to be fair, Tristan, I mean, the Eagles aren't finding much value from Jordan. They're keeping Tatoh away from his base, but that's about it.
I think Tato's completely out of gold at the moment. He will get some next to his walls, but the castle here is to protect gold and also to make the Golems.
Yep.
Yeah, he's going to go there right now. Jordan patrolling in the north with some Eagles there. He might be heading right towards the gold as we speak. He just had an Eagle enter, and yeah, that Eagle spotted the mining camp and no gold. Well, it'd be amazing for him if he runs to that gold right now.
Well, he's only got 2 Eagles up there, and there's 3 Cav Archers in defense. So I think Tatoh does have options to deal. Yeah, and these Eagles, I would be surprised if they even kill a Villager here. As Tatoh has Ballistics now, he's going to kill those Eagles. But meanwhile, Jordan is coming forward. Scroll down a little bit from this battle. I think there's some buildings from Jordan south of that, and I believe he's building up for a push. He is. Scorpions first, though?
I don't like the Scorpions. Don't like the Scorpions. Honestly, it feels like in early Castle Age, if you're making anything but a Mangonel these days, it feels like a mistake. Yeah. ECCM with the Elephant into Mangonel yesterday against Yo. There's so many instances of it, but man, the pressure's insane, and there's Eagles everywhere. Jordan was not giving up on that gold, and oh, what a play from Jordan. What a play, that's huge.
Yep, and if you're Hindustanis, you can't even make a knight to like just fight off a few Eagles. You have to have the full Cav Archer or a group of Cav Archers over there. Camel won't really do the trick.
Also, Jordan, I mean, he is denying this castle. Wherever the castle is going to be placed. And if you lose this TC, you lose the game. There's 15 villagers in there. You simply cannot afford to lose it. And so he just adds another TC.
Yeah.
The same rule does not apply to that TC. But Dave, now, if he buys 100 stone, he doesn't have enough for a castle. So it's got to be all about Cav Archers here. Still desperately needs to get Husbandry and Bloodlines for these things.
Yeah, it feels like Jordan did a great job scouting early, and he's identified that position that Tatoh needs so desperately, right? The stone.
Yep.
He identified that incredibly early. He delayed it as long as possible, added the Siege Workshop. Eagles keep picking away every time Tatoh is distracted. Jordan is playing this great. I mean, it's a tough Civ matchup. I can't emphasize that enough. But Jordan is doing all the right things as Tatoh finally gets his castle.
Not the cow. Don't hit the
TC.
cow. Don't hit the cow. Cow survives. It matters.
Well, it was moving.
Oh, man. Well, lovely defense from Tatoh. You know, this game very much reminds me of game number 1, where it was Tatoh applying all the pressure, and then Jordan was able to get the castles in the proper spots. And then, of course, later on, an hour after all the action really began in that one, Jordan ended up getting the win. So,
And this is what you want to see from the Cav Archers. Suddenly he has a castle here to defend. He doesn't mind losing that
So
TC
good.
as much, and he splits them up into multiple groups. And Jordan is now under pressure. He can sit outside the range of that town center. We have another fight here between the Mangonels. Cow looking on from behind.
yeah, Hindustanis, man, they're not going to want any part of that one. But great job from Jordan. The downside for him, of course, is that he sees the castle. And he's not going to like that.
Tatoh must also be a little bit annoyed that he right-clicked that Ibex underneath the castle
that's
instead
true.
of actually firing back.
Jordan has his own castle. What a great spot for that castle. And he's going to start making plumes now, Dave, but every eagle he makes from here on out is just going to frustrate him.
Ooh, Eagles are going down to not only their own Mangonel fire, but also the castle. That is a really big throw, and here come the Golems, and this is the unit we were watching out for. Mayans versus Hindustanis. It's only 3 of them, and he doesn't have any upgrades for them yet, so they're not incredibly dangerous at this point in the game, but they will be.
The cow just mooed. I just like people to know that the cow is really
You're really going
concerned.
to milk this one, aren't you?
I am, yes. And it's utterly ridiculous. The Cav Archers get in onto the wood line. There's more villagers exposed there. There's no town center there. And I think they were so focused on that area of the map that Jordan just forgot about this, but Tatoh didn't. 97 villagers for Tatoh, 72 for Jordan. What a crazy eco difference.
It's the best joke I've ever made you heard, or I heard you make. Don't know what to say.
Thank you. Thank you that you were surprised by my humor, Dave. Wow, thank you.
Look at this. I'm surprised that Tatoh has just left these to die in the economy, but I guess he was busy on the other side. Yeah, you can see he's cleared up everything, and now he's comfortable, right? He's making some Golems, still has some Cav Archers left.
Mapu knows me, man. He knows me. He's going to keep an eye on that cow. But what do you make now, Dave? What do you make as the Mayans? This was the whole point of the conversation we talked about earlier. Tatoh might have started with Cav Archers, but if he commits to the Golem, they've bonus damage against Eagles and shred the Eagles.
Yep, they
and
have
they're
so
an
much
anti-archer unit.
Yeah, they have so much Pierce armor, and they're fast too.
Yeah,
they're fast as well. I mean, he doesn't even have the first armor yet, so he still has to be careful a little bit about this as Jordan has the upgrades, and we can see that coming into play right now with those Golems being shredded. I think Tatoh really needs to build up a force. He can't keep sending them out with no upgrades whatsoever. He only has squires.
Yeah. I really like how Tato's transitioned this game. Even now, yes, the Golem is his long-term, but the Cav Archers continue to produce alongside that. Also, his economy is looking great. Probably could get Wheelbarrow at some point here. Sometimes it doesn't feel like you need it with this Civ because the vills are so cheap, but he does have enough villagers to justify Wheelbarrow.
And with those Cav Archers, he can prevent, if he keeps them on the left side of that castle, he can definitely get a castle of his own once he has enough stone there, and he can start contesting. And if there's one thing I've seen about this map, usually plays out where one player has full control of a side, and then the other side is contested, and the player who has full control of one area of the map is the one who wins.
Yeah, and it feels like right now, Tatoh, he secured his side. And if he does build a future castle, it might very well be next to Jordan's castle in the north, where he can contest that. So I think it's a good call.
All right, Jordan is now thinking about going up to Imperial Age. Tatoh has 51 on gold right now.
Wow.
As he gets that second infantry armor, Jordan is going to be going up to Imp, and Jordan is going up to Imp for
I think
Eagle
it's going to be.
upgrades?
I think it's going to be Eagles. But I would like to see him try Plumes, because at least Plumes
That's
have...
not
Oh,
enough
big
Golems.
dive from Tatoh.
That's not enough Golems.
No. Also, can Jordan get a trap in here? If Jordan could get a trap in here, it would be awesome. If you could just build a house behind this, possibly.
I find it very distressing, the fights that Tatoh is taking here.
I agree.
Like, all he needs to do is mass golems. That's all he needs to do, and get up to Imperial Age at a reasonable time. But instead, he's just tossing his army away. He's going for another castle up there, but that's the third straight engagement we've seen with the golems just being tossed away in like half the amount of numbers of the Eagles. You can win the fights in equal numbers.
Yeah, he just to see double barracks there. Jordan deleted it real quick, so he didn't want to show it. If there was ever a sign for Tatoh to stop the Cav Archers, as much as I love the fact that he continued to use them, that would be the sign right there, Dave. And yeah, I see only Golems in queue. He's got solid upgrades already, but guys, we haven't really seen what this unit can do. Yeah, they're okay in Castle, but there's such a big difference between standard Golem and Elite. I believe they go from 5 Pierce Armor to 8 Pierce Armor just with the Elite upgrade. You don't need to get any defensive armor Blacksmith upgrades because they actually don't have it.
Yep. All right, 8 Golems in queue. We've got 15 on the field right now. Only 5 Eagles in queue, and the Plumed Archers are being teched into. Plumed Archers do have a bonus against Infantry.
Yeah.
They have +1 against Infantry with their base form and +2 with the Elite form. If you manage to mass up a bunch of Elite Plumed Archers, you can conceivably deal with the Golems. But if you take your eyes off them for 1 second, that pass-through damage is going to absolutely devastate your army.
Normally, with a unique unit, you have to consider the fact that you need castles and how slow these things produce. But look, if you click a castle mapu for us, look how fast these things produce. I think it used to produce even faster and they've nerfed it. That's pretty fast for a unit that can shred Eagles. 27 Golems versus 31 Eagles at the moment. That should tell you the difference in production speed.
Yep, Elite Eagle is on the way from Jordan. Tatoh running out of gold and stone over there. He needs to expand a little bit in the south, but Jordan isn't contesting that anymore, Tristan, and Tatoh is looking like he wants to fully contest the north. Also, Tatoh doing a great thing right now. We could see 2 castles going down in his eco.
Yep.
He knows that the key to Eagles, similar to Golems, is getting them into that eco and raiding, and Tatoh is putting his castles over there. He also knows he needs his castles to produce a unique unit. He's putting them in a safe spot that are going to accomplish two objectives at once.
Yeah, and a side benefit to having the Cav Archer upgrades from earlier is that it applies to the castles.
Yeah.
So Ballistics and Vodkanero is hugely helpful here. But there is a concern. If he doesn't get Elite Golem, maybe he could start to lose his castles here and lose the game.
Yeah.
This is the only window that Jordan has left.
Yeah.
I'm not hugely impressed with how well the Eagles are actually doing there, even though these Golems aren't elite, but the Tatoh snipes a Treb as Jordan tries
Tatoh
to push.
teching into hand cannon, which is another unit that is absolutely destroys the Eagles, as we see Eagles finally winning that battle there. But still 28 Golems on the field here for Tatoh. El Dorado coming in. That is a very expensive tech. I would love to see Elite Golem come in for Tatoh. El Dorado for Jordan will give his Eagles 40 more HP. As the cow has been highlighted once again here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy.
Oh, man. 140 eco for Tatoh. Well, you know what? The bright side for Jordan is it's another civilization that gets +2 range on their hand cannons, right? Or is it the... Oh, it's the same civ.
It's the same civ.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, got that one wrong.
And
That
Siege
just seems a little
Workshop.
crazy.
30 Golems, still no Elite. Elite is a big upgrade for this unit. Elite is a massive upgrade for this unit, and I don't think it's that expensive.
It's not. It's really not. It's worth it. I love Jordan. I think Jordan's going to lose this fight still, but I love the fact that Jordan is just going for El Dorado and sending the boys.
I don't think...
Just sending the boys.
Okay, now with the hand cannons here, he's getting the unique tech from Hindustanis, which gives him the extra range. Hand cannons, double castle stack, and Golem. Like, even with El Dorado...
Yeah,
this
double
is gonna be
castle, 9 range hand cannons, or 8 range, whatever. Lots of range hand cannons.
Yep.
El Dorado's paying off, though.
It is paying off. It is paying off. The Eagles are doing well, but I don't think they can push past this area. And this is what we're talking about with the castles in behind. El Dorado Eagles are hard to kill, but the last thing you want is them in your farm eco uncontested. And Tatoh has set up that line of castles, so there's literally nowhere that Jordan can hit. Amazing defense here, preemptive defense from Tatoh, and look at the army from Jordan just slowly dying. He's going into some Plumed Archers now, but this tech switch is going to take a very long time.
Yeah, you know, Plumed Archers, as you said, they produce so slow. You then need to get all your ranged upgrades. Jordan's really given it his best shot. What I like the most about all this is that he had a Treb on that castle the whole time. What I don't like it is it was just one trip. You've got to have like 3 or 4 in those moments so you can at least leave with taking out one of the castles. Still surprised Tatoh didn't go for Elite Golem, though. I think if he goes Elite Golem there, he wins 100%.
I mean, hand cannon or Elite Golem. That's what's so disgusting about this Civ matchup. Like,
Yeah.
I think it's the most one-sided in the game, honestly.
so
and
rough.
I've said it many times. It's just Jordan is in a really rough position. If he doesn't do damage early, it's over.
Yeah, and Tatoh did such a good job getting to this position. He knows all the things we do. He knew what he could go for in late game against the Mayans. Jordan's still trying his best here, up 2-0. Tatoh, I think it's fair to say, even before seeing this game, absolutely deserved at least one win from his previous games. He's played so well. But you actually have to earn it and lock that down.
Look at all these castles throughout his eco. There's no way the Eagles can do like anything. Eldorado Eagles will tank a lot of damage and they will kill some villagers, but Tatoh will always be able to wipe up those armies, and he can focus completely in the north with just a few units in the south to deal with that. And there's Elite Golem right there. Plumed archers are coming out. Like I said before, if you get the full upgrades for the plumes, they can do okay. As soon as you take your eye off and there's one engagement, they will all disappear.
He would need like 45 plumes.
Yeah.
He would need a lot of plumed archers. Tatoh is 72 on gold. I guess he can avoid researching the unique tech, which means his golden comes faster, because I don't think you need more gold than that. Sheesh, man. Well, Tatoh slowly going for the kill in the north. Jordan coming down here for a castle. A castle you would expect to go up because he's sending half his economy to build it, but he's losing the other side, which I think is part of the urgency on this side.
Yeah, he wants to contest here. I mean, there's so many resources available, but oh God, what a great spot from Mapu up here as the outpost just goes up from Tatoh. We see it behind the fog of war. Now Jordan is going to be raided up on the golden stone as Tatoh sees that with the line of sight from the outpost, and Tatoh keeps on pushing in the north. He will probably push in the south once he sees that castle again from Jordan down there.
I feel like this series, more than any other series I've seen in this tournament, has had players who are dead at 200 pop.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible how good the players at a disadvantage are at staying in the game. And remember, game number 1 was an excellent example.
Look at the gates.
Tatoh
Oh
builds
my
the
goodness.
gates around the Trebs.
Oh my goodness, and he does that in a second with more stone walls on the side. Tatoh is playing at a completely different level, even down 2-0 here, as he contests the castles down in the south, and he contests the gold and the stone in the north.
He's got 52 Eagles right now, Jordan. 52 Eagles with more on the way. Let's see if these gates open up. Sometimes they will. If your villagers aren't tasked to go back to the middle immediately, they'll like leave.
Oh,
no! Come on!
It's fine, not too many made it in.
Oh,
There's
that's
golems there.
true.
Yeah, it's fine, not
False
too many
alarm.
made it in.
False alarm. And the other gate didn't finish, so we're good there. Well, what about the other side? What's happening on that other side right now? I think Jordan lost everything.
He lost so many villagers up there. I mean, Tatoh is down to 91. Jordan has been doing a good job raiding, but Tatoh has 82 military, and Jordan is now going to find these hand cannons.
Oh my God, don't tell me he's not dead. Those are Eldorado Eagles. Who cares about range when they're on top of you? No, they're all stacked today, but this should be a clear up here for Jordan, I think.
Should be. That was a great pincer maneuver there from Jordan. Jordan is getting decent fights just based on the numbers. This entire game, his movement has been insane, as we see the Golems versus the Eagles in the north there, and all the hand cannons have been cleared up there from Tatoh. We still have to bring up the fact that Tatoh has like, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 castles?
He has a lot of castles.
And he's going to take out the castle from Jordan, and Jordan is going to have problems bringing in that gold that he desperately needs for the Eagles.
Yeah, and a big concern for Jordan is, after a fight like that, you want to clear up castles. You need to clear up eco, and he still doesn't really have siege.
Yeah.
So
he can't even defend that castle because of the brilliant gate maneuver.
It was so sick.
From Tatoh. I mean, he doesn't have bomber cannon as Mayans, right? His Eagles can't get in. His plumes aren't doing any damage to that.
If those Trebs go down there, Jordan has 2 castles here to make Trebs from, and he can actually push. What a difference that move made there from Tatoh. One of the plays of the tourney so far.
32 Golems. I don't know where they are. Okay, never mind. I know where they are now. As he begins to push out, and he's got the hand cannons behind that.
You gotta love the power of Eldorado, though. With everything we have said about how bad this should be for these Eagles, 100 HP just feels different.
Well, I mean, Jordan is also fighting with his entire army in these fights, right? Every single big engagement, he's fighting with his entire army. Tato's fighting with like 10 or 20 units at a time. And that HP does add up.
We are very close to what could be the final fight here. That entire army you spoke of, Dave, is getting ready.
Yep.
But again, he only has 1 trebuchet. That's going to hurt so much. If he had 4 trebuchets, he might be able to push it before Tatoh is able to catch up with the military numbers, but you've got to think Tatoh will get there soon. What's Jordan doing there with that big blue blob? Just sitting there waiting?
He's building up a ton of eagles. He's gonna build. He's gonna build up trebs now. He doesn't even have a castle. Never mind.
There he is.
He's building up a treb and trying to go for a castle. I think he wants to push with like a big ball of eagles and like ideally 4 or 5 trebs behind.
Yeah.
But that's just never gonna happen because he doesn't even have a castle right now. And it looks like Tatoh is gonna be the one pushing. 22 hand cannons, 42 elite golems against 77 eagles.
Can we, as that raid will be important here, Mapu, can we see the HP of both armies here? I think this is a really important thing to note. Okay, so we've got a lot more HP on those eagles. The plumes aren't even close to fully upgraded, but they will help a little bit. That pass-through damage is important, right? The fact that the golems can take numbers, a better engagement in bigger numbers, but I still feel like there's a slight chance here for Jordan. He's still got gold. There's
a chance if he keeps holding on to the top side, because eventually Tato's going to run out of resources on the bottom, and Jordan has done an excellent job raiding there, but Jordan is massing up for quite possibly the biggest battle we're going to see here at this tournament.
80 eagles. This is crazy. But he's got to fight this now. So he has to hope for a big clear. I think you got to send box formation. Okay, you've got to send some of your army around and try and surround like you did previously.
Yeah, but I'd love to see the vision from Tatoh. I'd love to see the fog of war of what he can see. Those trebs are giving him so much vision. He knows exactly everything that Jordan is attempting here. Big old box formation once again as the Eagles try and push into the golems, but the pass-through damage is putting in work. Hand cannons attempting to protect the trebs. I think the Eagles are going to take those down, and I think the Eagles are going to take out the bomber cannons, but this is a lot of army lost here from Jordan.
Jordan's got more production, though, and Jordan has the trebs there. And yes, the hand cannons fall back. I'm not seeing the reinforcements out. Yeah, you're right.
He's down to 33 Eagles.
The Eagles are disappearing.
And look at the gold from Jordan. He's got 5 Eagles in the queue. We still have a big old army from Tatoh, and he's got the castles to fall back to. He managed to save the hand cannons.
That might be it then, Dave.
It
was a great attempt from Jordan there. He really sent everything he could. He was almost fully pop-capped.
Yeah.
But the hand cannon golem combination, even though I've been impressed with these Eagle Warriors, finally enough, but also just the gold control from Tatoh.
Yep.
He didn't allow Jordan to take that gold in the north. Slowly pushing back in. Jordan's population 130 now. These have been some long games.
Yep.
Been some massive fights. Now we still have more action if Tato's able to close this out, and then he just has to take it one game at a time, Dave. He can do this again in game number 4, and then all of a sudden, we're in that deciding
and finally,
game.
Tatoh is pushing out with more castles in the north too. So he's gonna basically deny all those resources from Jordan. Jordan is running out of time in the back, and Jordan he's massing up more. He's planning to do that again, but expect different results essentially.
Yeah, he has to, right? And I think the GG's has been called because I just saw Jordan shift in his seat. I could be wrong, actually.
I think it's wrong, yeah. He's just shifting.
Okay, just adjusting things here. A bombard cannon there onto the castle. Just one bomber cannon, of course, but really hard to get in close to this. It's also interesting how he's going box formation with that many units.
Oh, that's a terrible fight for those Eagles. With the pass-through damage and with the hand cannons, that is an awful area for those Eagles to go in. Holy, they just got absolutely smoked there. And Tatoh is the victor. Jordan calls the GG. That's just a rough Civ matchup all around, but Jordan tried to make it work.
Yeah, and honestly, as much as, like, actually, I want to reference a previous game, okay? It was MBL up against Jordan. Jordan was trying to get into chakrams with Gurjaras, if I'm not wrong, and he was up against an all-in Eagle play. And Jordan lost that game because Jordan tried to go into an instant castle, and it was so risky. So Tatoh hid the ranges. The Cav Archers did a lot in Castle Age, and he was able to ease into a better economy and the better units. So well played, Tatoh. I have to give him a lot of credit for how creative he played that game.
Yep. Well played indeed, as the Cav Archers, like you said, simply bought him time.
was
But
so
Jordan,
good.
I mean, Jordan with the mobility was amazing.
Yeah, it was.
He was just back and forth, back and forth. You could see him playing at top form. And Tatoh with those like walls around the treb, with the castles. The way he placed his castles literally won him the game, because Jordan could never get any eco damage in with even with El Dorado Eagles, even with Eagles with 100 HP, couldn't kill that many villagers. And now we go to game number 4 here, as Jordan is up 2-1 over Tatoh. And we go to one of Jordan's home maps.
Yeah, so just to clarify the situation here. So Enclosed was already played. That says remaining map. That was played game 1. Game 2 was Northern Isles, which you can see on Tato's home map side.
Oh, I guess Tatoh picked one of Jordan's.
Yeah, when he had the opportunity, Tatoh, to pick his map, he actually did not pick Shoals. He picked Outcrop, which we just saw. So you can forget Enclosed, Outcrop, and then Northern Isles. Again, Shoals and Acclivity are the options. Now, Jordan's first home map pick was Acclivity. I don't think it would be wise for Tatoh to pick that here. I think he has to try and win on Shoals. And if we see Shoals, Dave, it's going to be Ethiopians, Byzantines, and then Italians as the options for Tatoh.
Yeah.
Saracens, Berbers, Vietnamese for Jordan.
Saracens, Berbers, Vietnamese on Shoals. I believe it would be Saracens. Could make an argument for Berbers maybe, but I think you want that for Acclivity.
Yeah, I think, well,
or maybe Vietnamese
I think Saracens or Vietnamese, yeah. It's tricky.
So maybe Berbers then.
Well, it depends on the approach. I could see Tatoh wanting to go like crazy with the market on Acclivity because you can win the game so quickly. And as good as we know the Saracen late game is, I'm still not even sure some of these guys know. So you might not want to use Saracens for Shoals.
Saracen late game is so tough though.
Yeah, it's awkward to use.
So tough. Yeah, the tech switches take so long. They do have good water control though, which can be used on Shoals.
That's true. Jordan, unfortunately, his options have escaped me here. Maybe we can have this up on screen, as it looks like Tatoh might need to go take a quick break here. But I'm pumped for Tatoh that he's been able to get this. And again, like once you get that game, it doesn't feel like getting to game 5 is that far off.
Yeah, I mean, the nerves have to be huge for both of them. Tatoh almost winning the first game as well. Like, he had a winning position, couldn't quite pull it through. Yeah. And then the second game was close. Jordan was definitely in the lead ever since he got that landing. And then that third game as well, where Jordan, I mean, you're never in a comfortable position when you watch 77 El Dorado Eagles just charging at you, right? But he locked it down. He did all the things he needed to do. And we go into this one, and there's the safe draft right there. So we saw Sicilians, Bengalis, and we saw Mayans, and now there's Saracens, Vietnamese, Berbers for Jordan.
For Jordan, okay.
And then for Tatoh, it was Byzantines, Ethiopians, and Italians. I think,
I really like the idea.
Byzantines?
I really like the idea of Byzantines on Shoals.
Yeah.
Because initially I thought Italians, but if you go Italians to try and counter like Berbers or whatever with Genoese crossbowmen, and then Vietnamese has rats and archers.
Yeah.
Like the rats and archers would just kill everything there. So I like the idea of Byzantines as they have those options.
I like the idea of a civ that goes up faster than Imperial Age, right? So like
that too, yeah.
Byzantines and Italians both have imp reductions. So we see Saracens here from Jordan, that beautiful Mamluk right there on the desk. And that means that you can contest the gold spots earlier if you're like castle stacked against another guy. And that's usually how the game plays out on Shoals until we saw that game with Liereyy, which was kind of nuts. And I wonder if Tato's back. I wonder if he's selected his civilization yet.
Well, we haven't heard what map it's going to be, so I'm getting curious now because I think it must be
Acclivity.
I could be wrong. I mean, the Saracen late game can be very good, but if Jordan has locked in his civ, I mean, also I think it's a little tricky. They haven't started yet. Tatoh doesn't know what the civ is. Only we do because of the lobby.
Map is Shoals. Okay, so it's going to be Saracens.
He could switch it still, but they might have just wanted to show us the graphic because Tatoh's away at the moment. But yeah, Saracens. Let's just assume it's that.
So Saracens immediately, if you're going to go for the 3 galley pressure, your galleys fire faster. So that's immediate. It's a fast castle map, which means everyone's going to be using the market. You have a more effective market.
Yeah.
You have access to arbalists. You have access to bombard cannon, which is important in contesting those sides. And I think you have the counterweight technology, which we actually might see.
Man.
I have never seen that clicked in anything other than a Black Forest game, but now that I'm thinking about it, it might be useful here.
I mean, we saw Oninger in Incas versus Sicilians earlier,
Yeah.
so maybe that tech would be useful. All right, Tatoh was returned here. And ladies and gents, thank you so much for watching. The hype has been awesome to see. Yeah, I think that it definitely is going to be Shoals then. But yeah, I mean, I'm feeling in my zone right now. Loving to cast these two play. Obviously, after this, we're going to have Yo versus Villese.
That guy's got some drip, too.
Yeah, not bad.
He looks good.
I mean, he
is Italian.
He is Italian.
Yeah.
That is a very big shield, by the way. Not that I blame him.
No, that's what you set up behind. You put it in front of you, and then you're shooting with the crossbow behind.
Okay, is that technically the Villese? Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's what it is, right? They don't really do that in the game, but here we are. So Jordan picking the Saracens, and Dave, you just touched on some of the bonuses that the Saracens have. Tatoh, I think it's a little bit more clear. Cheaper to get up to each age, amazing water tech tree, and cheaper on the docks. But you know what I want? I want this to go to late game, and we've had a really long series so far.
Oh my goodness, yeah. And it likely will. I mean, Shoals, we usually see into the Imperial Age, if not late Imperial Age, as both players begin to wall up here. Jordan going for the wall already. Now, the fishing ships, it's only short fish, and it was a demo opening from Tatoh. And he is attempting to demo the fish, something I saw a few times in the qualifier. Tatoh is going to loop around with that. He's going to try and find these fish all clustered up.
Getting baited here, Jordan. Oh, man. Oh, he almost
follow that demo in the north as it goes into the fish. From Jordan. Boom! That's 2 fishing ships going down. And that's worth it.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's worth 1 demo.
That's worth it, and I feel like Tatoh left his scout there intentionally so it would soak up the fire, because otherwise the demo gets one-shotted by that tower, if I'm not wrong. So that was well done, and Tatoh having that scout still is really important, because now he can scout if there's going to be any army from an archery range or something like that.
All right, Scout is coming back, dodging the shots from that tower. That tower is extremely strong. If you're thinking of it like a watchtower, no, it's like 5 watchtowers combined.
Ooh, Scout goes down. Can we see what Tatoh did scout there? Because if Tatoh didn't see...
Strange wall from Jordan.
I actually don't think there's a range.
What a strange wall from Jordan up there, too.
Yeah.
Do you see the way he placed it?
Oh, maybe he doesn't want to be close to the water?
I mean, maybe.
But the market's there.
I think it was one of those cases where he dragged. He's like, this works.
But there is a stable, which Jordan added a bit ago, and he has scouts.
Yeah.
And so Tato's not expecting that. I think Tatoh might actually go forward with his spearman as well.
Okay, we've got the, I believe it is a market as well from Tatoh. I'm surprised that wasn't earlier. He is the Jordan is the Saracens.
Yeah.
He's getting the civs mixed up already.
I'm a really big fan of scouts because it gives you so much potential vision in the long run on the rest of the map. I don't think archers is bad, but 2 scouts get over here so much faster. And let's see what Tatoh can do with his quick walls. Jordan didn't see the villager. All right, just passing from Jordan. Obviously an easy pickoff for him there. And wait, nope, now he's coming back. And okay, this is going to be awkward on both sides.
Yep. There is the tower there, though, for Jordan.
Watch Tatoh kill a villain quick wall at home. Can he get it?
He got it! He got it! Oh my God.
He's a beast, dude. He's
Tatoh.
so good.
Absolute beast there with the villager quick walls, and he's on the way to the Castle Age. Same with Jordan.
Disgusting to be able to do that. Just like, those are the types of things that make me say, okay, I'm just going to cast. Like, I'm not even going to try. I get all motivated to try and play the game, and then I just say, I'm going to give up and watch these guys. Holy.
And
now,
Jordan losing those scouts, too. The spearmen are chasing after, so there's literally like no pressure from Jordan coming forward against Tatoh. And Tatoh is going to be fully walled. And he's walled up that entire corner there. So he's going to have stone available, gold available. And I wonder if he tries to go for a forward castle into more like fast impy style of play. Fast impy?
Fast impy. I'll let it slide.
Impy. Okay.
Yeah.
Better than slow impy.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'll tell you what. Jordan, he needs to do some type of damage somewhere because it hasn't been working for him so far. Now the galleys come out, but if you remember, Tatoh took out 2 fishing ships a couple minutes ago. So Tatoh has benefited from the fish more than Jordan has. So it looks like Jordan added more. It's going to be a boom approach from Tatoh, so that means adding town centers.
Well, he's moving to the right. He's going to try and take control of that gold right away.
Yep. I think it's the correct side to go to, right? Because you have your army over there. So if an army was ever there from Jordan most likely would have seen those archers.
Okay, we've got another fire galley inside the dock, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Tatoh go for war galley as well, because he's queuing up another fire galley here, and I think taking water control is very valuable here. Just if you can hold it through Castle Age, so you can have those units patrolling the shoreline later on.
Yep. We'll have the galleys sniping the fishing ships there. You can see all the lovely APM at the bottom right. I don't know how Jordan's APM is spiking as much as it has, but it's spiked, and he's just going to buy the stone. Typical Saracen. Sell the stone to go up, and then buy the stone back for town centers. Good work.
Still a little bit of pressure there from Tatoh. I'm surprised he didn't go around to the backside there. It was wide open, but he's going to lose his fishing ships. Jordan, though, has added a few behind this, and Tatoh still has those fire galleys.
I really hate the fact he got Bodkin and crossbow. He's got so little army. And let's see if he gets value from it, and suddenly I'll change my mind.
He got the knight, and he got the scout.
Yeah.
He was thinking about getting the scout as Jordan escapes with that. I mean, he's harassing a little bit. It is a tech that he's probably going to get later in the game, and he's getting War Galley now. I would have preferred War Galley immediately.
Yeah. I would have preferred eco upgrades. He's on 3 town centers. He didn't get his wood or his farm upgrade there. That seems like Tatoh just trying to do too much there. Obviously, lots of nerves here. If he loses this game, he, of course, is out.
Yep.
But he's on water now.
Yep. And these fire ships are going to tank a little bit more damage from that sea tower. And the fishing ships that Jordan added in, well, they're going to be at risk here. As the knights from Jordan now loop around to the left side. Tatoh, of course, went out to secure the right side with the TC immediately. And he's got some safe eco over there as Jordan adds his 3rd town center. And Tato's on food over there. I like that.
Yeah, I like it too. Spearman and the crossbow. Bodkin arrow, worth it! Boom! Worth it. Totally worth it.
100%. Fishing ships going down. And you can see that sea tower doing a lot less damage to a fire ship than it does to a fire galley.
Here's a question I actually don't know the answer to. Do you need murder holes for that sea tower, or does it just...
Yeah, you need murder holes for it.
Okay, so you could actually take the sea tower out then, if you're Tatoh, instead of that, I think.
Or you could take the dock out.
You could. It's going to take some time, though, and the Knights get some good value on the left side there from...
lose all your fire ships.
That's my point. That's why I asked the question. Okay. It's such an awkward tower, man. That tower gives me anxiety just looking at it. But remember, guys, you can pass through the middle, just like the Knight is doing right there. So that's actually an avenue for attack. If you don't take water control, your opponent can easily do that.
I never see people doing that. I think they become incredibly nervous, especially if their opponent is controlling water.
Yeah.
Coming through the middle. The only thing I've seen go through the middle are Lierey's trebs.
In that one time,
game,
yeah, that was epic.
6 trebs. That's right. Okay, so Jordan is out with monks, maybe looking for relics. Relics, not something we see collected with that much of a priority on this map because there's so much gold on the edges.
Yep.
Kind of feels like if you get the gold, you'll never really have need for those relics.
I'm wondering if Jordan is going to try and take what is the pretty much open and free left-hand side, or if he wants to be aggressive on the right-hand side, because he's saving up stone right now.
Well, he's got another monk coming out, and I'd love to see his Fog of War, just to see what he can spot. So he knows about that TC.
He sees a little army on the left side as well, which is around where his monk is coming over now. So that monk's going to have to be
Exploration
careful.
is fantastic from Jordan, actually. It's got full vision.
Tatoh has made like 8 crossbows.
Yep.
He does not have a lot of army, but hey, 2 spearmen, 2 crossbow, value.
There we go. The spearmen just confirm that that TC is there as Jordan is bringing back a relic, and Tatoh is still on the prowl with that fire ship as Tatoh's army comes in here. It's not a threatening army. It's not a big army, and Jordan is heading out to the left-hand side while Tatoh is going for the TC. No, Jordan is responding to the army from Tatoh first, and then he'll come out there, and I think that might buy Tatoh enough time to get that TC completed.
Old man, you need to run, buddy. You need to run. Quick.
He's fast enough.
Did Jordan research Fervor a moment ago? I think he did.
He might have.
I absolutely love that tech. You know, we talk about this a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a cheap tech. And the monks get the relics in so much quicker. You can escape from fights. It's very, very nice. as the Knights come over and uh-oh.
He has no army control, dude. He's got no army control. And also, remember how difficult it is when you have one side secured, when they're pushing you and trying to swing over. Having 2 TCs split up on those golds,
Jordan
I think
didn't see it.
Really complicated.
Jordan didn't see it. Jordan didn't see it. The Monks are going to push the Knights back. I mean, Tatoh gets one of those, and Jordan says, what? If you looked at his face right there, that was absolutely minimum conversion. He literally said, what?
Oh, man. Well, this answers our question from earlier, right? He doesn't know about the TC on the left, but maybe Tatoh actually love having that TC on the left because here comes a castle from Jordan. I love the Knight play because it's so effective in low numbers. How awkward is this going to be to place the castle, though? I guess you've got to go right above the outpost.
Tato's got full vision with those outposts. Like, he's going to know that this is coming. He knows right now foundation is there, but Tatoh, he doesn't have anything to counter it with. He can't even buy himself a counter castle.
And the Monk goes down here.
Maybe he gets some redemption. No, not actual redemption, but redemption for the conversion prior. And it's a Mangonel following up here too.
That's so
Tatoh
good.
is going to be completely kicked off of this. That Knight does not get converted. Jordan must be thinking life is unfair right now with that conversion RNG.
But these villagers need to run, or they need to find somewhere to hide. Even just 2 Knights could kill too many villagers if you're Tatoh. So he's going to drop a castle here. Oh, but the Mangonel's
coming, but that's a lot of villagers. And there's the TC there. And Tatoh, see, look at it's the little things that he does. Like where he just adds a house. He's like, that's going to add another 5 seconds onto that Mangonel. I'm not going to lose many villagers here. Jordan says, I know what you're doing.
I'm astounded with Jordan, though. You remember in situations earlier, like the game 1, we said, you need a fight, a castle, move forward with army. Like, there were 3 things that needed to happen in a perfect scenario. This is happening for Jordan now. Castle drop, siege to push the TC, instantly imp. So he forced the castle from Tatoh, but Tatoh wasn't ready for imp just yet. He's beating the Italians to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, and now Tatoh was buying food, and he was thinking, oh man, I need to get up. I see that castle. I need to get up to the next age. As Jordan already has his castle up, and Jordan, well, he doesn't have enough stone for another castle yet. Probably needs to put some more villagers on that. We can see Tatoh prioritizing with 11 villagers on stone. He's really, really thinking about a second castle. If you're going to get involved in a Treb war, you ideally need 2 or 3.
Yep. You also actually want to have gold that's mineable in the long term, and Tatoh doesn't have a lot of it right now, but thankfully he did get the other TC up. I honestly think this just becomes a chemistry bombard cannon race for the first couple minutes because they're not really floating that many resources otherwise.
Is it counterweight? Is that what it's called, the Saracen unique deck?
I think it might be counterweights.
Counterweights.
It's one or the other.
Ah, okay.
I think it's a good tech, like you said, for team games, Black Forest, like more relaxed scenarios, but it's unlikely we'll ever see just passing. It's unlikely we'll ever see that technology play a role here unless this goes later. Dave's looking it up right now.
I'm literally in the tech tree.
Trebuchets and Mangonel line plus 15% attack. It's 650 food and 500
It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
It's not great. Oh, that's not great in a 1v1.
Yeah.
Okay, so Tatoh will have 4 town centers. This is after he loses the one we're looking at. He's dropped barracks, made a spearman. He's a bit uncertain on what he's going to see from Jordan, who, again, was faster to the trebuchet and faster to chemistry. These are 2 very important things.
Second mining upgrade even in from Jordan. He wants to take the gold, all the gold while he can, as fast as he can. Another TC on that stone, so he's thinking castles are important here, which we all know, and he's going to be the first player to bombard cannon in this matchup, which is incredibly important. Like, the counterweight might be good.
Yeah.
If it was just a Treb war, but as soon as you add bombard cannons in, it feels like it's not as effective.
You know, Nilly said something yesterday when he was summing up the Liereyy Villese game, and he said there's a situation where Villese could have chosen to just give up a side and fall back, but instead he doubled down. And you can totally understand the want to double down and keep Jordan off the gold because Jordan doesn't have the other gold. But I believe this to be the correct play from Tatoh. He's just going to research conscription there, which it will complete, and he's just going to fortify elsewhere. Very smart thinking.
Yeah, and Tatoh is now going for archery, or sorry, barracks up at the top there. So maybe Condottiero coming onto the field. Now that's a unit you can make immediately upon reaching Imperial Age, and there they are. You don't have to wait for the champion text to come in. So a very valuable unit, and that is going to head directly into Jordan's eco, and Jordan doesn't really have much to defend other than TCs at the moment.
The way this game is going, Tatoh should just make, I don't know, a couple more monks.
Ooh, castle there from Jordan. That's a good castle position.
That is a good castle
to fight
position.
this back, and I don't think the condos are going to be in time.
Hey, life is fair again, and Siege Workshop will be denied. And Jordan, understanding he's likely going to be pushed on this side, Dave. Very good play from him.
Genoese Expo, I think actually a decent unit in this matchup.
I agree
if we're thinking about what Saracens can make.
The problem is just the castles have to be spread out on this map, and that's not what you want when you make Genoese Crossbowmen.
Yeah, you want a big mass of those. They don't do well in small numbers, that's for sure. As Conscription is now in, and Ballistics is coming in as well. Arbalest is going to be the answer from Jordan. He's getting all the techs, and Villese is on the way for Tatoh as he adds a castle defensively. And well, folks, we're in for another long one here.
Hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves, and we're just getting started.
I think 40+ minutes on every single one of these games.
Oh, man, they wanted so much. Empire Wars, man. It's a fast game mode, but when you have players this good, they tend to be back and forth most of the game. But hey, here comes some Trebs, I believe, from the other side.
If he gets that tech, I would be so happy. I've never seen it. I've never seen it in a 1v1.
Just don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
And if it happens, we'll freak out.
Yep.
Tato's going to make bomber cannons from that Siege Workshop. No bomber cannons from Jordan, but Tatoh sees the Trebs. He packed up. He has not run away. And actually, bomber cannons take forever to produce. You do not want to lose that bomber cannon. Obviously, you get the resources back. But
This Condottiero, I don't think they can even get close to that.
That really stalls out that push from Tatoh.
Really stalls out the push. Like, Condottiero are great against gunpowder. They're an anti-gunpowder unit. As soon as you get Arbalest against them, though, they start to melt.
Yeah, Tatoh, he also is just a big fan of condos. He was one of the ones that used them when they first came out back in the day, and I personally have not been overly convinced with them unless they're up against mainly just...
I think they're a great momentum unit. You don't have to spend the time to research champion, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to spend all that time waiting around for a tech switch. You could just immediately go into the unit. Arbalest is not in yet. The castle is doing well against the condos, but they have bonus damage against that bomber cannon. Looks like they're going to get both of them here.
What did I say about condos? I said they were great, right? They're amazing. I mean, they're especially amazing when Jordan doesn't have Arbalest. He had 8 crossbows there. He's been incredibly slow to actually make army. He's been great with the siege. And Tato's not going to give up on the other side either, so...
I think, like, the big thing here is that Jordan is a lot closer to contest that side on the left, whereas Tatoh, it feels weird for him to push out on the other side of that wood line towards the water. And Jordan's going to have defenses ready for that. So I think if there's any gold that's going to be contested here, it will likely be Tato's side first. But I'm saying that, and he's actually shifting all his units across the center here.
I love that so much. I love this so much. Also, the way condos run, they kind of... How do you describe them? They run with a bit of, like, urgency, you know?
The pep in their step.
They've got pep in their step. They're like, all right, let's go fight. They're ready for the bloodshed. Now, what Jordan needs, and he's going to start working on it, is he needs a melee unit to snipe siege. That's what the condos provided Tatoh a moment ago.
Yep.
And he's going to aim for Hussar, and I love that choice.
Castle from Tatoh. He doesn't realize that castle is there from Jordan, and I was wrong. Tatoh is the first one with some aggression towards Jordan's secure gold. He's actually getting hoardings right now. He's getting husbandry, forging coming in. Hussar, I think, is a great option. Genoese crossbow, obviously an issue for Hussar, but right now Tatoh doesn't have all that many of them.
Tato's got to, if he realizes this situation, he needs to dive and he needs to just take out the siege. If he can dive and take out the siege, he could take all these castles potentially. Jordan doesn't have the army yet. That's so many condos.
I absolutely love the fact that Tatoh is queuing up a couple demos here just in case.
Oh, yeah,
like
man.
He is crafting right now in his mind, in the back of his mind. I mean, he's not thinking about it right now, but he's crafting a situation.
Another one.
2 bomber cannons going down and Trebs going down as well. In addition to that castle, he's crafting a situation where the Arbalists come to respond and he gets to demo them.
Wow. how many times have we seen Jordan roll across the map with Trebs?
And it almost happened. It almost happened.
Also, you could, in theory, just sit a demo there in the middle and just wait for units to run across,
You
right?
sit it behind the rocks or you sit it right near the shoreline and get the reinforcements. So that would be fantastic for demo. We know... God,
no.
he wasn't looking to. This is why you go for a couple of them, though, because what if he did get that? It would be huge.
It would be huge, but Jordan's here. But the Trebs are stacked.
No.
The Trebs are stacked. He'll lose two of them. Wow, I mean, I'd love the Hoardings play, and that's really going to give Jordan a solid chance at holding this because he has so much more HP. But he also has to worry about the other side. And let's see if those condos can prove me wrong yet again. Just take the bomber kill.
Jordan just feels really scattered right now. And Tatoh is pressuring him on both sides. If Jordan ever manages to stabilize, I think he has a good chance. But Tatoh is putting forth all sorts of pressure. And Tatoh with the bombard cannon
this is sick.
Is looking good. Jordan just needs to get some bomber cannons, actually keep them alive somehow, and start contesting.
No Hussar upgrade. Lacking Blast Furnace. You know, there's upgrades that you would probably want to have if you'd be fully maxed out with your army. The Arbalests are kind of been taken care of by any bomber cannon presence.
+3 is in for those light caps. So
big difference.
They will tank a lot of damage, and here come the light cap, but the Genoese Explorer just sitting behind. Oh my goodness, Tatoh playing out of his mind right now as the light cap try and take out the bomber cannons. One bomber cannon down. Will get the second one, but the castle is gone from Jordan, and he does get it.
Nice. Well, this is a lovely game, Dave, because on the other side, Tatoh still thinking about chipping away, but the Arbalests were actually enough.
Yep.
And now we see Tatoh back up with some trebuchets, and what he needs on that side actually is a true answer to Arbalest. It's been bomber cannon on the right side, but the bomber cannon just got sniped. So it becomes a little bit different now.
Yeah, and Jordan needs to think about another castle.
Jordan can't conveniently take gold, though. Like, this is his gold, right? So it's not like he can fall back like Tatoh did earlier, because Tatoh could fall back due to having gold on the left side.
Yeah, and Tatoh actually managed to snag 4 of the relics. So
that's
Jordan
huge.
only has 2. Tatoh has 4, even though Jordan was out so much faster with the monks initially. Tatoh managed to snipe those, and Tatoh is looking pretty good here as Jordan hasn't pushed him off the goal. Jordan going for a couple bomber cannons up there. As soon as he takes his eye off those, though, the condos usually swoop in and kill them. We've seen that so many times this game already. And a second castle, or rather third castle in the south here from Tatoh.
I absolutely love how both players are playing this. There are certain players in that back room right now that are just begging Jordan to send the Hussars right to where the TCs are from Tatoh. It's wide open. It's wide open. Bomber cannon will get sniped there.
You have
but if
54
Hussars
farms. You can replace them.
Yeah, just send like 10 Hussars right there. And at the very least, it distracts Tatoh, right?
It pulls the Genoese crossbow back for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, Tatoh hasn't teched in to help, so it pulls them back for sure.
Oh, nice attack rounds. Let's see what these Genoese crossbowmen do.
Oh, this is ugly for the Hussar.
Is it worth it, though? Is it worth it
I
if
think
you
it's
save your
worth it
castle?
to save the castle.
Yeah.
I don't know what the HP is on that castle. Jordan did get hoardings
That
earlier.
was so huge.
Which was a massive technology, but he's going to take out just 2 trebs. For all those Hussar, he only takes out 2 trebs. He doesn't even take out the bomber cannons. He is trebbing away on the other side on that castle on the left, but now the trebs are stacked again, of course.
Wow,
And he
Tato's
lost the
still holding
castle
over
in the
there.
north.
Is the reverse sweep on?
The reverse sweep is very possible. I think the reverse sweep is about a 50-50 chance here heading into our final game after this. I don't see Jordan coming back from this pressure.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the population. Yet again, another game in this series where the player who feels like they're dead is still a 200 population, but you have no gold. You have no gold. Now, next move for Tatoh needs to be a castle in his farming eco, honestly. Maybe one more on the right side, but the only way you lose this game now, Tatoh, is if that middle area, that underbelly of your eco gets exposed.
Wall to the edge of the map from the shoal area, and then just go full demos. Demos in the queue from Tatoh. He's thinking about it. Jordan calls the GG.
Wow.
Game 5 here in what is panning out to be a 3-hour set between these two.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely incredible.
We knew it would be close, and even though we said it, Dave, there's parts of me that didn't truly think it'd be possible because the players are so freaking close in the first 2 games.
Yep.
What a marathon we have here, folks. We will have one more game to determine who moves on to the semifinal, and I think it is a $5,000 game coming up. There is a $5,000 minimum jump, so that would be the difference between losing this next game and then winning the next game and then never even winning another game.
Jordan looking very confused here. He's wondering which civ to pick. I believe he has Berbers, and I believe he has Vietnamese, and that is correct, Berbers and Vietnamese. Meanwhile, Tatoh has Byzantines and Ethiopians, his first 2 civilization picks. And we're going to go on to Acclivity coming up. Either of those civs I think is fine. I prefer Byzantines just because Ethiopians haven't proven themselves to me.
Yeah, it's a style thing. You know, when you pick Ethiopians here, it's just more archers than them and kill them fast because of the firing speed. Byzantines can play archers as well and elite skirm really well and probably are better defensively.
Do you like Berbers better or do you like Vietnamese? Acclivity feels like an archer map. And that
I think I'd go Vietnamese.
Vietnamese. I think you can play knights. We saw Mr. Yo play knights, but that was after withstanding an incredible amount of pressure with the Cumans.
Yeah.
And it's usually archers that are going to rule the day because people will wall up on Acclivity.
Yeah, you know, the knights I think just take so much more time to get to. I think Jordan and Tatoh are going to make a lot of range units.
Yep.
Now, the nice thing about having Vietnamese is even if you're up against Byzantines, which of course have those options we could discuss, you have more HP on your archers, your eco upgrades are discounted, and you have more HP on your skirms. So like, yeah, you don't have the discount, but your units are stronger. So I would go Vietnamese personally.
Yeah. It's a tough one. It's definitely a tough one because I feel like Vietnamese are just slower in general, right, to respond.
I think Ethiopians are, with Vietnamese being on the board, I think Ethiopians are a no-go here. Though.
Yeah, Vietnamese just beat Ethiopians. And, aside from the first couple minutes of the game, you're just going to have an advantage.
And all these games go super late.
Vietnamese, there we go.
All these games have gone super late.
Have we seen this Ratton yet? I feel like we've seen one Vietnamese. He's cool.
I don't think we've casted it.
He looks like a character from like Mortal Kombat or something.
You're spot on, yeah.
I wonder what his finishing move is. He also has the bracer, just like us.
We'll see if he has a finishing move. Oh yeah, we do have those. That's true.
Yeah, does Jordan have a finishing move?
I didn't mean it that way. I just meant Tato's just won 2 straight.
Yep.
Jordan took it to Imp. He just hasn't been able to find the finishing move. It's got to be Byzantines, right? I know that you are going to be really upset if we see Ethiopians on the board. For your sake,
I'm going to be very upset, yes.
I hope it's Byzantines. Tatoh would be the type of guy to go Ethiopians, though.
I mean, I can see it. They got their 100 food, 100 gold back.
And
but
faster firing archers.
I can see it, but I also have seen many things not work with this civilization unless Liereyy or Hera are playing it. So we'll see if history holds up here in terms of Red Bull Wololo results. With the Byzantines or with the Ethiopians, and it's not even part of this conversation because the Byzantines have been picked from Tatoh, and I love this pick. I think it matches up quite well against the Vietnamese.
Man, they've got to be locked in right now. Tatoh especially, right? With Jordan, you might start thinking some other thoughts of, oh man, am I throwing this? Is this happening to me? I thought it would only happen to other people, but no, Tato's got to be locked and loaded here. And there he is with the range. This should come as no surprise to us, is the conversation that we had. Jordan should be fine there unless Tato's a super nerd.
Yeah, that's so annoying though. You delay it by even half a second. We saw Liereyy delaying the...
Oh, quick wall!
Oh! Jordan says, I can do that too. Thank you very much.
Let's see if Tatoh loops back around for that. Oh, Jordan did sacrifice his scout. He did lose his scout to get that move.
That's actually massive though.
Yeah.
That's massive. Even if your scout is like only a couple hits away from death, it comes into play in the skirm wars, right? And we still have Tatoh with quite a bit of HP, and he's just like stopping. Where is the villager?
Oh my God, Tatoh, stop it, bro. There's now 2 villagers building their range. That's beautiful.
He's gonna wait. He's gonna wait, and this is just annoyance for Jordan. Absolute annoyance for Jordan. Tatoh getting maximum value out of that starting unit. Tatoh, already archer production on the way. Jordan going for 2 archers and then following up with some skirmishers. No surprise there. Vietnamese have more HP, Byzantines are cheaper.
If the roles were reversed, then Jordan would have Town Watch, and he would have an idea of where the army's coming. But he doesn't have a scout anymore, and he's kind of walled, but he's just honestly doing the right thing. Run forward, hope I find something.
Yep.
Those 2 archers with that scout could kill multiple villagers on a wood line.
Yeah, and here we go with Jordan coming forward. Both players just walling up, just trying to keep themselves safe. We've seen this on Acclivity so many times. Tatoh coming around the back. I wonder if Jordan saw that. Also, another nice thing with Byzantines is the line of sight.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
you can see everything.
Jordan would never see this, right?
Yeah.
But Tatoh can see that. Not that that's a particularly threatening army.
Sure.
But Tatoh can have some time to prepare.
And just going off of gold could make things so awkward for either player. The army is looped back now for Tatoh. There's a big difference between what these players are able to accomplish over the next few minutes. And I think Jordan...
He's going to show up here.
Jordan knows that he's been spotted, so he's wisely running away. And, wow, he saw the scout, so he knew what that would mean.
Yeah, that's sick.
Very well played.
Absolutely sick. Both these players are at their highest level here. But Tatoh is still going to idle that gold. He's still going to idle the gold from Jordan, and that's going to be a little bit annoying as Jordan has to send the villagers back there. And I believe Tatoh had some skirmishers in defense. That army behind, yeah, is just going to deal with this.
Also, both players researched armor, which is good for their skirmishers. So skirmishers should dominate for the time being. And Tatoh, he has 3 archers, 6 skirmishers. It is 5 archers, 4 skirms. So Jordan has a bit more potential to kill villagers. Tatoh has a bit more potential to win the army.
Tatoh adds the second range. Was Tatoh getting away with just 1 range production versus 2 range this entire time?
He was, yep.
Damn. And he got to the market first.
Yeah, like Jordan's not even, he doesn't even have one of his ranges working right now. So this is not the start that you would want for Jordan, though obviously I think he's trying to save some resources so he can get Castle.
Tatoh not selling his stone. He bought some food.
Yeah,
I think he sold some wood. He didn't sell his stone, so he's definitely thinking about getting to mid-castle age here with a decent boom. And damn, he's buying some more food as Jordan sells his stone, and that is telling us that he's likely going to go for a few more archer ranges.
I would really like Tato's position if you can just click up right now. The ability to just drop 1 extra town center with Byzantines feels good. Just drop it on your gold, usually. You have lots of woodlines to go to, and we actually have a pause here.
Water pause.
Water pause or something. Maybe a think pause, you never know. I would hope their brains are thinking at the moment.
Shuffle pause.
Yeah, shuffle pause. Arguments could be made. I know these guys have hit crazy heights, but possibly most important moment for both of these guys, right? And, okay, it was a mouse issue for Tatoh. Everything seems fine now, thankfully. And here we go. Tatoh, house walling behind, which you'd love to see. And patrolling on his gold. This army is going to be really annoying, but I'm not expecting this army on the left side of this to accomplish too much for Tatoh.
No, I love the fact that Jordan just has everything back. He knows he's going to take the military advantage immediately. He knows his opponent is fully walled. There's no advantage to be had being forward right now, except maybe the risk of losing your military.
Is there a stable going to come up here? Some players will add a stable if they see too many skirms, but Jordan doesn't see how many skirms Tatoh actually has, I guess.
What do you think about the Vietnamese going cav archers here? Against Byzantines just doesn't feel...
I love 3 ranges, but if not 3 ranges, I'd say maybe just middle siege workshop. Like, how important has that been? We saw a game, multiple games yesterday where we're in the back and we're just like, that player needs to control the middle with a siege workshop. Decides games. Tato's being so annoying. So much for not getting value from this army.
Well, I mean, Jordan hasn't really lost anything, right? And Tatoh lost a couple archers, and he's sending more skirmishers forward. Full Byzantine push here.
But he doesn't have control of the middle, and Jordan's sending the 2 villagers for the siege workshop. If he gets that siege workshop up, that could be massive.
Yeah, usually on Acclivity, the first player to control the hill, if it's equal eco, has a really, really big advantage. It's so hard to push back. Once someone has control over the hill, especially with mangonels, the skirmishers are still looping around, and skirmishers are cheaper for Byzantine, so it's easier for Tatoh to produce. But we like this pressure here from Jordan with that siege workshop, and now Tatoh forces down a siege workshop of his own and a TC in the back.
Yeah, so that is really nice because he has additional wood and gold, but he could get shocked here by the siege. He has no clue. He's trying to do a lot which is what you want to do when you're a pro player, but sometimes players try and do too much. They forget the basics of just holding the map.
Elite Skirm is at the back there, +2 armor is in 30 seconds. It would have been really useful right now.
Yep, but that micro is good enough from Tatoh, I think.
Yeah, he's just delaying until he gets the +2.
That's nice,
and then
too.
Jordan can't really do anything. And Tatoh spots the Siege Workshop. The Mangonel is coming out. I don't think Tatoh ever really loses Skirm. I don't want to jinx it. I've done that too many times.
It's too important, Dave.
Yeah.
It's too important to stage.
They'll never forgive me.
But no, I mean, I want to point out how clutch that was from Tatoh to protect his gold in the back there, and how the clock is ticking for Jordan right now, because Jordan is all in, 1 TC. The Byzantine choice proving to be effective because these skirms cannot be killed by these crossbows. Who cares how much HP they have? They cannot kill this unit, and Tato's going to clear everything there.
Yeah, everything.
Wow.
Do you go ballistics if you're Tatoh here, or do you go for that next TC? I feel like the next TC is probably the best bet, and he's adding it right now. I mean, you just cleared your opponent's entire army. You've got full vision on their siege coming forward. You know there's no crossbows there. You just killed them, and you've got defensive siege of your own. I mean, if you're Tatoh, you're feeling very comfortable right now.
Oh, but suddenly less comfortable.
Oh, Jordan.
Yeah, but, you know, back to your question, you just have to match your opponent's siege.
Yep.
And if you match your opponent's siege in numbers over the next couple minutes, you should have a massive economy lead in the long term. But siege is tricky, right? As we just saw there. And siege is the potential to take out your production buildings, your TCs, and all the villagers you create. So that position's so important.
Yeah. And skirmishers looping around the left side of Jordan's base. I think that TC is going to go up for Jordan. He'll spot the skirms with the skirms of his own. Now he needs a response to this. His siege workshop is forward. I don't think he has a stable in his base. So how he's going to protect his gold back there, how he's going to protect his villagers, even if Jordan wants to, or sorry, Tatoh wants to run under that.
That's what I was thinking too. But it's one of those things, if you get trapped in there and there is siege, it looks like an awful one. Tatoh seems content to sit behind his walls for now. He's definitely rising with his control in this game. And now where's Jordan going to get gold? He's not going to be able to continue to make siege if those skirms are there.
No, he's looking for more gold, and he's got his hunt villagers running around here. I think Tatoh should send like one skirmisher to explore the outside just to make sure. He probably saw that Jordan had sold the stone when he went to the market, so he knows this is a 1 TC play. But Jordan just now buying some more stone, so he's going for another TC with those hunt villagers. And Tatoh is not spotting that.
There is a world where Jordan can't fully repair a Mangonel soon because he doesn't have any golden code. And you never expect that? And so you think it's going to repair to full HP? See?
We've reached the world.
Yeah, so now...
We've arrived at our destination.
This isn't going to end anytime soon if he doesn't sell. Yeah, now he has to sell wood, but now he doesn't have the gold to be able to make another Mangonel either.
Oh!
6 split.
Okay.
I think at the same time, he also lost his Mangonel.
One at a time.
All right. Well played to both players then. 19 skirms on the map, Dave. Jordan is going to get the TC up on the right side.
Okay, and that could have been avoided, I think, if Tatoh had been more mobile with those skirmishers, but I guess he wanted to cut off the gold as he comes out again. This is a super awkward spot for him. Like, at this point, if you're going to micro Mangonels there, just delete that house in the palisade, it feels like.
We say it all the time with Byzantines. I understand this pressure is going to accomplish something by taking out the range.
You can just add another one.
But Byzantines, man, if it goes late, they're so strong. And Jordan, he micros. His Mangonel micro has been incredible here as Tatoh responds with some own ridiculous
he killed the
micro.
repair villager.
Oh, and that's a massive shot on the face, too. Those skirmishers are all a couple hits away from death. And Tatoh has to get away there. And then we have the moment on the front. And not much has happened.
Dude, this must be so tense for them. They've played, this is the 5th game. Every game has been so intense, so long, and such a slogfest. And finally they're here and they're still managing to micro on the biggest stage in Age of Empires 2 history. This is incredible from Tatoh and Jordan, best friends sitting across the table, teammates sitting across the table, and now Tato's going to have to micro again.
Jordan knew about that, but wait, he had left his base earlier, so there's a random little hole
Where's
there.
the Mangonel from the back? I think it's like patrolling at the back. Oh, it's way out of place.
Okay.
But those skirms are weak. They can't even run under TCs, I think. They're weak from before. A few of them.
I think Tatoh will try and use the annoyance of these skirmishers and the existence of these skirmishers to take that front area again. As he adds TC number 4, by the way.
Also sees the monastery. I believe Tatoh went for a monastery way earlier, and he's got monks out scouting for the relics. He's got 3 of them. Actually, healing
the
skirmishers
skirms is really smart.
And Byzantine healing is crazy. It's twice as fast as any other civ.
I honestly, I understand that this is awkward if you're Tatoh, but I think you've just got to run away.
Into the mangonel shot.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see a stable switch from Tatoh. Jordan doesn't have many crossbows. And there's actually no repair villager there, too, so that should be easy pickings for Tatoh with a split, or no split.
I mean, Jordan has just gone only mangonel for the last, what, 5 minutes of the game?
Yeah, like
he's added
4
in some
nights.
eco. I mean, he's got 4 TCs, and he's just going mangonel. Tatoh at 96 villagers, though, so he was ahead of him, adding those TCs, taking full advantage of it. And the Knights are coming out. They're going to take out the Scorpion. He's going to take this hill position. And it's going to be awfully tough once Tatoh gets a castle, presumably on that hill, and Jordan's castle is below it. But Tatoh goes for a siege workshop instead.
I mean, Tato's instincts might be telling him now, we take map control and we drop a castle pretty much where the castle is from Jordan.
What about once he sees this? Does he go for one up on the hill there? It's tough with the siege workshop. I think maybe you delete that and make a castle where that siege workshop from Tatoh was.
I don't think you have the army, because if there's monks there, it converts your knights, and then everyone freaks out. So I think, honestly, you can place late-game castles if you want. I do think Imp is obviously a priority, but think about it. You get another castle up and get to Imp.
Yeah.
You can mass the Trebs and then kind of build a castle there while you have the Trebs later on. So I would like that.
Second cavalry armor. And Jordan's going up to Imp. Why is Tatoh not prioritizing Imp a little bit more here?
Well, so a common approach with 4 TCs is that you know you're going to just be later into Castle Age anyways.
Yeah.
So you kind of want to, when you arrive to Imp, you want to have a little bit more control. This could actually get some insane value behind Jordan's base. Jordan has 2 crossbows, 2 monks, 3 mangonels. This army could kill many villagers back.
True, and it's backed up by the +2, so maybe the instincts from Tatoh paying off here a little bit. He just wants that army to raid because he knows there's not that much from Jordan. That mangonel and those skirmishers are going to be incredibly annoying.
Yeah, and then the knights are going to be in different areas of your eco as well. Like, look at that castle. That's not a castle you place if those knights aren't made, right? Also, will Tatoh hit that palisade? Jordan, build a house there. Never mind.
Okay, the Knights can run in. I believe there's monks, though, and Tatoh is going to back up. He doesn't see any picks immediately. And Tatoh is now adding some more production buildings. I believe those are archer ranges to the right of that castle. There's a university in the back there, so he's probably going to go into Arbalest here.
Tatoh was down 2-0. 2 very long games he lost, and he's brought it back here. I think he's got the position to win this game as well. It's just like, can he close it out? Tatoh has been so close for some crazy finishes over the years. Many people have been saying that he's been one of the best players so far, and one of their favorites, people are saying it's Tato's year here at the castle in Heidelberg.
Well, if we're talking about adversity he's faced, he's already gone through it.
So much.
He's already gone through it in this set alone, as the Imperial Age time for Jordan is just 40 seconds away. Tatoh sitting at 1 minute and 25 seconds. He's kind of nuking his own units right now, but he's still getting value, and there's villagers waiting in that TC. As the monks come in, the skirmishers are here, though.
Yeah.
The skirmishers are here.
And that's going to mean all the monks are going to go down, and then the villagers are going to be exposed. What a great play from Tatoh.
And the Knights can clear them up, and that is gold control that Jordan kind of needs at the moment, although Tatoh now still trying to take out this TC, and the villagers are out. The villagers are out. He'll notice it.
Jordan's going to have to like repair it, re-garrison. He just went in because he thought he needed to rush it. Jordan has no army that I can see. He's making skirms. And yes, you get more HP if you're Vietnamese, and it's not as cheap as Byzantines.
Imperial Skirm is not a bad unit.
That's true.
It's actually quite a good unit, but it does cost resources to get the techs. And look at the macro behind this. Tatoh on 47 farms right now. He's got 25 on gold. He's got enough stone for another castle. If he ever gets that hill position and gets a castle on there, that is absolutely brutal.
Wow. But you remember that game when MBL played against Capwatch, and we were like, MBL can't react now because if he does, he's dead? That's Jordan's position. Jordan, he kind of has to let the stuff on the sides go at the moment, and he has to send his trebs and everything he has to the middle.
It's so amazing right now that Tatoh is going into Cavalier.
That's sick.
to counter these scrims.
Yeah.
He kind of realizes what Jordan will go for, and Jordan is assuming, because it's so rare for Byzantines to go into Cavalier without
Look at
bloodlines.
this. Dodging the shots like he even has to,
Yep.
and then he's going to go for a little boop here and try and hit that mangonel so he can actually break in.
Is this the first game we might... We're not going to see Byzantine Paladin, but I have to bring it up. Tatoh keeps getting the upgrades. He's getting the final armor upgrade. I think Cavalier will be in the works shortly, and he's going to push out here with Knights and with Skirmishers. No Cavalier upgrade
He doesn't
needed
even
here.
need it.
Doesn't even need it as the Knights just move right past that Trebuchet to the Mangonel. Skirm on Skirm action. Cavalier in the queue, and Jordan made an assumption that our Byzantines player wouldn't go into Cavalry.
Yeah.
Tatoh just subverted that.
And Tato's going to do this, Dave. He's going to do this. Cavalier's on the way. Now's the perfect time to build that castle you talked about. Come forward when you have the army control, drop the castle next to your Trebs, and push for the victory. Jordan has nothing. He's making skirmishers, he's making rats and archers, but it's just simply not enough, and he's not going to have the castles for it.
Ever since he lost that crossbow army, he has just been making YOLO mangonels, small amounts of military to try and get his eco equal to what Tatoh had already, and Tatoh has been dictating the pace of the game. Rats and archers are very good. You're losing your castle, though. You're only going to be able to produce rats and archers from the castle in the back, because this one is going down 100%. Look at the hold here from Jordan as he tries to repair this castle with everything he's got. He's only got 500 stone left in the bank. He knows for sure, but he's still giving it a try, coming forward with the bombard cannon. We've got 52 military on the hill here from Tatoh. The reverse sweep is on the table.
It's on the table. Tato's about to finish this. Tatoh could just dive here. He doesn't have to. He can play it safe, and he might want to because of how competitive this series has been.
But Jordan continues to hold.
I mean, but he's going to run out of stone. He's got no stone at the moment. His whole economy is repairing that castle. Cavalier, Elite Skirm, close to full upgrades on many of these things. This has got to be the final fight for Jordan. He has to win this fight. He has to take those Trebs or it's over.
He's trying to snipe that Trebuchet with his bombard cannon. He almost got it, but not quite. He's selling everything to buy the stone to repair the castle. But he's not quite there. No resources in the bank, and the castle goes down. And I think with that castle, there go Jordan's hopes. Tatoh!
How has he done this? Jordan says, GG, well played. Tatsy beast and Tatoh with the reverse sweep. 3 hours ago, we started this series, and what was supposed to be a fast game mode, what an insane series. Obviously, respect to Jordan. He accomplished so much to get here. He had to really fight for all his games, but Tatoh, biggest result of his life, undoubtedly.
Tatoh, a player that has historically been known to drop games in deciders.
Yeah.
He always takes it to the last game of the set. What a storyline here. Many people are saying this is his tournament to win. It's Tatoh's time to win an S-tier event, to win a Red Bull Wololo. And he was put under the test here, Tristan. I mean,
I've got chills.
It was 3 games he needed to win in a row against his teammate Jordan, who looked so good against him in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's like it was a really interesting series because it felt like they very much understood each other, and they actually had very similar play styles. Always went to late game, always about the small decisions leading up towards it. But I really felt like the draft of Tatoh felt better. The civilizations, the positions he was able to put himself into felt much better with his 3 straight wins. You know, I'm sure there's a lot we could say about Jordan, but again, I'm just going to restate it. We just witnessed one of the craziest reverse sweeps we've seen. Now the second one in this Red Bull Wololo and then the previous, but the best performance of Tato's career.
Yeah, I mean, that had kind of not quite the same vibes because they were so competitive the first 2 games, but that was kind of like Hera MBL last year, right?
Yep.
With Tatoh, was such a great performance there in those final 3 games, and it was honestly stunning. If that's the level of Age of Empires 2 we're going to see today, then you guys are in for a treat. I know Tatoh and Jordan immediately after that game went across the room to hug each other. They're having a moment right now. We should have Riley fairly soon with our winner Tatoh from this set, but we're going to give them a moment to just kind of get cooled down and get, you know, have some words.
Have some words. So, okay, so as Tatoh walks in here and he can't believe it himself, Tatoh is now 2-0'd Liereyy.
Yep.
And he has a reverse sweep.
Yep.
2-1 day CCM, then 2-0'd Liereyy,
I mean, it's a decent...
And then a reverse sweep against
It's a
Jordan.
decent resume.
It's
He could
all
put it
right.
on his LinkedIn.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah.
officially reached a point of, if I've done this,
Yeah.
how can I not just win the whole thing?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Incredible. So Tatoh is through to the semifinals, which we will see next weekend. We still have 3 sets to go, 3 best-of-5s to go between incredible players today. That one was a long one, but we have Tatoh now here with Riley with his thoughts after that incredible set.
Yes, indeed, boys. Thank you so much. I'm here with Tatoh, who doesn't seem to have much left in the tank after that one. Tatoh, congratulations. You're going to the semi-finals next weekend. What an effort. I mean, what an incredible series.
Yeah, it has been exhausting, and I think it was super even. Every time I face Jordan in a tournament, it's to the decider. Usually he wins, but today was my turn.
Today was your turn. Look, you have been in top-notch form, right? Blasting through the group stages and then cruising into the quarterfinals to a huge contest with Jordan, obviously a team member, a friend, probably not the pairing you were wanting, but you know, what were you thinking heading into this matchup? Were you hoping to have a real contest like this?
Yeah, for sure. Like as I said, like Jordan and me always like have super even games, and well, the series saw it as well. I didn't know what to expect because we have practiced. Probably Jordan is among the GL members who I praised the most with. So I know his style, he knows my style, and it was going to be like a lot of mind games.
Well, this was something that I was talking about with Liereyy, actually. I want to ask you, on Northern Isles, Doubt was talking about how you practiced a lot on water, right, for that map. And then you both landed each other because I think both of you were sort of expecting the fight would be on water.
Yes.
So did both of you end up on the same level while trying to outmaneuver the other?
I guess so, because I expected Jordan, no, like we usually never land there. And then I was, okay, I will try to surprise Jordan by landing. And he did the same. So it was quite a crazy match.
Well, they say that great minds think alike, Tatoh, and you've certainly got one of them in your noggin. To tell you what, that you have shown us an incredible amount of tenacity getting through some hugely long games. Are you just exhausted, or could you go best of 7 now?
No.
You're done.
I'm done for today. I just want to chill a little bit.
Well, mate, you get a whole week to do that, of course, as we move into Age of Empires 4 next week, but we will be back with Age of Empires 2, and one of the blokes sitting in the semi-finals playing this game that we love is Tatoh. Congratulations, Tatoh. Looking forward to seeing you in the semis.
Thank you so much, really. See ya.
So good to see Tato's incredible performance, but also Jordan as well gave us a hell of a show. And look, a heartbreaking moment for him as well, Nelly, here. This is a bloke who's always up. He's always got a smile on his face. He always finds the positives. But for him, it's going to be maybe a little tough with the reverse sweep from Tatoh there.
Less heartbreaking, probably because it was against Tatoh, right? If he was playing against someone that he doesn't love as much, it would have been maybe more brutal. But yeah, arguably a performance that absolutely would have deserved semi-final.
Now, let's not muck around. We have got so much to talk about here. We've been picking off highlights. I think we've nearly crashed our Discord server with all the highlight notes we've been making, Nelly. So let's get stuck into them here, starting with the draft.
Yeah, obviously we will see Tatoh going for shorts, Northern Isles, loves all those water civs, and we see him heavily focusing on those water civs, right? We see Dravidians, Byzantines, Italians, Byzantines then later used on Arabia, but still pretty interesting to see. And we're at the opener with Sicilians for Jordan against Tatoh. The specialty of Sicilians is that you have extra armor, or like the extra bonus is taken away of units, and Kamayuks and Halberdiers and Slingers are all units that do extra damage, and we see lots of aggression from Tatoh. If there's any other civilization than Sicilians that don't build the TCs that fast, I think Jordan might lose the game here. But he's defending so incredibly well, it actually reminded me of a game that we saw yesterday against Togao. Because look at that, so much aggression. That was the game from yesterday. And also here, 9 military against 40. Jordan somehow holds, and that was basically the repeat of the game for today. Jordan always little amount of army, crazy amount of here Krapos. In this game, we also had other like buildings trying to defend, as we can see, castles. And Tatoh basically was in timer because his imp army is worse. As we can see, pop 235 for Jordan here. basically impossible, but Jordan made it happen with the first crusade, and then Tatoh knew now it's going to be really, really tricky. As we can see now, gets all the upgrades, trying to increase his score because we're only 15 minutes away from the score victory, and tried to take good fight after good fight, but in the end, Sicilians simply with their counter systems to other units looking so good, and we had one final battle there, and Tatoh couldn't really take the fight anymore. Maybe Eagles could have been something here if we sniped the Surgeons out a bit more, but that's obviously me dreaming. Gold was very limited, even with 4 relics.
Yeah, and something that really impressed me about Jordan's play here is his tenacity. That early pressure, we were kind of thinking, well, this is going to be a quick one, and it was the exact opposite as Jordan dug in, turned things around, and ultimately was able to take out game number 1. And look at him, just getting into the zone for game number 2. You know, he wanted to be in a good position. This is a bloke who I think prizes his mental headspace in this game very highly. I think he's got a very strong psychological game. But as we head into game number 2, this was Dravidians versus Bengalis on Northern Isles. This was what I was talking about before with Tatoh, a map that GL have practiced extensively on Nili, although this one didn't go out according to the textbook.
Exactly, and we were sitting there like, wow, double landing. They're trying to outsmart each other, and as we can see, like, both players killing all the fish of their opponent. As we can see, like, Mapu is seeing it on both sides here, nice catch. And, well, the double landing made it a messy game, and we saw, okay, maybe a bit better Mangler micro there by Tatoh, but in the end, it was pretty even. And then the key moment in my books, first of all, like, great conversion here. Jordan again with a great defense, low army as we can see, and defense off against the 3 Mangonels. But then the main decision, Tatoh wanted to go for his Tier Sadai, his crazy ship, and therefore docked in the back because he can't get onto that easy control against the fast fires. He got to his crazy numbers, but because him docking back, it meant the front was open, champ landing, and Tatoh couldn't defend both ends.
I was asking you about the key moment in this game that really turned it around, and I said, was it the champion landing? And you said, no, we actually have to go back a little bit further, talk about where Tatoh docked. He docked in the back, he docked in the rear, open up that opportunity here. And Jordan, I mean, he capitalized on it.
Yeah,
really, really well.
Yeah, so the one opening, then champion. Not typically a unit that we see from, on water in general, right? And yeah, Tatoh couldn't do a lot, as we can see, down to 57 villagers here because Jordan was so dominant on land.
So 2-0 to Jordan at this point as he wins Northern Isles. And at this point, really, you think Tatoh, well, what's going through his head? You know, having to deal with the situation, 0-2 down, he's going to have to win 3 on the bounce here in order to get back in it. But as we know now, that's just what happened. Jordan getting himself back into the zone as we head into game number 3, which is Hindustanis against Mayans. And this took place on Outcrop.
Yeah.
And here, Tatoh had to play, look, are we going to call it a waiting game? He had to be very patient, at least, to overcome the Mesoamerican aggression here with these Eagles.
Yeah, indeed. He bought himself so much time with the CA. Nice find here. You could maybe think about, like, Eagles protecting that town center. He was trying to raid at the left-hand side a bit, where Tatoh was trying to build the town center, but nice quick walls there. Those obviously can't wall against the CA. Beautiful micro by Tatoh and buying himself time. And as we saw multiple times, Tatoh at this spot, already pretty late in the game, knew the only way I lose this is if Jordan raids me to death. And you saw how he's building mass castles at home. No aggression needed. Look at that. 7 castles at home. Massive fight. Beautiful quick wall tiers to save those traps as well. And he knew, if we just continue, Eagles against my Gulam and maybe even some hand cannoneers, it should be looking good for me as Hindustanis.
And that shows that what the approach that Tatoh is taking, a very zoomed out view of the game, a very macro oriented approach to winning this. I mean, you can just see this network of castles going across the map here to make sure he locked down that eco, because he knew as the game went on longer, the power of the Gulams would ultimately overwhelm the Eagles quite comfortably.
Yeah, they're relatively similar in stats, but simply doing the extra splash damage there in those massive fights is helping out. Hand cannoneers added quite nicely as well. Traps are now coming over, but as we can see, Jordan down to Popper 50 and only 20 on gold. And you want to have higher numbers, 43 on gold for Tatoh. We saw him going up to 70, plus the upgrade for 10% extra income.
Yes, indeed. So Tatoh picked up his first win here of the series on Outcrop, as we've said, and that was the beginning. That was the beginning. The little snowball started rolling down the hill, and Tatoh slowly but surely picking up more and more momentum. I mean, a very long analysis segment nearly here, but we've got so much to talk about. Game 4, very quickly, Italians versus Saracens. This one took place on Shoals. And really here what it was all about was gold control.
Yeah, gold control. The early condos helped out to snipe the the bombard cannons, and therefore no real control for Jordan. More gold, therefore Tatoh took that one. And we saw lots of aggression here in game 5 already.
Game number 5. Let's move into this one here. This is Byzantines versus Vietnamese, and this one was a little bit quicker than the other ones, Nilly.
Yeah, but still, like, very action-packed, where you saw how well Byzantines was defending, like 3 TCs early on, while Jordan tried to play it a bit longer. And in the end, the beautiful army composition, Tatoh with the better economy could go for Cavalier, could go for skirms, and Jordan is trying to push up that hill, but Tato's eco was too good. He could tech to the higher units.
I love this map. Honestly, I think Acclivity is just my favorite map to watch. There's so many different angles of attack that you can take, but that hill in the middle, it always throws something into a very literal wrinkle, right, for people to take advantage of, and it was a joy to watch. Look, both of these players, you know, Tatoh obviously the one at the end of the day who's going to move forward and advance, but I've said it so many times, full credit to his opponent. Jordan going down swinging, showing us that he is a world-class player with a world-class resume, and he should be very happy with his top 8 result here at Red Bull Wololo Legacy, the biggest Age of Empires 2 tournament ever staged.
He won't be today, he should be tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Nilly, thanks so much for your analysis there. A lot for us to get through, but I'm sure around the world people are absolutely glued to their monitors here. More than any other fan base I've ever had anything to do with, Age of Empires fans, they want their games long, they want them hard fought, they want really, really top-notch content and that contest, and that goes for the players, it goes for the casters, it goes for all of us here. So we do hope you're enjoying the coverage. We're getting things set up for our next quarterfinal, of course. The party don't stop, my friends. We're going to throw it over to a quick VT that we've prepared, bit of video with quick questions from the players, and then after that, we will be back before very much longer with our next quarterfinal. So don't go anywhere, my friends. Coverage of Red Bull Wololo Legacy continues after this.
So I need a new Red Bull Wololo trousers now.
Quickfire questions means 12 seconds on the clock and blazing fast replies. Let's go.
Are we counting score or? We can. Okay, nice.
Not necessarily.
I think it's easy. Don't cheat.
You know?
You know it?
I think. Oh no.
What? That's home advantage actually, like,
Yeah,
it's his home field.
Ready?
Yeah.
I'm right?
I thought.
Well, I'm older, so it makes sense.
Oh my god. Oof. Do we get like multiple choice options? Like...
Someone from Mexico should really know this.
Oh yeah, sure. No. Why?
What do you have?
13th.
11 here. Oh my god, I got griefed actually. I got griefed
I'm
by the
so
shield.
good at this, man.
You even have the proper setup for this, like, this is the perfect setup. They wrote at this.
Oh wait.
You know it?
Yeah. And you? That too.
I was thinking about that as well.
Yeah.
But I have a Teutonic Knight.
What?
was sick.
Teutonic Knight?
Yeah.
I thought about the Plume Archer too, so...
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but that's kinda,
Yeah. Manguda is
I
just
prefer
safe.
Teutonic Knight.
Okay.
Campaigns. Mangudai, beautiful. You think it's pretty?
Yeah. Isn't it?
Jean of Arc.
Oh, that's a good one.
Easy. Youngest is easy.
Aren't you 22?
I'm 20. Where did you hear
You're
that from?
20. What the fuck? You're the youngest?
I think so.
He has been the youngest for generations already.
Yeah, I agree.
And no one is ever gonna be younger. Jim.
I think here.
Ah, geography.
What was yours?
Lunch break.
Snakes. Ironic.
Definitely special players, guys. Definitely special. This Nileyy, John Forever, TheViper. I'm nervous, guys, because I've been casting. The previous series has been incredible. Reverse sweep. I was telling in the predictions in the start, this is the time for Tatoh's time. Yeah. We're still going. He's still going strong. But now, guys, we're gonna jump into the next series, Mr. Yo versus Villese, because if the next series are going as long as this one, Nileyy, we're gonna need a pajama later. But this is Villese that is coming already. Versus Mr. Yo. We have the draft already ready, and after this, we're gonna see right away. I don't know yet the civilization, the maps, but what we can expect for in this series, Nileyy.
That will be interesting. Obviously, Mr. Yo loves to have messy games. If maybe my microphone is now on, and well, Mr. Yo loves those messy games. Villese, more of a meta player, likes to play the standard games. I think actually, like, it wouldn't surprise me if Villese picks something like the Bull with a plan, maybe something like Arabia, and Mr. Yo maybe something like Outcrop, Northern Isles, and Civ-wise. I wouldn't be surprised if Mr. Yo goes like in the Eagle direction.
And now we're gonna see Mr. Yo. I'm gonna tell you something, Nileyy. I've been walking close to Mr. Yo. I get scared, man.
Why?
But just look at him.
Okay, I see it.
It's a scare, man.
Okay.
It's scaring everyone. You can see how secure he's feeling. I think he has been feeling better and better every day.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yesterday was a day where he really improved. It felt like he made some plans to spend a lot of time here at the PC in the game. And obviously, we love to see the drafts, love to see the reactions after they draft something, but we are a bit behind in time, and that's why we let them do the draft earlier and can show you the results of the civilizations pretty soon, simply that we can show you all sets at a reasonable time.
Yeah, anyway, the viewers not going to complain because the viewers want to see the action. Want to see the action. Now we see here the draft. We have Frigid Lake and Acclivity from Villese, which I love it. The Bull and Arabia. Look at the maps and Atacama, the first one. I mean, you know my preference, Nileyy. And you know that I'm very, very happy with this map.
Yeah, Atacama obviously is absolutely great. And I didn't think we saw it enough yet. Did we see it on the mainstream? At least we didn't cast yet, right?
We didn't cast.
Yeah,
single Atacama. So the first game
Capoch picked it in one of his games. And yeah, we'll be really, really aggressive. We are opening with Franks here. I've seen Villese play it quite a bit there. Obviously, Scout opening fits very likely. Some archers with that. On the other side, something like Bulgarians will be a big question mark. Could be played on the Bull. And then I would see Magyars maybe for Atacama.
What do you think about Lithuanians? Because you can go even for the pawns earlier, maybe. It seems it's Atacama with the legs as well.
Yeah, could be an option, but it's like in random map it feels like, okay, we start with extra food, we can send the villagers a bit faster on wood. Here all the villagers are already distributed, so it feels like we can go for the 2 scouts a bit earlier, maybe another upgrade. And Lithuanians, they obviously love their relics. On Atacama, tough to fight for the relics.
Can you believe that for a second I forgot that we are in Empire Wars? For that I told you about
the game felt so long, right?
Yeah, it was very long. It was very, very long, the previous series, and exciting as well. Who's the favorite for you?
I have to give it to Mr. Yo, especially going for Magyars, one of the strongest civilizations, right? Cheaper scouts and the attack upgrade already for free, so lots of aggression coming out of his corner. I will go with a 3-1 prediction for Mr. Yo.
Okay. Honestly, with these maps that we have seen, it could be a faster series because these are a lot more aggressive than the maps we saw it in the previous series. And ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with Magyars and Franks. Mr. Yo has a yellow in the south, Villese in the north. Atacama is a beautiful, beautiful map. Nileyy, what is the most important in this one?
Well, it all comes down to controlling the wood line in the mid-game. Early on, obviously, that's not too important. We are trying to fight off and try to find some villager kills. We keep one villager here on gold for Mr. Yo, quite an interesting choice. All the villagers pulled away for Villese, so it will be full scout play from both.
Okay, remember, guys, that Magyars, well, cheaper scouts, they can get bloodlines, they get +1 attack for free, while Franks, well, the economy bonus they have, more HP in the start, but if he's going for full feudal, I love Magyars in this one.
Yeah, I think so as well. Like, full feudal is the best thing that Magyars can hope for, basically. So Franks, they have to cut some corners at some point. Maybe like stop at like 7 scouts, maybe some archers, maybe some spearmen there mixed in as well. And then you have to find a timing, and that's the timing that Magyars are trying to punish most of the time.
Well, they open scouts, both players, as you can see, guys. We see the first aggression here from Mr. Yo.
Oh, that's
and
good.
I mean, those scouts use... Oh my god, this is super bad, because he's losing the Village and he's losing already the Lumbercamp. Well, losing, he deleted the Nille.
Yeah, oh, that's costly. 100 wood gone, and this is like not only 100 wood, like you don't want to replace the lumber camp there, right? You kind of want to push it into the center. Look at that, and that means he's even more exposed. That's a dream for Magyars here, man.
Yeah, that's really, really, really good for Mr. Yo. Let's see now if he's gonna take the Village back. No, those Lumberjacks are also exposed as well, but he's coming with the Spears. Spears that got also the +1 attack, Nille.
Not that important for Spear against Scout, right? Most of the damage is coming from your extra damage against Cavalry, but still, Spearman against Spearman fight is obviously better for the Magyar player.
Okay, so we see the Scout host, he still trying to find some more damage. 2 Scouts, let's say still have more army, 5 Scouts, 3 Spears. And the damage, I don't know. Let's see if Mapu can put the panel for the KD at the bottom right corner so that we can see exactly. Thank you, Mr. Mapu. And we're going to see a round now with those Scouts. For now, close game, but well, it's studying a little bit the opponent.
Suddenly 8 villages on gold there for Mr. Yo. Now it decreases that to 6. Wouldn't be surprised if he tries to switch into Castle Age here already. Would be really weird. He doesn't have an archery range.
No. No. He's still going all the Scouts and Spears. Well, if they're still like this, why so many villages on goal?
It is weird, right? Now puts the 3 there, goes onto some deer, and goes for the wood upgrade. So will be a longer feudal age, at least out of Mr. Yo. But still, no bloodline. Something I really would have liked to see already.
Do you like that tower?
Huh.
It's not a little bit too far, too early even.
Yeah, rule of thumb is you don't want to be the first one on Atacama to build the tower, right? Because now Mr. Yo gets the chance to go into the center and build his own tower behind the woodline of Villese, and that can't be towered.
Yeah, and it's denied completely. The tower will be useless. Okay, the Scout keep coming. Now with some Spears. A Scout on top. A Scout at the back. He's trying to chase that army. Good thing Villese is still going aggressive with more and more army. That he has a second stable, because I see so many units. Well, it's too many Spears now. The Scout, no. There's no second stable for any of the players, I believe. No. Let's see this battle. Important battle for sure, still on the woodland, but no towers at all from Mr. Yo. Is gonna take some villages or not?
We have the Spearmen. Only 2 Spearmen coming now. 1 villager down. The others had to fight. Work efficiency should go down. Mr. Yo forced into a defensive tower himself.
But it's similar tower with like Villese did. Even worse, because at least there is a goal that in the long run it can cover. But we're going to go for the feudal aggression, Nille. Scalebarden armor, bloodlines, he's trying to go all in. He's doing the market. Franks, you think that he should try to go Castle as soon as possible?
Well, he certainly is, right? 300 food, only Spearman in production, is skipping Scouts now. Quite an interesting choice. And Mr. Yo floating 300 golds. Now even at another house there at the front. Lots of villagers still at the gold. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't add a second stable yet, man.
Yeah, I'm very surprised, even more with the upgrades he has. Let's see now, because we see the +1 armor. Oh, it's not walling in time. We need to see their Mapu, because there's many villages exposed. It's true that there is some spear, but with the upgrades, +1 and bloodlines, it's gonna make the job. This can be good now. It's gonna take a lot of idle time, but the economy for Villese, it's there, about to click up.
And how much did he lose there? Like, yeah, 2 Spearmen, now 2 villagers. That's not too bad. Like, he killed like 3 Scouts. That's a lot of potential that Mr. Yo lost.
Yeah. I mean, well, 4 villages for 2 is not too much, and he still have Scout at home. Let's see, because now he's coming with the tower. He's mining a stone. I see something from yellow behind the woodline.
He bought some stone, nice tower, and that's the one we anticipated early on. Now move to the gold, and that's out of vision for Villese.
Yeah, that's really good. The tower is gonna be there, but there's not too much army. I think this is a good position for Villese. Well, resources, he's floating now, Mr. Yo, to go up. And if he deny that wood, then the economy for Villese is gonna be kinda mess.
Yeah, and how do you get to a second stable then, right? Yeah, you have 80 wood, but do you really want to go for stragglers? You rather want to go for lumber camp next. So we might be seeing a lot of resources on the bank, or lots of knights in the queue that aren't on the field.
Oh man, also where do you move that lumberjack? Because that tower is really nice. There's still some scouts around. There's a Spears, he's gonna take those scouts. Mr. Yo is fine. He's on the way to Castle. It's to 1 minute, 10 seconds to be there for Villese. He bought it. He has to buy the wood because he has no wood right now. And to make the lumberjack, and it's still no second stable. Mapu, can you zoom out a little bit?
Could be another tower.
I don't see, and there's gonna be another tower. No, there's no other stable. He's gonna make another tower there, Mr. Yo. He need to buy the stone because he's not mining. He's doing the tower himself, Villese. this is looking worthy for you. What do you think?
Village is being pulled here. That's so interesting. I'm surprised. Villese, I think he needs to go for some more spearmen. This is going to be a tricky one. Villagers have to go down.
Well, there is fight all over. The Villese are now, but they are not Berber Villages. They are not Spanish Villages. They are just the standard one. And the tower is there. He needs to go back. He's not going back. But Mr. Yo is not losing Village at all. I'm checking only 3 losses. He didn't lose anything there. Still also a scout at the back. This is madness already, Nelly.
Oh yeah, indeed. Absolute crazy game here and lots of aggression. And those villagers are so exposed now. Should be low HP as well. And those knights, they will be spawning in not even 1.5 minutes.
Now the stable, bad. Those stables are so close to Villese.
Look at that. One stable, 4 knights in the queue. Now he cancelled 2.
Yeah, he canceled it, but still the stable is not tapped. He's now walling a little bit, and those are a lot of spears. That tower, the goal is still a little bit exposed. The scout is still here being annoying. He's going to take few villages. He took 1 or not? 1 village only, and the knights are not enough. And now, who has a good economy nearly, it's Mr. Yo.
Oh, Doc could have been paying off so much here. Look at all the resources when we are reaching Castle Age. 600, 500, 500 basically. So night production should be pretty solid. Even adding some pikemen, and that will make it really tricky for Villese to hold.
Yeah, why this map it got lakes? They're ignoring. They ignore the lakes, as you mentioned. There's no use in the lakes. Okay, but let's see how many knights now coming. He's doing a monastery as well. He's well ready for the action. Nelly. Well ready for the action. Mr.
Both players going for the monastery makes lots of sense. Really efficient counter to the knights there. And yeah, pawns obviously pretty nice if you want to increase your economy, but neither player really gave the breathing room to the other to invest those resources. And obviously, extra dock means, well, we will need some time for it to pay off. Knight raids are continuing. Left-hand side pikes are scaring away the knights as well. And looks like game is kind of stabilizing.
After all the action, because they are attacking each other all the time, check the population and it's almost the same. So in this situation, even if we really know that the economy for Franks is very smooth, this is now a second town center, how we can know who has the advantage here? Well, I love the husbandry, but both are doing, so it's the same.
I love it for both. That's absolutely fair.
Exactly.
I think the main thing here is simply how exposed the woodline of Villese is. And I think this just spelled Siddhartha. This is like the intro of a horror movie to me. You right now it's peaceful, but you know stuff is going down later on.
Yeah, the problem for the later game here with Franks, I'm afraid of Castle push. How cheap they are. Yesterday, Franks also from Capot. But still, there's a raid here. 1 village down. It's going to take another. I think it's going to take 2. It's going to take 3. 3 villages down and not converting any knight. That was very good for Villese. And this is the lead he's taking right now. 49, 47. He has the monks, but he did the damage. That TC. They're in the tower, man. He's doing the town center in the tower. Well, it makes sense, but there's no knights here from Mr. Yo, so it's a good town center.
Oh, knight converted here at the left-hand side of the picture, and that just means more healing. And Villese is playing a beautiful game.
Villese is playing really solid. I was talking with him before, Nelly, and he told me, I feel good. I'm gonna win Mr. Yo. Like this. I'm sorry, Villese. Yeah, I know that it was private. He told me like this.
Wow.
I feel confident that I'm gonna win Mr. Yo. Literally say like this.
Okay.
He was practicing with ACCM. What a player. ACCM practicing and he is out of the tournament. Here, guys, you cannot imagine the great atmosphere. But back into the game. 52 villages, 51. You can see the second town center, monastery. What is that? It's Siege Workshop. Whoa. Very interesting. Siege Workshop here. He has a lot of knights, monk. Seems to be like a good time for going for the siege.
Yeah, I think so as well. Only 4 knights by Mr. Yo. He's going for... What is this? Like, I'm surprised how many pikes and monks he's going for. He gives a lot of map control to Villese. It feels a bit like the timing for a CA switch, but knights are so dominant.
So many knights, Nelly, I mean. He got 4 knights, 7 pikes, 15 knights, Villese, +1/+1. Now he's doing even sanity. If he's going now on raid, he can do a lot of damage. This is 5 pikes, okay. He has a monk as well. Probably he doesn't want to commit. He's not committing. He's going back, doing wheelbarrow, Mr. Yo. But still, this is tricky. And now the siege might be coming. Where's the mangle? The mangle is there. So the siege, it's about to be there. Tone watch, I love that upgrade. Let's see the pikes. The pikes, they need to go back. He's gonna take all them. He's gonna take also the monk. There's another, but that monk is gonna be gone. He's gonna convert 1 knight probably. He's coming with 3 monks. He needs a lot of conversions, Nelly. Otherwise, he's gonna raid a lot.
I think Villese can't really take this fight. If the monks started converting a bit earlier, now jumping for it. 1 monk down, 2 monks.
He converted all. I think he did 3 conversions, but is this worth it for Villese? He got a lot of knights before. Look at now the knights, it's not that big advantage anymore, but he killed already 13 villages for 5 for his opponent, and now he's taking 8 villages lead. So it seems that it's worth it, that one.
Well, it certainly felt like it. Villese obviously lost a lot of potential damage that he could have done with all those knights, right? Traded off, but certainly Villagers went down and he basically reset both armies.
Wow, look at the population, 15 population lead. The Mangler will take another village. Now he need to go back. 2 monks are coming. The knights are going back. He's gonna make the 3rd town center, but Villese is doing 30C as well at the same time, as you can see in the minimap, but we focus in the battle. This is what it matters now. It's converting. No! Didn't convert anything. He lost the monk and now he's trying to go back, because remember that those knights also, well, they get the +2 attack for free.
This is really tough to maneuver for Mr. Yo now. Like the siege monk push here against you not going for any counter siege will make it really tricky. I think we need to see a siege workshop for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, well, also, and the economy difference is already 10 villages. Yeah, he also will borrow, but, you know, it's taking 2 villages without Mangonel. 2 villages without Mangonel. He has to be really, really careful.
5 kills already.
Can snowball. It's, oh man. Well, he's still going, and stone, no stone yet to make a castle. He's gonna keep raiding. Another villager done. No, but a lot of economy idle for Mr. Yo. A lot of economy idle all the time, nearly.
Yeah. In that town center right now, tower there as well, and so many units just sent in one by one. Now tries to dive for the Mangonel potentially, but look at that, Villese, his eyes are all over this area.
Now Villese is dominating right now. He has 11 villages more, 5 army more. The important is that he's attacking all the time, except those 2 knights now. When Mr. Yo attacks his opponent, well, this is the first one in a long time.
Yeah. Instant reaction there. Knights are trying to make something tricky happen, but where should you find some damage? Town centers now up for Villese as well. Strong army in the center. I think we need defensive Mangonels to deal with the aggression.
Yeah, well, Mr. Yo is going to try to make a real counter-attack now. Those knights are going through the right side. He's just not pushing more Villese, just with the Mangonel, keeping those knights there, but he's sending a lot of knights to the right side. Where he's going, he can do some damage. What he's going to achieve, I'm not sure yet. Chain Barded armor, but he doesn't have anything here to defend. He's going to convert. He convert 1 knight. Now need to go to the Mangler. He cannot. It's a lot of farming and monks. But where's the knight now from Mr. Yo? He's gonna take how many? We don't know, because there's a big battle here. The TC is gonna be down. He's taking so many villages. 21 villages down right now. Chain Barded armor. He's trying to counter-attack. But is this an oath? Well, he's killing a lot too. This is madness.
Uh-oh, gloves are off here for sure. And we see Mangonels advancing on that side. The knight still in the base of Villese, but I think he's doing a better job of clearing this one up. And Mr. Yo, wow, he's heavily behind now. Military pretty much reset. Monk conversions here.
Need to clean it. He's gonna clean. He's converting. He convert 1, he killed 2. He's gonna take both Mangonels. But this map is crazy. It's Atacama. Look at the military numbers nearly. Now he has 16 villages more, but you can snowball so much here. Where's the army from Villese? Disappear.
All disappeared indeed. Still more knights now all of a sudden for Mr. Yo. No idea how that happened. Obviously, Villese dove in pretty deep. Took the town center out though. But yeah, look at that. Stone count for both players. Flirting with castle ideas. Now the one put down. And as we mentioned earlier, wood control. The main thing in the mid-game.
But let's see, he has the market, Mr. Yo. I don't know if he has the market. I don't remember. The castle is on his face. The stone from Mr. Yo is 612. Oh, that castle. He bought it, but where he's gonna make it? He's doing the counter castle. We need to check Mapo the castle. The castle, Mr. Mapo, because he's there. He's coming with the knights. Who is doing this castle probably can't take the game. Even if you see that he's 21 villages more, I don't know what you think. Those knights are amazing. Oh my God, he's forcing him to go back. And the castle is gonna be there for Mr. Yo.
But the house
coming back from the hell?
Well, let's see if the... No,
he's
no
doing
chance
it.
castle. 25% against now a finished castle here. And look at that, Mr. Yo. He knows he can deny the castle. It sends his 2 knights back. Oh, no. He's sending more vills, man.
He's sending more villages, yes, but now the castle is gonna be so expensive. The castle is gonna be up, probably, but how many villages is losing?
Will it be up?
But attack! Attack! Well, attack with the knights. He's attacking finally now. He's taking absolutely everything. Where's the village now from Villese? Look at the score. The score is almost the same. 1 minute ago, Mr. Yo was 1,000 score behind, and now he's taking the lead in
more villagers, man.
He's sending more.
Total disaster.
It's disaster. It's game over. It can't be damn game over.
And Villese is still 10 vills ahead because he's killing something behind the scene. Pure madness here on Atacama. Game 1.
He's taking all the villages and Mr. Yo didn't notice. Now I'm thinking why he's not ahead in villages and he didn't see it and he lost all the villages in that town center on the left. Nelly!
22 kills of those 5 knights. That should not happen. You see how much pressure each player is putting towards the other.
It's incredible. It's incredible because Mr. Yo didn't notice. It's still 20 villages ahead after this madness. How many
more vills?
He's going to make
he's just converting. He's clicking them, so the vills are going back. The castle's shooting. Oh god, what a beautiful monk trick.
But you need to waltz in a village and try to make a stone wall or something there. Well, I don't know. Anyway, Atacama. Do you understand, guys, now why Atacama is, well, it's Atacama, you know? It's an amazing map. It's a crazy map. This battle says, I mean, we have seen this before.
Yeah.
In this map, and it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Still, obviously, if Mr. Yo didn't lose those villages in this town center, he will be really ahead. But now, check the population. And look at now the madness from Villese. It's crazy.
The raids behind the scenes, right? We saw the big play here where Villese lost 20, but he was ahead. So killing 20 at the same time at the bottom basically meant it is even again. And Villese now really patient, not trying to finish this one. Maybe produce one ram, soak some castle fire, and then try to finish the castle yourself.
Yeah. Well, now Villese is housed at 120 population, but when you are housed at 120 population and your opponent has 82, you are more than fine. He's still attacking. There's more ready. How Villese is doing this?
How is Mr. Yo not seeing this? Oh god, conversions at the front. He's still clicking there. That's more villagers dying. Mr. Yo, what's happening here?
Mr. Yo is going to be defeated or what? 53 villages, Villese 92. Military and army almost the same. Those amount of knights got 24 villages killed. Those 5 knights. Well, it's more. 12 knights. Okay.
Oh goddy, oh goddy, oh goddy. And yeah, those knights, they have to run knights counterattacks at the other side.
And now Villese don't see it.
Yeah, well, Villese has the better numbers there, is sending those back as well. And neither player with fletching, so those town centers only doing 1 damage per arrow.
You're telling me that that castle was denied without even fletching?
Yeah, crazy, right?
Pretty mad, right? Man, it's incredible. Anyway, the game keep going. In a normal world, in a normal game, in a normal map, this is a second castle, but now that castle is gonna lose more villages again, and now it's a second castle. I was about to say, Nelly, that in a normal map, he deletes.
Wow!
93% deleted. Wow. Would you recover with 93%? Did you recover any stone?
Yeah, 7% of 488. Okay. It's not a lot, man. Never do math on stream, but it's not a lot.
It's not a lot. But, well, in a normal situation, in a normal map, he shouldn't come back, but let's see. Mr. Yo keep trying. It's incredible. Keep trying and try to make the castle. He's gonna lose a lot more villages, but that castle now, it should be up. That's so many villages being. Oh man, he did it again.
Seems like both castles are up going this time, but obviously heavy villager losses again. 50 villagers for Mr. Yo against 90 of Villese now.
Nah, but these ratings by Villese during all the game is incredible. He has been rating him all the time. All the time. 68 villagers killed, 51 by Mr. Yo, is 17 more. I don't think it doesn't even matter in this game anymore. It's still madness. Mr. Yo is gonna keep trying because, well, he see the score. He was 1,000 score behind before and recovered, so he's thinking, I can do it again.
Well, if you raided once successfully, why not raid a second time here? And you see more and more villagers. It's just, his base is so exposed, and it feels like the monks and pikemen were just so slow. The knights just finding damage over and over again.
Oh, this is insane. I mean, how they can keep the focus. I'm tired just only after this first game, Nelly, and look how they're playing. Like, this is incredible. This is incredible. Incredible play there by both players, but we have to say that Villese keep calm after this crazy raid, and then he was raiding with all his own knights. That was beautiful, incredible, but population is double.
Yeah,
pretty much.
How can Mr. Yo know that, right? It's a tricky spot where we can look at the number and see, wow, 70 against 120, looking really good for Villese. But it's so tough to judge if you're playing that game, because you saw, wow, I killed 20 villagers. Yeah, I lost some in the back, but judging this is basically possible. It's unlikely that they ever played such a wild game before.
Okay, he's killing some few villages more, but still is double the village, almost 100 villages for 50. Still trying to make some raiding. Military numbers is not that big of a difference, but it's complicated. We see that there is a monk. It's going to be another conversion, or not. Oh man, I hate when that happened, Nili.
Second armor upgrade now for Villese. Would have loved to see that a bit earlier, but was focusing on the attack upgrade there, and so many more knights. Just so much map control, left-hand side, and those villagers, yeah, they can save themselves. But that's just economy that should be running for Mr. Yo. His income isn't great.
Yeah, he's doing now the +2, Villese. He has been with the +2 knights of Mr. Yo for a while, and this battle is so important. If Mr. Yo is not able to clean those knights, then it's gonna be probably the game. So let's see, he convert one more. He's gonna take a good battle here, Mr. Yo probably, because the other knights are going away. He's not sending all the army together, so Mr. Yo is not... Ooh, it's okay for Villese, actually. Wow. I don't know how he's doing, but he's winning pretty much all the battles.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, right? Lots of the knights went away from the left-hand side. Can we take a look at them, maybe? The blue dots at the left side, were they all super low HP?
Yeah. Oh my god! Amazing move by Villese.
53 HP combined over 4 knights. Holy moly, the
How
micro.
he's controlling that. He's incredible in that kind of battle. Now he's gonna make another castle in this area. What a brutal play. Now he's literally double the population. He's doing another castle, and Mr. Yo is gonna keep trying, but the score is getting closer and closer to 2,000 score difference. I don't know how these cities are going to finish, but about the statement that I told you that, hey, man, I'm gonna win. And Mr. Yo is starting really well, Mr. Villese. Now coming with the knights. He's gonna try to raid those farmers, and he will, because he instantly. That's the difference in this game, basically.
Yeah. So crazy, right? He has his eyes everywhere, and he plays with a massive mini-map as well. Maybe at one point we will take a look at the POV and see how some players use different mods and different approaches. And Villese, it feels like an eighth of his screen is the mini-map, so he's always keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, he has a lot of knights here. Look at, you can see how now he's gonna snipe those monks. He's controlling, he converted one, but killed the other monks. This is incredible, but this is GG call. Villese took the first game. What a wild first game, because I don't remember that we had 5 seconds to breathe.
Yeah, not at all. Maybe in the intro, when there was 3 scouts against 3 scouts, but Villese looked so good there, and yeah, it kind of played the game like we wanted to see it, right? The bit longer fuel age there for Magias. I think in all-in, trying to pressure that really unfortunate wood there for Villese could have been a better option for Mr. Yo. He tried to build the 2 towers, but nice defense by Villese.
Didn't even take a single lake at all. And honestly, I think if Mr. Yo noticed that raid, he was in a good spot.
Yeah, I think at least it was even because he was behind, right? And Villese lost a lot of villagers. That castle not getting up. Mr. Yo getting lots of control was a beautiful move by him, but maybe just one slight misstep there in the back cost him the game.
Okay, now we have potentially, you can pick any of the map. After this game, I'm crazy and saw how he react. What do you think Mr. Yo is going to pick now? For his lake, acclivity, his home maps, he's going to try to pick one of the others. I know, hard to predict, but...
I think you want to take momentum away from Villese here. I wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to go for the bull now, plays his prepared strategy. Could be something with Bulgarians, could be something with Koreans, as we saw in the qualification, could be Lithuanians, like lots of options there. Certainly depends on how he wants to distribute his civilization on the other map. I think his own map makes more sense than picking one of the others.
Okay, we know now the map. The map is Arabia, which is going for meta, but we already have said that Villese is a meta player. I don't think he's going to feel uncomfortable in Arabia.
Yeah, but also, like, we have to play a lot of maps, right? And I'm a bit surprised, like, that Mr. Yo, I think he would have gone for more wild one, right? Northern Isles could have been something. Arabia, maybe Mr. Yo just found something, maybe has a good idea. Okay, Villese, that's his tendency on Arabia. I will find a good counter to it.
Okay, now we're gonna see what civilization is going to be. We're gonna have there in the screen very, very soon. Man, what a game! What a first game is. Well, I love Atacama, but Arabia. Well, Arabia, it depends a lot also about the civilizations they pick, Nelly.
Arabia plays very differently depending on the civilizations. Obviously, it's like no clear cutthroat civilization that we see every single time. And Villese, 8 out of 10 player in everything.
So whoa! Look at these head-to-head games in 2022. 64% for Villese against Mr. Yo. I didn't see this coming.
Yeah. Villese obviously going try-hard every single time, every single ladder game. That's why improved so much over the last 3 years. And Mr. Yo, well, apparently having the worst end out of the matchup, out of the 2. Nice amount of games, I would say.
Mr. Yo, macro 9, strategy 9. Yeah, I would say that Mr. Yo, best one he has is the strategy. Strategy-wise has been always someone really special.
Strategies in the game, I'm not that much of a big fan of his drafts, honestly. Like we have seen sometimes him being not having a clear execution plan in like game 4, game 5. So the end of his drafts are something that he maybe worked on in the last month. Certainly we see Villese going for Mayans on Arabia. Feels like a very strong pick.
Okay. We see the Mayans that is absolutely strong. And Mr. Yo, what is he going to do? We're going to see Hindustanis maybe?
We have
Hindustanis
are an option.
He picked Hindustanis, no?
Yeah, he
Because
picked
see, we didn't make the draft. I don't have the draft in my mind like with the previous series, right?
Yeah.
And it's best of 5. It costs me a little bit more.
Yeah, we also have the task that feels like something we are going to put on acclivity there. And we also have Frigid Lake. Lots of different options. We could see Hindustanis for Frigid Lake as well, but on Arabia.
Well, we saw that matchup exactly in the previous series. I mean, for a long game, it seemed that, well, we saw Hindustanis should be ahead than Mayas.
Yeah, but pretty different in this sense how the map is shaped, right? Outcrop, we're already starting basically fully walled, right? There are so many big forests around us, so it is easier to get into the late game compared to Arabia, where we can have generations with very few wood lines around our TC and therefore force into more aggression. And that's the area, well, all the time where Mayans shine.
Yeah, I mean, it's take a long way, and in middle, well, and in the start is crazy, Mayans. And Mayans is what Villese as a blue has now in game number 2 on the left. And on the right side, Mr. Yo has Hindustanis. As you mentioned, now it's stable up, but he will have to make an RT range quite fast against the Mayans, Nille.
I think so as well. Stable opening here will give him some control. Obviously kills the Eagle quite easily while he can scout as well. Now trades off some HP here as Mr. Villese knows he cannot outrun this. And would upgrade for Villese, so not trying to super rush Castle Age. Even the farm upgrade for our Hindustani player.
Okay, we need to see how the map is for Villese.
Big walls.
And it's big walls. Why I'm talking about the map, because my next question for you, Mr. Nille, is, do you think here the market abuse can be a possibility?
Market abuse? Yes, it can be. We have the save gold there with the berries. This hill is kind of troublesome. I think the early wood upgrades kind of indicates, okay, we are not like trying to super rush Castle Age. Also big walls here. I think we are playing at least some eagles, some archers, and then maybe the late market.
Okay, we see 3 scouts there. He's trying to kill a village, but he cannot, because there's one spear that is going to arrive in a moment. He's trying to go back, and he's going back. 4 scouts now, and the spear is out of position. I think 1 village will fall, and maybe 2. Oh,
maybe none.
No. Maybe none.
Ooh, crazy save.
And he got a lot of HP. That was definitely a very good move by Villese, who seems to be really on point, Nille.
Absolutely. 1-1 KD after this one. Noticing a villager falling, Spearman even getting another hit in. And look at that, the low HP villagers moved away further from all those potential raids here. Maybe quick wall gate there. Nah, goes for the house. Is totally fine. Nice defense by Villese.
Yeah, and that's the problem now. The amount of army from Villese is just amazing. 10 right now, 4 for Mr. Yo. Those are, now that he's not listening to me, MBL walls.
Yeah, obviously. Really tight base there. Couldn't really get enough control over the big base simply because the army is already coming. And scouts, not great against the spearman archer mix there. That's why we see the archer range. That's why we see skirmishers. 2 skirmishers are easily defending this, but you need quite some scouts, and obviously you want to use them for the raiding at the front.
Okay, the scouts for now, they have to run away because there's so many spears. On the right side, there's blue coming with some army. It's 2 army. Well, they get fletching, and he might do some damage. There's so many villages on the berry that is still open. I never understand why they wall some part of the map so early, and then you leave all these open.
Well, it's complex, right? If you wall the right-hand side now without having army there, it's very easy that a villager will get picked off uncontestedly, right? And this one, at least you can send the villager back. Look at that. Micro's looking pretty solid. If the villager now was out walling, he would have been dead.
Oh, wow. You can see, guys, that both civilizations in a 50% rate, but what matters now is that they're facing each other. Let's see what is going to happen. The scout's not going to find any spot to make damage there because the big China walls are done by Villese, so no problem here. And also the wood is still the edge of the map, as you can see now with removing the fog of war. Mr. Yo, well, good resources. Remember, guys, Hindustan is cheaper village, so it's also a good economy civilization.
Let's take a quick look at the stone positioning here for our Hindustani player. Obviously, we are spawning with 2 stone spots, 5 tiles and 4 tiles. That one tries to be included. That one is excluded. So, Gula, not really an easy option, and that's why we don't wall at late times, man.
Yeah, that's really bad now. And look at now, already selling absolutely everything, Villese, and he's gonna click up. It's true that Mr. Yo is not so far for clicking up, but this is already a mess, a real mess. He could do a tower, yes, because he didn't sell the stone like he did his opponent, but his opponent is now pushing. He's having army, he's having a lot more army, and he's on the way to Castle Edge. Nearly Villese is playing really smooth right now, and he has definitely the advantage.
Oh, and 3 scums without the armor might not be enough. Still 4 spearmen there. This could be a better fight for Villese. I'm surprised that Mr. Yo is taking this one.
Oh, he's taking a battle that he shouldn't take. He lost more HP, 1 scout including as well. He need to go away. He's now on the way to Castle. But West, what is going to be now the transition? Because here you don't have knights with Hindustanes. So Hindustanes is good, okay. But when you have a castle up,
well, maybe we have to go for CA, but crossbow numbers obviously way better, and it takes some time to get to the CA. So big question mark here. I love the position for Villese.
Yeah, it's really amazing. The archers are on the farmers. The archers are on the farmers. No reactions. He's slow. It's slow, Mr. Yo, today. And he's not reacting with those moments. It's true that he's paying attention in the north, but on the right side or at the bottom, it's taking some damage.
Lion helping out quite a bit here. Seems like Villese is part of the alliance.
Well, the Lion feel that Mr. Yo needs some help, and he's helping a little bit, but now he's going back. Let's see, because population after all this, it's close in economically talking, but military numbers and being the Mayans, what is going to be the transition? I see archers and eagles can put both.
Why not both, right? Because typically against archers, we are trying to build some skirmishes. Eagles really good against those, and aggression just continues. And Mr. Yo, he doesn't get the second kill for the Lion. And Mr. Yo simply not getting the breathing room to wall off the bottom part of the map.
Oh, man, look at the economy he has. He bought it even, he bought a stone. I don't know if I like that. He want to make some TC, probably. Like
look at the stone for Mr. Yo. Like full brute force castle here. He's at the left-hand side. He went out there, opened the walls a bit further down from our screen. So will be the Gulam play, but without any map control. Where do you build the castle?
I think he's going to make it in that hill. I think in that hill.
But that means no gold for you.
Yeah, well,
Gulam costs massive amount of gold.
Well, he's there. He's doing there. He's doing there in that one. He's doing forging as well. There is the crops. He has a potential TC there, but he has no stone to make another TC, so he cannot do anything. Maybe he's gonna sell some wood because he has quite a lot. He's doing another Lambricam, but that Lambricam is not protecting. The archers are coming. The castle is still not tapped, but there is crops also coming from the right side. The castle is the ideal. Yes, the castle, but the position, as you mentioned, not the best. He still have no gold. He sent back 3 villages on gold, so he's now mining a little bit. Squires, how many Gulams you need to face this army?
Well, obviously the big problem is like 5-6 Gulam will be nice, but this army is increasing, right? We see more crossbow in the queue, more eagles in the queue. We have eagle upgrades, and those Gulam only +1/+1. They really need the second armor upgrade.
Yeah, I think that second town center need to happen. He need to clean the army in the south and probably make a TC in the south as well, because it's not a choice. That's a perfect town center.
Yeah.
That's a perfect town center.
Love that one. Eagle trying to chase those skirms away. Gulam now coming in. I think this is the moment where you're always fighting or always dying. I think diving in and trying to kill 2 villagers could be an option. No, he accepts his fate.
Possible now. Well, he's not killing anything there, and seems like Mr. Yo with this situation can stabilize, but Villese is already with a second and on the way to make a third TC. Still having more army, but it's raining less. It's not that much army anymore. Like, he's having now the Gulams, some archers, and, well, it seems that Mr. Yo can stabilize.
It feels like it. And also, I have to credit those 4 skirmishes of Mr. Yo. How much they did in the defense, constantly zoning out some archers early on, then some crossbow, and simply allowing more villagers to work all this time, buying his Gulam transition sometime. So, no.
Wow, and now he's doing the +2. He has the +2 Gulams, the skirmishes are coming. Let's see how he's gonna work those, because there's +1/+1, Gulams are there. He's trying to kill the skirmishes as well, and the numbers are, man, they eat everything.
Gulam are simply crazy, absolutely crazy.
They eat absolutely everything, and still the numbers are still more, but he's getting there, and it's only 6 villages different. Mr. Yo now, what he should do the transition? More TCs or keep going more and more army, because right now he's still with 7 Villese on start early. A second castle forward, knowing Mr. Yo, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think going 3 TC and thinking about him could be an option, because he, like, Mass Gulam is tricky to go for if you have only 1 castle. 2 castles kind of slows you down a lot. So I think going Imp and then adding a second castle makes a bit more sense. It's tricky. He can't really take damage because he has the Gulam defense, but he can't really do damage because his numbers aren't high enough.
Yeah, well, it's pretty crazy. Let's see, 7 Villese difference. The 30C is going to be there already. He needs to clean those eagles and also maybe some walls. I find it weird because he's not walling anything anymore, so he can get ready. But now he's going with the Gulams. Is there any hole there? It seems to be everything wall. No, it's not wall, but he's not going because there's a monk. Now he's going around. He might find that area. Not sure, because probably he's going to wall in time. The Gulams are going. Now this is still very, very open. So Villese need to wall there or he will lose quite a lot. We see also how Villese is almost with the stone to make a castle. At home, some Plumarches, he bought it already, a stone.
I think this castle has to be aggressively on the hill. No! I think this is too defensively. The thing is, I feel that if we go into a stable game, Mass Gulam, it is too easy for the Hindustani player to play the late game, and they should have the advantage. That's why I feel we need to get rid of those castles, win a trap war in some way, and that's why I wanted to see the castle further forward. I see that it's pretty risky, though.
Yeah, and now he's getting some economy difference, Mr. Yo in his favor. Bozo is already there for quite a while now. The wheelbarrow already done. He took few villages here. Actually, he killed 4 in that situation. 4-2 now. It was 2-0 behind. Now there's going to be some conversion, so he has to commit because those Gulams are kind of trapped.
Can we get a monk? Doesn't look like it here. And, well, they're just running around, trying to be annoying. Most important thing is the boom here for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, let's see how is his boom going. Well, 65 villages. And the good thing is that he's not getting raided anymore, really. So all the pressure is now a little bit, well, it's gone, and Villese has to be careful. Oh, that castle.
Ooh, nice spot.
That castle.
Secures himself the gold on the hill. Monk here was dropping the relic, picked it off again, and is now bringing it home. 2 relics already for Villese. Not unlikely that he will get up to 4, maybe even flirting with 5.
I think he has 3 relics, Nelly. He has 2 in the bank, and the other one was dropped. So he has 3 relics already in minute 18. And let's see the castle. We're going to find out very soon. He's coming with more, but now those Gulams are really scary. He got the squares, he got the +2. He needs to go back, but that castle is going to be up there. Transition to Imperial going to be really, really important. We see more farmers for Mr. Yo with wheelbarrow included, and now that army is just cleaning. He's feeling comfortable. The population is getting closer, and this is starting to get a little bit better and better for Mr. Yo. He has a lot of wood. More farms, sell resources to try to go up, because look at what Villese is doing. It's going to go up.
And Mr. Yo realizes that there will be a rush to Imperial Age, because Mr. Yo just wanted to build a 4th town center here, then thought better of it and replaced it with a mining camp.
Is that relic in the artillery range and Villese didn't notice?
It's in there.
Unbelievable.
Maybe he cannot pick it up.
Maybe. Maybe he has to delete the archery range. Who knows, right? Okay, there's the other. It's kind of weird, but probably he didn't notice. Economy. How is this even possible? Mr. Yo, it's on the way to Imperial with the same village than Villese. Villese now is going up, but we have seen this matchup before. I mean, if Villese was like ahead with a lot more army or more economy, but in this situation, I'm scared from those Gulams.
Yeah, absolutely madness. Look at that. Monks, 4 monks around. So I don't think Mr. Yo can take a fight, because 4 conversions would just mean Mr. Yo is just getting super clapped in this fight. I think running is the only option.
Yeah, 5 monks is too many. 5 monks is too many. Well, remember that they also have bomber cannons, so Gulams, trebuchets, even hand cannoneers, we saw, like, and he has the heal there, but the timing is only 5-second difference. Ah, man, this is so close. But
this is the castle that I wanted to see, by the way. And I'm totally fine if he builds the first one a bit more defensively, the second one more aggressively here. And now Mr. Yo has to make a tough decision. He only has 2 castles. What is he producing out of it? Is he going for Gulam? Is he going for traps? Ideally, he wants to go for both.
Yeah, but what do you think will be the first? Because he need to take that castle. The problem is, if you go with trebuchet and you slow your production, he might kill your traps.
Yeah. I think we have to go for like 3 traps into conscription, into then Gulam production again. But so tricky to
and he's just disturbing. He is being annoying, trying to get inside and raid. He knows, Mr. Yo, that if he's getting inside, and he's getting inside, man, he killed that one. He destroyed the house. He can raid now more and more villages. Look at the population. This Mr. Yo is so dangerous as a player. It was looking really bad in the start.
Yeah.
And look at the position now for Mr. Yo. This is crazy.
Yeah, and well, we will go into the analysis
Yeah,
of how we
later.
got here a bit later. It just feels like Villese had such a good lead in feudal age there. Now more Gulams are around. Obviously still Villese, if he kills those 2 castles, he easily wins the game.
Yeah, but he has to kill them. He has plume archers. This is a different with the previous game we saw in the previous series. We almost didn't see from Jordan plume archers. It was missed pretty much eagles. Here we don't see eagles at all. Do you like this decision? Because those Gulams, the archers.
Well, you're chasing them down and you're using your monks a bit more, right? Because now from distance you can scratch those Gulams. Obviously not a lot of damage is coming through, but every single time they want to engage, the monks are threatening conversions.
And now with Villese will be even much better. Elite Gulams and Blast Furnace is going to be fully upgraded. Any of them was doing trebuchets till now, so both prioritize the production as we were talking, but now the trebuchet war will happen. Chemistry, maybe, handcart is having a very good economy, except heavy blow, he got now pretty much everything.
Elite Gulam already finished here. We obviously don't have the last armor upgrade, but they're still extremely good. 6 pierce armor on their own, +2, and not a lot of damage is coming through there from any range units. Wong's still doing a good job of converting though.
Converting some, now he need to go back, but we need to focus here, and the Gulams are coming. The Gulams are coming, he's gonna take the trebuchet, and then when he kill that treb, he might kill all the village, all the army, and seriously, this is looking so good for Mr. Yo. So good, because if he's losing that castle, free way to attack his economy, Nile.
Oh man, that castle is going down, and most important thing, that castle means that Mr. Yo will keep all his 2 castles alive. He's now trying to build a 3rd one there at the bottom. Gulam production will continue. I think Villese is running out of options.
Mr. Yo, even if the population is almost the same, is looking really smooth right now. The 3rd castle is in the south. There is another castle also as well, but look at now the Echo KD after all this aggression, because it was looking that Villese was doing really damage in the start of the game. He lost only 3 villages. 3 villages.
That's sick. That's a sick defense for sure.
That's incredible. Only 3 villages, and now he keep coming now with those Gulams. Population is still more and more ahead. We don't see yet chemistry. And look at the gold. No relics for Mr. Yo, but he has a lot of gold, and he didn't make the Hindustani's upgrade.
Yeah.
10% faster. That's crazy. Okay, he keep coming. I mean, at this point, when you are Mayan's player, I mean, it's frustrating because what you do?
You needed to have a bigger advantage going into pitch. Mr. Yo just did such a good game of defending, getting his eco running, and those Gulams really paid off there in Castle Age and now in Imperial Age.
Okay, he's trying to get inside, and he's getting inside the game. And I'm afraid, really afraid, that the GG call, there you go, has been called 1-1. Mr. Yo came back in the... Well, it's not that he was that behind, but he recovered quite smoothly.
Yeah, and it was simply because Gulam obviously is such a crazy unit. We will see it in the analysis again, right? It was Villese surrounding 90% of the base of Mr. Yo, controlled the gold, controlled the wood, but the main resource in the spot, ironically enough, was stone. And Mr. Yo had 11 villagers on stone, bought some more, got to his castle, and Villese having 1 archer on each stone spot, and he wins the game. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah, I remember that he came through that area for the second stone when we was doing the market. He probably was thinking that he was trying to mine the stone there. Maybe he didn't even explore that stone. I don't remember that he was through that side.
Yeah,
I don't remember.
Yeah,
so maybe he didn't see that stone at all.
Yeah, but
he was coming always to the right side. Sorry.
That simply is the main winning condition of Hindustanis, right? So that has to be one of your thoughts, especially if you saw the set before, where we already saw the same matchup and the Gulams dominating.
Wow. Well, let's focus now in the next potential game, because the maps, whatever map happen, is gonna be great. Frigid Lake, Acclivity, or can be the Bull. I believe it will be Acclivity or Frigid Lake. When we know the map, and hopefully we will know soon, we can talk about the civilization, but remaining civs, we analyze a little bit more. We got the Saracens, always really special civilization. Gurjara, that is scary. Berbers and Incas. Bulgarians, Lithuanians, Tatars, and Koreans. Oh, Koreans for the bull. I smell the bull for Koreans for the bull. Who has better civilization for you?
I think it will be Bulgarians for the bull there, and we have the Tatars arguably for, or potentially for Acclivity. And Acclivity is the map, so something like Tatars against Villese. If we could see it again, that would help us out.
We need to see the civs again. We need to see the civs again because we are all...
Yeah. Also, like, since we didn't have once the players do the Civ draft, we are doing a better job of trying to follow them and trying to understand what the next step could be.
Villese is gonna pick Saracens in acclivity.
Has to be Incas or Saracens, I believe so as well.
Yeah.
Yes, like Gojara, Berber. What could we have on the bull? Is that maybe the Inca map? Saracens acclivity makes lots of sense. I think so as well.
I think he used it versus Tatoh. It was Villese versus Tatoh. And it was Saracens. He played really, really well.
Okay.
For that, I remember that one. So Saracens versus Tatars. If was that one that we're going to discover very soon, what do you think is better?
I think Tatars is easier to play, and it is easier to die to Saracens at the same time. Because Saracens, it is tricky to find out what they are trying to play, right? They are using the market. Typically, if you trade resources in the market, it has a 30% tax. With Saracens, it's only 5% tax. Therefore, you can just make wild tech switches, can go into CA, can go into Knights, can go into Scouts, Archer, Monk Rush, whatever your heart desires. And it is tricky for your opponent to scout, because seeing 15 villagers on gold, it still could be anything. And Mr. Yo goes for Lithuanians.
Whoa. Lithuanians in this one. Well, the opening can be very solid, as we know. Skirmishes that are faster, spears that are faster. How you feel about it? Well, I like it because I remember that 2 relics per player in this map are spawned more or less fair and close to the map, so can be a good choice.
Yeah. Kind of guaranteed 2 relics because they're so close to your starting base. Then there's one on the hill in the center. So that could be an option. I think the main factor is you start with another additional 150 food, allowing you to either get an military upgrade earlier, an eco upgrade earlier, or what we see often, like adding 2 scouts, easier transition, and then going into skirmishes that run faster, that could potentially chase down armies that include archers and skirms of Villese.
Okay, let's see what Villese is. We need the confirmation because now maybe it's another civilization, but I just want to see the game.
I think Berbers could also be an option, and
there you
Saracens.
Saracens. Well, he played incredibly well, and if he has, since we always say that he's a meta player and he has a build order specifically, this civilization is super hard to stop.
Does he have a mouse pad from Red Bull Wololo 3?
I think
so.
Well, let's see, because we are, ladies and gentlemen, in game number 3, Villese Saracens, Mr. Yo, Lithuanians. As a blue, Villese is in the south. And it's opening, we will see how it's opening because I miss it a little bit. RT range, while Mr. Yo in the north is opening stable or RT range as well.
It was
stable. It's stable, but he will make an RT range quite fast nonetheless.
Yeah, I think so as well, especially when the pressure is coming. Something that I already saw is that Mr. Yo's map will be really tough to wall. Yeah, he has 4 woodlines, but naturally only 2 of them can be really included in walls. Look at the gold at the front. Barry's kind of open there, and this will be really tough. I think he needs to play hyper-aggressively in this one.
Well, it's a civilization that invited you to do it. But, man, this is what happened with the Saracens. The market in minute 1. Remember, guys, that the Saracens is, well, minute 2. The Saracens is 75 only would cost for the market. It's so cheap, and the most important is not what it costs. The market is what you can do with it.
Trade the resources there. Scouts now coming in there, trying to be annoying. Market, I think a bit unintentionally, but actually working out pretty well. How it blocked off to the woodline there, therefore the scout arriving a bit later, and yeah, he didn't even scout the woodline there. And villagers could be able to finish this area here.
But he should go back. That's not good. This is not good. He might lose now a village to a scout. If he micro properly, he might lose it. That was a little bit sloppy. If you ask me, for Villese, he's gonna lose a village, and another scout is coming. He might lose a second, no, because the spear is there, but already did some damage, and so many villages already idling by Villese there.
What's happening? That feels so weird. Like 2 villagers from the right-hand side, 2 villagers from the left. Market now being used. Resources, look at that. Already thinking about castling.
Yeah, he's trying to go castling. He sold the stone already. He sold absolutely everything. But he's inside with 2 scouts. He's going to lose another village. This is not good for Villese. And now Mr. Yo is doing the damage. Definitely doing the damage. He's 3 villages already in 3 minutes. He's on the way to castling. You expect that. But Mr. Yo is doing the damage. And if there's a player that loves to play aggressive and full feudal, that might be Mr. Yo. But is this enough damage?
He is at least guaranteeing himself to get control over Villese's base, right? Because now he can have like 2-3 skirmishers camp on the hill in front of the archer range, and Villese will never do the damage. Villese won't find the timing here, which is the most scary thing. If we arrive at Castle Age, both of the players, it's likely that Lithuanians have the better economy, the better setup for the long game, and if they clear up the army of Saracens, they run out of options.
Well, I mean, if we check, he's doing the market himself, but Mr. Yo, 22 on foot. 22 farmers, maybe some on berries and some on deers as well. 22 on foot, 2 on gold, 9 on wood. Obviously, completely different composition and build order for Villese because he's using the market. He's doing now the stable. I don't know if Mr. Yo can see that stable. Can we see the Fog of War Mapo on from Mr. Yo?
Double stable even. Double stable.
He didn't see
only 4 archers.
Stable. Whoa.
Maybe Mr. Yo, though, should have gotten the information if he clicked the town center. He could have seen that there was no fletching, only 5 attack, no 5+1, therefore knowing that there was no archer all incoming. So I think if Mr. Yo thought about that, he could know that it's actually not going to be a cross-walling.
Yeah, but now he needs to wall, and he's not walling. The archers are just there just to avoid the wall, Nelly, and wait for the raid. That Village is gonna wall. He needs to delete that one and make a house. He's gonna make it. He did the house. He see the archers. Now he's gonna see that this
still not fletching.
Without fletching, exactly. And double stable and maybe siege workshop forward.
Ooh, not
right away.
Impossible. I'm not sure if he has the economy. He just the streets of those monastery. Wants to steal the relic from the center of the map, apparently. Ooh.
Yeah, well, at least don't let him to get anything extra because 2 is already an oath. Double stable. The problem is, Mr. Yo might go directly monastery as well, right? Okay, 40 Village, he's ahead, but he still don't see the fletching. There's no fletching, so let's see if he's gonna.
But still, armor for the skirms. Mr. Yo is reading this game incorrectly. And that's what we said earlier. It is so easy for Saracens to screw up with your mind. You show the archers, Mr. Yo is preparing against the archers, and suddenly knights knock on your door. There's no answer.
Yeah, he has no answer, but he's gonna make double. But now you can make the houses, because since there's no fletching, no problem. So he's gonna be walled. He's gonna be walled.
He's not walled, it's still full open, man.
He's walled in this area, but Villese is now stubborn and he's attacking all in this area. If the map is completely open and Villese is here, it's gonna stay here and here and here. Why? Because if we put Villese point of view, Mapo please, Villese point of view, he doesn't know if he's open, if he's walled, because he didn't explore that area for a long time, and he's still in this spot when his opponent, it was completely open, and now he's walling, and then we are crying. But the siege workshop is in top of that hill, Nelly, and trying to take that goal. The thing is, can Mr. Yo see another goal? We need now the Fog of War to see if he can see the other goals.
Oh,
that one.
But that's the exposed one. His proper second gold was not scouted by him.
Didn't see it. He didn't see it. The monastery is already there. Military numbers. It is scary. 16-9. But he got 4 camels, 4 knights. Even siege is scorpions. A tower there will be good, Nelly. Or it's not an oath.
Oh, we don't want to do that, but we need 2 more behind it, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, he need to go back and didn't make any walls, any tower, any defense. He's gonna try to convert. The Villese are going. Villese is going all aggressive. Mr. Yo didn't convert, and there is nothing here that he can stop that army, or Mr. Yo is gonna make magic again.
How can he do magic? He has 4 spears, 5 skirmishers.
And then he counter. He tried to counter Red, but he cannot. He's gonna get converted. He's walling! He's walling with the palisade gate there, and he convert now the knight. This is the difference. At home, he didn't convert absolutely anything, but then when he went forward, he got converted. It's like double the population, let's say.
Oh god, and now going into pikemen again simply because he doesn't have any gold control, didn't really scout the second spot, and look at how much cavalry is still open or left here, and it felt like the second knight got converted there as well.
Yeah. Well, he's doing a TC on the goal. He still didn't see the other one that is safer. He did the pikeman upgrade. Pikes are great, yes, when you have pikes, because he got 4. 4 is definitely not an oath, but at least he can avoid the raiding. He's doing another barrack and now squires. And squires, those are like knights, man. They have like husbandry. Those are so fast. I mean, those pikes are super fast. Remember, guys, that Lithuanians spears and skirmishes are just faster. And he's coming now with the ram. A ram, I don't like that one. It's the resources you are spending, and you're gonna lose that ram.
Well, you will lose it against Mangonel eventually. You should never go for more than 1 ram there. It takes out houses a bit faster than Mangonel, though, so I don't mind it too much. But yeah, it felt like Mangonel was the bit more clear spot. Maybe he was lacking some gold. Relic still a big question. Soon we will see 3 for Villese. too high up on the base of Mr. Yo.
Yeah, but let's see if he's gonna take them. Double monastery, yes. He's coming with the monks. He's going with the pikes. The game, amazing. Population, how is possible? Mr. Yo is ahead to Villese. He has the same army. He stabilized. He did the magic. He did the magic. How? We don't know. But he always do the magic, or almost always. He convert now one camel, and now he's gonna take probably the monks. Even if he convert the scrims or he lose them, these skirmishes are worthy.
And this is crazy, right? How much defense he got out of them in game 2 there early on the Arabia, and now maybe the monk.
The monk is killing the monk. It's very important to kill those monks. Now the Mongol is there, so many pikes, 3 villages more. This Mr. Yo, I don't know how he's doing, but he's stabilized already, and he has 2 town centers nearly, so his economy is quite fine right now.
Pretty sick. At one point, I thought this game was ending any second, and again, we see some raids. This time the other way around. Mr. Yo finding some, and Villese is not
He's not reacting. He's not reacting. I don't know if you saw that. This is another town center. Great to see on the main goal. Now he wallet. Okay, but he's now 6 villages behind. 3 town centers. And if the game goes longer, with a little bit better economy now for Mr. Yo, Saracens or Lithuanians, Nelly?
It's so tricky, right? If it's early in, Saracens have a really nice timing. Again, mark use can be pretty nice. Plus, we have the Arbalest. If the game goes super long, Hussar, Skirm, like the trash option is so much better for the Lithuanian player.
It is very good. It is very good. Did he take the relics? Villese got 3 relics. He's still not getting any relic, Mr. Yo, but he's not doing nice. He's now for now on pikes and monks. With that army, Villese cannot do too much. He cannot do that. He needs now redemption.
Yeah, the game will stabilize, I believe. I think this game will go to it. There's no way to really do damage from now on.
It's really possible. The 30C is coming now for Villese, but Mr. Yo, I'm sorry, but I'm going to disagree with you. Look how many villages he has on his stone, Mr. Yo. He's going to try to make a castle forward. No, I'm thinking that knowing him and more on a stone, he's going to make a defensive castle or going crazy?
I think it has to be a defensive lightest play. Like forward castle, he simply doesn't have the mobile army. Yeah, pike, what is that? 1 mangonel, 3 monks. Yeah. There's no way he can go aggressively with that.
And to be honest, he doesn't really need to go forward at this point. I mean, he seems to stabilize. He has a good economy. Oh, but he's doing
look
redemption.
At the point of view. A bit higher here, he didn't see that relic.
Yeah.
That is the point of view of Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
Ooh, will be 1 against 4 most likely.
He didn't explore. He has 1 relic now. He's doing redemption. Will Barrow. He didn't see that relic. He has to explore. He didn't. There's 1 skirmish exploring. Villese is using that skirmish to gather information, but military numbers still similar. Now it's coming with the camels. There's the castle, as you were talking, Nelly. It's defensive. He's at home. He needs that 1, but the monks are already there to defend that mangonel. Not in the right position, too far. He need to come, but that army with the pikes, with the mangonel, with the monks, he's gonna be able to stop all that. Need to go back.
Redemption.
The monks are coming. Redemption is already there. Redemption is already there. The redemption is already there. He's trying to convert. He converted, and now he's gonna try to kill the monks or not? Well, he's gonna kill a lot. He's not gonna kill a lot. If he's shooting, he's gonna take the monks. Taking another. The castle is gonna be up. He need to go away, or Villese is gonna lose absolutely everything. Villese is almost the same. But he took some. Ooh, and again it's happening, but now he noticed, Nelly.
Wow, but still, like, that was 6-7 villages going down, so nice raids by Villese again. Pushed away indeed here, and well, now
kill it.
An upgrade that we very rarely see, but could make sense in this spot here. Extra range for town centers, for Lithuanians in Castle Age. That would mean that a mangonel push at any spot on the map is not really an option anymore.
Yeah, let's see, but you want to delay your transition to Imperial, you know, I mean, it's kind of complicated. Let's see that. He's mining stone, his wall, and the pikes are coming. The economy can stabilize, and now if he's using a lot the market, ooh, he's going aggro. He's gonna go latest? He's going latest. He's doing the bloodline, he's gonna make another TC, and instead of going directly to Imperial, which Villese is trying, it seems that Mr. Yo is gonna go full aggressive now. Thoughts about that, Nelly?
Interesting for sure. Is going for another TC here at the top. Light is obviously buying himself some time if he wanted to, well, face some aggression in Castle Age, but Villese is going towards Imp. Mr. Yo, I don't think he can do a lot of damage here in Castle Age.
Oh, but I think now the second castle is going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. It's going to be aggressive. We will see. He's 9 villages behind. Military and Arm is almost the same. Trying to convert the camel, but he's not going to... Oh, he converted. In the last second, he need to go back or he's going to convert back as well because there's more monks. He's converting another. Not anymore. Pikes and late is coming. He's trying to kill as much as possible. The monk is going to convert another knight. And there's a lot of going on. Both are attacking each other. The archers might help a lot. But Mr. Yo keep doing more and more upgrades. I don't think that he can go Imperial anymore, Villese, because there's so much army coming.
Yeah, but he defended all the army, right? He got all the conversions. I think this is not what Mr. Yo really needed with his stone. I think now the castle has to be more defensively, and that means Villese, I think, should get the hill in the center. Mr. Yo decided to build the castle at the right-hand side.
The castle very, very defensive at the back. He's doing a skill bar and armor. Still, I feel that there's not enough farmers for the play that probably Mr. Yo need, and that's why now he's spamming a lot more farms in that town center. This is 4 town centers for both, but 15 villages ahead, and Villese is about to go up to Imperial, so really Mr. Yo need to do something else. Otherwise, the advantage is solid for Villese.
And as we all know, Saracens, we think of them as a market civilization, but technically they're actually a camel civilization, and camels should counter those lighters, those cavaliers, if we were going for them. So Villese will have the answer to those traits.
Well, they have a lot. I mean, they have camels, they have hussar, they have barbarians, they have bombard cannons, siege rams, they have their tech except halberdiers, they get everything. Well, let's see now. The ladies are raiding those villages, and it's still 12 villages ahead. For now, Mr. Yo is not even thinking to go up. He's doing all the economy upgrades, but we see a very, very important castle in the middle of the map because he's on the way to Imperial. And how you take that castle down now if you are on Mr. Yo position? You don't.
You don't. You have to play the long game here. And Lighters, as you saw, upgrades are really important in Age of Empires. Only one defense upgrade there against basically 2 attack, 2 armor and bloodlines. Really dominant win there for the Lighters. But don't think that will repeat itself once Villese gets all his upgrades on the camels.
Those archers don't have ballistic. He's still doing more and more ladies. Those ladies has, 2 relics. He did 40, so they are +3. He's trying to raid, but he's still 10 villages behind. What I love here from Villese is that he has been using the market, yes, but his economy is amazing. Like 100 villages with Barrow Bozo. He's just missing the heavy plow, but he's playing pretty well. Yeah, the great economy for Villese too.
Setting himself up quite nicely indeed, and heavy camel upgrade obviously will take some time. I think could easily be afforded after this one. Maybe another conversion here. And Villese, I think he will be happy with how this game is going. Mr. Yo, still quite some minutes away from even clicking.
He keep doing more and more ladies. He's trying to probably raid, but when he noticed that his opponent is in Imp, then what? It's true that he doesn't have a great economy in the bank. Like, he cannot make right now Botkin or Arval's upgrade. I mean, he has good amount of archers. He cannot make heavy camels. This raiding is paying off because he's forcing him to do a lot of farming, so he doesn't have resources for the upgrades.
Oh, but that's just even, right? I think if we trade off or continue trading off camels against the lighters, that is kind of fine for Villese. I just would love to see some more upgrades. He is getting bloodlines, or he got bloodlines now +1/+1. I think he is okay defending it like this.
Okay, remember guys that those ladies just ignore all the armor, and now we see more stone for Mr. Yo. The castles are all being defensive. He cannot go forward anymore, even more with his opponent in Imperial. Imperial that is giving to Villese for now nothing. Just 1 trebuchet, but he's losing Villese now. And Mr. Yo is getting now ahead, taking the lead, killing so many villages, raiding all the time, not letting Villese breathe, and his economy cannot grow nearly. So he's in Imperial with 30 farmers. Well, now Mr. Yo got 54 farmers, 27 villages on goal, and very, very soon will go up to Imperial. While now Villese, to get the heavy camel upgrade, he needed to sell the stone.
500 stone gone, and I like that decision a lot. Obviously, heavy camel, as we said, extremely long upgrade. Takes 100 seconds to finish. Lightest raid number 10 or something on this side happening, but I think the camels are ready this time.
Okay, let's see, because he's now trying to kill that castle. He's repairing, obviously. He's getting time. He's about to go up to Imperial. Population is almost the same. And who is getting the lead here? Who has the advantage in the lead?
I still have to give it to Villese barely, though. Well, will be without castles, right? And if we see those fall, that would be really tricky. Another good fight for the Lighters.
But this is a great battle for the latest because he's taking many of them, and before the heavy camel upgrade. Now he need to go back because he knows that he's going to lose them, and maybe he can take some of those. He's coming now, trying to kill the trebuchet. He's gonna kill one on the trebuchet. He killed it. How he didn't repair that one? And now no stone for Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo is doing the +2, so those ladies are gonna be +4 already, but he's at the limit as well, Yo. He needs to mine a lot more gold. He has only 12 on gold now.
Finally, Heavy Camel will deal with those lighters. And look at that. Again, the same rate over and over again, but this time with the 8 of some pikes.
Wow, population is almost the same. A little bit more army for Villese. A little bit more Villese. Ooh, what we're going to see here? Skirmishes.
Rangers. Interesting choice.
Skirmishes. Botkin, well, the skirmishes are very strong. If he's doing also the castle tech is they're amazing. +6 they can get.
Oh, the relic.
The
relics.
But he got
That's the monastery. Yeah, but he has one relic here. That could be -1 attack for all his lighters.
He has to be careful. He has to be careful to move those relics, but he's coming out, so he's trying to disturb. 152 for both. It's exactly the same population. It's not close. It's the same. It's still 36 farmers, but Mr. Yo doing the least skirmishes, now the hand card, and still with so much farms.
Not the MTC, by the way. Don't get scared there, only because we see 3 TCs traveling down town center. Elite skirmishers there at the front will finish as well. And this is a nice raid now in the back. I think he needs to send the crossbow back.
Yeah, the raiding is amazing. He is still killing more villages. He's already double the village kill by Mr. Yo. Population is still close, but he's getting time. I mean, he has not get any raid at home. Now we see Ballistic, Thambri, Handcart. So, if the combination is latest and skirmishers, still you think that they're still ahead, Mr. Yo? Sorry, Villese, because Villese has 15 crossbows, still no +3. Now the relic is gone, Nelly. That's important as well. He didn't move. Wow, what a game.
If Lithuanian gets to their dream army composition in Im, there will be better. And you said 152 against 152. Now it's 146 against 146. This is so close, man.
It's very, very close. But let's see now Mr. Yo base, Mr. Mapo, because the other relic can be in danger to be lost as well. Is he spamming the skirmishes there or not? He's doing the +4. The Krobos are now eating the town center. They are starving and they are eating the TC. What is this? Don't lose the army, because now don't have so many... But man, he's taking a lot here. At the back, both are attacking each other. I feel that here, this is so important because all the farming is there as well.
It's impressive how Mr. Yo, although he lost so much ground there, still keeps reasonable food income. Just a second ago, he had over 40 villagers on food and just keeps his eco running while resting quite a bit.
Yeah, and now a lot of idols here. What happened in front? There is a castle on the right, but this area... Ooh, he's taking the relic. He's not only dropping, but now he's sneaking and taking the relic. That's definitely not good for the long run. He's doing the tower shield that is the upgrade for those skirmishers, and let's see what he can do with them. Those are very, very strong, but now you cannot have all these skirmishers against camels. You need something else.
Pikeman coming from the right-hand side, scaring them away. And going for the next monastery could mean +0 extra attack for our Lithuanian player.
Let's see what is he going to do, because he can do now bombard cannons as well, but this is plate guardian armor, hand card, population ahead, Mr. Yo. How? I don't know how he's ahead, but the pikes are coming. The next arbit probably is gonna be the halberdiers. He has 1,400 stone and the pikes are there. Mr. Yo is still trying to hold, and if he kills those camels, might kill also the trebuchet, and that will be a huge loss for Villese, who is now going back, but he's doing farmers in the middle of the map. Like a BL strategy, man.
Seems like it. Well, he got raided like 6-7 times in the back, right? Maybe I will just switch up my strategy and build farms at the front.
Okay. Well, I see now how he's sending millions of villages in the right side, but man, he cannot see the castle and those villages are going to die. He's losing all the villages here because he wanted to make a super aggressive, greedy, even castle. He's losing. Oh my God, Mr. Yo is losing absolutely every single village because he's fighting in this area and trying to take down the camels. What was that, Dilly?
First time we see an actual difference in population for quite some time. 20 population lead now for Villese, kind of stabilizing there, gets an idea on how to defend the right-hand side. Center still looking okay, but getting raided at the farms, switching into skirms himself and raiding at the top. Villese is playing out of his mind.
Yeah, but he's getting ready. He's going now with the camels. It's true that the army that he's using now, Mr. Yo, is very cheap. It's only half and skirmishes at the moment, but can with that army do the job? And where's the helps? Because he's doing the upgrade, but I don't see the helps.
Oh, we have 6 on the field. That's really not too impressive indeed. Arbalest tech is now coming in. Traps, how many survived? Still 3. Should still be fine to threaten that castle. And Mr. Yo, if he wants to kill those traps, those lighters are going to die.
Yeah, he probably need to make some bomber cannon, but doesn't have a lot of gold at all. And no wood either. There's no resources for Yo. He lost so many Villese in that one. Still 120 Villese, and those traps are going to take that castle. He needs something. And he's not taking. If he's losing that castle and also the monastery, that's the last relic. No, the relic is on top. Okay, let's see if he's gonna be able to take those. Halberdiers are there. Are fully upgraded? No, not even there. Any armor for those halberdiers, and the arbalists are there. Skirmishes are coming. The Habs will deal with those camels, and this might be a good battle for Yo. The Habs are so good, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the perfect fight for Mr. Yo, right? Skirmishers dove in for the Arbalest. Barely any Arbalest left, while the Halberdiers dealt with the camels here. I really like this fight for Yo. He still has to go back because he lost the fight, but this was really cost efficient.
I think it was. Now he need to convert, but he want to take the traps. He's not taking. Where's the Habs? He need to send the Habs. At the end, I'm not that sure if it was that great because the castle is down and the Habs is still there. He could have sent it, but he didn't. It's still almost the same army, and Mr. Yo is not raiding Villese at all. In this situation, Villese might feel very comfortable, but maybe not because he's a boss.
Ooh, taking a big zip here. The monastery there at the front still pretty problematic. Now builds another defensive castle, and Mr. Yo, how he's shaking his right hand, it feels like his mouth maybe have some technical issues. Obviously the Iceman not losing any focus here, and we continue with the game.
The Iceman, like you just call it him, has 6 stone centers, while Mr. Yo only 2. 6 stone centers with the Saracens, you know, 6 stone centers, 2 castles, doing the 3rd castle, 2 TCs for Mr. Yo, 3 castles for Mr. Yo as well. Oh man, population is still almost the same. I don't know who is gonna take this because now the 5th relic might be for Villese as well.
That would be crazy, absolutely crazy. We are losing some ground in the center though here for Mr. Yo, and if you lose that much control of the center of the map, Villese can basically decide when are we taking fights and where are we taking fights, and it's impossible for Mr. Yo to always react perfectly.
What about Hussars here for Mr. Yo? And try to make some raiding. I know that there's camels, but the least Hussars only cost food, and the gold he has, where do you want to spend now?
Well, it's tricky, right? Against Arbalest, yeah, they are fine, but with the camel buffer, it's not too exciting, and we've seen it earlier, Villese already some castles there for the defense, so will be tricky, and does he really have the time to tech switch here?
Well, let's see. The problem is that Mr. Yo will have to raid at some point, but explain me, Nili, how it's possible that with all this raiding, losing the middle has to move all over the map. Mr. Yo, 190 population, more population than Villese. You can't, so we keep going with the action.
It's impossible. He is just absolutely crazy. And like, Villese is constantly pressuring him, right? Like, constantly trading off armies, taking great fights one after another. And Mr. Yo pop limit, it's just unexplainable.
It's brutal. I would like to see, or better say, Mr. Yo would like to see some bomber cannon now. Also, he would like to see some houses, because now, after that castle being down, he's housed in 180 population, but the traps might be down, and that's really good, because the gold is not going to be there forever. I know, he has 4 relics, but this is 600 gold down. And the bomber cannons, it's happening. Chemistry as well. And the Hussars are going to appear here for Mr. Yo. The light caps is coming. This is plate barred armor. Remember that this is Wind Hussars. And, well, they don't have the +4 attack, but they are still very strong if you raid them. And, well, keep pushing little by little. I don't know, man, but this game doesn't seem to be finished anytime soon.
That's so true. If we look at the numbers, obviously Mr. Yo is looking pretty hot, but if we look at military, 66 against 50, the small number next to it, the 7.2 and 3.6, that is the army value, giving you an idea on how much they invested to get to that army. And that really shows you the army strength's a bit better than looking at the pure number.
He's doing now the Hussar upgrades. So let's see if now with those Hussars, bomber cannons, a lot of skirmishes, all the upgrades. Both players got all the upgrades. No, he's missing quite a lot of armor for those Arbalest, Nili. He's missing 2 upgrades. Now he's doing the chemistry and a lot of army for both players, as you mentioned. But this is static army here from Villese, not really. He has a lot of Lycas as well. I wouldn't be surprised that we see Hussars as well. And he still have now 60 farmers, even more than Mr. Yo. He still have 5 relics now. well, it's ideal position for Villese.
Absolutely, but still, we mentioned it earlier, if we are running out of gold, even 5 relics might not put you over the line there. Lithuanians absolutely crazy, right? Inside, we also see lots of units going there. Seems like some trap war at the bottom, maybe some bombard cannon movement. Look at that, 6 traps on one screen.
3 trebuchet from each player, 3 trebuchet from each player. That is going to be down. No, he didn't. He's not repairing, but he's standing light caps. Now doing hussars, masonry, all the armored blast for him. What is this game? The trebuchet for Mr. Yo are definitely going to be down, but what is happening in the middle? It's gonna take that castle. Bombard cannons, probably. I prefer to take down this castle than the other trebuchet there, because here his economy, Nelly.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can free this area, it would be so nice for him. More raids at the top. Feels like it's being dealt with the traps. A bombard cannon there would have been really nice, but obviously fighting everywhere. You can't micro bombard cannons at 3 different ends.
Yeah, we see also now some good raiding here for Villese. This is very, very good, because there's not raiding yet on Villese's economy, so Mr. Yo might have a problem. 70 farmers. 70 farmers for Villese. Well, Sarsa is great economy with the market, but if you have this economy, it's gonna be definitely a good position for Villese. But army now for Mr. Yo, and this is the mic of the Lithuanians. One of the best civilizations in terms of trash army, Nelly.
Yeah, absolutely. We have the upgrade there for the skirms, more armor, as mentioned before, faster moving skirms and halberdiers. We have the winged hussars as well, finding some nice kills here. So Lithuanians, we really like to see them go late game. But Villese can still squeeze in some crazy units. Crazy thought, man. What do you think about champions from Saracens?
Champions? Well, can be very good. You force your opponent to big hand cannoneers, and there is not going to be goal and all for Mr. Yo at all. So let's see if he's going to think about going champions, because champions obviously will kill absolutely all those beautiful trash units. But now he's coming with so many halves, coming with so many skimmers. He's going to take those bomber cannons. He will, and the trebuchet probably as well. The good thing with this is that doesn't matter too much. With the resources Mr. Yo got right now, 3,000 wood in the bank, is spamming hussars, because he's spamming and now raiding as well. He doesn't care too much to lose that. He wants to take the castles down, and this is an absolutely beast, no, an amazing game already.
Oh god, and that castle is finally going to fall. Both players really struggling to keep their population high. Around 150 here for Mr. Yo. Takes out that castle. Has to be happy about that. Next steps, tough to really see. It feels like Mr. Yo needs to stop the bleeding, needs to control those raids at the right-hand side.
Yeah, because the villages from Mr. Yo are kind of disappearing now. The KD, the Echo KD increased a lot to Villese now. A lot, really, really a lot. Trebuchet killing the siege workshop. We don't see this often. Well, he has no stone, because that he's gonna mine. What about some bombard towers? Bombard towers put with trash units. They have bombard towers.
Yeah, it's just such a big
I want to see them.
Right?
Want to see them.
And we can explain your capture edge a bit more. 4th column from the right, you see the 6k versus 6k. So we learned, okay, that is roughly the number of army value. So pretty even. But the number under it is the part of it that you needed to invest in gold. So only 13% of all the gold investment for Mr. Yo is gold, and that number won't increase much more, simply because gold income is pretty bad, and that army is what we call trash.
Okay, and now there is DC that is gonna happen. It's getting ready more and more. This is the thing. Mr. Yo is recovering in the middle, but in the meanwhile, Villese is raiding on the left and on the right during quite some time. That's why he dropped it to 85 Villese. And Mr. Yo has a big problem, Nelly. He doesn't have 6 stone centers like Villese to recover. He just did now the 3rd. Oh, and the 4th. Okay. Good timing. Good timing here, and he keep going. Man, with those hussars, he's not going to stop this army from Yo.
43 hussars here. Halberdier count is 40. That's not looking too pretty. 17 arbalists to help out. Traps at the front a bit unprotected, are going back. I don't think Villese can take this fight.
Let's see. He's trying to get the fight. His skirmishes are now too far. He needs to go forward. This is just now pure micro after 50 minutes, 20 seconds. The score. Don't forget about the score, because we saw how some game in the previous series the score was important. It's important as well. The amount of army for Yo is insane, with only 87 villages, and now he's doing 2 extra TCs more. He's gonna be 5 tone center. He's trying to find the relics because he's moving to the left, to the right. He's maybe trying to find the relics. Where's the relics? I want the relics, but with this army, maybe the relics are not needed. He needs to protect the bomber cannons. Those bomber cannons are really important, and he is protecting the bomber cannons.
Oh, can he save all of them? Looks like all of them are saved, and 15 hussars died.
He's controlling the army like God, really. 100 army, he controls everything. Now he's ready here with the Hazard. What is happening in this game? Please, Mapo, let's go to the middle. The rating here is amazing, but now these crazy bomber cannons with the traps, he get that hill, he take everything here, and he's going directly to Villese base.
I think Villese needs like 2-3 bombard cannons to address this army, because then bombard cannons will be weaker. The traps can't really put themselves there. Another big raid, and I think that should be a winning fight for Mr. Yo. So villagers really in danger. Traps, I think they can dive a bit out of position here, are the halberdiers.
Okay, let's see. The bomber cannon is trying to hit the arbalest. How many halberdiers? This is a lot of farming still for Mr. Yo. May I think Mr. Yo should build now here barracks, skirmishes? I don't know what you think, because now all his buildings are super far. Yeah. The reinforcements is too late, and nearly.
We see the champ tag. We see the champ tag here. It will obviously take some time. We need to work through several upgrades, but I feel like that could be a nice unit. We have 900 gold in the bank, we have 50 farmers, and this army of Mr. Yo will just die to 30 champs. And look at that big tech switch.
Man, he's doing now that change, and let's see if he's gonna be annulled. It's not 70 farmers anymore, it's 51, which is still okay. Man, if we see champions and we see bomber towers, professional masters, you know, really, I mean, what is this? Now he's going back. He has to be careful with those skirmishes. This is a big battle, and a good battle for Yo. Why? Because as we were mentioning, there's no barracks here to reinforce. You know, there's no army now. Where's the help? They are far. He need to make buildings. With no buildings in that area, he's gonna have problems to advance, and now it will take a while for Mr. Yo, and really the score difference is starting to be brutal.
Yeah, indeed. For everyone who just tuned in and missed the epic set of our opener today, 1 hour 15 minutes is the mark where we will stop the game no matter what happened before, and whoever has the highest score is going to win the game. Maybe something Villese is already thinking about.
Well, if he did the things going like this, that is gonna just only increase. It's like close to 3,000 score difference. There's a lot of farming for both players. He's starting to do all the upgrades. You know, he's starting to do all the upgrades. Probably he's not needed, but bomber cannon down, and you don't want to lose the bomber cannons when you have 0 relics. He's still mining gold, but those are very, very expensive, and he's losing now another bomber cannon.
Where the halberdiers, man? Numbers really low, 19, only one more in production, and all those skirmishes are going to die. This is beautiful for Villese.
It's amazing for Villese. It really looks like Villese can take this game. It's still a goal in the bank, a stone in the bank, but we don't see the production. 23 halves, only 2 more in the queue. 1 bomber cannon, but he's getting raided all the time. Look at the Echo KD, 135, 85, that's quite a lot.
These ambitious skirmishers here, 2 hussars, nice ground attack. Some skirms are dying, but that's totally fine for Mr. Yo. He has 1,000 gold in the bank, not really going for much more.
The Cemetery upgrade? No, that was now changed in Castles. Okay, that's for the Trebuchet to do more damage. Let's go. And now what happened now with those halberdiers? Well, he has no siege, so... Well, he has 4 traps, but where are the Trebuchet? I don't know. He's sending now back. Population, 130 population, 185 for Villese. Need to go back. This is game.
So Yo down to pop 120. It was just 200 against 200, but it felt like having the composition of Arbalest and Hussar was better than the more immobile halberdier and skirmisher composition. All the traps, all the bombard cannons were lost, and now Mr. Yo is being pushed back far, far in space.
Wow, it really looks like Villese has got a huge economy difference, but the most important here, Nelly, is the production queue. He has never stopped. He has never stopped, constantly, never stopped. Mr. Yo in this kind of battles usually is fantastic, but he couldn't. He couldn't with Villese, that has been just spamming absolutely everything. He has still 1,600 gold in the bag. And GG Cole, what a game by both players, but Villese, such a beast.
An absolute beast, and it all came down to the basically early Castle Age, where Mr. Yo built skirmishers, went for fletching, went for armor for his skirmishers against an opponent that played double stable knights.
That was brutal game. Oh man, well, what a game we have got. Like nothing happened. And Villese, like nothing happened.
He has not won yet.
You know, it's okay.
But
yeah,
he
that's
won
true.
with his first 2 picks there. Knows, okay, those are the strongest civs, and converting them into Ws.
Okay, now we might see the bull, I believe, Bulgarians. Okay, so we got to see first, before the next game, Villese video interview, amigos.
I'm Villese and I'm from Finland. I didn't have to play in the qualifier because I qualified by getting second place in the resurgence tournament. Well, I didn't get the practice from the qualifiers, but that's not a problem because I could do practice with the players anyway. I prepared for Wololo Legacy by playing against a lot of different players and playing practice sets against them. I'm most feared to play against Liereyy because he has the great micro and he's the two-time Red Bull Wololo champion. I'm confident against most players because I'm well prepared and ready to face most of them.
He feels more and more confident. Villese, you can notice, but let's see if he's going to finish the series. What we're going to mention is that the Bull is the map, and over 30,000 viewers want to see the Bull, Nile.
That's only on Twitch, and
Only
that's
on
only
Twitch.
English. We have a YouTube broadcast. We have broadcasts in multiple languages. I love how much Red Bull is getting rewarded for the epic show that they're delivering here.
You need to get hype, guys, because this is only the second quarterfinal. And then I think we have some decent series later. Some decent series, NBL, Hera, and TheViper, Liereyy. They can do okay.
Okay. Could be entertaining as well.
They can be fun, guys. They can be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bull is going to be the game number 4, and we're going to see what civilizations, Nelly.
I think Bulgarians makes sense, like Bulgarians. For Mr. Yo.
We have 30,000, Nelly.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And I would predict Villese might go for Incas.
I cannot keep going now, Nelly. You have to get to take over. Okay.
I was actually like, and I know Dave behind the scenes probably he wrote that joke down, but I actually didn't. I was surprised that I didn't come up with it earlier.
Okay, Bulgarians versus Incas. I will try to remember. But after this kind of game that we just saw it, completely different map, different approach. How they can keep calm now and say, okay, and now I have to play a map that I got my opponent in my face, literally.
Yeah. It's so wild. You had some breathing room on acclivity, right? Still the hill in the center, and you can open and then like feel out your opponent what they're going for, and not an option here on the Bull. Simply because like rushing distance is like 15 seconds.
Yeah, well, it's confirmed. We can see confirmed the Bulgarians, and Mr. Yo has to play this perfectly fine, because if he's playing against the civilization you were mentioning, it can be very snowball. And it was on the day when he played with, what civilization was it? Was against Turks when he was against Hera. But guys, we got the Bull, and we have Bulgarians versus
5
Incas.
villager wall.
Oh,
Mr. Yo is not producing anything. No archer range. What is this?
Castle Age.
This is fast castle.
Castle
7
Age.
villager wall.
It's Castle Age. He want to go directly to Castle Age because he probably believed that against Incas there's no option.
Mind games.
Do you like that?
This is pure mind games. Villese overreacts archer range defensively, tower defensively. He thinks, wow, Bulgarian so good at opening. I need to weather the storm, but there's no storm.
Yeah, and now my question is, do you think, well, if he noticed, stable outside. Ooh. I like it. Well, Mr. Yo didn't see. Can we put the forward word for Mr. Yo if he saw the tower, Mapu? I don't think he explored the tower in the goal.
It doesn't seem like it.
No. He
doesn't even explore the base.
Explore. Well, I like a lot.
He doesn't know where his opponent is.
Yeah, he's gonna explore now. Well, he knows that he's on the right. You know.
Okay.
The scout is going now through to the corner. 3 villages is going to go to the surface. I love the tone watch early, even more in this map now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just like you're close together, and that tower alone will tell you like, is he rushing my gold? Is he trying to go for archers, eagles? And we'll get the information now confirmed here as well. And Mr. Yo can pull away from this gold and still get castle age.
But he's doing a scout, so what he's going to do is to try to punish the fish. He's sending the scout. He's trying to control the middle. He's probably now going to send the village. We'll probably make walls on the middle. And to be honest, if he lock down those, he's more than fine.
And with the tower that Villese already built, that means this tower can't be punished that much, right? Typically, you build a tower slightly higher of where the archers are positioned now, and you can't get the gold. But Villese, with this anticipation, took that option away from himself.
Okay, he's doing the tower. It's true that Mr. Yo doesn't know, but well, seems we know that this is a good position. The scouts will get some upgrades because he's coming with 2 Villese and the spear. He really need to take this down. Otherwise, the strat is kind of not gonna work. The spear is there, but it's 2 spears. Oh, he take damage, and now he see another. Oh, he's not. Mr. Yo, what's happening? If he keep doing, he's gonna lose all the scouts. Tom, Nili, but what is this? I mean, seriously, what's happening there? I mean, okay, well, it's not being with the multitasking.
Well, I don't think he expected to run into spearmen, 2 spearmen on that end of the map. Oh, nice quick wall.
Yeah, but he wall, and now that Villese is gonna be also in danger. He got forging, but now a skill bard in armor, and that Villese, I want to see some quick wall by Mr. Yo, who is not usually doing that too much, but he need to save that Villese. And with that, oh, he saved it.
Good job.
I mean, well, I was thinking, will Barrow what happened with that Villese, but he saved the Villese. Guys, for those people that don't know a lot this map, the stone is only inside the bull. That's why they try to go here, control, and also, probably you will try to, in those lumberjacks areas, you try to put a tower, even wall that area to don't let him go outside, Nelly.
Not a lot of stuff is happening, therefore I can share a quick story. I'm casting Red Bull Wololo Qualifier. My title said Red Bull Wololo Qualification. In the scoreboard, it said Red Bull Wololo Qualification round of 32. I had an overlay, Red Bull Wololo, in there. At the bottom, it said map Red Bull Wololo, the bull. Someone in my chat stops by and asks, what's up with the cow head?
Hey, what happened?
I didn't.
Anyway, we keep going. And now what happened with that Villese? Because this is really good as well now. For who? For Villese? No, for Mr. Yo. He need to take that spear, Nelly. He need to take that spear. And now... you have to be careful. Oh, he took it. Is this worth it for Mr. Yo? I think it is. At the end, even if he lost that Villese,
he can send more villagers. Yeah. He also guarantees himself to chop out then, right? So that's really nice. And now we can see the timing of Villese when he's going to chop out.
Okay, he got 700 wood in the bank. He needs a lot more farms or use the market. Need to send those villages. Population 55, 45, 12 villages more. When he has got 6, I mean, the story killed me, man. Anyway, he's now going to go outside, I believe. He's gonna go up. This is smelling a decided game.
Yeah,
it's smelling a decided game for the mind game. For the start, it was away. He invested too early in everything, and well, we will see.
It is just tricky, right?
Yeah,
Bulgarians just put so much threat into your head, but we are in Castle Age here for Villese. Mr. Yo still in Feudal Age, so we will see a bit more equal villager count in 2.5, 3 minutes.
Okay, but well, he's doing pikes. He's doing pikes. Now, obviously, remember that you don't have crossbows with Bulgarians, so he's expecting only cavalry, but you can go longswords. Is he doing what? He's doing the barrack, because you got longsword for free, and longsword will take the pikes, potentially even the eagles.
Yeah.
This is looking good for Mr. Yo.
Incas, what special units do they have out of the archery range?
Slingers as well. Well, let's see what is gonna happen. For now, we see the infantry upgrade coming from Mr. Yo. He's trying to wall this. He has fletching, so he has to be careful. He's mining stone, and he see. We see already some slinger coming. Beautiful one, and he's outside. Mr. Yo is outside as well. So this might be one long game in the bull, because bull map usually is quite a fast and aggressive map.
Another bonus that we rarely think about when thinking about Bulgarians is half the cost on stone for town centers. Therefore, you can build a defensive tower, can even wall a bit, and add a town center here. And that's what Mr. Yo is going to do. As you can see, left-hand side already goes on stone, can easily put down 1, 2, 3 town centers if he wants to, and should be able to boom quite nicely.
Well, it seems that also with that many on the stone, he's even thinking on the Krepos. You know, now he has the men at arm. They are going to be in 30 seconds. Very, very strong. He's getting inside, but his wall. So he shouldn't take... he can dive in. Oh, it's open. I think that was open or not.
Can squeeze through there. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
let's see.
not
That's a lot of army now. It was looking good for Yo, but it's 21 army, Nelly. 21 army, that's a lot. He's doing pikes, slingers, monks, even an eagle. He need a Krepos right away, but he's doing the TC. That TC protects a lot, Nelly.
And pikemen and slingers not really the best units in killing villagers, so I think the town center will go up. Maybe we have to sacrifice those 2 longswords, maybe some slide walls. I don't think we will see more than 2 villager kills.
Yeah, let's see, because now those slingers are trying to take something, but the pikes and the longswords is fine. The TC is gonna be up, and potentially a Krepos in that area where the monk is going to die.
Scouts, nice, picking up the second
picking the
one.
monks, picking all the monks, population getting closer. He has almost the stone already to make the Krepos. I see the Krepos coming. He's sending more villagers because he's a little bit afraid he lost some villagers more. And now all that army is gonna go probably down. He has, he's missing 2 stone. He bought it now. No, he got it now because he's still mining a stone. And Krepos is gonna be the following. Population, 51 villagers for both, more army for Villese. But with the Krepos, you might be fine. And then 3 TCs as well. Who has the advantage? Look at the score.
How do you build the Krepos? No,
it's not spot.
Yeah, not the most aggressive one. Obviously guarantees himself the gold and stone control behind it. Wouldn't be surprised if he keeps the villagers on stone to build a more aggressive Krepos later on. And Connix, a pretty nice unit against slingers and pike.
Yeah, they might take hold, but remember that the conic also, if you kill it, you get a dismounted conic that is infantry as well. So they are like half a unit, 1.5 a unit is great. Will Barrow now for his opponent's siege workshop, and it's doing conic, not yet, but Mr. Yo has no army for now. If he's gonna notice, he's gonna be in time, he's not gonna see it, and he's gonna deny. I can't believe he's gonna deny. He's not gonna deny. He's gonna make it. He's gonna.
What are the villagers going to?
Villese, just do it. Villese is
just finish the TC.
Finish the TC. Toast the town center. My goodness, 99.16. Thank you, man. Really? What's happening? What's happening here? Okay, he finished the town center, and now, what is gonna be the next step? Redemption. Okay.
Ooh. Well, he saw the siege workshop, right? Was probably expecting some aggression there with either mangonels or some scorpions. Mangonel now coming in, but with redemption, even Conics become way worse. So I think Villese should not take any damage.
But now he's gonna make another Krepos. Where he's doing another Krepos because the stone disappear. In the surface. In the surface, in the top. This is a good one. He's taking the TC because this is free food.
Yeah.
If he's not defending that, it's free food. And now can be free food for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, and you see some extremely aware great players not producing any more villagers here, right? Because he knows every single villager will die at the top there. And sometimes we have seen players cancel some of those villagers. Village obviously distracted with the attacks at the bottom. And look at that. I'd rather save like 3-4 of my slingers than save another villager at the top.
Yeah, but this is really good now for Mr. Yo. He's getting the lead in economy. Now that this is free food for him. Now he doesn't need to make farms. All that short is gonna be for himself, and that's really nice. But also Incas, cheaper castles. I see a lot of those on stone. We might see a castle soon, and where?
Slinger's really bad against mangonels as well. I think only doing 1 damage per shot there. Not really accurate. And all those pikemen on the aggressive side, I don't think they should find the kill.
About the castle, Nili, where you will do the castle now from Villese?
Okay,
he's taking so many here.
We want to stabilize, I think, in front of the gold in the center base.
This is, in my opinion, a big mistake. When the Krepos was there, stop producing Villese there. Destiny's die, and he lost so many there.
Thing is, players are using the select all town center hotkey, right? It just divides the villages evenly throughout our town centers. It needs a lot of macro to actually get away from that. He decided now to get upgrades there instead of the villagers. I like that choice.
33,000 viewers watching a wild game that now we see the resources, and resources seems to be very close to go up to Imperial for both, Nelly. Similar resources, 37 farmers. I like the food production for Mr. Yo, but in Imperial, what civilization we prefer? Bulgarians or Incas? I mean, Imperial and Bull.
Something we don't see so often.
Bull, we don't see so often.
The distance is really short, so typically bombard cannons are nice. Neither civilization has bombard cannons here. So faster timing to Imp, and Trap War feels very likely. And then I kind of like a civilization that can get more castles and repair them easier.
The problem is, so many Krepos is great, but where's the castle for Yo? Where's the castle for Trebuchet? We don't see any castle for Mr. Yo, and that's a real problem. It's true that it's cheaper. The siege is much cheaper, but he got redemption. What kind of siege you do? You go Rams, you go Onyx, what you do here? Or you go full Hussars now?
I think it's a rush towards Imp. I think we would need to see some upgrades there, and I wouldn't be surprised to soon see like 15 villages on stone. He has access to more spots.
Yeah, well, let's see it. Remember also, oh, he deleted, but they appeared. You don't delete, you don't delete because the zombies appeared. He took everything there. He deleted all. That was fun for sure. Oh my God. Well, let's see. 7 on a star. What a time in there. Okay, let's keep going. We have now 4 towns and these cities are being also decent, right, Dele? Also so decent. Great. Okay, Imperial Age in 1 minute 30 seconds, 120 for Villese, Squires, a skirmisher. But you need something else than a skirmisher.
Oh, reborn, just to be killed.
You're still thinking.
Okay,
Bozo, skirmishers. He has good resources. I think he's gonna make corners. Skirmishers, but monks are going to be 12 range with block printing.
Especially like Skirm Onager is just so vulnerable to an eagle switch from Incas there. I think we need a castle and we need it now, maybe a bit late because he will reach Castle Age, Imperial Age, and it's already getting trapped.
Yeah. Well, the castle is gonna be up, we will see. He need to go with the mangoes, he has the monks, but he's going, no, but he has the Krepos. The Krepos is with only fletching, but soon he's gonna be Botkin. With Botkin Arrow, he's gonna be able to do it, and I'm telling you something, I prefer to lose 1 to Villese if you are losing monks, and he's losing the monks that are a lot more valued right now than a couple of villages.
Yeah, I would think so as well, but the castle needs to go up. We're now Imp, and Trap production is starting. On the other side, Traps are in the queue. I think like we have 2-3 trap shots before we even start trapping our opponent.
For that, he's sending a lot more village. Block printing is happening, +3 ballistic as well, but the castle is going to be up. I will go Rams here. With the castle here that close, if you go Rams that are so cheap, you can push that castle down. Being the castle that close, you make +3, you can take it.
It feels like University needed to be a bit earlier. We need Masonry. Some Rams, I wouldn't mind like 2 Rams already like poking a bit. The thing is, you had so little army, you couldn't really protect them. Only now we see skirms on the map.
Okay, let's see what is gonna happen. The game, more village for Mr. Yo. Supposed to be better economy, right? He has heavy plow bow, so he's gonna go Hussars, it seems. Okay, they are very close, but no army yet. Not an old army yet for Mr. Yo. I am always doing you this question, really, but who has the advantage here, even if the score say that is Mr. Yo?
I think it's slightly for Villese, but it's very close to 50-50. Simply because we have the traps out a bit earlier, we can repair a bit better, but now Masonry for Mr. Yo, therefore repairing 4 more HP, cheap.
It's stronger now, a stronger castle, as you mentioned. Husbandry is still no army yet, he's doing the upgrades. He's gonna do Conic, then? Instead of, because he's doing the average, he did light cast, but I don't see any production. There's no production for Mr. Yo yet. He's repairing the castle cannot die. Remember also that the stirrups, it helps a lot to the cavalry from Bulgarian, but that castle is getting destroyed.
Tricky. Yeah, and repairing against 3 traps becomes really costly. Remember, if you watch the qualification, this map got a slight change. We don't have track terrain anymore. Castles were dying a bit faster in the past, and look at how many villages Mr. Yo is
so many villages that he's not using now for his economy. Now Heidelberg is going to be there. The halves are already 15. He got the skirmishes, yes, but I'm not so sure. This is so many villages. He's taking a lot of time, and when the castle is down, I think the score is gonna get even closer and closer. Ooh, man, chemistry, okay. But then he can, well, he doesn't have resources to switch to Eagles, but that castle is in danger to be lost. Mr. Yo is very close to be what? Out of the tournament? Well, we will see he's 2-1 behind, and now Villese's core is gonna take the lead. Be switching. Both are now very close. The halberdiers, no relics just taken by any of the players. The trebuchets need to be safe. Nearly, he needs something else. no army. 25, 50 army for Villese.
And it's really tricky to repair those traps now, because if 4 are shooting, you can't really do that anymore. And now he's basically stuck at one single trap without a castle. Still 21 villagers on stone, but that was basically 30 idle villagers for Mr. Yo there for quite some time. 14 on stone and 16 putting that stone into repair.
Okay, he's starting to raid here a little bit. He's doing plate bar and armor, but we still don't see cavalry. Conics happen. I don't know if the siege will have been an option. I know that he has no army, but well, a few rams that we were talking, probably he will make the traps go back a little bit and get time.
Yeah, well, it's tricky, right? As we said, the traps couldn't really be protected. Some eagles could have been produced. Eagles now being tagged, but remember, Bulgarians, they already have 200 swordmen tagged for free.
Okay, he's doing finally the cabrans, he's doing the bloodlines. He has now a stone to make a castle. Where he's gonna make it, probably in the south to keep getting some resources, or he's gonna make the castle in this area. The Mongol is coming, he's trying to take, but he converted because he got redemption. He lost it and now gonna take some monk. Ooh, 23 army, 46, 10 villages more. The trebuchets is still being repaired. The cabrams are going to be there, and he got only 1 ram. He needs definitely more and more army for Mr. Yo, which is not happening. Villese taking the lead, and now Onagir upgrade.
Ooh, really good against skirmishers, really good against onagers there as well. Just 2 onagers here could basically mean that Mr. Yo can't contest this area anymore. But the ram is
look at the ram.
Now. He should have listened to you earlier.
I told you, man, the ram is there, and now he's gonna take 1. No, but at least he's unpacked those trails to go forward. He's evaded the casters and the viewers. Unbelievable. Okay, another ram is coming. No. He's going back again. He's going back, Nelly.
The ram.
He's going back. Okay, the ram is going there. And imagine siege ram. Remember, siege ram cost only 500 food.
Oh yeah, Bulgarians
it's half the price.
Cost.
For that, I was telling you that the rams is an option that he could have siege rams there. Let's say easily, no? Easier than with other civilizations. Anyway, conscription. Blasphemy, and the castle is not even in the bull. It's outside for Mr. Yo, because he knows that he needs all the upgrades. If the game goes longer, he cannot lose that castle. And now he can do more crepos, because he has a lot of stone and try to defend it. He definitely needs more army. He's doing stirrups. Great upgrade, but he needs more farmers. This is so intense, Nelly.
What are we going for, though? Light cav skirmisher? It feels like
it's
that would go to...
He's doing conic for now. No, is that light cav or conic? I don't see anything.
It is light cav.
Light cav, yes.
Yeah, and onagers now... Oh, they will clean house. This is impossible. We need light cav. They're still all hidden. Could be a nice surprise. But I see Kamayuks, I see Halberdiers. Light cav are now coming. Halberdiers need to be sniped down, and those light cav, they have to kill so much.
They are not going to kill that much, in my opinion, because the Halberdiers are there. The castle is still in danger. Also for Villese, he needs to go back. He needs to do more economy. You have the mobility with the light cav. Yet the ram is coming, and now there's no house. There's no house. He's trying to kill some. Ooh, but the skirmish is in the south. The skirmish is in the south, but the Onag is taking not enough. There's only 1 ram. He's sending 1 ram, 1 by 1. 1 by 1, you're not gonna take also anything. Not enough army. The Krepos is gone. Oh man, Villese with 152 population. Mr. Yo is now trying to raid 150 population as well. It's at the limit, Joe. It's at the limit, but the score is still quite close, Nelly.
But it feels like Villese is pushing this whole time, right? Gold is running out eventually there for Mr. Yo. He needs to push into other areas. Now, Archer Rangers at the top, that is an interesting choice. Typically, we go for units that are a bit more on the raiding side, like in this case, 200 Swordman or Light Cav could have been an option. Skirms means he wants to launch a big attack here, which is a ballsy move because he's getting pushed heavily in the center.
Wow, what a game we're watching. These Krepos, I like it. He's taking more resources. I mean, the good thing is he's losing some ability, but still getting resources. Problem for Mr. Yo, only 24 on food. Why he's not sending more to the shortfish to get more economy, to get more food? The lighters are coming, but there's too many health. Now he's sending more skirmishes, still no
attack. Beautiful!
Khazars is gonna take that one and going back. He's doing all the upgrades, but he's doing all the upgrades and he has no army. It's the truth. I mean, no army for Mr. Yo. 0 Khazars right now. He did the upgrade, 1 light cap, 18 skirmishes, 2 trebuchet. Villese is just playing out of his mind, playing absolutely amazing. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if Mr. Yo, remember, Red Bull Wololo 1 champion, can be able to come back from this, or Villese will be the next semi-finalist in the tournament. What do you think? He can come back, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trebuchets.
Learning to count with Memp. It is a tricky spot here for Mr. Yo. He knows he can't build this beat this army. That's why he's trying to make a wild attack at the top here. chance of success, very limited, but chance of success to beat this army, even smaller. So I like how he's trying to put himself into a comeback mechanic, but unlikely that it should work.
Okay, let's see, because now Mr. Yo wants to take, obviously, any chance he has to come back in this one. Seems that Villese is just going all around. Well, he's forcing Mr. Yo to go all around, but Mr. Yo is also here now and trying to raid. Let's see if he's gonna be able to open and raid that area. The Onyx are doing massive damage. He need more hussars. Well, he need more everything, really.
Population shockingly close. Now 200 swordsmen could be put to good use at the top. 5 traps being sent away, trying to deal with that at the top.
What about the infantry Bulgarians here? The lone source from Bulgarians doing the castle upgrade here.
Oh, we
could
get +5. We
Extra.
could see +5 extra armor. Those
kill everything.
Eagles will be even worse. Arbalest still good against them. Slinger's still good against them, though.
But that he doesn't have right now. I mean, and you don't need to upgrade. You just do it right away. Right now, he has all the upgrades. Even if you are not doing, he's doing them. He's doing them. He's coming with the infantry here, but he needs some hussars to probably snipe. He's trying to convert the skimmers. The castle here is gonna be down. We will see. This is so wild now. 150 population. Still more village for Villese. Army is getting closer. The infantry is coming, but he needs to mass more. He feels that he needs to mass more. Not enough army. He's trying now to mass those hussars. Why he's not doing some crepos there? Maybe to defend. He has 600 stone and he could defend this area.
Well, he saw a lot of traps, so pretty tricky to invest 350 more stone there. I think he maybe wants to go into some more techs. And look at Mr. Yo's upgrades there. He has every single blacksmith upgrade. So whatever unit he builds, all upgrades prepared.
Fully upgraded. That ram is going to definitely go down. The trebuchets too. But this looks like a distraction.
Yeah.
It looks like a distraction for Mr. Yo trying to push here.
Oh yeah, and there's the castle man. He wasn't building the crepos because he was waiting for the castle. Wants to go for some more traps. But look at that price, already pretty high. You have to pay 202 gold to get 100 stone in return.
Yeah, it's very, very expensive. It's still 37 farmers, but we see the resources now for Villese. It needs really balanced. Almost the same wood and food, nothing.
Perfect spot there between the farms.
It's great. Well, it's defending absolutely everything. But still, Villese, with all these ratings, 132 villages, 53 army. He keep the population super high all the game. Villese is playing incredible, right?
What a perfect defense at top here. It's so easy to overreact, right? And this is a scary push, right? It was ram, hussar, skirm, trap. What was Villese's reaction? Sent 4 traps, and he knew he could defend it. What a brilliant defense.
Playing very good. What a game, what a series. Hopefully, guys, you are enjoying like we are doing. Everyone is enjoying a lot because these games are absolutely amazing. Really amazing. And we don't have to say it. You can see them because they are great. You can see how he's trading now even more villages to Mr. Yo, doing more barracks, but he's dropping more and more. He's dropping more and more. 100 villages for 132. He's getting close to double the population. I mean, soon it's gonna be 100. This is incredible. Villese is gonna take Mr. Yo. Is now doing Thumbering, the +2 armor. He reacts instantly to those traps. He has saving those traps during the whole game.
It's crazy how he just micros them back like 3 tiles. The moment the 200 swordsmen turn away, he's shooting again. Like, his awareness is out of this world.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. 4 traps. He's gonna take the castles probably down. Oh man, if he's taking that castle. What, Mr. Yo, look at the score.
Only 3 traps.
It's 3,003 traps. Look at the infantry here killing those that artillery. He should probably send it. No stone. The castle is down. Mr. Yo is at the limit. He has a lot of gold, yes, but no food. He has no production. I mean,
33 farmers.
No
it just feels like we wanted to see a bit more food economy there. Something more at the top, as you said earlier, there with the shortfish. Now raid in the center here. That's also ugly for Mr. Yo. Needs to look at all spots in this map.
He's raiding absolutely everything. And ladies and gentlemen, I have to believe that I think Mr. Yo is calling the GG. What a beast, Villese. I don't know if we can call this an upset, but the way it was, kinda an upset. It was a great series. Villese dominated.
Another Red Bull Wololo champion eliminated, and Villese potentially his biggest performance in his life, and he's not done yet. Semi-final in the biggest Age of Empires tournament ever. He will play again on Saturday.
I mean, Gusegub, I have he has played like never before.
Yeah.
And still no reaction.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
already thinking about, okay,
he's thinking,
what
I
is
did?
my draft on Saturday?
Yeah, he's thinking on Saturday.
Yeah,
you know, the 5 days away from and he's there. But he's sweating. We are sweating, guys. You don't know. You don't know how we are sweating here, enjoying. Well, I think they know because they can see right now that we are sweating with these games. Amazing. Hopefully you have enjoyed because. Oh man, did we expect this performance? I expected him to play really well. I was thinking in the predictions 3-2, 2-3. But his performance, I didn't see this coming.
This was sick. How clean he was with the defense, all the decision making, constantly keeping up the pressure, and like how instantly he spotted every single raid. That's just crazy. As if he had like all vision and kind of knew every single time Mr. Yo was raiding, defended brilliantly in every game.
Was insane. Was absolutely insane. What Mr. Yo could have done more, I think he did fine. It's just that Villese was faster. He was with more production most of the time because the economy was more or less similar. The Imperial time in the last game was the same almost.
Yeah, there's some things we can work out, right? The castle was delayed a bit, maybe 2 tiles further back, then the Crapper step out a bit more. We could have had masonry a bit earlier. We could have skipped some scouts that lost a bit of efficiency, and Mr. Yo could have had some bit different timings. But once we got into the trap war, nothing he can do against Villese power.
I think also in the north, he didn't really take the big advantage having that Krepos controlling all the short phase. He sent few villages there, and when you can send there 20 easily, and you get a lot of food. He was barely with 30 farmers all the game.
Never 40 on food, it felt like.
No?
And if he gets to like 60, he can go for the Hussar spam, can make it pretty wild, because then he can attack into the Rams, and then everywhere raiding, and then it gets ugly for Incas.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see, because I really believe that Mr. Riley is ready to see what Villese has to say.
Yes, indeed, here with Villese. Congratulations, our second semi-finalist, Villese. A huge win for you, 3-1 against Mr. Yo, and what a performance you put on. I mean, mate, you impressed us all so much throughout today when you were playing earlier. You seem to really be at the top of your game at the moment. Do you feel the same way?
Thanks, and this is indeed a huge win for me, so I agree that I'm in my best shape ever.
It's really good to see you have that confidence, particularly, you know, under the bright lights of the feature match area with thousands of people watching on. You've kept your cool, and it's an incredible achievement to have got as far as you have. Let's talk about the games that you've just played here, in particular the last one that we just saw. How important for you was it to contest that center area? The Bull is a weird map. What's your approach to success on that particular map on the Bull?
Yeah, the golden stone is in the middle, so it's very important, but yeah, so getting it is a priority, at least in the Imperial Age, because in Castle Age I can't really push against the Kreposts.
Well, we saw your eco throughout the entire set really do a huge amount of favours. It was really, really strong eco game in game number 1 with the Franks, game number 3 with the Saracens. Do you think it was your eco that won you those games, or was there something else going on as well?
Yeah, in the Rost game, I think the Franks eco won me that one. In the Saracens game, I guess it was eco and getting good race in his eco, so I could keep putting the pressure on.
And the eco enabled you to push to imp very fast and get those upgrades as well. It was a terrific game to watch. I want to talk to you about what's next for you now. We've got more or less a week until you'll be playing in front of a live studio audience as we move to to Saturday when the semi-finals will be held. What are you going to do between now and then to prepare for probably the biggest game of your life?
I guess I will just relax here in the city and practice some, but I think I'm mostly in good shape.
Villese, can I tell you, mate, it is really, really good to see the confidence and your comfort when you're playing like this. It's something that I think you've really impressed a lot of people with, so congratulations. A really, really well-deserved victory. Well done, Villese, our semi-finalist.
Thank you.
So good to see Villese succeed in the way that he has. Tristan, a player who I think has evolved enormously since his last appearance at Wololo. You know, it's not an easy environment to succeed in. You know, there's a lot more pressure. There's cast and crew, there's us jibber-jabbering away. It's something that doesn't come naturally to every player. I think Villese has shown an enormous amount of growth between now and a year ago, and his success on the battlefield today has really proven that.
His consistency is just incredible, right? And it's a bigger stage here, and yet he just outdid himself. I was about to make a very bold statement. I was going to say, I don't know if there's a more impressive player that we have seen today. There's obviously been some incredible games, a reverse sweep earlier, but I truly mean the words, to be honest with you. Like, everyone's in the back just freaking out about how on a map like Atacama, he somehow had 110 villagers despite losing like 40 of them on a failed castle. He's a very good player. He truly has it all.
Yeah.
When it comes to his game sense, as Nilly was freaking out about, his game sense is there. His speed is there. The micro, the macro, he's complete.
I think now that he has found his groove in an environment like this, I think it's going to be very hard to come up against Villese.
I agree. No one, I forget exactly how that bracket looks, but nobody wants to face that guy.
Well, we'll have a look at that. Right now, though, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights from that set there. Full credit to Mr. Yo putting on a great performance, but ultimately Villese was able to win, including game number 1 here. We kick things off on Atacama. Villese with the Franks, Mr. Yo playing with the Magyars. Talk us through some of the things that we can take away.
Well, these are situations where you shouldn't be able to turn it into a good economy later on, right? It should be messy. It should feel fragile. But both players actually did a really good job, and things evened out. You can see even town centers being added. The Vill count somewhat even. They both had similar night numbers. Yo, I don't want to say he fell into a trap because pikemen are very good against knights. But when he went for pikemen, he didn't have the knight numbers. And the problem with pikemen is you can't really kill enemy economy. Very fragile town centers, very slow. And knights will still beat a pikeman in a 1v1 battle. So again, like the thing to pay attention to here, this was actually right after a failed castle in a massive battle, or maybe it was before the failed castle. I don't even remember at this point. But the consistency of that economy for Villese is just beautiful. I mean, you can give credit to the Franks, but it's really all him.
Well, I think what the Franks did was enabled him to populate the map with these fast-moving cavalry units, and just use the open nature of Atacama to really, have the Franks fire on all cylinders with their powerful knights, the civ advantages, the bonuses that they get. I think we saw them at their best here in the hands of an undisputed master here.
I mean, honestly, like a moment ago, we saw the castle. He was like a house and a palisade away from winning the game right there if his castle goes up. So he did make one mistake there. But the guy's at 115 villagers with 30 army. The reason Yo's not resigning here is because it doesn't happen, right? Like on Atacama, it's normally like, oh, I've got 60 vills, he's got 80, you know? And again, it was just beautiful stuff.
We move on now to game number 2, Mayans versus the Hindustanis. This took place on Arabia, which, again, for those of you perhaps just joining us, not super familiar with Age of Empires, Arabia is more or less the default map. So no frills, Age of Empires, what we saw here.
Yeah, this was interesting because the Hindustanis, as we saw in a previous set, are absolutely ridiculous if they get to the Ghulams. To be honest with you, the big mistake is just that Villese didn't expect Yo to be so freaking bold. Like, Yo didn't even have his walls up. He had 10 villagers on stone, and it was never scouted. The second this civilization gets onto Gulam against the Mayans or Aztecs, it becomes really problematic.
Well, we saw exactly the same matchup in the first quarterfinal with Tatoh playing the Hindustanis against Jordan's Mayans. And again, similar story.
And I don't care if like an Eagle kind of beats in a 1v1. When it comes to the cost, when it comes to the bonuses, and then the follow-ups for Hindustanis, the Gulams just destroy.
Game number 3, Saracens versus Lithuanians. This one was on Acclivity, a classic map. Really, really enjoying watching Acclivity in this tournament here. And again, I think it was that echo from Villese that really helped him get up.
Yeah, but what's so interesting is that typically, if you go all in, which he did, he lost 3 villagers because he didn't make any military, very aggressive approach. You don't have eco, and the game never goes on for like 50, 55 minutes, whatever it did. Like this guy was up against Yo, who did a tremendous job at holding. Funnily enough here, Yo's still like open, and Villese is just not expecting that he could ever find damage. This is a beautiful gate, which leads to a conversion. But yeah, like this game was, I think, the best game of the series. And it just never stopped. I had to highlight that. Like, that's Yo for you. Like, Yo finds a way to use 1 or 2 units to stay around, and the later the game goes, normally the better his position's going to be.
Yeah, the value that he was getting from in situations like that was, I mean, it was huge, but not quite huge enough because Villese still just putting on this clinic here and showing us exactly what he's capable of, pushing through to the late game.
He's crazy. I don't know how you go from, 15 on gold and just a market for economy to somehow having the eco that he did. Also, the latest are a completely busted unit for Castle Age. Like, it just doesn't really compute with the rest of our balance. And there was a point where he's making camels at 130 HP in Castle. The latest were destroying that. Like, he had to fight past so much adversity to be able to get to the late game stage, which you're seeing a glimpse of now.
And he somehow did it. And I think this is something that Villese is just showing us that he's capable of, finding edges.
It's crazy.
Finding edges, finding possibilities that other players are just blind to. They don't see them, or they're unable to grasp them properly. So It's really exciting to see this guy hitting his straps. We're going to move into game number 4 before very much longer, and I want to highlight this one, the Incas versus the Bulgarians on the Bull. One of the weirdest maps, right? Like just the head of a bull traced in trees.
In a good way.
Sure, right? But it's just, it's been a map that's really challenged people in terms of finding the right approach to succeed, right?
Yeah, a lot of different things you can do on this map. There's a reason people ban it. Yo really likes that chaos, and so that's why he really wanted to go for Bull. Again, though, like a lot of things went wrong there. Like Yo was able to kill that villager. That's a very important villager in the middle of the map, and it progresses to another game where he's got counter units out, and he's got more army, and Yo's just like trying to stay alive the whole time. Here's a Trebor. It's a little faster than what you might have witnessed.
Sped up a little bit here, yep.
But, you know, he was able to win this. And my favorite move of all post-imp was Onager, because there was a game previously in the day where we had a player who was Incas, and the opposition just went full skirms. And before Eagles came out, which are very expensive, it was very complicated. And Onager play just like solved that. You know, it just fit the situation so perfectly. He never allowed that little snowball to fall apart. And eventually, I mean, Yo played some amazing Age of Empires today. His late game prowess is normally one of the best, and Yo he just had to accept it was over.
I think just a little outmatched today by Villese, something that some of us were quietly anticipating. You know, I get the sense that Villese, as I mentioned, has really found his place in the castle here. It's the second time he's been here. But that's not to take anything away from Mr. Yo, who we see bows out very gracefully here. 3-1 performance against someone who is just in great touch at the moment. Full credit to Mr. Yo for getting as far as he did and making a triumphant return to Wololo.
Yeah, quick story before we continue. Before Dogao had to play Villese, which was, I guess, only like a day or two ago, but it all feels like yesterday. Dogao goes, he's sitting next to him, and next to him is Villese. I go, Dogao, how do you think the set's going to go? He's like, oh, he'll beat me. And he's going to make the semifinals. And he did end up beating Dogao, and now he's made his way all the way to the semifinals. So I don't know. Dogao clearly onto something slightly faster than maybe some of the viewers out there, but Villese deserves his spot.
He absolutely does. So full credit to Villese. Well done to him. Very much looking forward to seeing him in the semis. Yeah. Well, one thing I very much enjoyed watching about that, watching in that game, of course, was seeing the Incas thrive. For those of you who don't know, the Inca civilization, the Inca Empire, one of the most fascinating civilizations on the American side of the Atlantic. And in case you didn't realize as well, the biggest. The Inca Empire spanned an area that went all the way from Ecuador to Chile. Centered in the highlands of what is today Peruvia, nearly 10 million people lived in the Inca Empire at its apex, and it is one of the mighty, I shouldn't say Meso because it's not technically a Mesoamerican civ, it's one of these mighty American civilizations that does so much work in Age of Empires. We see them banned out all the time. I want to tell you a little bit about the Inca Empire because it's just a fascinating story. They were, again, began as a small city-state in the Peruvian highlands, Cusco, before expanding with a combination of diplomacy and, of course, a fair bit of bloodshed under their first Sapa Inca, Pachacuti. And of course, many of you will have played the Age of Empires 2 campaign centered on him. He was a very, very powerful and forthright leader who united a huge swath of land, a very multicultural, multilinguistic empire, and ruled it, well, with an iron fist, I think it's fair to say. But some of the most fascinating things about the Inca Empire were the infrastructure that they built, great big road networks that spanned mountain ranges and connected the entire empire. They had advanced systems for counting with using beads and other things like that, because this entire vast empire that provided for the needs of its citizens, food, clothing, shelter, housing, all the infrastructure that you would expect from a vast empire, it was all done without writing, without the wheel, and also without money. This was a non-market economy that supported this civilization, and it's fascinating to think that the largest empire that pre-Columbian America had seen didn't even use money. People paid tax in the form of corvée labor. Essentially, for a certain portion of the year, men would have to go and work on public infrastructure projects, go and work on temples or roads or canals or storehouses, as the centralized government in Cusco redistributed the grain and the clothes and everything else that was needed in the four corners of the empire. An incredible story, and one of the greatest legacies, of course, even today, of the Inca Empire is, as I'm sure you're aware, the famous mountain stronghold, the citadel, Machu Picchu. Now, we're not 100% sure what Machu Picchu was. It seems to have been a hybrid religious, military, social, cultural building. It may have been a getaway, a mountain residence for the imperial family, but it's still there today in the Peruvian highlands, and you can still go and visit it. And many people in Peru, in fact, 25% of Peru's population, about 7.7 million people, still speak the language spoken in the Inca Empire, Quechua, even to this very day. It's great to see these empires from around the world represented in Age of Empires, and it's great to see them secure success for some of the very best in the biz in the hands of people like Villese, who has secured his position in the semi-finals with the might of the Inca Empire. My friends, it's time to have a look at the schedule, what's coming up for the rest of the day, with an important update. Given the fact that these games have gone a little long, we are wanting to make sure that we get all of these games done within the allotted time. And so as you can see, we've had Jordan Tatoh already, we've had Villese and Mr. Yo, but now we are changing things up a little bit. Unfortunately, given the time constraints that we have here in the castle, we're not going to be able to show both of the next two matches on the main stream. But fear not, because we will still be casting both of them simultaneously. If you're a fan of Hera, if you're a fan of MBL, you want to jump over and see how they're going to be on the B stream, which at the moment I understand is at twitch.tv/Nilly_AOE. It's over there that you'll be in the hands of Dave and T90 as they take you through that rematch of the, excuse me, sorry, I'm just receiving the update. You can see it there on the screen there. The URL is twitch.tv/RedBullEN. I do apologize for that. The information I had was outdated. Red Bull EN is where you'll be able to see that. And again, Dave and T90 casting an epic rematch of what is probably the most famous series from last year, if not the most famous series in Red Bull Wololo history. Jump across to that if you want to get across that. But if you want to remain with us here, it is, of course, the highlight of the evening. The main event, the show-stopping Clash of Titans. We have TheViper, we have Liereyy in a rematch from last year's final. And here to call the action, ready to go, it is Nilly and Mem.
Nelly, are we ready to see now the Viper versus Liereyy after the previous series?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh man, the Viper versus Liereyy. Don't you feel that sadly it's a little bit early, but this beast, you want to see him first round, second round, create a new round?
Yeah.
You know, now we are in the quarterfinals. The Viper and Liereyy. Looks like Viper get into better spot, better shape, like he's slightly favorite, which is a difference with the previous Red Bull editions.
Yeah, it felt like Liereyy was the favorite going into the last year's finals. This one, it feels like Viper pretty clean in the group stage. Liereyy, shaky, obviously lost to Tatoh, was shaky in his opening match there as well. And I talked to Liereyy, and he was really happy that he was facing the Viper because he felt he wanted redemption. He said, ideally, I would have wanted to face him in the finals. The later, the better. But he really wanted to face him.
Now I don't know what to say. Want to face the Viper? Well, I don't think that many players want to face the Viper. So that only talk about the personality this guy has. Because in those questions that we were talking before, even Viper was telling he's been the younger for so many generations, so many years, and he's still the youngest in the tournament.
Crazy. Yeah.
And even Capo said, you are the youngest?
Yeah, I cast him like 5-6 years ago, right? In offline tournaments, we had him. Didn't we have him in Cologne? When everyone thought he was 16 and he said, actually, I'm 14. And he was clapping nerds in the world.
We're going to see how young he is, Liereyy, in the next video.
I'm Liereyy, I'm 20 years old and I'm from Austria. Kind of feel good about not having to play qualifiers, you know. Obviously it gives you some practice and some preparation for the tournament itself, but at the same time it's easy to pick up wrong things as well, wrong strategies, wrong metas, wrong things where you think it works out and then the main event doesn't work out. I prepared, well, mentally, the casual routines, you know, living my life basically, and well, age-wise, I just practiced some sets here and there, you know, some different players, took a different approach this time and let's see how it works out. I know my matchups and the players I'm gonna face, but I feel like I have the tougher group. In my opinion, I feel like it was tougher before already, and now it's even more tougher. But you know, like if I want to win the whole event, I have to beat everyone anyway, so it doesn't matter. I don't have a feared opponent. There are people who are obviously harder to beat for me, like for everyone else. There are people who I think match better up against, but there's no one I fear. I feel confident in myself, you know, like confident against everyone. If I have a good day, if I perform, I can beat everyone.
Don't you think that has been looking always a little bit more mature than for his age?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
If he's the youngest, and look how he's big.
Way beyond his years, but that's how he was all the time. By the way, a lot of people obviously really excited to see the B stream as well. We will get there. Drafting has not started yet, and we will give you all the action. T90 and Dave will keep you in good hands. So probably like just open 2 screens. Typically I say like, call your grandma, watch the stream. This time you have to call both grandmas to watch both streams.
Yeah, because it's going to be absolutely amazing, absolutely amazing. Well, who will believe that the first series was going to last close to 4 hours? It was pretty much double the time, but now we are going to focus in what matters, and what matters is the draft. That is going to be really in a moment, and we're going to see now the draft live with those 2 beasts, Mr. Nili, and let's see, because I believe that TheViper.
Oh, his staff is there.
Okay.
Still is the reigning champion. Now takes a look into his book. Is it a smaller book than the one the others have? Feels like it.
It's a different one for sure.
And he is announcing his first map ban. As we all know, best of 5 again. 1 civilization ban, 1 map ban before. Frigid Lake taken away out of the options. And Liereyy banned what looks to be Shoals. Obviously tricky map, the 2 goals at the side. You really need to practice it a lot. Lots of different approaches to that one as well. Liereyy rather prefers to play a more standard map.
They were talking before. They were trolling a little bit each other, and Viper was asking to Liereyy, what map we ban, Liereyy? What map we ban? I think they were trolling completely, because what they said is not happening at all, you know, and you should see it, you should see it. They're having fun, obviously. We see now Atacama and the Bull. I'm surprised for the Bull choice by the Viper. Kawasan, now also for Liereyy. And let's see the next one.
I talked to Liereyy yesterday evening as well, and he said he still has 2 strategies, maybe even 3, he said, that he didn't show yet, and that he still could use against the Viper.
And close make a little bit more sense, because I mean, if you can go aggressive, is a map that usually, depending on the map generation, you are more, I mean, you are farther, the distance is larger, so probably it's not the best for what Liereyy, in the best Liereyy shape, he always loved to go aggressive. Maybe you cannot be that aggressive in that map.
Yeah, I think so as well. And close should be a good Viper map. It kind of takes the wind out of the sails of Liereyy. Moras taken away. And look at how smiley Viper is in this picture. I didn't even realize. He's in a good mood there, taking the picture.
Okay. And now this is
Outcrop. So the Viper has the choice between Arabia and...
Which one is missing? Acclivity.
Arabia and Acclivity. I think I want to play Arabia then, as the opener. I think I would take... Oh, he plays Acclivity against Liereyy. An absolute beast on Acclivity, but has lost famous matches. Last year's Red Bull opener against Nikov, Acclivity lost. Red Bull 3 finals, last game against Doubt, Acclivity lost. Still feels like Acclivity could be Lierey's strongest map. It's just so wild.
Yeah, I only think that that map, I agree with you, it's benefit his gameplay in theory, but well, you know, I mean, Viper is Viper, so anything can happen. And now we have to go, well we are seeing the bans. Let's talk a little bit about who you think it has the edge here. Who is the favorite for you?
It has to be so close, right? It is pretty clearly the 1 and 2 in the Empire Wars universe. Hera has to be included there in the top 3, 100%. It just feels like last year's finals. This is too early. I have to give the slightest advantages to the Viper. I will go for 3-2, but if it goes 3-1 Liereyy, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, well, let's see. Remember that if it was a best of 5 final the last year, the winner will be Liereyy. He was winning 3-2.
Oh yeah.
He was winning 3-2 in the first 5 games. Then he came back the Viper. Obviously, doesn't matter because now it's a best of 5. So the players need to focus quite a lot. Anything can happen for sure. It looks like with the current performance till now in the tournament, Vipers will be 55-45%, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely reasonable numbers here. Opens with Mayans as the ban here. Does not want to see Liereyy with either his mass amount of crossbows or eagles. But that means Aztecs are an option here, Mem. Typically the civilization that we always see banned.
I mean,
Viper jumps on it directly.
Directly to Aztecs. I want to ask about the Gurjaras. We have seen Gurjaras a few times. They are that dominant that we're getting so many bans.
Shivamshas are absolutely crazy. We saw the Chakrams as well. A bit more food income there as well with the mill. It's just like so easy to get to their potentially imbalanced units that no one wants to play against Kojaros.
Also, Magyars and Lithuanians, civilizations to really go aggressive, like he loves to do it.
Yeah, I like those quite a bit. And Saracens, this is like a very typical GL versus AM draft. As you can see, Saracens, now like a wild Sicilians mixed in there, and you like this, you could put the names away and now we would know who is drafting.
You cannot give that much info, really. You are giving so much inside information.
Well, Jordan just played Sicilians, and like every GL player played Sicilians last year. So I think just like a typical civilization, I don't think they're necessarily top 8, but a bit of a signature Civ.
And now we see Bulgarians. We have seen Bulgarians a lot in the Bull, not succeeding. They are not having a very good result at the end.
Britons. I thought about Britain's ban there against Liereyy because he just plays them so much better than everyone else.
Definitely. I mean, I'm going aggressive, faster artillery range, then in Castle Age also extra range as well. And this is Franks. Ooh, 3
Franks.
cavalry Civs and Britons.
Yeah, it feels now Liereyy is a bit late with his enclosed and bull picks, but his maps are really settled already. Maybe Lithuanians on the bull. Could be something like Britons on acclivity, could be Lithuanians on acclivity as well. Atakaba Magyars feels likely, Kavasan Franks feels likely. So we will have to see a really strong late game Civ for Liereyy. Something like Berbers is just what I want to say. Viper maybe realizing and picking it away from Liereyy.
Berbers, amazing civilization, but he doesn't have good memories with Berbers. Liereyy. For that, he's not picking anymore. Remember, guys, he lost Berbers versus Teutons. Was kind of a little bit like, oof. But doesn't matter. Berbers is absolutely amazing for sure.
I think something like Hindustanis could be an option here for Liereyy, trying to play the late game. Will be interesting. Bengalis for the Viper. Ooh, we've seen it being played a bit on Northern Isles. That's not in the map pool, though. Will be interesting to see how Viper's trying to squeeze those in. Obviously, Liereyy already picked them. We have seen, I think, Tatoh already picked them as well. And had the Tatoh versus, Jordan said earlier, now Byzantine squeezed in there. Well, that's a bit surprising to me. Like, what are we picking on acclivity? What are we picking on enclosed? Is it Lithuanians? Is it Magyars?
Byzantines was picked by Tatoh against Liereyy in enclosed. And he won.
But that was against Cumans, trying to punish those. Maybe Cumans against Sicilians. Oh, so Liereyy is changing his plan and will play a different civilization. Cumans was still open if he wanted to do that one again.
He can pick it, the Viper.
Viper could pick it. Is there a Civ that can punish him that much?
Let's see if we read his...
That's
not a Civ.
Give me Cumans. Give me Cumans, Viper. Cumans.
Super intense, because we don't know what he's going to pick. It's the last pick. You can notice Viper usually know exactly what to do.
Cumans! Yes!
Viper Liereyy.
Oh god, I feel smart.
As you can notice, guys, Nili is not cheating for the Viper.
No, I'm just feeling...
It's for Cumans and for your choice.
for myself.
Nili Stradamus. Okay, there you go. So you can see how happy. Why you bring now the camera? Now, you shouldn't bring the camera now. He's super happy, you know? They're always going for the play. But the plays are going to be coming in a moment.
But it's interesting, right? Because, like, Liereyy could anticipate how Viper wants to play Cumans, potentially on and close, and he saw how Tatoh played against it. So now, like, thinking a lot like, okay, maybe they GL practiced this approach against Cumans already, and he will have learned a lot from that one. I don't think he will play the same style against Tatoh, but won't succeed.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Anyway, Cumans will be for enclose. Then we can analyze those. Ooh, sorry guys, we have to stop a little bit because they just passed through this area and they are so focused, Nele.
Yeah, we couldn't reveal all their strategies yet, so we better have to be silent for a moment.
Nothing. Acclivity. Acclivity, Britons for Liereyy, acclivity?
Feels like it, right? We could see Byzantines. We have seen it before today with Tatoh playing it quite nicely with the defense. Lithuanians, we saw it today from Mr. Yo. Certainly options there. But acclivity, you never really get the shot to contest 5 relics, but you get to 2 relics pretty easily. Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see like 3 different civilizations on Acclivity. So lots of options for Liereyy. I think actually it will take some time till we jump into game number 1.
And now we see the Viper. This is the Viper coming to the gaming place. He seems to be confident, serious, concentrated, focused. You know him better.
Let's take a look now.
Oh, now he looks like a monk. Wololo.
Is he using his stuff for walking? Oh, look at that. It's not even carrying, it's supporting him. Okay, nice.
Yeah, so focus. I have listened to some people. Do you think potentially who is winning this series is the favorite of the tournament?
I think Hera still. I think like
at the same level.
Yeah, I really want to see if Hera, and I would have said I predicted a 3-0 against MBL. I think if Hera is beating MBL 3-0 today, Hera is going to win the whole tournament.
Let's see how secure feel now Mr. Liereyy, because he's coming as well. And remember that he was considered #1 Empire Wars before this tournament. So we cannot think that he's done. Obviously not. He's going to play now against the Viper. But the Viper and Liereyy, anything can happen. How important is for you the first game?
Both have shown that they have capabilities to come back in long sets here, best of 5. I think obviously you're up 1 point, that's nice, but both so stable and so many plans for them that they can easily come back, even if they're down 1-0 in the best of 5.
Okay, we are about to get into the first game, guys. Acclivity. Starting this series specifically with that map is something already.
Yeah, Acclivity will be very action-packed. We are sure about it. And now I really want to see like how intensely Liereyy is going into his draft, because he has lots of options with the civilization going in all way, and he just rips this page out, rethinks all his drafting options here. Bam, just throw it away, and now open a new page.
Okay, let's see if we're going to have the civilization choice soon, because we are really, really excited for this series. It's been amazing. Remember that, guys, we have Tatoh in the semifinals, Villese in the semifinal. We can talk a little bit because we don't have yet the civilization. If we think before start the tournament, not many people was thinking that Tatoh and Villese will be in the semifinals.
Yeah, you would have gotten really good odds if you bet on like both trying to advance there. Both players probably considered to be top 8, but both in the semifinal. Well, you kind of had to say that Yo won't make it, or Liereyy and Viper won't make it, right? So they had to face each other very early. Hera, MBL, still the other semifinal, and we have a look at the stats.
Well, the stats: Micro, the Viper, 9 points; Macro, 10 points; Strategy, 7 points. Still the 7-10 guy, Experience 10, Speed 9, and then we have Liereyy 10. Macro 8, Strategy 8, Experience 10 as well, Speed, and head-to-head games 60% for the Viper in this 2022.
Facing each other quite a bit, obviously, in tournaments there and in later games, trying to adjust the screen a bit more, and it feels like both are pretty ready. Both set their drafting books to the side. Oh, Liereyy really going hard on his mouse there. His mousepad, it looked older than he is. Right? Looked older than him. Look at that. Can we zoom in on the mousepad a bit?
Please, a little bit. And the keyboard is not the like...
I think he got it to his third birthday or something.
Oh, this is beautiful, huh? This one is really beautiful. What a great and beautiful production we have in the Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Are the civilizations done already? I hope so. Okay.
Acclivity game 1 here. And Liereyy clicks a bit. This is still warm-up, though, not really in the game. Mem moving like 3 steps to the side to get a better look in this. This is still a warm-up. They're not really in the game.
That's not the game, but he's already warming up a little bit, like
clicking
to get the feeling, right?
Yeah, and like 300 APM in a warm-up game there for sure. And Viper, he doesn't care. He wants to keep all his strengths to himself, readjusting so that if we draft some elephant or horse civilizations, that they don't throw over stuff from the table.
This is super tense. This is really, really super tense. It's for us, imagine for them, you know.
It's just like the soundtrack is so good for this edition as well, right? It feels like it's getting more intense every single day.
Oh, I didn't make the question, but I have to make the question. And now I'm not gonna ask to so many people that is in the channel, who they think they're going to win. We're going to see who they support, who they want to win. Number 1, TheViper. Number 2, Liereyy in the chat. We want to see spamming the chat like crazy. Spamming the chat like crazy. There's some spam.
Yeah, there's some spam indeed. There are lots of Viper fans there, surely. And obviously, like, incredible guy.
Wow.
Very much liked, one of the biggest figures in the whole Age of Empires universe.
Okay, I broke the chat.
Last year champion. Liereyy, though, double champion, 4 times finals. In all of his 4 finals, he went to distance 4-3. Won 2 of them, lost 2 of them.
Yeah, that's crazy. Well, we clearly have the Viper fans in the channel. I think he has won. I will say clearly, which is not a surprise. He's the GOAT. I mean, he's the GOAT from Age of Empires 2, for sure. And well, the civilizations are almost ready. I think he has picked already. Don't fall asleep, Liereyy. Not before the games.
Okay. He is focused. He's focused.
He's
there.
focused for sure. I'm sure that he is. I mean, both players, well, Viper said in several interviews, his highest motivation is against Liereyy. And Liereyy pretty much the same. They both love to play each other in these kind of moments.
Well, they also know when they face each other, typically it's the finals, right? It's not the quarterfinals. There's still 2 more steps to go. It's still 2 crazy sets next Saturday for the winner of this one. So, quite...
Berbers.
Oh, Berbers on acclivity. Typically we play lots of archery ranges on acclivity because you can wall pretty easy. Distance isn't that far. Berbers, a civilization that basically is designed around their cheaper knights.
For Castle Age. So he has to be really careful with Berbers if Liereyy pick, as we were talking, Britons, but maybe we get a surprise and because Lithuanians, or I don't know, something that we are not expecting. It's a possibility.
And Berbers could struggle against Lithuanians, not in Castle Age, but to get to an even Castle Age will be really tricky for Berbers there if we play that aggressively. And Liereyy is going for Britons, kind of what we expected. And then Berbers again, we have to think like, ooh, what about Janitors?
Ooh.
We have seen it. We have seen it. Jordan suffered a lot against MBL, against Janitors there. So if you go full crossbow, full pikeman, could be a good option for the Viper.
The Viper copy MBL strategy? I don't see this.
Maybe. Both Norwegian.
Yeah, okay.
They walked to the castle this morning. Maybe asked, like, what do you think about like acclivity as an opener? And Liereyy typically plays double archery range. What do you think I could play against double archery range? Do you have any advice?
That's the game. That's the game. That's the game, and I think we're going to start into the game in a moment. Britons versus Berbers, first game. The Viper, Liereyy, and we're waiting, exhausting right now. We cannot wait anymore. Nelly, we cannot wait anymore. Yeah, because they are.
Okay, putting some deep groups in there. Like, I think Liereyy just put something on group 7, how his hand moved there. So he's already prepared. He has at least 7 units on the field already, man.
Already more hotkey that I have used in my life. More control group that I have used in my life.
Scout on number 1 and a small pause here. And we will show you all the action. Britons there, still ready. The longbow man. That's a longbow.
Yeah, that's a longbow that is absolutely beautiful. There was a small problem that is going to be fixed in a moment, and we will continue. We will start with the game, and but he needs to take the early advantage, I believe, Liereyy, because Berbers with earlier Castle Age than the Britons is so dangerous, and the Knights are working now great. Like the pathing is in a very good moment. It can help a lot too, but probably. The problem here is the feudal age, that Britons should be a little bit better with the skirmishes, archery range production, sorry.
Well, the thing is you produce a bit faster, but typically Berbers don't go full archer v archer. He will mix in some skirmishes. The big thing is both have their power spikes in Castle Age. More range for the Britons, you can still produce faster, can add those town centers faster. And Viper, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to make something that's pretty atypical for him, namely a 1TC push happen against Britons who might already have 3.
And there we go, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1, Liereyy versus TheViper. Britons, Berbers, opening is stable by TheViper and archery range right away, pretty much. And well, economy bonus for Liereyy with this civilization. But we see aggressive here, TheViper. Viper is already going there with the scout. He has He deleted a Villiers.
What?
He deleted a Villiers, the Viper. He deleted a Villiers because he was trying to delete probably the Palisade. And he deleted a Villiers, the Snake. That's definitely not what he wants. 2 archers here, gonna make the fletching. Ooh, deleting a Villiers, that was... Oh, man. And now he's gonna take another. That's second Villiers down. I don't know if Liereyy could see it, but that second Villiers down obviously doesn't appear in the Echo KD because he deleted. He's 3 Villiers ahead and double the army.
Oh, and 2 archers, 2 spearmen coming forward. You can't really deal with that if you're going scouts. Therefore, the Viper is now going onto some.
Oh, he's gonna lose that.
Those
Villiers are in danger, Mapu. Why those Villiers are going that way?
Oh no, oh no.
Why those Villiers are going that way? He should have gone, well, there's no, oh, he's saving it.
Goes away. Oh, that's really fortunate. And now Viper, he needs to deal with that. Build a house to control this area a bit more. Goes for another villager. Can he commit? Feels like he has to now.
Yeah, he has to kill. I mean, he has the spear, but you need to make some damage. It's true that, oh, they are very low HP now. They are very low HP. He's taking the scout, and in the other area, he has to go away. Now he has the skirmishes, but probably he wanted to go aggressive. Oh, he's taking the deers. With those archers, he has killed the deers. With 1 archer, he has killed those deers. Well, it's important as well. Population in favor to Liereyy. This is exactly the scenario that Liereyy won with the Britons.
2 villagers killed, 1 villager deleted, and 22-second TC idle time. Liereyy is 3 villagers ahead, and we didn't even really start the game yet.
And if we think about what economy, it means that Liereyy is about to go up to Castle Age.
Wow.
He's floating on 500 food. He's really, really close to go up. He just need to get those hunters, and he's going up.
Yeah, tries to save his army as well. Obviously, every archer that makes it to Castle Edge will become a crossbow later on. So, really wise move by him. Tries to save that one. Viper, he's happy to do any damage against those.
Yeah, well, no, not terrible economy for the Viper. According to the situation, he has some good resources as well. He need to be careful. He's now going back, and he has the resources. He just need to wall that area. He's gonna keep 1 spear outside. He want to probably deal with the scouts, but he has the scouts and his skirmishes. Now he's walling. He's up to Castle Age in minute 6. Well, Viper is not too far, but the problem that we have said before, you want to have Berbers and be up to Castle Age faster than Britons, because now Britons will get 1 extra range, and then in Lierey's hands, this civilization is so dangerous.
Now the big question, Liereyy, is he sending his archers at home and trying to defend this, or is he going aggressively? He will try to defend first. Gives Viper a bit of breathing room up to Castle Age.
Okay, he was doing a second archery range. Why he deleted? Man, the Viper managed the economy like God, which is not a surprise. He's on the way to Castle Age already. On the way to Castle Age already. Literally 10 seconds idle TC. They keep pretty much the same. Horse Collar for Liereyy, not for the Viper. Now he's doing Horse Collar as well. And what is the buildings map that Liereyy is doing? Because we need to see the buildings. He has only 1 archer range.
Obviously produces faster with Britons, and he didn't lose a lot of archers, but it just feels
too little.
Yeah, we need a stable or another archer range.
Yeah, he needs something else, because then now Viper can go.
Or is it just a boom? Is he playing 3TC boom here, man?
Is that his style?
It's cheaper for Britons.
Yeah, but then you are inviting the Viper to push you. You are inviting the Viper to push you. He's already with Bloodlines, Scalebard and armor. It's true that he has the fletching, but he's skirmishes. Those villages just don't die because skirmishes is not archers. And I don't know, but now he's attacking. He's going forward. And those units are going to be scary. His economy is good. He has good amount of archers. He's going to be crossbows. Those villages are in danger. Really, really in danger. He has already the extra range. If we go with the Fog of War, he's doing the TC, but TC with few villages only. Oh, man. Crossbow, Bodkin arrow. I don't know if he's going to be able to defend. He cannot let the Viper get inside. He's doing 3 TCs. You were right. He's going 1 archer range and 3 TCs.
3 TCs.
Is this greedy or not?
Well, he feels like he can defend this one. Nice houses by the Viper will buy himself quite some time here. Archers Now crossbows couldn't reach that far, at least so I thought. But we'll find a villager kill and we'll try to pressure the gold quite a bit. How many knights do you need to clear this one up? Probably 6 if you want to do it comfortably.
Yeah, but the good thing is, he's only investing in one archer range, 3 TC as you mentioned. He has already the monastery, he's gonna make some monks. So he's not gonna be able to push. If he send forward couple of monks with those crossbows, then he's very dangerous. But he didn't achieve too much. Still, with that, 3 is different from the start, Nile.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the advantage still the same, but obviously the villager count will increase now. It is the 1 TC play against the 3 TC play, and Viper, if he wants to make something happen, it also has to be with the forward siege workshop.
Yeah, and the question here is, Villese down, 2 down, 3 down, through, whoa, 3 Villese down in that attack, that's quite a lot. How many stables Mapu got the Viper? How many stables? 1 stable only, no, 2 stables, sorry. 1 extra, so 2 stables, and now doing the second TC. He's ahead now by 7 Villages. 7 Villages, and as you mentioned, siege workshop gonna be needed. I don't know if right now, but then the move is gonna be insane advantage.
But Viper is now adding a second town center. That feels a bit like between both worlds. He kind of needs to play all in now. He knows that he's heavily behind in the economy already. Knows about all 3 town centers. This is like, if this game is another 5 minutes without Liereyy taking damage, it will be a heavy uphill battle for the Viper.
Yeah, it will be very difficult. And also with only 1 archer range, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Imperial transition quite fast as well.
Yeah, or just play it heavy in Castle Age, right? Just go for some knights at the buffer. Consider maybe pikemen, which probably are not the best option. Or just, as you said, just play Imp and Diablo's timing should kill the player in Castle.
Yeah, well, he's coming with the knights, but he has now a couple of monks. Look at the monks on the right. He's trying to convert, but he has close to the tones, and if he converts those knights, it's gonna be a disaster. But he got a little bit of luck and not convert absolutely anything. Still, Viper didn't do damage, and the economy difference keep growing and growing. 12 Village more with Bozo and Wheelbarrow. It's not only that he's doing 3 TCs, he has the upgrades.
Yeah, 2 more eco upgrades, could do some damage here against the Knight, just continued defense. And Liereyy, like, he's just so perfect when it comes to knowing when to go for aggression and when to going back, because his crossbow count, with only 1 archer range, extremely high.
Yeah, decision making really solid. That Village is in danger, but if he not, he's not gonna lose it. Oh man, he's going for the Imperial, because look at how many villages on stone. He will try to drop a castle to avoid a potential forward siege and aggression, and with the castle defending, how you make damage to Liereyy now?
This is really interesting. He is expecting an all-in from the Viper, apparently. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense. Longbows, not that much better than your potential crossbow or arbalest. So this is just as a defense against the potential.
Just for defense, right? Like, he's not planning to make them. And he's staying at home. Look at those scouts. The score difference is still pretty similar. 66 villages. It's too many difference. I mean, it's too many villages already, LA. And he's holding just with few monks. The crossbows, 23. It's true that it's starting to be a scary amount of knights. Scary amount of knights, 14 knights, they are with bloodlines, forging, chain-barded armor, a lot of units. And he's still defending with only 1 archer range. Siege workshop need to happen, Ele. He's doing outposts.
12 on wood, 60 wood floating only, 21 farms, he wants to invest more. No villager forward. It just feels like Viper, he's running out of time.
If we put map of Fog of War for Liereyy, with those outposts, he see all the map already.
Oh yeah.
He see all the map.
Wow.
All the map on the right, on the left. He know exactly what the Viper is doing right now. 20 villages more, 10 army more, almost the stone to have the castle. And what is more important, ladies and gentlemen, the resources are getting there to go up to Imperial. So maybe, as you mentioned, the Viper need to do something now, or it's gonna be late.
26 crossbows.
Taking the relics.
Only now the second archer range. Oh, Liereyy taking relics as well.
It's the second already.
Castle, not wild, right? Why would you need to build it on the castle, on the hill? You know that if you are getting to Imperial Age, you're going to clap the army that's only in Castle Age. You don't need to take any risk here.
Yeah, it's what it is. And look at the resources. What a smooth game. It's going to go up in 17 minutes to Imperial. I mean, we have seen Imperial games the previous series, but it was after 50 minutes.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be in Imperial in 20 minutes.
Yeah, crazy dude.
And he's walling out the village. Liereyy seems to be focused. Not anymore.
Short
he's going to wall. It's going to hold that Villese? No.
I don't think he is looking at that.
No, he's not looking there. Okay, well, let's see. He's on the way to Imperial Age. He's up to Imperial with so many arts. Soon, he's going to have a stone to make... Oh, my God. This is now so many knights, but there's a couple of monks, so many arts. Well, so many knights. How many arches he got?
Yeah. He got
Siege Workshop, but this is late to Siege Workshop.
Thing is, like, once you get the imp upgrades, Mangonels are not doing anything anymore. So Viper needs to find the timing within the next 3 minutes. But Siege Workshop not finished. The castle in the direction of the Siege Workshop. Viper needs a miracle.
Yeah. Well, the aim upgrade, even just reaching Imperial, you get already extra range. And look at the castle. Now he knows that this is not the way to go. I need to go around. He's doing the +1 armor, so he's preparing also some pikes on the field. He got 25 Villese more. He's on the way to Imperial. He has wheelbarrow for both players. No ballistic by Liereyy, but with the amount of army he has, probably he doesn't need. This can be a problem. The knights are going to make there some damage. There's another castle at the back. He's well defended.
That's such an interesting spot there.
And it's 4 monks. He's going back. There's not been that much aggression because he's not letting him, but this is perfect execution.
Securing the gold there. It's just so unnatural for me to build a castle there, but the more I think about it, it's just so brilliant. Controls the wood, the gold. Viper can't really move around the back anymore.
There's no space.
Yeah.
There's no space. Okay. +2 pikeman upgrade. He's doing the alarm again. He can make even a TC or another mining camp. He can see now the mangrove, but as you mentioned, in 40 seconds, those archers are going to be snipers.
Absolutely. Extra range there, so crazy for them. The moment we get Bracer, the moment we get Arbalest, it's just Viper takes so much damage. And he continues to produce knights. I'm not sure if he knows that Liereyy is up to Imperial Age.
I think if you look at his face that there's no smile anymore, he might believe that. Do you think that, I mean, when you start the game like this and you delete a village yourself, doesn't tilt a little bit the player? Like, you know what I mean? Like...
The Viper has said multiple times in interviews after losing a game 1 and having a bad start in game 1, which actually is happening more often than I would like to admit, that he continues playing to get a feel of the series, to get warm, to get into the rhythm, and then play better in game 2 till 5.
Okay, we see now those archers that, as we said, they are snipers. And if we put the fog of war, we're gonna notice the incredible range. What is this range, Nearly? They can shoot here to us with those archers. The range is insane. He's gonna start to kill Villese, and when the Arbalists are there, I know that he has a lot of knights, but he's trying to convert these rams. He's trying to kill the castle. Oh my God, so many knights. It's now or never. He's gonna be able with those knights to take absolutely everything. The knights we were talking that they are working great with the path in this deleting the house. Do so many arbalists, but how many kills is Liereyy getting? A lot, Nearly. He's killing absolutely everything. All the knights are gone, and this is gonna help even the archers, what the Viper is doing there with the gates there. But now he's gonna take those rams, and ladies and gentlemen, the population difference is not that big anymore, but the Viper has no goal, and he's losing pretty much all the knights. JJ Cole, Liereyy is taking the lead in a very, very smooth game by Liereyy, Nearly.
Yeah, it felt kind of over at 3 minutes. Viper with a really rocky start, losing 3 villagers very early on, basically, then having the idle TC in addition to that. And it was just like very smooth play by Liereyy, and he just played it so flawless behind this like archer aggression, kind of forced the Viper to be honest, to keep producing army, but went back and built the crazy amount of crossbows, and he played around the timings, right? Very early in Feudal Age, then early in Castle Age, and now early in Imperial Age. He knew exactly when to be aggressive and when to retreat.
That's the thing here, right? Because we didn't see like the typical, oh, what a micro with the archers and so on. The decision was on point. He did the 3 TCs, and he never took the risk. When he saw that he came back, was all the time in the right position. Well, the start for Liereyy has been very, very strong. Anyway, a lot of experience. Both players know that this is long.
Yeah. Still, we could be in here for 4 more games that could each last more than an hour, and nothing is won here. Still, Viper can easily take 3 games. Acclivity, gone. We said probably one of the better maps for Liereyy, but I see some good maps for the Viper. Enclosed, the Bull could all be really good options, and Atacama, Kawasan, the wild ones. And Viper, if he gains some confidence back in game 2 and 3, or just keeps his high confidence for and continues to play really well, then Viper can easily still take the set.
Anyway, we can talk about Kawasan is the next map.
Ooh.
Okay.
This is Viper's choice.
Viper choice, pick
Lierey's
home map.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Well, Liereyy might go Franks.
Liereyy might go Franks. Viper could go Aztecs. I think that's a very reasonable choice for Kawasan. Not that great on Atacama. Really good for the Bull and closed. I would be curious to see what Viper goes for. It feels like Franks for Liereyy feels kind of standard.
Very standard. And how you feel?
Atacama, we still have them as well. Maybe Lithuanians. Lithuanians are crazy.
Lithuanians are very good.
Yeah, Magyars for Atacama.
Magyars and well, let's focus in Kawasan. You know, we have Kawasan there that he's thinking. I mean, if it was that obvious, maybe he's thinking, no, I'm gonna now change your choice. But Franks looks smooth even against the Aztecs. If you, I don't know. I mean, Aztecs is always risky and dangerous. And if he go up fast and get the relics and stop the Monk's pike push with Monk.
And we're good for Aztecs. Look at that six-pack. Holy moly. Now I'm intimidated.
And in the gene too, but I have one pack. It's what it is, man. It is what it is. And now we're going to see Liereyy.
Jesus.
Liereyy that is gonna pick what? We're gonna see the Axeman? Are we gonna see the Axeman?
Should be the X-Men.
Well, I believe so. Yeah, let's see. I mean, but this match now is super, super important. You have to play so smooth. And the thing is, if now Liereyy played that smooth like he did in the first game, you need to really be on point with the Aztecs.
Yeah.
Because Franks, heavy blow for free. The Knight's very, very smooth. You can go 1TC with Franks, mining a stone, you drop a castle, even adding some Axeman at some point. Can be a pretty sick game.
And this game often can go longer, but often it is decided around the 50-minute mark. And we will see Franks most likely on Atacama? Well, that will be interesting. Lithuanians.
He won the relics.
He won the relics. Both players want the relics.
Yeah.
Oh god, this game could be more intense than the game we just had. Simply because there's one major timing early Castle Age. This game could already be decided.
So, can Liereyy go aggressive in feudal against the Aztecs with Lithuanians? Don't let your range opening?
I think you even have to play crossbow into knights if you're Lithuanians here. Crossbows alone won't do it. You don't really want to go into longswords. Not really the Liereyy style. Maybe he opens scouts, like 3-4 scouts, into archers, and then tries to go mass crossbow, mass knights, and try to overwhelm Viper's infantry mass.
Man, I love these kind of matches. I mean, like the Aztec, when the Meso Cities is there, you know that always is going to be something special, or can be. And when the players are, the Viper as a blue, by the way, Viper as a blue, Aztecs, Liereyy as a yellow, Lithuanians. Archery is opening, obviously, with blue. The Viper and Liereyy is doing...
Liereyy? You forgot to build a building. Liereyy?
I'm speechless.
Archery range? Stable?
It's rolling.
Liereyy.
Mapu, that he has any building, please?
What is this?
It's Fast Castle directly.
Fast Castle?
It is MBL?
Liereyy? Okay, he went for the wood upgrade.
He maybe
is now building a market.
What?
Will sell the stone. This guy and those strategies. That's crazy of Liereyy.
He has been playing a little bit shaky on purpose in the previous round just to keep all the strategies for the latest stages. Well, the thing is, the Viper need to explore this.
You mean for the latest stages?
Well, yeah, okay. Okay, nearly. Okay, nearly. I can't.
Okay, let's take a look. Fletching out there here for the Viper. He will open with archers, spearmen, and eagles. We'll see some aggression, and he will be surprised that he didn't see a woodline yet. Market already going down. Fletching cancelled and done again. So indecisiveness there from our Norwegian.
No, but now seriously, this is insane. I mean, this is really, really insane. He's gonna be up. He's gonna be up almost in 2 minutes. It's up in 3 minutes. It's up in 3 minutes. He's walling absolutely everything, and now he's gonna make a stables, I believe. How is possible? He wall all well, he sell everything, and now he's gonna go 1TC, Knights and Monastery.
It's very, very likely. And then he should get, like, Knights early Castle Age are the strongest unit, right? So what can he do? Go for Spearman will be tricky. Viper now selling as well, but that will be a delta of at least 1 minute. Viper could technically go for a pawn behind this one, but I don't think it will pay off. This will be so scary, the early Knights against the Spearman.
And if he take the middle with the relics, those Knights are going to be wild. This is an absolutely crazy strategy by Liereyy. Double stable. We wanted the building and we have the buildings there. Obviously, you cannot let it go in. And we have been used to Liereyy in Empire Wars, Nelly, to see the aggression, the micro. But liking sometimes the strategy, this is a crazy one.
This is a crazy one for sure. Let's see how it will play out. I think Viper should kill the deer as he is doing now, I believe. No, harassing the gold a bit more. What a weird egg base that he created for himself here. And Viper, we want to see what is he adding at home. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes like triple barracks, full spearman maybe? It is ugly because his base will be extremely open, but he might be faster to contest the middle.
Yeah, also it's cheaper. Remember that this is obviously much cheaper as well. But he has a skill bard in armor. Double stable. He still need to wall. He is not walling. And you don't want it. It's still taking a while. It's gonna be in 2 seconds. He's gonna still wall in. And now the double stable Knights. It's spamming from both. As you can see, the monastery right away on that area, close to the library camp. Oh my goodness. I wouldn't be surprised to even see a second monastery at some point.
Well, you don't really need to convert enemy units, right? It would be to convert your own Knights back. And Viper goes for more barracks, still so open at so many spots. Obviously, still has some time till the Knights are coming, but also quite some area to wall. Sends more villagers forward.
And it's still 40 seconds different. He's standing Villese. He want to make it. No, he has no stone to make a TC there. Like, I don't know what he's going to do. Now he's going to clean the archer. He's taking all the resources. This is quite crazy. Sending the Villese there. He's having, how many? 4 spears, 6 eagles. That's the good thing with that. Says double monastery nearly. So he's planning to go all in. There's not going to be any other TC. And now the knight. But this is the massive thing that Liereyy has to control. He can't lose his army because his army is a lot more expensive.
Ooh.
Armor, he clicked armor for the archers. That was a mistake. Eagle Warrior, but getting the relics is going to make that those knights are going to be so dangerous.
1 relic guaranteed. Tries to go for the conversion.
Walling the monk with the house. Walling the monk with the house. Okay, he's going now. He's using the market still to do more monks. He's producing 2 knights, 2 monks, or production for both players. Is still the production for the Aztecs is more dangerous. Those knights are still really strong. He's trying to wall. Let's see, because those are not Eagle Warriors yet. They're still only +1. Who's gonna take this battle? It's gonna be very important. So many units. This army is so expensive, and Liereyy is not taking the best trade from this one, in my opinion. Don't know what you think.
Well, all the monks are dead. Villagers out there. He didn't pick up the second relic. So close, and yet so far. Beautiful engagement here for the Viper. He has better numbers, but obviously still mobility on the side of the Knights. Viper needs to be walled at home.
He's not walled. He's still open. And if he find that area and go to his base, he might kill absolutely everything. We will see. The 3 Villese is still alive. He converted. Instant conversion almost by the Viper with that Knight. 12 army, 6 army, still double. But he's trying to send the Knights forward and kill the reinforcement. That second relic was really important. The Knights are there. He see immediately. He's going to convert. No, he's not converting. And this is looking very, very nice for
Picks
the Viper
up the
right
front
now.
relic. I love that about the Viper here. Even gets the berries in the center. And Liereyy with a beautiful strategy. It just feels like Viper is having really good answers against it.
Yeah, well, he was ready. I mean, he was reading. But it's open. It's open, and now there's a hole. He can make a chaos, no, a disaster on his economy. He didn't notice there's a lot of going on. Now he's gonna try to kill the monk. He didn't. He's converting. He's having the lag, but the Knights are in the goal. And if he doesn't see those, he might kill so many.
Oh no.
Oh my god. The Viper didn't notice. The Viper didn't notice. The Viper didn't notice, and he's killing so many villages on goal. Please, Mapo, we need to check how many villages he's killing. He's killing a lot. And the Viper still do not see it. It's incredible. He's behind in villages. Still, Aztecs with 25 army. It's dangerous.
Should get 4 relics with that stacks though. So he will get some reasonable gold income. Those Knights are going down, but certainly a big raid coming in for Liereyy.
Liereyy killed 8 villages.
Nice.
8 villages in that raid. But now he's losing those villages forward. The problem is how you counter this amount of pikes now? Spears, siege, you needed scorpions. I mean, what you do, it's too many units.
Technically, it would be longswords countering this army, but your eco's not set up for that. You don't really have any upgrades. You only have one barracks. This is looking really good for the Viper.
Yeah, it's looking great.
Potentially getting 5 relics here.
Yeah, even now with those kills in the Echo KD, still 38 villas for both players. And the water...
What
is the water?
What water?
They are ignoring the water. Nobody wants the water, man, in this map. Atacama, no water. Here, no water, nothing. Okay, the monastery is gonna be gone. And now all the power spike that you might get with this strategy might be gone. But he's doing good. He's trying to kill the reinforcement here. But the Viper is spamming eagles. Spamming eagles, spamming spears, squires
and
now.
Those knights are back.
But it's still open here.
Quick wall.
Now he's walling. Oh, good walls by the snake. Good walls by the snake. It's looking really, really good. It's still the same village, but pikeman upgrade now. I don't know what Liereyy can do now to stop that army. I mean, he has no economy for that.
All runs in there, has to go back again. Monk converting on both sides, but obviously it's way better to convert a knight than to convert an eagle.
Yeah, he didn't convert. Any of them converted. Still with some knights trying to... Ooh, he's gonna kill 2 monks. Maybe 1.
Lots of HP on those monks. Gets 1 conversion, maybe gets a second one uphill.
He's gonna take another. Wow, well, this is game. This is game, and I think Liereyy cannot do anymore. He's saying no, no, no with his head. He's gonna try to take this battle, and this is gonna be the 1-1 in this series in a quite fast game. He was trying to go with a very nice strategy, but the Viper answer was amazing. Liereyy, nearly GG call, the Viper 1, Liereyy 1.
And takes away one of the strongest civilizations from Liereyy and takes away his home map. Viper has to be so happy with this big W.
It's like tennis. He made a breakpoint here.
A breakpoint, indeed.
A breakpoint here, because he took a whole map. Now, Liereyy can take his other whole map or going for the other. Boof. Completely different games. First game with the strategy, with going for the fast castle. Here they go both all in, and in a all in, let's say, that the Aztecs are very strong. Also faster production military as well.
Fast production is helping. You get all the crazy gold income with the relics, eagles. You can already produce a strong army on the way to Castle Age, right? Liereyy, he had to wait double stable. Once he reaches Castle Age, the first second that he can produce the units that he wanted to. Viper started to produce the first unit that he wanted to, second one.
And the problem here is that you think, okay, he can go knights and maybe he will go also some archers crows. How? He was in 6 minutes in Castle Age. He didn't have economy at all. I mean, if you go 1 stable and 1 archer range, you cannot produce an oath to stop the Aztecs at that point. So.
Okay, we just got information. Obviously, the B stream is still running. MBL versus Hera fighting for their tournament life in the quarterfinals. In the unlikely chance that this set is getting really, really short, we're actually joining their action. They are about to start game 1, or just started game 1.
Yeah, they are about to start game 1. So don't worry, guys, because it looks, well, it depends, because now we don't know what is going to happen in the remaining games, but we are already 1-1. We're going to stand in game number 3, so we might see also MBL and Hera after this series, guys. And the next map is Atacama. If they play aggressive, we're going to finish in 5 minutes. We're going to finish in 5 minutes. And now in Atacama, Magyars, Franks, can be any of those cavalry civilizations.
Yeah, we didn't see Franks, right? So could be an option. Magyars, I think we kind of have to see Magyars on enclosed.
Yeah.
Right? Because Liereyy didn't really have a clear enclosed civ, so Franks probably for Atacama.
Well, Byzantines, I still think that it can be solid.
Byzantines on... Okay.
Can be still solid.
Viper did not have Sicilians, right? No, Liereyy picked Sicilians at the end. Sicilians, a great counter to Byzantines.
Don't you think that in the previous game, even if he was trying to get the relics for the strategy, he tried Franks probably could be even better because they get a smoother economy. I don't know. For going full knights.
I think you're mainly counting on getting like 2-3 relics and then completely spiraling out of control.
Then kill all. Yeah. Okay, we have Bulgarians for Atacama. Well, it's a good civ. I mean, 50% cheaper the Blam's upgrade. If you go all feudal, you're gonna save a lot of resources, and we might see men at arms and towers early.
It could be an option. We also have Krepos to control the center, right? Big feudal age all in are an option, and it's a kind of a repeat from the set that we saw earlier with the Villese. If you see Franks here from Liereyy against well, now another Civ that has Bloodlines. Typically, Bulgarians want to play a longer feudal age against potential Franks here of Liereyy.
Okay, well, let's see, because now we need Liereyy civilization, and do you think it's gonna play
Magyars?
Magyars.
Okay, okay.
Well, he's kinda...
That kind of confirms Byzantines for enclosed then.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I really think so. Well, let's see, because the game is about to start. It's not started already.
Is Franks going to be his pick on the bull then? No, it has to be Byzantines on enclosed, I believe.
Yeah, well, let's see. We need to focus. We need to focus because now we're going to see Magyars versus Bulgarians. I don't know what civilization I prefer because those crepos can be absolutely incredibly strong. Liereyy as Magyars, yellow in the south. The Viper in game number 3 in the north. This is quarterfinals. And you know, guys, the price of the tournament is only $200,000. Only, guys, is absolutely incredible. And we have now double dice. Archery range opening. Archery range opening by Liereyy. Is maybe expecting men at arms. That is exactly what the Viper is doing.
And great anticipation here, the stable behind this one. Viper behind this knows, okay, I already am using my barracks, so I have a bit of floating wood. Goes for the dock there at the side. So those men-at-arms, a bit to buy himself time, and then he should have the better economy behind this.
Okay, but those men-at-arms are going to be bye-bye. Remember that you get the upgrade for free. That's why he's doing it. But forging already for the Viper. He's doing the forging, +1 attack in the infantry, also obviously in the cavalry if he's gonna make it. I don't know if he's doing now a stable.
Yeah,
he has a stable. He has a stable as well. So both with the stable, but archery range only for Liereyy. And Scout and Archers looks like a solid production.
Man-at-Arm trying to find some damage there. I think the Man-at-Arm going for the deer could have also been something, trying to take some food away. Scouts now getting some aggression here. Viper has a lot of villagers on those sheep. Oh, transition won't be pretty.
Yeah, you really have to be on point here because there's quite a lot of action. There's raiding on the left, raiding on the right. He didn't discover probably yet. Ooh, but the archers are there with fletching. That's annoying. He's trying to go with Villese, and I'm not sure. This is 6 villages not producing. He's going to take the village. No, the spear is there. The scout is now going to be down. That's a lot of villages not taking any resources, Nelly. So this is not good for the snake.
And 1 or 2 could potentially go down there. Raid at the side. Obviously wants to go for the spearman. Now another scout arrives. Low HP goes down.
Great micro. Great micro there by Liereyy. Killing both. Now he's gonna take 2 villages here. He's gonna kill 2 villages for sure. This is with forging, and now also the archer is taking absolutely everything. Viper has more villages. Oh,
for sure you said?
Okay, he didn't, but take the other now. No. Okay, he took it.
For sure you said.
Well, okay, he didn't take it. I forgot that it's the Viper. Okay, he's gonna take that one. He take another, but the aggression is real. Where's the army for the Viper?
Two army, man.
There's no army, man. There's no army. All aggression. Liereyy now housed the scale guard in armor. What's happening? The series today were really, really long. This series is going to be 3 games in what? 20 minutes? If he's still going like this, because this is triple the army, 12 army going now, gonna take the spear. Look at the KD. Look at the KD. And, well, he's attacking all over the map, and now the Viper cannot attack his opponent anymore. How do you counter this?
Well, technically it's endless amount of scouts, but you don't have bloodlines yet. Numbers aren't pretty here. I don't think this is the greatest engagement. Viper needs to pull back. Villager's solo on HP. He needs to expand. Look at that floating wood as well. 5 fishing ships. The only thing that I can see that Viper has an advantage.
Yeah, that's why he's right now ahead in terms of economy supposed to be. Now he's coming with more army. He's doing a tower. He's coming with a lot of army. He cannot stop this. I don't know if he can stop this. He's so many scouts. The archers need to come. That tower is crucial. That tower is crucial. There is more scouts coming. Double stable is great choice by the Viper, but Liereyy is there with the archers. And now the problem with that tower is what we said before. He can come with another and deny the wood here if he's doing the tower.
I can just sit under the tower with all those archers.
Oh, man.
So many villagers are going down there. Scout battle, even one Viper needs to pull even more villagers.
Man.
One military to 11.
Oh, man, what an aggression by Liereyy, killing all the villages. The tower is now going to be up, but the damage is done. 6 villages down, 21 to 12. Population 5140. What's going on, Nelly?
Well, it's the beauty of Magias and the greed of the Viper. They're going for the dog, and therefore his military production was simply so late, the stable so late, and Liereyy with nice aggression.
Liereyy has 43 villages, the Viper 32.
Yeah, it is
because he has 7
ships.
fishing ships.
Yeah, it's only 3 work advantage, but those fishing ships, they will be idle in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of fish, remember, in that corner. And now what Liereyy really need is to don't stop the production.
Yeah.
Because you need to keep doing army. He keep doing army and he's fine.
But look at the resources. He's thinking about going for Castle Age here. Feels like, okay, I did enough damage. You had to build a defensive tower, and I will just go to Castle Age Viper. He buys himself some food, now goes for Bloodlines. An upgrade earlier could have been nice, but obviously couldn't afford it.
Well, he has 5 scouts only. I say only because Liereyy has 4. He doesn't have the Bloodlines. Liereyy is still not producing more. This can be a good opportunity to Viper to do some damage, but still Liereyy has the quiet. I mean, he has 16 army. He has 16 army, he can defend, and he can go up to Castle. He's gonna go up to Castle Age in a moment. Don't watch already done, so he can see absolutely everything. If we see the Fog of War now, it's amazing. That top bridge, you can see everything, so he cannot get surprised. He wallet already the wood, and he's on the way to Castle Age. If he's not doing now massive damage, what the Viper can do? He's trying to go up himself.
And then maybe triple Krepos could be something.
Well,
Sends 3 villagers on stone now, so he's thinking about it. Now we have another defensive building here. Look at Liereyy as well, with 4 military upgrades already.
Yeah, he has absolutely everything. He's missing just the Bloodlines. He's doing the Bloodlines right now. The aggression in the start was absolutely wild, still with a much better KD, and the timing. The momentum, it's for the kid. Who is doing now another dog, it's the Viper in the north. Viper is getting good echo. I mean, he's about to go up, but in this map, you don't wall. You cannot wall everything. So now the army that Liereyy is going to do is can read everything. Just look at the map.
Yeah, look at that. Only 4 farms as well. Lots of villages on stone. We probably need to see another tower there. And the only dream that Viper has is that basically Liereyy goes for crossbows and overcommits at some areas, or doesn't really find the damage because of the towers. And Viper then gets the raids himself. But Liereyy already zoning out the map quite nicely.
Liereyy is going with the army. He's doing a second tower. The Viper knows that he has to defend. He knows that he is behind. Liereyy probably didn't explore the corners, right? The Mapo, Fog of War, he didn't. He didn't explore the corner, and that's an extra life for the Viper, because if he's going and kill that fishing ships, then what? Because all his food, well, not all his food, but half of his food is there. Upgrades for the Viper with the economy, 0. No double B tax, no horse collar, obviously, because he's focusing more on the water. No horse collar 80 for Liereyy, but now this is Botkin. Crossbow upgrade and spamming knights as well. Let's see what he can do with those, because there's some towers. How he can defend this, the Viper? He still doesn't have yet the stone. 3 towers.
3 towers.
The defense.
He tagged into fletching as well. Villagers might need to be pulled away from the wood line here. Liereyy already sniping those, but missed for now. Was a bit more efficient on the acclivity. Viper with a reasonable defense for now.
Okay, well, the good thing with those towers, obviously you put those archers quite away, but he has so many idols, and those scouts are +2 attack. Remember, he's killing the village now. Well, killing more. It's already 8 villages killed, and now he's moving the village from the stone. The knights are there. The scouts are going to be there too. He's going to make the upgrades. Chain bard in armor. Remember, cheaper upgrades. Doing a really great job. The Viper surviving in this game.
He's surviving though. He lost another 2 villagers. All the stone miners are now idle, pushing on berries. Those scouts are not getting upgraded. Viper heavily relying on those knights. Another villager kill. Eco KD 9-1 now, man.
Yeah, it's crazy. The population difference is 20 more. It's true that mostly it's the crossbow. That's that great tone center that maybe if there's a stone, he's raiding all over. Even with the towers, but he's controlling the army. Controlling the army really well and not letting him take army. Efficiency for the Viper in the last minute, 30%. His economy is full idle right now. 30% efficiency is not because he's not great with the macro, it's because Liereyy is forcing him to be idle pretty much.
You could really call it inefficient.
Okay, fish traps. Just imagine, and now he see the dog. This is terrible. I mean, if he's losing this, then there is 0 economy.
Oh yeah, and now Liereyy is getting there, is trying to take the dog out. That means no more chances. Even cancels the fish trap. I think that makes lots of sense.
Yeah, it's taking quite a lot of units there. It's 3 tone centers. Unbelievable game. total aggression. Well, this is the Liereyy that we have known in all the Red Bull editions.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
This is the Liereyy that we didn't see yet in this edition. This is the one that we have seen before.
Scouts are now moving in at the bottom there, trying to find some villager kills, but Liereyy seeing that, and it just feels like Viper not really finding the rates that he needed. Look at this, starting to see it's 3 farms. Looks so lonely.
Oh, and he
Liereyy,
now is
great map awareness.
Also, in the other one, you see population is still 20 more. Killing more villas, 12-1. He's gonna take the others. He's gonna take another one down. He's gonna be now another one. Oof. Oof, this is looking rough. It's looking really, really rough. I like a lot how the Viper keeps trying. He's trying like a warrior he is. But now probably he's thinking, he still have all this army and he see the 3 TCs. Can we see the Viper point of view, Mapo, please, to see if he has, all the knowledge? He don't see the other. So he knows that at least he got second town center.
Yeah, but is this your typical second town center? It feels more like a third town center spot, right? So Viper could have some senses there, but now Fish going down, that was the big problem. Actually, I'm a bit surprised that Liereyy didn't leave the night there. Oh, comeback mechanic.
Yeah, but he has so much army, man. He has so much army. He knows that he has to do something. He has so many knights and crossbows. He forced him to go back. And now, how many knights he got? 11. He got more knights, Liereyy. So if he put all the knights there with the crossbows, he might take absolutely everything. Let's see the battle. Not all the knights are together, by the way, so maybe this is gonna be okay for the Viper.
I don't think so. Running out of knights, even 2 more. Tries to go for the Krepos at left-hand side, and Viper knows no much sense.
Oh man, he's saying no, no, no. GG Cole, Liereyy 2, the Viper 1. What a series we're watching. Full aggro, both players in. Is it crazy?
Well, that's because
maps?
Liereyy, exactly. Those are the maps. Game 4 and 5 most likely going to be more defensive maps, simply because Viper picked, for example, enclosed, thinking, okay, long distance might be better for me. And Viper, he feels a bit clueless, right? I was more like, okay, what can I pull out of my head now? Bull and enclosed. Well, 2 options for the Viper.
Bull can be aggressive too.
Bull can be very aggressive, true. Yeah.
Depend how you play. And close can be aggressive. Let's see what is going to be the map. Production, please tell us the map as soon as possible.
I think Viper doesn't even know, right? How he looked at the book there and thought about it. Liereyy coloring a bit and just waiting for the Viper to decide.
Well, let's analyze. It's only 2 left. If it's the Bull, he has used Bulgarians. He's going to use Bengalis? We saw Dowd use Bengalis in the Bull.
That's true, but Dowd failed.
Saracens, Cumans.
Saracens certainly strong civilization for either enclosed or Bull. I think we have not seen it that much on Bull. On the other side, feels like Liereyy, maybe Sicilians for enclosed, and Byzantines for the Bull is where I would see some reasonable choices.
Sicilians, it's a great civilization as well. The problem is, well, you get more stone also. Starting, it's true that you cannot make towers. Encloses the map. Makes sense.
I think
2-1 behind. Don't you see that it makes more sense? Like the Bull is a little bit more crazy, can be more unpredictable. Enclosed, he might have more a plan prepared. It's also true that enclosed is tricky. They saw map generations that the players are quite closer, so it changed quite a lot the meta of that map.
Absolutely. We have humans, I believe, for the Viper against Sicilians. That would be like my prediction here. Byzantines, as you mentioned, Liereyy lost to Tatoh there, but I think Byzantines just feel so natural for the Bull.
Isn't Franks also smooth?
For what?
For the one that we're going to see.
For enclosed? I don't think so. Franks really struggle in Imperial Age.
Yeah.
If the opponent gets onto enough Halberdiers, maybe Arbalest, it's tricky to have a good transition there.
They can kill in Castle Age.
They can kill in Castle Age, but distance is long.
Drop is, I don't know.
They're certainly not bad. It just feels like the absolute powerhouse in Imp. You have to rely on getting at least like 3-4 big gold spots.
This series is just crazy. This series is just crazy. It's going to be really important. The civilization is going to be crucial. I mean, we have seen that it's very important.
Saracens.
We see the Saracens for the Viper. Ooh. Well, the market here is going to be used absolutely epic and very easy to do. You wall your base, even with the market in the start. Maybe you drop a tower to secure the goal. Obviously, you don't want to use it because you want to sell, probably. Yeah. But you cannot be also too greedy. Even less against this guy. If you go too greedy,
he can punish you so much. And Viper, if he wanted to be greedy, he probably would have gone for Cumans.
Okay, since both players super focused, we can feel the tension even in the chat. Here, we don't hear anything in the castle.
Getting silent.
Everything is watching, you know. Everything is watching, but we still don't know the civilization from Liereyy.
You still think Franks could be an option? We see Sicilians, we have Byzantines.
And?
Byzantines could be a good thing, and it's going to be X-Men.
I told you, man.
Ooh, Franks against
Amsterdam.
Saracens, but like, isn't that a really good matchup for Saracens?
For the late game, yeah.
Yeah, and
For the late game, yes.
in Castle Age, like if you play the full all-in with Knights, Camels would deal with that.
Yeah.
I think this should be good for the Viper.
It should be. It should be. But let's see the start. Let's see also the map generation, how it's going to be. It's very tricky. It's also, well, you can go Camels, obviously, but you want to go with the crossbow approach. It's like you make more damage, but against Franks, this is tricky. Definitely not a, probably it's not a match that either player will expect, because maybe he's thinking that he's going to be Kumans, Liereyy.
Yeah.
Most likely, I believe.
Sicilians could have been an option for Liereyy as well. We're jumping into game number 4. 2 match points for Liereyy. Loser of this one, out.
An archery range for both as a blue. The Viper is in the north. The Saracen has been played 10 times in the close during Red Bull Wololo. They only won 2 out of 10 games. Ay, ay, ay.
They
Well,
have played
it's
10 times on and close in Red Bull Legacy? That has to be including the qualifier,
to be the
right?
qualifiers, yes.
Yeah, okay,
yes,
yeah.
including the qualifiers. Well, we have got so many games, including qualifiers. All right. Well, we have archery range. The thing here is why maybe the Saracens are not being that great, because if you go with the market abuse, they're far. And that early damage that you want to make, maybe you are not doing at all, and your opponent maybe is getting 1 minute 30 later in castle with a better economy.
Trying to lame the deer here. Well, but
He limit.
No, Liereyy got all the last shots
Okay.
there, and therefore can get the food. Obviously not optimal placement, but still really solid. Goes for the deer here on the other side. Viper, well, can maybe even push them in a bit more with his own spearman. Only 4 on gold. The market blocking the way to the gold though, and Barry's pretty far away. That's not easy to defend for the Viper.
Yeah, well, he's doing already fletching and armor. And the Viper is just doing skirmishes. Skirmishes will be obviously a good army to defend here, you know, but he's now doing the fletching as well. Do you think he should go all in with the market? He's selling the stone, so he's going all in with the market. Not going to have anything to put a tower if Liereyy is going aggressive. But the Viper is clicking up in 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
The thing is, the distance is so long. What I think is Viper is just buying himself to Castle Age a bit earlier, and then is going to buy the stone back, while we see that Hera is leading 1-0 against MBL, playing in the other quarterfinal.
Okay, he's doing a stable. Very important for Liereyy to explore. Still,
Viper doesn't know about those 2 archers.
Yeah, and he's going for the.
And he's not producing more. Oh, Viper.
This is good for Liereyy. This is really good for Liereyy because his economy is going to be as smooth as I told you. This is with fletching. Those is going to be 1 or 2 villages going to be down for sure. With fletching, it's going to be. He didn't see it. That was very sneaky. Well, I said before for sure. Now it's 1 village down. Let's see. He's coming also with the scout. This is absolutely disaster for the Snake economy because now the kid is about to go up to Castlage as well. And as we mentioned, what damage is going to make now? It's going to take a 3rd village already. Whoa. He's going to lose the scout, but I think the damage is already done. He's on the way to Castle. It's Liereyy with gold mining upgrade already there. And now what you do? Because if you do camels, you don't kill with camels. You don't raid with camels. Like, and if you go knights, you are too far, and your opponent is going to go knights as well. France with more economy.
Yeah, crazy. How Liereyy is always finding that damage. Viper, he saw the army move out, thought it was the first army that moved out, a bit off there in the timing, but 2 archers and 1 spearman already snuck through. Viper had to pay the price and lost all that gold.
Well, he see the stable, so now Liereyy got all the information. The KD again, 7-3, 3-0 kills. Oh, man. And now those spears, he has to be careful. This is stable at home, obviously. And the good thing here for Liereyy is that he has also the stone. so he can also add TCs.
Yeah, absolutely. Can go for the boom. The big question, though, is he really... does he want to go for the boom? I think 3TC makes lots of sense, and then play a massive castle age
Full
attack.
knights.
Yeah.
Full knights. Okay, let's see what is going to happen. He's trying to go away. He has the second stable, is walling. A TC in that area will be great. He doesn't have yet the wood. And the good thing also with Franks, you get now heavy blow for free right away. That's really huge, because look at the economy he has.
It's only the first stable for Liereyy, though, so no all-in necessarily, I believe. It's now adding another building, though, so could be double stable by now.
Yeah, let's take now his base. Let's take out stable.
3 villagers, so he really wants to go into production.
Yeah, do you think it's the right strategy?
I think it's a good one to get lots of map control, not allow your opponent to get onto a lot of relics. Viper, he needs to confirm it and make the right steps to
Yeah, and the thing is, having that many bullets on foot, he has the goal here. He's going to have a good economy going here. Even if he's doing quite a lot of knights, he can still boom him properly. I mean, he's untouched at home. And Bozo even.
Great vision here by... Oh, blocked up with the spearman. So much damage done.
He's blocking. There's another knight coming. The knights are going to be there. I don't know if husbandry will be a good choice here. Now he's doing the monastery.
Ooh.
But Viper is doing 3-tone center. He's going for the economy.
Distance is so long. I think Viper should be fine here.
Yeah,
the monastery himself. Now it's only important that Liereyy, who obviously will have more army, he will be aiming to get 4, maybe even 5 relics. And Viper, he doesn't want to play 5 relics late game, so he needs to snag like at least 2 for himself.
Yeah, let's see what Liereyy is going to do, because now he's sending army. The army, obviously, the map is far. He will really has to do some damage. Husband is going, I think he's playing like this because he thought that Viper was going to go more aggressive. Well, Viper is booming. Viper is booming right now. Second TC, good tone center here for Liereyy, but he's safe. I think Liereyy is going to notice very soon that Viper is just booming.
Yeah, very likely. Well, he didn't see more on those knights, right? But he saw bloodlines, saw armor, so he was expecting more. But that's what we said, right? And that was the beauty of the acclivity game in the set that we had earlier. Saracens, they can just dictate the game, and it's so tough to get information against them.
Yeah, and you can see with 3 villages that he killed it, he has already 3 villages more, because he has 3-tone center for quite a while. It's true that those knights are going to be difficult to deal because he got the husbandry already. Husbandry +1/+1, you cannot catch up them. You will need monks. And Viper, has 1 monk. Ooh, but he's attacking in several spots at the same time. But he saw it. Viper is really, really focused. As you can see, he's reacting super fast. Still open on his main base. But now 3rd TC for Liereyy. I really believe that this is going to be very difficult to make damage in Castles now.
I think so as well. Monk Camel defense there is a nice setup. And obviously between those town centers, still a lot of room to maneuver in between those two.
3rd tone centers for Liereyy. And then if you see this, what you have to decide if you were in Lierey's position. You need to keep booming, because going for the late game against Saracens maybe is not what you want.
So it has to be a forward siege workshop at one point. Maybe go for crossbow, for pikemen.
Knight pikes?
Knight pike.
Okay, knight pikes together here to try to make the damage, because if he's going to take the monk. He's definitely going to take the monk. Those knights definitely with more upgrades. He got the +1 attack, and he has more military. No, a lot more army right now. 18 army from Liereyy. A lot of villages on his stone for the Viper. Might want to do a castle and maybe some Mamelukes defense.
He's going to sell that stone. At this moment, it's more efficient to mine stone and sell it in the market than try to get gold directly.
Okay, he converted. Now he's doing another stable, and he's going to go more army, both players. They're still adding a lot of army. This is a lot about the multitasking now, because both are doing army. You can see 3 TCs for both players. He's still ahead in Villese, the Viper, but thanks to that heavy flow upgrade, a little bit better economy for Liereyy.
Tiger rush, and we'll probably get a villager kill.
He killed it, man. He lost a villager. Yeah, he's not noticing. It's crazy. It's crazy. He has to be careful. As you mentioned, he's selling more wood, more food, more stone, doing now more army. He's still double the army. He's going to commit against those. He's not committing because there is also monks, but we don't see monks from Liereyy. Liereyy has 4 monks, but not yet there in the spot. Did he make a conversion there? I'm not sure. He's doing another TC. Is that another TC? No, it's another monastery. Whoa.
Second monastery. That's quite some aggression. That's a bit surprising to me. And Viper with his stone. I think he can rush out a castle. Remember that it's very easy for the Viper to just transition 500 wood into 500 stone.
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna make it. He's taking the relics, but now Viper has one. Liereyy has one, but he's gonna make another. He's doing more stable. He's going to compete with camels. Is he gonna make pike transition? Because Liereyy will need the pike transition. Doing wheelbarrow. What I like from Franks is how smooth are with the economy. Because Saracens has the market, but they don't have any bonus.
Yeah.
They really don't have any bonus. It's still without heavy plow. That's so many units. Population is still Viper ahead. But I don't know who has the advantage here. It seems extremely close.
Viper, well, we can see the numbers, right? Viper's economy is slightly better there. Liereyy, big unit numbers. And Viper, he wants just to see what's happening. He does not want to take this fight.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take this fight. He has to be careful. There's another monk, more coming. The conversions are gonna be crucial. But he's gonna take the battle or not? Ooh, this battle. Ooh, this battle for Liereyy. I'm not sure if this is the best battle for Liereyy. I'm not sure if he needs to take this battle. I don't know if he needs to take this battle. He's definitely losing quite a lot, but Viper is losing a lot too. He's gonna try to pick all the monks. He's picking the monks. This is so equal. No! Liereyy is taking the battle. Look at the numbers. He needs to go back. The average matters as well. Well, both got the same. But it seems that more conversions here for the kid.
Well, also some monks were sniped. And if both players are completely resetting their armies, most of the time the player with a better economy comes out ahead.
Yeah, and now the Viper has 16 villages more. Not That's a lot. That's quite a lot. Another town center. Wow. He's not doing pikes. No, he's still only 8 monks for Liereyy.
That's crazy, right?
With sanity.
Well,
you know?
where are all of those? Is he sending them further forward, or is he trying
it has to be there.
trades?
Why not the stone for Liereyy? If you drop a castle, that can change a lot. You get a lot of map control, 488 stone as well. Also for Viper. Viper doing now wheelbarrow and heavy plow, so they're gonna have the same average. This is super intense because the game is so important. Remember that the Viper need to win this one, need to force the Bull. The Bull decider in this match can be, well, we will see. 76 villas, 25 army, a lot of army. Do they have a tournament, Franks? I don't remember if they have a tournament to convert those, but now let's see the monks. He's coming with more monks. The conversion is going to be really important. He has so many monks. Liereyy, nearly, who is taking this battle? Then, oh my God, the amount of army Liereyy has with the monks, converting absolutely everything. The Viper has more villages, but no army at all. He's still taking absolutely everything. Need to go back. Oof.
Conversions absolutely on point there for Liereyy. Should be another one for the Viper. Now the forward siege workshop here. Didn't finish the conversion here for the Viper. A bit on the unlucky side. Only 3 stables. Viper still ahead in economy. I think he can build a castle here behind the stable. Should be a good spot.
Yes, the Viper might do the castle now. He needs the castle there and he's gonna make it perfect one. Chain barred in armor. He can see it. Fog of War, please, because the monks are very close. Woo! But for Liereyy, we need the Liereyy Fog of War. Let's see. No, he cannot see. He needs to go, but he's not going. Now Tonewatch, the chamber, the armor is there, and now he's gonna see the castle. And this is so many knights.
Not pulling all the villagers, and
that
Viper went for the counterattack. His camels aren't here.
Oh my God, he's gonna take all the villages here. He's gonna take all the villages because the camels are on the left, and that castle is not gonna be up. He's gonna take absolutely everything. He got more villages, yes, but he has no army. He has no army here. He might kill the monk. Not really. He's going away, but he will take the battle. Now, Liereyy has all the army here. That's a disaster, but at home, Mapu, what is the Viper doing on Lierey's base? He's opening here over job, and now he's taking villages as well. Oh my goodness. This is wild, but this damage is more damage.
I think Viper is taking a bit more damage here, but we don't know what happens on the other side. Typically, Camel's not really the craziest unit at raiding. Another castle there for the Viper trying to defend. But still, this is the area where we have the relic, where we have the production. Viper really needs this castle to go up. Still continues to build it with some villagers.
Liereyy has nice, nearly +2. He bought it a second castle. The problem is that when you buy that match, I mean, if you have more villages, now your economy is not that great anymore. You can see his economy. Obviously, Liereyy now with 0 villages on gold, but he's gonna make a TC number 5 on the left. And he keeps raiding constantly. He's gonna take that town center. He's gonna take that castle. He's gonna even take that relic, and then Liereyy will have 5 relics. What the Viper can do here, even if he got 6 villages more, because I don't know.
Viper now catching the castle, gives up this town center, knows if he loses this game, his dreams of defending his title are not an option anymore. And Tries to get another castle up there, bought himself more stone. Now basically goes full scouts to snipe those monks, and will get some.
Oh, that's an amazing move by the Viper. He take all the monks. He's taking almost all the monks. He left 2 alive. Well, Sanity. I forgot about Sanity. He's still raiding all the villages here. The Viper got no army.
Tries to go for Mamluk defense. Was heavily ahead in villages. That's not a thing anymore. Military count 28 against
1
Mameluke.
1 Mameluke, and keep raiding. Echo KD, 35 villages killed, 6 lost. Look at handcard even, doing another castle. This is absolutely wild. Now how Liereyy is taking absolutely everything with 110 villages, 23 army, taking the monastery, killing all the buildings. And the map control is for Liereyy. He has like 60% of the map now.
Absolutely, and maybe even more, right? Because left-hand side, the Viper just feels so cornered here. Not a lot of gold control in some minutes either. Mamluke's obviously incredibly good against those knights. Townsenders are helping out as well. If Viper can somehow stabilize, we all know Saracens are the better civilization in the super late game. But I think Liereyy has so many advantages, he's trying to finish the game earlier.
He has a lot now, 16 villages more. He got the hand card, he got the army, he has the timing, now the momentum. Look at the resources. It's about to go up to Imperial, and remember, you only need 488 stone, and that really can be also on his hands. Unbelievable serious, but unbelievable this game, how aggressive he has been, a guy, Liereyy. Really aggressive, and he's switching into infantry.
Yeah, great choice there. Obviously, Mameluke still do a lot of damage, but once the Halberdiers, potentially Halberdiers later on, can close down the distance against the Mamelukes, then the Mamelukes just take so much damage themselves, so need to micro them quite a bit. I don't think more Mamelukes are needed, neither does the Viper. He's thinking about imping himself.
The Viper is on the way to Imperial. That castle is gonna be up. We will see. He has so many villages. He has a monk there, and he has to be careful because now Liereyy doesn't have that much army anymore. He's losing quite a lot of villages. I can't believe that he's not sending even the monk there. He has the monk there, sending more villages. He's losing quite a lot of villages now, but in total, the count is clear. 40 to 12. 40 to 12, and the cast, man, the Viper is up to Imperial. Wow.
He idled the whole time, and now after clicking up, directly queues up villages again. What a crazy way to move himself up into a chance to defend against this impush.
Unbelievable. Okay, so now what is the following here for Liereyy? Because he might feel, hey, I have the advantage, I have the timing, I'm going to be up to Imperial, but I am against Mamelukes here. So what you do? Bomber cannons, maybe? Halves? Because cavalry looks like natural here. And he has to be really careful because on the left I feel that he's sending villages to make a castle. But, oh no, he's pike. Well, he's 2 villages only. Pikes and knights. He should be fine with that army there.
Liereyy is going to play full Halberdier here with some siege. Tries to take out the castle's Viper. Needs some bombard cannons against that, I would believe. Maybe even needs to take into Arbalest. Only 11 on gold right now. Will make it pretty tricky for him. Not a lot of gold control. I think he has like 2 more full spots. Yeah, within 10 minutes, he needs to expand more.
He can see it. The problem for Viper is he has 58 farmers, but he's 117 villages, 138. He also doesn't have army. Well, he has the Mamelukes, but the Mamelukes are so expensive. And this is now 1 castle on the right, 1 castle on the left. Oof. Seems so difficult. Let's see the transition. I believe Liereyy will do right away chemistry. I don't know if he has the university because we didn't see it. I believe he's there at the bottom, but castle is happening here. The knights and the pikes are coming, halberdiers and cab rams. He's gonna go halves and rams.
Oh, that's quite atypical. We see more archer ranges now. As we mentioned, crossbow defense would be the only chance here. Mamelukes, I think. Does Viper really want to counterattack again? That is so ballsy out of him. He already saw how it worked out last time, where Liereyy was heavily pushing, Viper tried to counterattack, and Viper really had to pay the price. Tries to do it again.
Okay, let's see. The knights are there, the halves are going to be there as well. +4 is another castle. Now is where Franks is starting to kick in with those cheaper castles. Conscription is taking some villages at home, okay. But he needs to focus on his base, because if he's losing his castles, he's gonna lose all his economy. And now he's also open. There was a hole here. Those halberdiers are +4. It's true that he's killing quite a lot of villages, but he has so many. And the problem is that Viper has no army at all.
He has 13 Mamelukes. Some of them are raiding. They're finding some nice kills. But for Liereyy, that's way smaller loss than what's happening here at Viper's main base.
Yeah, well, we have 200 population. 200 population. Liereyy, the Viper, 140. The third castle is going to be up. We need to see the Rams and the Treads where they are. Well, this is annoying for sure, but he's losing more and more ground. Not really, but the Rams are coming. Are those Rams going to be a note? Look at the castle. That castle is just crazy. So aggressive. That one is going to shoot there. The Viper didn't notice, and he's doing the castle. That castle is just wild. Going with the Ram and with the house, he has no army to stop. He has no military to stop. He's doing chemistry, +3. He's raiding with halves. He's raiding with halberdiers. We don't see this too often, and the Mamelukes is still out of position, trying to raid. 80% of the map is for Liereyy.
Feels like it right now, yeah. 70 population lead, more castles coming forward, more traps are moving forward. Viper tries to hold this one. Raid got a bit debated away from his main base. Viper can maybe stabilize. No, main TC is still under lots of threat. Mamelukes are now coming back. I think they needed to be here to defend.
Yeah, he needs to defend complete. Bomber cannons are needed. Masonry already there too. The TC there is almost gone. 66 villages killed. The Ram is there. The Trebs are going to be down, and if he's losing those traps, I start to believe that he's going to be the GG call for the current champion, because he has really nothing to defend. The Trebuchets are down, and Liereyy is taking the champion.
GG, Liereyy goes into the semifinals, and Viper's AoE 2 dreams are ending here.
Wow. Liereyy did it 3-1, and except that Aztecs game, so aggressive this time.
Absolutely, even in the Aztecs game, right? He played
also
even more aggressive,
even more,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this last game, it was just crazy. How Liereyy got so much value out of those 2 archers, found 3 villager kills, pushed the villagers away from gold. The Saracen player so heavily relying on that gold, and then the crazy push. He is really happy here and relieved. Look at that, the smile, and he felt the pressure.
Well, now we can say that even people have been thinking, hey, is Liereyy practicing? He has practiced a lot for this tournament.
Yeah.
The most practice ever being said also by him before has been for this tournament. Obviously not rated games, he was practicing private. You know, private. Well, Viper obviously is disappointed because you know that he has practiced a lot too. But with those 2 beasts, anything can happen. And anything happened. It has been incredible.
Wow.
It has been.
So Villese, Tatoh, and Liereyy all making this in the semifinals. We will see them again next Saturday playing the semifinals and for the lion's share of the $200,000 prize pool. Absolutely crazy. Viper Liereyy, obviously crazy set, and we will do a winners interview pretty soon with Liereyy, and then we will give you all the actions so you can stay here and follow the action with MBL versus Hera that is happening, and that will be covered by Dave and T90. They are already deep into the set. Will be an absolute banger. You can just stay here, hear from Liereyy. What are your final thoughts about the set?
Well, my thought is that Liereyy is not a surprise that he's in the semi-final. The way he has been during the tournament and that he's facing, but the Viper is probably the surprise in here. The surprise might be Tatoh, it might be Villese, maybe. Not Liereyy, but how he did, it is. And my thought is that this has been the Liereyy that we know, more than the previous in the tournament. And that's what we got. And now we're going to see what Liereyy has to say. He's with Mr. Riley.
Thanks very much, boys, and I'm joined here by Liereyy, triumphant after that incredible set you played against the Viper. Liereyy, first things first, let's get it out of the way, mate. How do you feel?
So many feelings, I can't even describe it. Unexpected, amazing, shocked, all those things at once, and even more.
We actually got a proper answer for that question one time, too.
I was waiting for the right moment. You know?
Liereyy, I'm so pleased to be sitting here with you, mate. You are the most decorated player here at Red Bull Wololo. You're a champion of this Empire Wars format. But going up against the Viper must have been hard for many reasons, not the least of which was this was a direct rematch of the final last year. How did that play into your feeling heading into the match?
You know, I think I was the underdog. I didn't perform that well this tournament, and I haven't seen much from Viper, but from what I could hear, he was in good shape. So, you know, underdog role. And yeah, I mean, we already played so many times before. We know each other's styles, we know each other's preferences, and it's always a blast, you know, always something's happening, you always learn something new. It's just a great match, so.
Well, we're all obviously very happy to see you get through to the semi-finals. You'll be playing in front of a live studio audience. Let's not forget this event that's taking place next weekend. Does that raise the pressure for you at all, or are you going to just come and play your best Age of Empires?
That's what I'm going for, you know, like I live for this moment, I live to play in front of the crowds, you know, I started when I was 14 to play in front of a crowd, so those are just the moments I live for.
All right, well, I want to talk to you about these games, at least some of them that we saw here. Let's talk about aggression. We've seen throughout the last couple of days people being very proactive, right? Getting out in the front foot and swinging the fists around. Not so much in these finals, or in these quarters, I should say. I suppose it's because just generally players are more evenly matched, perhaps, and so aggression isn't always rewarded. But those sneaky archers in game number 4, tell us about that. Tell us about that opening.
You know, I just knew that my style is aggressive. I stick to my roots, you know, it's just what I live for, it's just what I'm good at. It's just what I love, and that fits Empire Wars, so why would I change it? We have seen what happens when I try to change it against Tatoh, you know, it didn't work out that well. So I just decided to always be under pressure, you know, pressure side, always be the aggressor. And yeah, you know, if you're the aggressor, you can do some stuff. You can do more stuff than when you're defending.
Well, I feel like we saw that in game number 3 as well, with you playing as the Magyars. Viper trying to set up his eco on the water. It looked like your pressure sort of kicked in before he was able to get any payoff from the fish. Again, the aggression kind of rewarding you in that situation?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, his man armor opening, I think, didn't pay off because it was a bit unfortunate that he didn't scout me right away. We were both equally weird positioned, I would say. So I defended that quite well. Maybe expected a scout opening as well. Obviously, archers do wreck man at arms, so those were pretty useless. But I did like his strategy, you know, so definitely something to think about for next upcoming days. But you know, I played that map 1,000 times or something, you know, I have a feeling of it, so it worked out in the end.
It's good to see you back at your best, mate. You know, there were a couple of fumbles and stumbles earlier on in the weekend, but it really does seem like you're firing on all cylinders. Liereyy, finally, I want to talk about the weight of expectation, right? I don't think pressure affects you all that much based on how I've seen you play, but as the most decorated player, you know, in the Wololo series, with 2 titles under your belt already, my question is twofold. First of all, what do you have to do, like psychologically, I guess, to gain that, to get that confidence that you need? And secondly, what does it mean to you to become a 3-time champion?
Good questions. First question, you know, human mind is something very specific, you know, it's crazy how things work. People just perform differently under pressure, not under pressure. It just depends, like, you always stick to your roots, you know where you come from, know where you belong. And you know, just gotta work on yourself, you know, it's something that goes a long way. So yeah, I'm not a psychologist, you know, but I think I'm in a good way.
And as for becoming the 3rd champion, that would be, I mean, I imagine.
Yeah, it would be the dream, you know. My first win here on the LAN event, in Heidelberg in the Castle, in this stage, Red Bull, I mean, there's nothing better than that.
Coming so close last year as well.
Thank you for reminding.
I still feel so bad about that interview, man.
There are better topics to talk about.
We had to do a losers interview, and I was like, oh man, I'm just going to get in there and be like, hey, you lost. How do you feel about that? How do you feel, Liereyy?
Yeah, how are you feeling? Yeah, I remember that question.
Oh, well, look, mate, maybe this is an opportunity for you to do one better. Look, I want to thank you for joining us here. It's been a pleasure to watch you play. It's been a pleasure to talk to you. You got a whole week now, more or less, to prepare yourself. Actually, what does that involve for you, the next week, preparation for obviously, you know, the biggest stage that we've ever seen in this game?
You know, I'm going to take some days off, you know. I'm going to watch some AoE4. Not AoE4, but you see the people, how they behave, and, you know, what they have in store for AoE4 as well, you know, the crowd, all that stuff. But I'm just going to chill, relax for coming days, and then on Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, I'm going to prepare.
All right, well, we're looking forward to seeing the result of that preparation. Liereyy, congratulations in the semi-final. Looking forward to seeing you next Saturday, I should say, yes. Well, stick with us, Liereyy, for just a second, because we are going to throw it over to the other stream now. I understand that we are ready to go over with Dave and T90. They are standing by ready. We're going to jump straight into the action. Hera versus MBL. So for those of you who've been wanting to see these two, the time has come. It's time to jump over to our last remaining quarterfinal here. It's time to check in with Hera and MBL.
Gotta respect this army. Like,
also, Ghoulims have 5 pierce armor, and so the crossbows are doing 2 damage a hit, which at this number with ballistics is pretty decent.
Well, he's still looking for reinforcements. He's still searching for reinforcements here. Sanctity coming in. We could get some big attack rounds, some big conversions. MBL's micro's got to be on point here as the Golems kind of
Hera
bait.
knows, too. He's like, oh, wait, MBL.
Oh, he's just attacking the TC. MBL, you need to be reacting to this right away, but he continues to attack the TC. Did get some good conversions, but the crossbows are all going down now, and there's just no faith left on those monks for conversions. He is going to potentially survive here with his army. No, he's not. He's going to lose the entire army here.
Yeah, this
still
is
behind on
tricky,
villagers. Queues up 2 more mangonels from that forward siege workshop that has absolutely no support. There's
this might have happened. This might have explained the lack of reaction there.
That explains he was getting counter-rated. What a fantastic play from Hera to send those in at the exact same time he pushes. That was completely deliberate.
Yeah. And no gate for MBL, right? So his units are passing through that gap. And I think even if MBL would have been able to get the attack ground there, I think it would have extended what's quite possibly the inevitable. So we'll see exactly what happens here.
Yeah. So welcome A-Stream viewers as we're being let know that we are now on the A-Stream. The first 2 games here have been Hera being absolutely clinical and MBL, I mean, struggling with his form, I think.
Yeah.
He's clearly, and we didn't expect him to be up to date on the strategy element here, but
he's looked a bit rusty.
He's looked a bit rusty.
Yeah. Not only has he looked rusty, but Hera has looked amazing. And this is MBL, I think, fully realizing that this is probably the end for him. Last year, he was able to go up 2-0, or to go down 2-0, excuse me, and pull off an incredible reverse sweep. Hera not looking to allow that this time.
Okay, so we have mangonels, crossbows. I mean, he's still trying to make it work. He's still got 4 archery ranges with 12 crossbows in the queue, but there's no answer whatsoever to the Golems. And again, as MBL has 3 more mangonels. Let's see if they work better than the last time.
Well, remember, you know, Hera doesn't have to take this fight right now. He can just wait it out. And MBL still having issues because these Golems made it into his basic, and he's got no gate. So he's just letting the units run past like that. So Hera, I think it would be very embarrassing for him to lose this game and potentially tilting. So I think he's doing the right thing. He's waiting for more Golem production, and then he's going to take the final fight.
And we have a second castle up on that hill, which is basically a death sentence for MBL as he runs in with the crossbows underneath the TC, trying to get as much damage as possible. He's got to be careful he doesn't hit his own crossbows.
Yeah.
He will finally take out that TC, but Hera's at 97 villagers right now. MBL at 47, and MBL is making crossbows, which are directly countered by the unit that Hera has. 21 Golems on the field with 11 in the queue. This is devastating for the Norwegian.
Yeah, I mean, he's like looping around this guy's base. There's a villager coming to repair, a few villagers. Hera's just casually going to take out the archer ranges, drop a town center in the middle.
He's not worried about this match at all.
No.
I mean, he can fight this army. He can completely kill this army with just
probably fight it with like 20 villagers and 10 Golems and win the fight. It doesn't really matter, but again, he's taking his time. And Hera might be enjoying that feeling, that's the sound of making it to the semifinal.
Yeah, he definitely what is MBL doing? He just ran through Hera's base to make 2 archer ranges at the back. Oh my goodness, he's trying to make this as messy as possible. Hera wanted revenge, I think, a little bit, even against his own teammate for what happened last year. Well, he wanted to prove himself, I guess, and he's definitely doing so. MBL maybe wanted to prove it wasn't a fluke, and he struggled today, for sure, as we look for a big attack round here. And Hera just simply splits up the Golems.
It's such
baits
an easy,
on one
easy
side.
fight for him, but he's being so patient.
Yeah.
Annoyingly patient, I'm sure, because MBL's probably like, dude, kill me. I'm dead already. But with this, Hera should go into the semifinal after a quick and easy 3-0. These games have not been close. And MBL calls the GG, and there it is. That means Hera moves on to the semis, and what a big result from him.
And that is an easy 3-0 for Hera.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, we love what we've seen from MBL so far in this tournament. Hera has historically been a bad matchup for him. That was an anomaly last year. He put in a great effort for that reverse sweep, but Hera's showing that he deserves to be in the semifinal, and he's going to move through. And he will be playing next weekend. MBL, unfortunately, out of Red Bull Wololo Legacy. Oh, boy.
Sad times for MBL.
Yep.
sad times for MBL. However, I think that in the end, if you are so openly not prepared,
yeah,
and then you go up against a talent like Hera, I feel like getting to the quarterfinal, really good result for him, and he had some crazy matches.
He did. He provided us with some amazing entertainment. I mean, the Janitors against Jordan, the 2-0 against Jordan, incredibly surprising, especially with MBL, and that being his first match and coming in here with limited preparation, as he says. But that preparation finally caught up with him.
It did, and for Hera, you know, I don't know if we got more questions answered because that wasn't the MBL we saw in the previous sets either. So now I'm like, as people are obviously going to be speculating about the semifinals, I'm like, man, was that a test for Hera?
Yeah.
But I think that says something in and of itself, as if it doesn't look like a test and it's a guy who has gotten to the quarterfinals, that tells you you're doing something right. So.
And I know MBL, as disappointed he's going to be with that loss, he will be happy for his teammate Hera.
Yeah.
And he's going to be cheering for his teammate Hera. I don't know which one Viper or Liereyy went through. We're going to check those results afterwards. But one AM member is in the semifinals, and that is going to be Hera. This has been an amazing day. I mean, we had that incredible set, the 3-hour-plus set between Jordan and Tatoh earlier, and then we got to watch some incredible Age of Empires Villese versus Yo. I'm sure the Viper versus Liereyy set was amazing.
Yep.
And MBL versus Hera, well, we got to show the dominance of Hera. We are going to send this one, I believe, back to Riley.
We are. I don't know how exactly that works.
Because we're controlling the feed.
But I believe it goes back to Riley. So thanks again, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
We're just going to, you know, remove the camera, cross our fingers. I'm sure you'll see him in a moment.
Well, I'm here with Hera, mate. Redemption. Of course, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure everyone is aware, going down to MBL last year, a bitter defeat at the hands of a good friend. But this time, you managed to get there. Congratulations, mate. How's it feel?
Thank you very much. It feels really good. I feel like this time I was extra cautious. Didn't want to get too ahead of myself, too overconfident, and it was a really smooth series for me. So I'm really happy to take it home.
MBL's always a really dangerous opponent because you never really know what to expect, right? In a situation like that, when you're facing the unknown, when you're facing all these variables that you can't control, what's your approach? What's your mantra for success?
Well, I basically just went in trying to play my game. I didn't want to read too much into what he had prepared. I did ban out the Berbers because I know that's a comfort pick for him. So I want to drag him out of his comfort zone and into my comfort zone. And I feel like I just played like every match that I wanted, like every map, every sim matchup was good. And I even had prepared Hindustani versus Mayans with Liereyy just before it started. And then we got that exact same matchup. And that's, again, just because I feel like MBL, because of his lack of preparation, might be a little bit more towards his comfort picks, which I obviously know about.
I got to ask, when you were on the match point, when you won the second game, was there any thought of MBL coming back from behind? Were you thinking, well, I was in this position a year ago and it didn't work out, or were you just like...
No, I definitely thought of it, but I told myself, let's just keep focused, and I just focused right away to the next game. I feel like last year, when I was up 2-0, Liereyy came in, I started talking, and I lost my focus, and that was a huge lesson for me because you can't get overconfident. Confidence is nice, but not too much of it. And I feel like I really learned my lesson, and this time just executed on that last game like I should have.
Well, look, it's fantastic to see you in this position. We can forget about the past now and look to the future because you have made it through to the semi-finals. You'll be playing in front of a live audience of hundreds next Saturday, which I imagine you are so excited about. I know you thrive on that sort of thing. What does the next week look like for you?
So it was a very big relief, as you said. Now I have a few days off, a few days to relax, and also practice. So I'm going to be mixing in a little bit of, checking out the city and, just some healthy walks and whatnot, but also going to be focusing on a lot of practice. I heard Liereyy beat Viper, so that's a good practice partner going forward. And I'm going to be preparing some nice, civilizations and maps for Tatoh.
A couple of surprises, I'm sure. We'll be looking forward to it, mate.
Of course.
Hera, congratulations. A very, very well-deserved win for you today. Can't wait to see you in the semi-finals.
Thank you very much. And just the last thing I want to say is, unfortunately I couldn't play on the main stage today, but just shout out to all the fans that were supporting me and that came over to check out my games. Love you all, and I'll see you guys on the main stage next week, I think, with the semi-final. So thank you all. Much love. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Hera. Looking forward to seeing you next week, buddy. Let's go. All right, we're going to head through to our casting chamber, and we're going to close out today's action. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been a bit of a bumpy ride in terms of multiple streams and all that sort of stuff, but we do hope that you've enjoyed the coverage that we've put on show for you today. Because, oh, boys, as I sit down and rejoin these two here, so much has gone on today. We've seen a bit of everything. We've seen some long games, we've seen some aggression, we've seen Age of Empires really put through its paces in the biggest tournament that we've ever seen so far. Nili, are there any closing thoughts, any highlights, anything that stood out from you for you today?
I just know that a lot of people are so hungry. They wanted to see more Age of Empires today. Just rewatch the Jordan versus Tatoh set. Epic game after epic game. One of the best series, not only in Red Bull Wololo history, but probably in recent years as well. Just rewatch this 3 times and you will be happy.
Mem, I know we're all extremely excited for next weekend, right? Semi-finals on Saturday, Age of Empires 2 in front of a live audience.
Oh.
It's going to be massive, right? And with these 4 players that have come through, we're going to get some incredible games.
I'm 7 boys already.
Yeah.
I'm 7 boys already.
You're just not going to talk for the rest of the week.
No, I'm not going to talk during all the week.
Yep.
I'm so excited for the next weekend, mainly because who could tell us, like we were talking during the casting, that Tatoh was going to be there, Villese was going to be there, that Viper wasn't going to be there. The level we are getting in Age of Empires is incredible. This mode, also with the maps, long games like Nili was talking, then it can be crazy fast game like with the Viper versus Liereyy. So excited because we don't know what can happen the next weekend anymore. And that's the beauty of these settings and this game, that we love it.
And I think something that we learned, especially last year, was that these players, they hold stuff in reserve. They don't bring out the big guns. They don't come in, and fire on all cylinders straight away. They're going to cook up some special stuff for us next weekend. Let's have a look at the bracket, remind ourselves of what we'll be seeing now that the dust has settled on our quarters. Of course, Liereyy beating the Viper in dramatic fashion, moving forward to play against Villese, someone who I really think has found his place and has been so impressive, beating Mr. Yo 3 versus 1 there in one of our quarters. And on the lower half of the bracket there, Tatoh and Jordan, that 5-game slugfest between the 2 GL boys ultimately saw Tatoh go through. I chatted with Jordan, he said he was very happy with his performance, left nothing on the table, and he's very proud of his friend Tatoh to have gotten so far. And Tatoh, of course, playing off against Hera. Hera, something of a coming full circle on last year with the reverse sweep against MBL this time, taking him to the clean as 3-0. But well done, MBL, of course, for getting to the quarters. He himself said that he was quite happy with that result, so I'm sure he'll go home with a smile on his face as well. Now, a quick reminder of what's coming up in store next week. Tomorrow is a rest day for all of us. This has been a pretty full-on weekend, and we're going to take the time to recharge the batteries on Monday. Tuesday, Media Day. We're going to be setting things up with players. We're going to be chatting to AoE 4 players as they arrive and getting a sense of what they're going to bring to the table. And then, of course, we are back live on Wednesday with Age of Empires 4 beginning then as we head towards the weekend at top speed, where all 3 games will be on display: Age of Empires 1, Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 4 in front of a live studio audience. Next week is going to be electric. We do hope that you'll choose to join us then as well. We can't wait for your company. But for now, it's time to say goodnight on behalf of the entire coverage team and on behalf of all the production staff working tirelessly behind the scenes. Thanks so much for being part of this broadcast. On behalf of everyone, this is Riley Knight saying goodnight here from Heidelberg Castle. We're going to leave you now with some of the biggest moments from today's action, and we'll see you back here from Heidelberg Castle in the heart of Germany for more Age of Empires next Wednesday. Good night.
To secure their own legacy.
They were in the north. Oh no! Not the cow. Don't hit the cow. Don't hit the cow. Cow survives.
72 for Jordan. What a crazy eco difference.
It's the best joke I've ever made you heard, or I heard you make. Don't know what to say.
Thank you. Thank you that you were surprised by my humor, Dave. Wow, thank you.
Look at.
Out of Stone Dave from Viper, and he's out of... In the middle, Lierey's castle goes down. It's his turn to raid Lierey's economy. And Viper holds on to that castle. And he's killing the villagers on the gold. They're desperately running for the TC. Look, the Cavalier, they can do what they're doing here to the trebuchets, and then Liereyy will have nothing.